The scorching summer sun hung high in the sky. Birds were singing, cicadas chirped incessantly, and leaves rustled gently in the breeze. This was Liaonan City in Linjiang province of the Great Xia Kingdom. At Liaonan City First High School, in Class 3, one of the senior grade, a middle-aged male teacher stood at the podium. He wore a standard teacher's uniform and brown glasses. His hair was completely white, giving him an aged and stern appearance. He was the class teacher, Xiao Yinglong. Holding a piece of chalk, he swiftly wrote 3 large characters on the blackboard, Awakening Day. If not for spending 3 years with him day and night, the average student would have had difficulty deciphering his messy handwriting. After finishing, he turned around, casually tossing the chalk onto the desk and clapped his hands. He leaned slightly forward, supporting himself on the desk. Class, tomorrow is your awakening day. I've already gone over the key points of awakening repeatedly, so I won't nag about it anymore. Today, I want to talk about something else. He adjusted his glasses, his voice calm and gentle. Do you know, life is far more forgiving than you think. This world can be cruel, where the strong prey on the weak, and everyone seeks to maximize benefits. As a result, we often forget that living is actually about experiencing life itself. Life is a journey, and you must feel it with your heart, but most people always compare themselves with others. For example, some awaken with S-grade abilities, others with SS-grade abilities. These comparisons will only make you more anxious and exhausted. He paused, a faint smile appearing on his face. You don't necessarily have to achieve something great. If you want a daydream, watch the sunset, or count the stars. Those are all meaningful. You are here to live life, not to complete a flawless play. You must learn to accept your ordinary side. There's no shame in that. Finally, I hope every one of you awakens an ability you raise satisfied with. After finishing, he picked up the thermos cup on the desk, unscrewed the lid, and let the steam rise slowly. Took a small sip, then capped it and placed it back on the desk. Just as the students were about to clap, a loud snore suddenly echoed through the classroom. Snore. The sound was extraordinarily abrupt. Xiao Yinglong frowned slightly. Stunned for a moment, the classroom fell silent, leaving only the sound of leaves rustling outside the window, accompanied by the bold snoring. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to the last row by the window. There, a young man was reclining comfortably in his chair, sleeping soundly. His face was delicately refined, with a tall nose and short black hair gently ruffled by the wind. As if dreaming of something beautiful, he wore a faint smile, with a small bubble forming on his nose. His handsome appearance even made the girls feel inferior. The only imperfection was the black blindfold covering his eyes. Where did Su Shen go last night? How could he be this tired? This is the first time I've heard him snore in his sleep. Maybe he was up all night busy with something. Nonsense. Su Shen would never do that. Exactly. As Xiao Yinglong listened to the murmurs below, his face darkened. Su Chen. Sleeping at a time like this, Xiao Yinglong knew Su Chen all too well. This was the most unique student he had encountered in his 30-plus years of teaching. Although it was explicitly confirmed upon enrollment that he was blind, he hadn't awakened any abilities but possessed extraordinary sensory perception, as if he could see everything. It didn't even affect his daily life. His grades consistently ranked at the top in Liaonan City. When stable, he was first. If he performed poorly, he might drop to second. If not for the blindfold, no one would believe he was blind. As soon as Xiao Yinglong spoke, the classroom immediately fell silent. Su Chen's desk mate quickly nudged him awake, looking anxious. Bro, wake up. Don't sleep any longer, or you will really be in trouble. You really like my living. Grieving father. This desk mate, Zhu Yu, was chubby and Su Chen's best friend. The two were polar opposites, one a top student, the other a bottom student, representing the two extremes of Liaonan City's senior year rankings. Su Chen was a top-ranking student in his senior year at City First High, while Zhu Yu was at the very bottom. Zhu Yu was a well-known rich second generation in Liaonan City, with a good family background. However, even with his wealth, he didn't dare to defy Xiao Yinglong lightly. Both of Zhu Yu's parents were once students of Xiao Yinglong. If his family found out he dared to disobey teacher Xiao, he'd surely be lectured and might even have to send gifts to apologize the next day. At this moment, Su Chen was still fast asleep, showing no signs of waking, his head tilted to one side. Seeing this, Zhu Yu could only sigh helplessly, signaling that he guaranteed do anything to help. Buddy, you ray on your own now. Zhao Yinglong's anger surged, veins popping on his forehead. Sleeping was one thing, but doing so on the eve of awakening Wei was absolutely unacceptable. He slammed the desk with a loud bang, sending chalk dust flying into the air. Su Chen, Zhao Yinglong roared, grabbing. The blackboard eraser was forcefully hurled towards Su Chen. The eraser flew at an incredible speed. Can Su Chen react in time? Teacher Zhao's ultimate move is coming. Of course he can. Su Chen is the man who can perceive any signal. The entire class watched in shock and admiration. Su Chen, as if possessing spider-like senses, suddenly raised his left hand and accurately caught the flying blackboard eraser. Teacher. Su Chen's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion, as he sat up straight and placed the eraser back on the desk. At some point, he had already woken up. Zhao Yinglong was stunned and had been caught. Please don't call me so loudly next time, Su Chen said plainly as he stood up with composure. My God, he's practically Superman. As expected of Su Chen, absolutely incredible. I want to learn that move too. Exclamations of amazement echoed around the room. Nearby, Zhu Yu was dumbfounded, then gave a thumbs up. Dude, you're amazing. Zhao Ying Mong squinted his murky eyes. When he threw the blackboard eraser, he had used the strength equivalent to a level 1 3-star ability user, intending to teach Su Chen a lesson. Although level 1 3-star power was a particularly strong, Su Chen was just a student who hadn't awakened any abilities, yet he managed to catch it in his sleep. It was unbelievable, but Su Chen had no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations or any display of power, relying solely on technique. This indicated that he had extraordinary sensory abilities. Or perhaps, predictive abilities. Another possibility crossed Zhao Yinglong's mind. Su Chen's strength might far exceed his own. The thought made him shudder, but he quickly dismissed it. Su Chen was just a non-awakened child. How could he be stronger than an old teacher like him? Zhao Yinglong was deeply shocked and baffled. Su Chen explained everything about abilities, unaware of Zhao Yinglong's suspicions. Su Chen remained composed. This basic question posed no difficulty for him. He knew Zhao was simply giving him an easy way out. The levels of abilities, according to the Blue Star Ability Association standards, are ranked from high to low into 9 levels. They are SS, 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 A, B, C, B, E, F. Abilities are mainly divided into 4 major categories: natural elements, body enhancement, weapon specialization, and divine inheritance. Within the natural elements category, there are subcategories of plant and elemental types. Body enhancement includes animal and self categories. Weapon specialization is divided into weapon and special types. When he reached the final category, Su Chen paused briefly before continuing. Divine inheritance is the most powerful and mysterious. Only those blessed by the gods can awaken it, and it can be passed down through generations. Hearing Su Chen's explanation, Zhao Yinglong's expression softened, and he waved his hand to signal Su Chen to sit down. As soon as Su Chen sat down, Zhu Yu eagerly leaned over with a flattering smile, his eyes brimming with excitement. Zhu Yu started massaging Su Chen's shoulders and legs, speaking hastily. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold back. Su Chen glanced at him inferently from beneath his eyelids, already guessing what Zhu Yu wanted to say. Ahem, Brother Su. Godfather, Zhu Yu exclaimed excitedly. She finally said yes last night. After 3 years, I finally succeeded. It wasn't in vain. Only Zhu Yu himself knew the hardships of the past 3 years. If I hadn't stepped in, spending 2,000 yuan to guarantee a success, he and that girl would likely still be at a standstill. I said nothing more, simply extending my hand and lightly rubbing my thumb against my index and middle fingers. Don't worry, I understand how you feel. Having finally won over the girl he liked, Zhu Yu was ecstatic, patting his chest with confidence. Money was no issue for him. He was ready to empty his wallet. He pulled out his phone and transferred 3,000 yuan to me without hesitation, not batting an eye. 0 yuan, he said, was a spur-of-the-moment bonus for me. I had heard of the girl before. She was quite attractive. After all, Zhu Yu was a young master, and anyone who caught his eye would naturally be good-looking. Unfortunately, She was just a flirt, enjoying his affections while pretending to be disinterested, keeping him on a string. Last night after school, I intentionally stopped her and used a few tricks to make her willingly agree to Xiao. After all, as the old saying goes, you shouldn't let a sincere girl slip away, nor should you let a fickle one get away with it. Young Master Xiao is truly generous, I said, skillfully opening the chat log to accept the transfer. Our chat history was actually quite amusing. Apart from a few conversations, most of it consisted of transaction records. Wednesday night, 30 p.m. Chen, she said she doesn't want to date. What does she mean? It means she doesn't want to date you. 1000.00 accepted. Received. Yesterday 11:43. 500.00 accepted. Received. The chat content was almost entirely transaction records. Alright, stop wasting my time, I said as I propped up my chin. Staring blankly at the words on the blackboard through my mask awakening day, I was lost in thought. Xiao, still brimming with excitement, flashed me an okay gesture before continuing his chat with his recently acquired girlfriend. Time flew by so quickly unconsciously. 18 years had already passed. I slumped over the desk, my expression vacant. As a transmigrator for Earth, I had just finished my usual daily tasks when, by chance, I was transported to this planet with a similarly blue sky blue star. Blue star is several times larger than Earth, with an even greater population. Its civilization and technological level are about the same as Earth's, but the key difference lies in the resurgence of spiritual energy and its entry into an era of advanced martial arts. 1,000 years ago, a giant dimensional gate opened, unleashing hordes of alien beasts. They crushed human civilization with overwhelming power. The once indispensable nuclear weapons were rendered useless, and humanity was no longer the protagonist of the world. Compared to the naturally formidable alien beasts, ordinary people were like clams awaiting slaughter. At the most critical moment, the gods imposed laws, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was revived. From then on, everyone gained the ability to awaken supernatural powers at the age of 18. After thousands of years of development, multiple nations joined forces to establish the Blue Star Association of Supernatural Beings, creating new orders and rules. Supernatural beings are divided into 9 levels, from Tier 1 to Tier 9, with each tier further divided into stars from 1 to 9. Reaching Tier 7 earns one the title of King. Tier 8, Icar in Tier 9, Supreme. Due to the existence of alien beasts, the status of supernatural beings has become incredibly special, especially combat-oriented ones. Not only are they respected, but they also enjoy various privileges, regardless of your capabilities. Before awakening, if you awaken a low-level power, in essence, if you are left with no choice but to take on a desk job role. Conversely, no matter how poor your grades, how bad your reputation, or how hard your life is, as long as you awaken a high-level power, you will instantly become the center of attention, vying for resources and training, quickly rising as a dazzling star. In most cases, powers are inherited from one's parents. Whatever your parents are like, you're likely the same. Only a very few lucky individuals, children of destiny, are specially favored. Their powers breaking limits, mutating, reverting to ancestral traits, or gaining heaven-defying opportunities. They would remain constrained, never able to rise. After all, the greatest dividing line in this world is the moment of birth. Come to think of it, being born is truly a skillful art. Luck often matters more than effort. This is deeply unfair for ordinary people. But there's no helping it where in the world is absolute fairness. Blue Star 1T stop spinning just because one person is missing. Tomorrow is awakening day, I thought to myself. I wonder what kind of power I'll awaken. My dad seems really strong. Thinking of this, the red glow beneath my mask flickered faintly, a mix of emotions churning within me. I am not like those orphan protagonists in novels. To be precise, my situation is more like having a king-level fathers, or rather, I am an accident. Memories of the moment I transmigrated flooded my mind. Perhaps due to transmigration, my soul's strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. I could feel that my half-brother and I were stolen by a man in a black robe. My father pursued us relentlessly. Why? Because besides me, there was also a biological brother. In the end, the black-robed man was caught, but weary of my father's strife. He proposed a deal, let him go, and he returned the children. Father agreed. However, the black-robed man was deceitful. He suddenly pulled out a talisman and opened a dimensional gate. He tossed my brother back to my father and took me through the portal. Father caught my brother, but naturally cowed until he allowed me to be taken away. They dark strike shot out, but it was too late. The black-robed man, while under attack, fully entered the dimensional gate. The gate, disrupted, fractured into countless slits. Ultimately, the black-robed man was torn to pieces by the space rift, while I, by some stroke of luck, managed to survive. In my previous life, I was an orphan. Pure luck brought me to this world. I thought that with both parents present, I could finally experience unparalleled warmth. Yet, to my surprise, my destiny remained as lonely and unsupported as in my past life. A cold breeze blew the sunset was solitary. With a bitter smile on my face, my heart felt heavy. I had inevitably fallen into a pitch-black space rift. After floating in endless darkness for what seemed like an eternity, I was greeted by a ray of light. The smell of blood hit me sharply. A gentle yet reproachful, concerned, and tender female voice rang in my ears. Who could be so cruel as to abandon such a small child in the Death Mountains? The voice sounded young, then. I felt myself cradled in soft arms, the scent of blood growing even stronger. Is she injured? I wondered to myself. Since fate has brought us together, it means we are connected. I'll take you home. There's no one around here. If it would be terrible if you were eaten by a beast. My last name is Su. Hey, you'll take my last name too. I'll call you Su Chen. Little Su Chen, your face is so fair and tender. Super cute. All chubby, feels so nice to touch. Gray eyes, so beautiful. Born blind. From now on, I'll be your second pair of eyes. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth into a smile. Images flashed through his mind like a slideshow, and time flowed by like water. That day, he was in school attending class as usual. Through the window, he felt the dampness in the air, and the smell of rain made his chest inexplicably heavy. His mood grew restless and uneasy. Finally, a notification he'd been waiting for 18 years echoed in his mind. Ding, pay-to-win lottery system activated. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the beginner's gift pack Sharingan. Sharingan from the world of Naruto, the same eyes as Sasuke, containing partial power of Indra. Sharingan? It was actually the eyes of the bereft Sasuke. His breathing tightened suddenly, and he chose to fuse without hesitation. Could the Sharingan work for someone born blind? In the moment of fusion, his heart was full of worry, afraid that these eyes still wouldn't allow him to see the world. But in the end, his concerns were unnecessary. A surge of violent power poured into his eyes. They burned so fiercely it felt like they were on fire. He stiffly turned his head to look out the window, trembling hands slowly removing his eye patch. His eyelashes quivered slightly as Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. The originally gray pupils had turned crimson, each eye bearing a single tomo spinning slowly. Even with just one tomo Sharingan, he could see the overcast sky, the drizzle tapping softly on the leaves of the campus trees. The rustling sound it all came into view. Thinking back on the hardships of so many years, a cool breeze swept by. He murmured softly, "It's just these trials and tribulations." Regaining his sight brought no overwhelming joy into his face, as the sense of oppression still lingered in his heart. It wasn't until the school bell rang that he swiftly replaced the eye patch, packed his bag, and hurried out of the classroom toward the school gate. Suddenly, his phone rang. Halting his steps, "Hello, who is this?" he answered. "Hello, are you a family member of Su Qingyan?" A crisp female voice on the other end asked. "Yes. What's wrong?" Su Chen frowned deeply. The question brought to mind a weight and unease in his chest, and a bad premonition swept over him. The next moment, the words from the other end made his pupils dilate sharply, leaving him frozen like a statue. "Please come to the city hospital's emergency department immediately. Miss Su Qingyan's condition is very serious." "Hello, sir?" Coming back to his senses, he solemnly replied, "I'm on my way." Hanging up, he flagged down a taxi and rushed to the hospital. Saw the suffocating feeling in his chest had a reason. Su Qingyan, who had raised him, was in trouble. Furrowing his brows tightly, his heart burned with urgency. "Driver, please hurry." The driver, noticing the address and his expression, said nothing and slammed the accelerator. A 15-minute doctor took only 10 minutes. Su Chen threw down 100 yuan bill and dashed into the hospital. Faster, faster. His heart was in chaos as his legs carried him desperately toward the hospital room. Inside the room, two figures in white coats stood. Their eyes were fixed on the woman lying on the hospital bed. Her heart is severely damaged, and her life is fading quickly. If she'd arrived 10 minutes earlier, there might have been hope. The lead doctor sighed, regret filling his eyes. The other doctor silently held a life maintenance device glowing green. The faint life disseminating from it continuously flowed into the woman on the bed. The woman, gentle and intellectual, young and beautiful, now lay in a hospital gown. Her face pale and lips colorless, seemingly on the verge of death. She looked like a wilting rose, barely held together by the green light. Yet her eyes remained fixed on the tightly closed door of the hospital room. Suddenly, the door opened. Mom Su. A school uniform boy wearing a black eye approached in hastily. At that moment, the figure he longed for appeared before him. Filled with urgency and worry, reached his ears. Su Chen stepped up to the bedside, staring at the frail Su Qingyan lying there. Hardly able to believe it, his whole body felt as though it had fallen into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably. No, impossible. It refused to believe that the woman before him, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, was Su Qingyan. The thing he feared most had actually come to pass. Seeing Su Chen, Su Qingyan's eyes softened, her gaze filled with deep affection and reluctance. The lead doctor signaled to the other doctor, and the two silently left the room. Before leaving, the woman casted a dazzling beam of light on Su Qingyan, then departed as well, leaving the remaining time to them. Memories, like a slideshow, played in Su Chen's mind. Scenes replayed before his eyes. Su Chen, don't be afraid. I will definitely cure your eyes, even if I have to travel the entire world. Under the starry sky, a young mother held the hand of a little boy as they sat on a porch bench. She gently stroked his head, clenched her fist with confidence, and her face was full of determination. What if they can't be cured? A little boy, long accustomed to a life of blindness, asked softly. Then, when I die, I'll give you my corneas, she said without hesitation, her voice tender yet resolute. The little boy shuddered, his dark hair falling over his bright eyes. He wanted to say he'd already adapted to the darkness, and there was no need for such a sacrifice, but the words stuck in his throat, as if a giant hand, named Love, was choking him into silence. It's such a pity, I never managed to cure your eyes in the end. Lying in bed, Su Qingyan spoke with difficulty, her voice faltering. Yet when she uttered the words, cure your eyes, her tone was unexpectedly fluent and firm. This matter was too important to her. She didn't know how many times she had repeated those words, in her thoughts and aloud. The baby she had once rescued from the brink of death. But once she found him at Deadly Mountains, the child who had no blood connection to her, the one born blind, she had treated him as her own son. Su Chen felt like he'd been struck by lightning. His body trembled violently, and he suddenly came to his senses. I can see. Sumong, I can truly see. Look, I can see. You don't have to die. I don't need your corneas. I just need you to live. As he spoke, he crouched down, removed his black eye patch, and grasped Su Qingyan's cold hands with his trembling ones. It was the first time he'd truly seen her. He hadn't expected that after regaining his sight, the first person he'd see would be his gravely ill mother. Why? Su Chen silently screamed in his heart, angrily questioning fate. He could finally see. But why was the other pair of eyes beside him destined to close forever? If only he were strong enough, Su Qingyan wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. Perhaps the situation would be entirely different now. He needed strength, absolute strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect anything. Watching helplessly as the most cherished, the closest person to him hovered on the brink of death, and being powerless to stop it was unbearable. Emotions surged within him, and his eyes throbbed with intense pain. Blood mixed with tears gushed from his sockets. A single tomo sharing and suddenly appeared, followed shortly by a second. This was only the beginning, with no obstacles in the way. In his crimson eyes, a third tomo emerged, slowly rotating around the pupil. They intertwined, merged, and spread outward. In an instant, an intricate hexagram pattern took shape, a unique design exclusive to the mange K sharing it. Su Chen had no idea how much strength it took to awaken a single tomo. But looking at his adoptive mother, but was as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. He would rather sacrifice these eyes, symbols of loss, if only it could make her well again. Such beautiful eyes. So King Yan's trembling hands rested on Su Chen's face. Her pale fingers gently wiped away his crimson ears. No, don't cry. Little Su Chen. It seems our fate has reached its end. My life is nearing its conclusion. Promise me, with these beautiful eyes of yours, continue to see the rest of the world for me. After saying this, as if using up all her remaining strength, Su King Yan's hands slowly fell. She gazed at Su Chen with a faint smile, her eyes, as if speaking, silently recounted their shared memories. Gentleness, affection, sorrow, reluctance, regret, and acceptance, all these emotions flashed through her gaze. All right, I promise you. Hearing his promise, the corners of Su King Yan's bloodless lips lifted slightly. Her dim eyes closed. Satisfied, Su Chen stared intently at the woman before him, as if trying to etch her image deeply into his memory. Dark clouds obscured the sky, lightning occasionally tearing through the heavens, illuminating the world in fleeting moments. The air seemed to be weighed down by a heavy shadow, and everything had lost its color. Boom! Thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down like madness. A figure, dressed in the uniform of City No. 1 high school, walked out of the hospital gate with a dazed expression. Rain soaked his black hair, which hung heavily in front of his eyes. His silhouette was lonely and desolate. In an unnoticed corner, beneath the black eye patch, a pair of brilliant eyes brimmed with tears, which merged with the rain and rolled down his face. He walked like a lifeless shell, numb, slowly heading home. He had no idea how much time had passed until he heard the sound of a door unlocking. Su Chen then realized he had arrived home. He couldn't recall when he had left the hospital room, nor when he had departed the hospital, or even when he had returned home. In his mind, that scene replayed endlessly. For a long while, he sighed silently. In his ears, old Zhao's voice echoed. Classmates, go home early and rest well today. Don't wander around. If you miss tomorrow's awakening ceremony because you can't get up, you'll have nowhere to cry. Thus recalled the information related to the awakening ceremony. Every country places great importance on awakening abilities, almost as significant as the college entrance exam in his previous life. There's absolutely no chance of oversleeping on such a day. Attendance is checked, and anyone absent will receive a call from the education department. Not answering the call, within 10 minutes. A car from the department will be at your doorstep. So, old Zhao's words were just meant to scare people. The school bell rang. Chen, want to hit the internet cafe and relax for a bit? Juyu, sitting beside him, paid no heed to old Zhao's warnings. He outright dismissed old Zhao's alarmist remarks, even mocking him. No, the internet cafe is too noisy. Let me go home, and we can play together there. All right. At Jin Shenglong Wan. Inside an old apartment, the sound of keyboard clacking echoed through the spacious room. Intense in-game battles played through the headphones. Handsome Zhu Xiao. How did this healer get into the game? Can't he even walk properly? My head was in a mess at just a game. Who cares how someone plays? He wasn't he talking about you, was he? Both of you are at the bottom of the rankings. First and second worst. A broken down card wasn't he get to criticize others. Handsome Zhu Xiao spoke up again. I got heated and retorted, so what? Zhu Xiao snapped, what do you mean, so what? Look at yourself before you speak. You raise such trash that even the girl you brought along outperforms you. You ray worse than a dog who picked up this idiot. Su Chen listened calmly to Zhu Xiao's tirade, while deftly removing his headphones and casually tossing his mask onto the computer desk, revealing a pair of eyes that others had never seen before. His black pupils were like a clear spring of night, deep and serene. Ever since he had unlocked the eternal mange Kyo sharing An, he could control it at will, unlike others who cowed and he turned it off, causing awkwardness and inconvenience. More importantly, unless he actively revealed it, no one could detect his ability. At most, someone very powerful might feel that his eyes were a bit unusual. The game mess ending screen popped up, and the noise in his headphones gradually faded. He put the headphones back on. Zhu suddenly called out. Chen. Su Chen replied. Zhu Yu. I just logged in and saw that your girlfriend is duo queuing with another guy. Su Chen responded nonchalantly. Zhu Yu was incredulous. Just that girl is the timing, and Ray still dating her. Su Chen said coldly, because she asked really useful. The moment he said that, the headphones fell silent, leaving only the game mess background music. Zhu Yu was stunned. Taking a moment to recover weight. You only added her as a friend yesterday. What could she have possibly done for you? Take a look at this. Chen said inferiorly, picking up his phone from the desk and snapping a photo of a loot crate. He sent it to Zhu Yu. The photo showed a box with a huge emblem and a bunch of English words. But what caught the eye were the 4 digits 5090, without a B. The headset went silent again, as if the sound had been cut off, but Chen clearly wasn't done with you yet. He asked, "Did your girlfriend ever give you something like a 5090? In the silence, the game-esque background music suddenly played. Zhu Yu's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and he jumped in frustration. This was beyond awkward. Zhu Yu, flustered and furious, chased after Chen with curses, his face burning. Chen continued to press, "Has your girlfriend ever given you even one gift?" Zhu Yu was speechless, his heart stinging. You've chased her for 3 years, poured so much emotion into it, and it's always been one-sided. Have you ever received anything in return? Ji hurriedly argued, "The gun skin I am holding was a gift from her. Don't bad with her." Chen replied calmly, "If I recall correctly, that gun skin was free, wasn't it?" Zhu Yu stammered, "She promised me." You've given so much, relying solely on her empty promises for comfort. Isn't this relationship just a trap? Getting hurt while clinging to delusions. Jiu finally surrendered. "Bro, stop it. I am done. I am logging off." With a nose wreathed like a clowness, Jiu chose to exit the game. At that moment, he became the biggest joke on the table, the clown of the circus. Watching Zhu Yu actually log off, Chen slowly stood up, stretched, and collapsed heavily onto the soft bed. System, open the panel. Host Chen. Age 18. Ability 6-winged, Holy Angel Unawakened. Eternal Mange Kyo, sharing an SSS. Level Tier 2, 9 stars. Soul Realm Perfected. Innate Talent. Eternal Mange Kyo Anatoriza. K.A. Gutsuchai, Susan No-O. Weapon None. Assets. 50,000 DSC coins. 2 grade soul recover pills. 1 grade 3 curse stabilizing pill. UP lottery tickets. J-Ro Tier 2. 9 stars already close to Tier 3. A solid performance. The Soul Realm is divided into 3 major levels. Mortal, Spirit, and Heaven. The cultivation of soul power is further divided into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and perfected. His soul power had already reached Spirit Realm Perfected, far surpassing the majority. Many ordinary team raid ability users can't even achieve Spirit Realm in their soul power. Thus, purely in terms of soul power, he had already reached the level of an ordinary 8th tier ability user. The gap between the 9th and 8th tiers was immense, not only in terms of physical evolution but also in the transformation of the soul. The soul power of every 9th tier ability user was at least at the early stage of the heavenly realm. Aside from those who had awakened soul-related abilities, there were almost no shortcuts for others to enhance their soul power. Therefore, for ordinary people, becoming a 9th tier powerhouse was nothing short of a pipe dream. As for why he, at the 2nd tier, possessed soul power comparable to the peak of the soul realm, most of it stemmed from the background of his transmognification. It was because he had the eternal mange Kyo sharing it. This was also why he could withstand Zhao Yin Long's specialized attack. From the day his eyes awakened, in just 2 months, he had transformed from an ordinary person into a 2nd tier 9-star ability user. And the remaining 90% was due to the powerful support of the system. Looking inward, he could see 9 golden apertures within his body, gleaming with powerful soul energy. His body continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was compressed, tempered, and converted into soul power through his ability, stored within him for use in unleashing talents and combat skills. Now, as long as he opened a spiritual vein, he would officially step into the 3rd tier domain. It was well known that only by awakening an ability could one begin cultivation and become a true ability user. But he defied the natural order, all because of his eternal mange Kyo sharing in. This was considered his 2nd ability, granted by the system rather than a naturally awakened one. Normally, only those who had awakened abilities could cultivate using them. This was common knowledge. But no one said they couldn't awaken abilities in advance. Moreover, he had another yet-to-be awakened ability, a 6-winged angel ability, which was his original innate ability. Although he didn't know its level yet, Chen estimated it to be incredibly high. The eternal mage Kyo sharing and was an evolution he achieved with persistent effort over 2 months, using an ability evolution card drawn from the system. Now he no longer feared overusing his eyes and going blind. The system mess Gacha function, as the name implied, required him to spend money to draw prizes. It was very similar to some exploitative games from his previous life. The system had 3 sections: the Gacha age, the mission page, and the personal panel. The Gacha page offered 3 levels: low tier, mid tier, the high tier, along with a special UP Gacha. Prizes were divided into 4 grades: blue, purple, gold, and red. The low tier draw cost 5,000 yuan each, with a guaranteed purple grade prize after 80 draws, and mid-tier draw cost 10,000 yuan each, with a guaranteed gold grade prize after 80 draws. A high draw cost 100,000 yuan each, with a guaranteed red grade prize after 80 draws. The UP Gacha required UP tickets, guaranteeing the featured UP prize after 10 draws. Note: once the guaranteed prize is obtained early, the draw count resets. A UP prize is always red grade, and the draw count is shared across all UP banners until the prize is obtained. Completing missions could earn UP tickets. Over the past 2 months, apart from the UP tickets that could only be obtained through missions, he had nearly exhausted the other 3 Gacha pools. He had drawn 40 times in the low-tier pool, 40 times in the mid-tier pool, 60 times in the high-tier pool, and had any touched the UP Gacha. Aside from the first time he spent money on 10 raw and got an ability evolution card, he had spent a total of 660 Shenro Great Joy Yuan, but had never pulled anything substantial. He suspected there was something fishy within the system accountancy to feed bad luck. The mission page had always been grayed out and locked until just now. After 2 months, it finally lit up. UP mission released achieve first place in the National College Entrance Examination. Chen immediately chose accept without hesitation. After all, he was already planning to take the college entrance exam, and securing the top spot was hardly out of the question. However, thinking about the specific rules of the college entrance exam, Chen calmly helped but furrow his brow. He knew that while the exam questions were indeed difficult, the process could be quite troublesome. In previous years, candidates who awakened their abilities had to take the Great Shaw National Entrance Exam within 2 months. The most powerful among them had only reached the second tier 3-star level, and even that was due to various favorable factors. Take, for instance, an SS grade ability user from a prominent family. He had the support of one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital and a 9th-tier supreme father, with access to family resources, including potions, spiritual materials, and rare treasures, as well as elite family guardians accompanying him on life-and-death training exercises. His conditions were unparalleled. Without the establishment of cultivation techniques, abilities were the foundation of their training. The level of one's ability to determine the speed at which they absorb spiritual energy, their efficiency in conversion, and the amount of internal energy they could store. Although SSS grade abilities seemed only 1 level higher than SS grade, the gap was unimaginably vast, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. In this world, strife was everything. A higher level ability allowed one to easily crush lower level opponents. By comparison, Chen only had an SS grade ability, and his cultivation speed was slow. After all, over the past 2 months, he had barely had time to train, being preoccupied with finding ways to make money. With these resources, others could only reach tier 2, 3 stars. But if Chen had the same conditions, let alone tier 2, 9 stars, he might already be at tier 3, 9 stars by now. Simply put, the strength gap was significantly severe. Others were not comparable to him. An orphan, aside from the house left by his late mother and 600,000 yuan in savings, Chen had nothing else. Completely alone and helpless. But the system was his greatest advantage. He had trained 2 months in advance, which was like a father beating his son, an overwhelmingly crushing advantage. The troublesome part, as he saw it, was that to become the top scorer nationwide in Gacha, he first needed to be the top scorer in Lynn province. Then, he would have to join the 2nd and 3rd place winners, along with the top 3 from other provinces, to go to the imperial capital to participate in the provincial team ranking competition. After the ranking competition, there would be a 3-day break, and then the provincial champions could begin the national individual ranking competition. This meant he needed to find more teammates to form a team. This was because not everyone could awaken combat-related abilities. There were also support, healing, and other special abilities. Cooperation among different types of ability users could yield results far greater than simple addition. Over the past 3 years, Chen had made two connections. One was his financial supporter, Zhu Yu, who was the main provider of wealth for the pay-to-win lottery system, contributing an income of 60,000 dajiyuan in just 2 months. The other was Zhu Yu and Chen's exclusive chef, Ling Yu. Whenever he thought of Ling Yu, Chen always felt a bit of pity. The three had met by chance a year ago. At that time, Zhu Yu had taken Chen to eat at a restaurant where peers worked part-time. Learning that the head chef was a young man about their age, Zhu became very interested. Upon meeting Lynn and finding out he was in financial need, Zhu immediately invited him to be his exclusive chef. Lynn would be responsible for 3 meals and desserts daily, with food and lodging included, and a base salary of 50,000. Lynn was so happy he almost cried on the spot, feeling like he had met a benefactor. Because Zhu often invited Chen to his home, Chen became quite familiar with Ling Yu. Chen was surprised to learn that Ling Yu not only worked part-time after school but also had excellent grades. City No. 1 high school was not an institution anyone could just enter. It required either a wealthy family background or outstanding academic performance. Lin Yu happened to be one of those with excellent grades, but a difficult economic situation, working so hard it was admirable. His family simply could not afford to send him to City No. 1 high school, proving his academic performance was truly exceptional. This also left Chen puzzled. Could Ling Yu be naturally gifted, or could he have been cheating? This question lingered in his mind. So, who is the real protagonist here? The critical issue now was what kind of abilities Zhu Yu and Ling Yu would awaken tomorrow. If they awaken high-level abilities, that would be fantastic. It would save Chen some effort. If they awaken low-level abilities, then he would have to use some tricks to get through. After all, it was an individual ranking competition, and teaming up was prohibited. Aside from the 2 mandatory solo battles in the imperial capital, all other provincial exams involved hunting exotic beasts. Killing exotic beasts earned corresponding points for ranking purposes. Forget about yesterday. Now you're in front of me. I want to love. Please give me a chance. At 6:57 p.m., the phone suddenly rang. Chen frowned and rubbed his chin. Who would be calling at this time? So unpredictable. Answering the call, Zhu Yu's loud voice shouted, "Chen, come downstairs. You and I are already outside your building." Beep beep beep. Before Chen could respond, Zhu Yu hung up. Chen opened his mouth, looking helpless. He had planned to have a good rest tonight, but it seemed that was going to happen. If he didn't go down, his door would probably be blown open within 5 minutes. Forget it. He changed clothes, opened the door, and went downstairs. As soon as he stepped out of the building, he saw 2 figures standing by the entrance. Chubai or one on the left was Zhu Yu, the taller, slimmer one with a clean and handsome face and a radiant, sunny smile was Ling Yu. Yo, long time no see, Chen. Long time no see. You, Chen replied with a smile. He had to admit, Ling Yu's smile was particularly infectious. Like a little sun. Let us go, we'll talk on the way. Zhu Yu eagerly pulled the 2 of them toward the exit of a residential area. All right, the 3 of them chatted naturally while walking. It had to be said, out of the 3, 2 were quite good looking. As for who the odd one out was, well, that was hard to say. At 7:34 p.m., at the JIUFVI Cafe. As always, Fei. 3 large iced Americanos with extra ice. Zhu Yu shouted loudly at the front desk as soon as they entered. Then, he led Chen to their usual spot. What should we do, Chen? We're right counting on you now, Zhu Yu said. His round face scrunched into a bitter expression, his eyes filled with expectation as he stared at Chen. Me too, Ling Yu added shyly, scratching his head. All right, we're all buddies here. Chen waved it off nonchalantly. Taking a sip of coffee, he had already planned for this, and it was convenient that Zhu Yu and Ling Yu agreed. You're practically my savior. Chen. Zhu Yu beamed with joy as soon as Chen agreed, without hesitation. A dramatic twist. Ling Yu nodded emphatically, agreeing with Zhu Yu. Their confidence in Chen's strength stemmed mainly from the fact that only a few of them were privy to the secret of his eyes. Over a month had passed. But those kaleidoscope-like eyes, as exquisite as works of art, remained unforgettable, compared to hoping for some incredible ability to awaken tomorrow. Clinging tightly to Su Chen seemed like the better option. After all, he had never met his father in person, only in photographs. Perhaps he might awaken some earth-shattering ability, but that was merely a possibility. Another person who had already witnessed his father's prowess. Have little hope. For them, it was better to stick with Su Chen. The three of them finished their coffee, had some barbecue with a bit of beer, and finally went for a foot massage. By evening, back at home, Su Chen changed into his pajamas and lay on the bed. Feeling bored, he picked up his phone. I was about to scroll through Dewey and uncheck if my favorite streamer had updated anything. But just as I opened my phone, a transfer notification for Xiao Yu popped up. Clicking on it, I saw Xiao Yu had transferred me 50. Giro de Axia coins. The message read, Chen, I'm counting on you. If I can rank in the top 3, my dad will give me a hefty bonus, and we'll split it. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy really treated me like an outsider, even paying an advance deposit. Nevertheless, I decisively clicked to accept the payment and replied smoothly. Boss Yu, you're too generous. After all, money is money. And feelings are feelings. Who doesn't like receiving read envelopes? Counting my own 50,000, I now had 100. Giro de Axia coins. Enough for 10 advanced draws. I've already done 60 draws and firmly believe there's no need to wait until 80 for a top 2 item. Alright. 10 advanced draws. Surprise me. Ding. Obtain 10 Supreme Spirit Stones Blue. 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 Ding. Obtain Grade to Spirit Recovery Pill 1 Blue. Ding. Obtain Grade to Spirit Recovery Pill 1 Blue. Ding. Obtain Grade 3 Rejuvenation Pill 1 Blue. Ding. Obtain Grade 3 Meridian Opening Pill 1 Purple. Ding. Obtain Grade for Vitality Pill 1 Gold. In summary, the first IROS yielded either Spirit Stones or various pills. While the Meridian Opening Pill and Vitality Pill were of decent quality, they still didn't reach the level of a grand prize. I noticed that this world doesn't have pills, only similar potions. Previously, with Su King Yan's help, I had consumed an E-grade potion, which was considered mid-tier. However, the effects of these grade 2 pills far surpassed E-grade potions. They weren't even in the same league. With these pills, I could completely save on buying potions. Additionally, the prize levels in this draw pool can change. Supreme Spirit Stones and Grade to Spirit Recovery pills would be purple quality in the immediate draw pool. But here comes the final draw. Can I get a red tier item? I really don't want to rely on the guaranteed pity system. Ding. Obtained SS grade weapon. Optimized flame fan raid. Finally, a big win. I have been lying down but instantly sat upright. Flame fan? Could it be the one I'm thinking of? The iconic weapon of the Ukiah clan, Madara's fan? Optimized flame fan. A defective product casually forged by an unknown master. Can reflect any attack, except soul-based ones, within the major realms of the wielder. I grinned. This item would definitely be a major help. Thinking about it, I lowered my left hand. And a broad, heavy, jade-like gourd-shaped fan appeared in my hand. It doesn't quite match the fan I remember from Madara. My fan was entirely pristine white, with no tomo decorations, and the handle lacked a chain. Note the flame fan's color and pattern can be customized once. Not bad at all. At Lynn City, Longhu Bay, inside a luxurious villa in the affluent district. Have you made up your mind? Are you sure you want to swallow this drop of blood? Sitting on an opulent sofa, a middle-aged man looked serious, his voice low and grave, staring intently at the drop of crimson blood in his hand. Though small, this drop of blood weighed heavily on both father and son. Yes, father, I am ready. The chubby boy's expression was serious, his eyes showing a mix of struggle and determination. Good, that's my son. I believe you can succeed. With that, the middle-aged man handed him the test tube. Without hesitation, the chubby boy swallowed it in one gulp. At Lynn City Hospital. Inpatient department. Your father will protect you. An elderly woman with silver hair and a pale complexion lay on the hospital bed. Her wrinkled right hand slowly clenched as she spoke weakly. In the imperial capital. Within the solemn and majestic Su residence. a resplendent light-decorated room. In the room, a graceful figure lay lazily on an expensive pink bed. One slender hand rested behind her head, and her long, fair legs were elegantly crossed. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her skin smooth and radiant like jade. Her captivating, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with allure. With a unique tear-shaped mole at the corner of her left eye, she was as pure as snow, as enchanting as fire and natural beauty. Her tall, voluptuous figure boasted flawless curves, and her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her chest. Who would have thought? She murmured softly, I've been reborn to the day before the awakening day. It's unbelievable. She was Su Shi, the daughter of the current head of the Su family. She had been reborn, returning to this very morning. In her previous lives, Su Shi possessed unparalleled talent, achieving breakthrough after breakthrough, surpassing the ninth tier restrictions and stepping into the vast and mysterious cosmos, eventually reaching the Divine King realm. At the pinnacle of the universe, Divine King was a title of the strongest. However, she was betrayed by her most trusted friend, her location exposed, and ambushed by 3 other kings. Among humanity, those who reached the Divine King realm were old kings in the beast race. They became ancestors in the demon race, and were known as emperors, facing 3 kings. She fought back with all her might, defeating the kings and 1 emperor, severely wounding an ancestor, but ultimately, she fell with regret and fury. But she didn't care. This time she would personally ensure those traitors paid in blood, including the wretched betrayer. Su Shi's expression turned icy, her deadly intent palpable. She took a deep breath, calming herself. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her icy demeanor softened as her killing intent dissipated bit by bit. I wonder how that jerk is doing now. The next morning, just as the sun rose, the sky was crystal clear. At the first high school of Lynn Ant City, the Awakening Plaza was bustling with people. The 20 senior classes were evenly lined up, waiting in order. 15 military officers, both men and women, stood sternly in front of the Awakening Stone. They had been dispatched by the nation as Awakening officials to oversee the ceremony. Chen, I'm so nervous. What do I do? Zhu Yu's voice trembled, his chubby cheeks quivering slightly. Me too, Lynn Yu said nervously, staring at the Awakening Stone not far away. Take a deep breath. It's normal to be nervous, I replied with a faint smile, my tone light. Students, the principal's voice silenced the crowd, marking the official start of the Awakening ceremony. When your name is called, please step forward promptly. Zhao Dizong, an Awakening official, called loudly. From the first class's lineup, a boy walked up nervously yet excitedly, placing one hand on the Awakening Stone, and flames erupted from his body. B-level elemental power spirit flame, the Awakening official said with an approving glance. Zhao Dizong returned to his group, his face beaming with excitement. The instructor Zhao Lao nodded with a smile. Not bad. Work hard these next 2 months, and you might get into one of the top 4 universities. One by one, students stepped forward to awaken. Ding CI. C-level body power. Partial amplification. Wow, that's awesome. I want that power too, someone exclaimed. So far, over 30 students had awakened. Among them, only 1 had an S-level power, 3 had A-level, and 6 had B-level. The rest were mostly C-level and D-level. The S-level awakener was the class president, a close confidant of Zhao Lao, who always tried to curry favor with him. He became even more arrogant. Time ticked by, and fewer students remained. Zhu Yu. Hearing his name, Zhu Yu's face froze, his cheeks jiggling as he rushed forward. Buzz. As soon as his hand touched the Awakening Stone, the stone erupted in a blinding red light. The crimson glow engulfed his entire body. Suddenly, the initially clear sky turned overcast, dark clouds spreading across the horizon. All eyes turned toward Zhu Yu, who stood before the Awakening Stone. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Zhu Yu's body began to transform, and his face strikingly handsome. His jet black hair instantly turned a vibrant blood red. With a tearing sound, his once dark eyes turned to sinister crimson, glowing with malevolent energy. Without warning, a pair of large, jet-black bat wings burst through his uniform, lifting him into the air as a shadowy figure. And his sharp, blood-red nails gleamed ominously. His wings flapped once, suspending him mid-air. His blood-red hair flowed in the wind, exuding an eerie charm as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Slowly spreading his arms, countless vampire bats seemed to answer his call, swarming from all directions to circle around him. The crowd was dumbfounded, staring in awe. Zhu Yu's dazzling transformation. This commotion is even bigger than the class president's SSS-level awakening. Could be SSS-level? Awakeners with powers above S-level usually undergo significant physical changes. The class president just changed his hair color, but Zhu Yu looks like a completely different person. Holy crap, SS-level, Zhu Yu's going to soar to new heights. Exactly. And he's so handsome now. I should have said yes to him earlier. In the sky, Zhu Yu's scarlet pupils still gleamed with joy. And an overwhelming sense of oppression quickly spread. Feeling this pressure, the square instantly fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Is this SS level? That's right, only SS levels have such an aura. The awakening officer, the first to recover, forced himself to appear calm, though his voice trembled slightly. SS level animal type ability vampire. SS level. SS level vampire. Zhu Yu is soaring to the top now. Exactly, with his family's background, he can choose any of the 4 top academies in the future, said the excited school leader on the stage. Their school hadn't seen an SS-level genius in years. An S-level was already considered strong in the Lynn province, but on a national level, it wasn't much. Now that Zhu Yu had awakened as an SS-level vampire, he might secure a good ranking in the provincial team selection 2 months later. This could help Lynn province obtain more national resources. If he could break into the top 10 in a national individual competition, that would be even more impressive. The top 3, that was almost unthinkable, after all. Lynn was just a remote border province, and its spiritual energy and resources couldn't compare to major cities like the imperial capital, magic capital, Huizhou, or Shenzhen. They were inherently at a disadvantage. How could they compete with true geniuses? Cheat, dream on. Everyone buzzed with discussion. In the sky, after showing off enough of his cool moves, Zhu Yu flashed back to Chen's side. With a single thought, the traits of a vampire disappeared instantly. Zhu Yu had now completed a successful transformation. Not only was his hair dyed red, but his face had become more handsome, his eyes adorned red-colored lenses, and his figure now all in slender. Little fatty. Not bad, huh? Didn't expect this. Chen stared at Zhu Yu in amazement, his eyes scanning him up and down through his visor. Zhu Yu carried an indescribable aura of blood energy, which both surprised and puzzled Chen. Normally, Zhu Yu's father was a vampire back, not a vampire. So logically, Zhu Yu should have awakened a vampire bat ability. But now he had awakened as a vampire. Could it be a case of atavism? Despite his confusion, Chen didn't ask further. Everyone had their own secrets. Chen, I'm not fat. Zhu Yu looked at Chen helplessly, his eyes full of grievance. Next, Lin. Under the encouraging gazes of Chen and Zhu Yu, Lin swallowed hard and resolutely walked toward the awakening platform. Buzz. As he placed his hand on the awakening stone, a dazzling blue light suddenly burst forth. This blue light was on par with the red glow from Zhu Yu's awakening. And another SS level, the awakening officer exclaimed in shock. A splitting headache overwhelmed me, and I couldn't help but shout out loud. This feeling was like experiencing a bizarre nightmare. Over all my years of overseeing awakenings, I had never encountered anyone who could awaken to SS-level abilities simultaneously. In an instant, ice blue light engulfed me. The once gloomy sky suddenly began to snow. A thin layer of frost formed on the ground, and the air turned freezing cold, causing the onlookers to sneeze incessantly. Ice blue brilliancy erupted from my body. My muscles swelled dramatically, and my forehead kept shifting. My jet black short hair quickly turned ice blue, and a clearly defined king character appeared on my forehead. My eyes became radiant and ice blue, till sharp fangs emerged from my mouth, and pure white fur grew on my hands, with sharp ice blades extending from our palms. An aura of dominance, like that of a king among beasts, radiated from me. With such a transformation, there was no doubt I had awakened through SS-level abilities. What's going on? Aren't SS-level abilities supposed to be incredibly rare? How come he awakened back-to-back? Yeah, we haven't seen an SS-level ability here in 10 years. Could this be the so-called golden era from novels? As everyone engaged in heated discussions, the awakening officer finally snapped out of his daze and announced loudly, SS-level animal type ability Ice Soul Mystic Tiger. Even though everyone had mentally prepared themselves, hearing this confirmed news still left them utterly stunned. I, on the other hand, went back to Chen's side. Looks like Zhu Yu isn't the only one soaring. Ling Yu am not bad either. Don't forget about Su Chen. Huh? What do you mean? Think about it. Su Chen has the best relationship with Zhu Yu and Ling Yu. Now that they've both awakened SSS-level abilities, even if Su Chen only awakens an F-level ability, they surely wouldn't leave her behind, right? True, good point. But how could Su Chen only awaken an F-level ability? Who knows? There might be a surprise. Lower your voice, let Su Chen hear you. Without turning his head, Su Chen glanced at the classmates behind him. You guys should step farther back, standing behind me. You think I can't hear you? The two of them laughed awkwardly and quickly moved farther away. They weren't afraid of Su Chen himself, but after their remarks, the vampire and ice tiger flanking Su Chen had shot them menacing glares. Su Chen smirked mischievously and turned to meet their smug expressions head-on. "Saw Chen, how's it? Are we cool or what?" I chuckled softly and gave a thumbs up. Incredibly cool. Zhu Yu, brimming with confidence, held his forehead dramatically. Cool, just one word. I have one. Only once. I sighed helplessly, regretting a bit that I had ever gotten to know this guy. Give you a little sunshine, and you just shined brightly. I unceremoniously kicked Zhu Yu, but he dodged with ease. Next, it's my turn. As I stepped toward the awakening platform, I felt a pairs of eyes full of encouragement on me. Zhu Yu patted his chest like a loyal brother, saying, "Go for it, Chen. Even if it's just an F-grade ability, we'll carry you forward." Ling Yu nodded solemnly in support. I waved them off without a word, turning my back and stepping onto the awakening platform, placing my hand on the awakening stone. A terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire venue. Everyone felt a deep-seated fear, their souls trembling. Boom! The sky roared as my entire body erupted with a dazzling golden beam of light. The beam shot straight into the clouds, instantly dispersing the dark sky and melting the ice. Under the golden light's radiance, all anomalies vanished. The powerful shockwaves sent those near me flying backward. The immense golden pressure, vast as an ocean, enveloped the entire sky, leaving no corner untouched. A colossal golden figure appeared in the heavens above. Its entire body shone with golden light. 6 pairs of pure, radiant wings spread out behind it, and a divine, noble golden halo hovered above its head. The sheer majesty it exuded sent shivers down everyone's spine. What is this? Are you kidding me? A god? Those within sight immediately recognized the overwhelming aura. They tried to discern its features, but its form was shrouded in a mysterious golden glow. Gods cannot be seen. Within the golden light, I floated in midair, entirely losing control of my body. I could feel strands of sacred, luminous, and scorching power threading through me, slowly transforming my physique. My once jet black hair gradually turned golden. My body underwent astonishing changes, leaving me feeling utterly refreshed, as if a sweet spring had washed away all weariness. Peering inward, I noticed the unique golden energy rapidly carving out a spiritual vein within me at an unimaginable speed. What is this? How terrifying. My chest feels heavy, like I can't breathe. Ling Yu and Zhu Yu, the first to recover from their shock, exchanged fearful glances. Their eyes were filled with terror, just as someone was about to faint from the overwhelming atmosphere. A celestial phenomenon in the sky gradually subsided. The golden pillar of light that stretched into the heavens dimmed, and my figure reappeared before the crowd, hovering mid-air. My ability level had leapt from tier to 9 stars to tier 3 stars. My golden hair danced in the wind, 6 pairs of pure white wings unfurling behind me, and a golden halo floated above my head. A golden sword-shaped mark emerged between my brows, further enhancing my already handsome features with an unparalleled aura of majesty and divinity. My golden eyes were piercing and soul-stirring, my skin radiant and flawless. I was like a divine masterpiece, both stunningly handsome and exuding an air of regal sanctity. The entire world seemed to bow to my presence. The crowd below fell into a deathly silence. Every eye locked onto me, this familiar yet utterly transformed figure. Su Shen's eyes. It feels like they can see through everything. SS-arrayed divine blessed ability, 6-winged angel. As the trembling voice of the awakening officer fell, the crowd froze in place, as if turned to stone. The principal and the awakening officers on stage were equally stunned and confused. In their memory, the angelic ability had always been the hereditary power of one of the four great families in the imperial capital, the Liu family. How could it appear in an outsider? However, this was not their concern. If I truly were a member of the Liu family, someone would naturally step forward to support me. But I had no mind to think about these things. My mind was filled with the knowledge belonging to the six-winged angel. The six-winged angel symbolizes the powers of holiness, light, and heat, with absolute dominance over darkness, filth, and evil. Lynn Mo, let's make this quick and find a place to rest afterward. Her tone was full of dominance. This battle had just begun. Lynn Mo was completely unaffected by the previous fight. Instead, his desire for battle had only grown stronger. Faint golden battle patterns flowed across his body, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Just what I wanted. Lin Mo nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the approaching horde of beasts. Still the same types of monsters: rift beast, black armored blade man SS, and a mix of corrosive spitters. However, his expression turning serious. The spatial ripples on those elite rift beasts are stronger, and their eyes are more cunning. They seem much harder to deal with than the regular ones. Just as he finished speaking, where the elite rift beasts in the front row suddenly vanished, repairing less than a meter behind Lin Mo, its sharp claws gleaming coldly as they aimed for his back. An ambush. Trying that trick on me. Lin Mo didn't turn around, simply waving his right hand lightly. A millstone-sized dimensional banishment vortex instantly opened, and the elite rift beast, unable to react, was caught by the powerful suction. Its face still bore a smug grin as it was dragged in. Oh, it let out a desperate scream, struggling with all its might. But half its body was already pulled into the void, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye. Ding! Killed Tier 3 Elite Rift Beast. Gained 850 system points. Nice. Leiyu exclaimed excitedly, charging into the beast horde like a cannonball. You beasts, watch me wipe you all out. Her movements were agile, weaving through the horde like a swimming dragon. Each swing of her mountain-crushing hammer carried the force to split mountains, each shatter rocks. A black armored blade mantis tried to ambush her, but was immediately met with a heavy front smash. Boom! The black armored blade mantis was crushed like paper, its entire body reduced to pulp. Lin Mo, leave those poison-spitting ones on the right to me, Leiyu shouted. A figure suddenly ducking low to dodge a slash from a black armored blade mantis. She then surged forward with explosive force toward a ring of corrosive spitters. The golden battle patterns on her body glowed brightly as her speed reached its peak. The ground cracked, and spitter-bear-like fissures spread outward. The three spitters didn't even have time to scream before they were smashed into a bloody mess. Lin Mao, meanwhile, focused his attention on the elite rift beasts. These creatures were far more cunning than the regular ones, using spatial jumps to constantly change positions and probe for Lin Mo's weaknesses. With absolute power, little tricks are useless. Lin Mo smirked. He didn't rush to attack, but carefully observed their jumping patterns. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with laser-like precision, locking onto an elite rift beast that had just finished a jump and was still stabilizing its form. Mental shock, soul burn. An invisible force struck instantly. The rift beast's entire body froze, its blood-red eyes turning dazed as it fell from midair. Twitched a few times, and then went completely still. Dane, killed Tier 3 Elite Rift Beast. Gained 800 system points. Using the same method, the other two Elite Rift Beasts were quickly killed by the mental attack. Their bizarre deaths sent chills down the spines of the observing warriors. What kind of ability is this? The hardest to deal with elite rift beasts were taken out just like that. One warrior rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. Mental attacks, ridiculously powerful. Damn, who are these two people? As the elite rift beasts were swiftly eliminated, Leiyu's violent rampage and Lin Mo's precise skills caused the number of regular beasts to plummet. In no time, the second wave of beasts was utterly decimated by the two of them. Ding! Killed Tier 3 Rift Beast 6. Gained 3,600 system points. Dinged. Killed Tier 3 Black Armored Blade Mantis S2. Gained 1,200 system points. Ding. Killed Tier 2 Corrosive Spitters 5. Gained 1,000 system points. Lin Mo looked at the system panel, where the points were climbing rapidly, and felt elated. This Starlight International Hotel was practically his personal farming paradise. Lin Mo adjusted a breathing in secret, repeatedly activating voice-scorching flame. Although his anti and energy naturally recovered due to his innate talent, The consumption was still significant. After consecutive uses of Void's scorching flame, the energy reserves in his Diantian were insufficient. Consume 5,000 points to increase energy, Lin Mo thought. Ding, 5,000 system points consumed. Energy 5,000. A surge of pure and powerful energy was injected into his body by the system, quickly filling the emptiness in his Diantian, which had been somewhat fatigued for continuous combat, was instantly revitalized, as if he returned to peak condition or even stronger. It consumed a lot of energy. With system points in hand, he was like a self-sustaining energy engine. Huff. Lei was finally exhausted, her forehead covered in sweat, but the smile on her face was as radiant as the morning sun. That was awesome. Now that's what I call a thrilling battle. She plopped down on the ground, casually tossing her mountain crusher hammer aside, which landed with a crisp clang. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Mo and Lei Yu, a mix of awe, gratitude, and curiosity in their gazes. It's you both for your help. I will remember this great favor. A young martial artist, who appeared to be the team leader, stepped forward and clasped his fists in gratitude. My name is Wang Tao. May I know your names? His combat uniform was damaged in several places, clearly showing signs of a fierce battle. Yet at this moment, his gaze toward Lin Mo and Lei Yu was filled with respect. If it was for their sudden appearance, this group of people might have been doomed today. Lei Yu wiped the sweat and unknown blood off her face, grinning to reveal to small tiger teeth. Hey, no need to be polite. Just call me Lei Yu. He's beast. If you don't beat them, they think they're the boss. Is everyone okay? No one's seriously hurt, right? She glanced around, her eyes lingering on the injured martial artist for a moment, filled with genuine concern. Lin Mo, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. He nodded slightly. My name is Lin Mo. Helping out this time was just a convenient act, Brother Wang. Don't take it to heart. He paused and added, in situations like this, it's only natural for humans to help each other. Familiar sword-like fluctuations and the sound of metal clashing came from downstairs, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Lei Yu frowned. This energy fluctuation is Qin Hao Yan. It seems they're in trouble. The sounds downstairs grew louder, the metallic clashes sharp and urgent, and the roars of beasts echoed one after another, indicating an intense battle. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. That stubborn rich kid is indeed impressive, but judging by the situation, the enemies aren't simple. Lei Yu grabbed her mountain crusher hammer, her eyes igniting with battle intent. Let's go down and take a look. Maybe we can pick up some benefits. Lin Mo quickly stopped her. Wait, you've consumed a lot of energy. Rest and recover first. Lei Yu patted her chest confidently. I'm fine. I can take on another 100. Just as she finished speaking, a loud bang came from downstairs, followed by Qin Hao Yan's furious roar. Damn beasts. If you trash the air to gang up on me. Everyone exchanged smiles. Qin Hao Yan's sharp tongue hadn't changed. Lin Mo said to Wang Tao, Brother Wang, you all rest here for now. We'll go provide support. Wang Tao nodded repeatedly. Thank you. Both of you, please be careful. Lei Yu hoisted her mountain crusher hammer and rushed toward Lin Mo. Let's go. Lin Mo frowned. Can you not carry me? It's a bit. What's there to be afraid of? Lei Yu laughed. I can carry you steadily. Saying this, she picked Lin Mo up like a doll. Lin Mo's face darkened, silently cursing this girl as way too strong. Carrying me like a rag doll. And the feeling against her chest. Hey, can you pay attention to your image? He protested, but his hands instinctively wrapped around Lei Yu's neck. Image? What image? Just think of me as your personal elevator. Lei Yu laughed as she carried him and ran toward the stairs. The two quickly descended the stairs and soon arrived at the source of the commotion. Qin Hao Yan was leading more than a dozen Qin family warriors in a fierce battle against 6 third-tier or exotic beasts and over 20 second-tier or exotic beasts. Sword light dazzle and crisscross, each fight emitting a brilliant platinum glow. This was the power of the S-grade talent radiant sword mastery. Wherever the sword energy passed, most second-tier or exotic beasts were sliced in two. Qin Hao Yan was clearly struggling, his movements beginning to slow. No matter how skilled his swordsmanship was, the consumption of elemental energy was immense, and sweat was already seeping from his forehead. The leading middle-aged warrior fought desperately to resist, his A-grade talent iron wall shield flashing repeatedly on impact, yet he persisted. Lin Mo activated universal perception, his middle energy instantly spreading out to scan the Qin family warriors all seen. Qin Wei, 41 years old, cultivation level mid-stage, elemental gathering realm. Talent A, Raid Iron Wall Shield. Defense increased by 50%. Strength 7,050. Speed 6,900. Defense 9,000. Mental Energy 1370. Elemental Energy 12,000 30,000ths. Indeed, mid-stage elemental gathering realm is extraordinary. Lynn most silently praised. The other dozen or so warriors were all in the Meridian opening realm, with cultivation levels ranging from early to late stages. Such a lineup was considered the strongest protection team in Star City, but facing a large group of exotic beasts, and were still struggling. Lin Mo then looked at Qin Haoyan, and his attribute panel also appeared in his mind. Qin Haoyan, 18 years old, cultivation level. Early stage Meridian opening realm. Talent test grade Radiant Sword Mastery. Attack power increased by 150%. Strength 800. Speed 756. Defense 745. Mental Energy 189. Elemental Energy 1,700 to 1,500. S-grade Radiant Sword Mastery is indeed powerful, but his elemental energy is almost depleted. The situation is dire. Just as a third-tier exotic beast broke through the defense line and lunged at Qin Haoyan's flank, 3 purple blade lights swept across like lightning. The third-tier exotic beasts were instantly sliced into 2, blood spraying as their bodies fell to the ground. Ding! Killed third-tier exotic beast there. Aim 1,200 system points. What? Qin Haoyan turned around in shock, seeing Lin Mo sitting on Lei Yu's back. Lin Mo, how did you before he could finish speaking? A mid-stage elemental gathering realm guard captain's face changed drastically, his voice trembling. Young master, retreat quickly. It's a tier 3A booming sound erupted as a wall collapsed, dust flying everywhere. And a terrifying giant beast slowly emerged. It was a steel armor bear, its massive size despair-inducing. The beast was over 5 meters long, nearly 3 meters tall at the shoulder, and weighed several tons. Its fur was gray-black like metal, glinting coldly under the sunlight, sending chills down one's spine. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble. The most terrifying feature was its half-meter-long claws, sharp as blades, and gleaming with a chilling light that inspired fear. And the steel armor bear's detailed attributes appeared in my mind. Steel armor bear, third-tier exotic beast, strength 16,000, speed 9. 0. Defense 20,000. Mental Energy 500. Traits Metallic for 70% physical resistance. Steel Body 50% energy resistance. Our surcharge speed increases by 200% for a short time. Rending Claws attacks inflict bleeding effect. Damn, this defense is ridiculously high. My heart trembled. The steel armor bear's defense was despairingly strong, but I noticed a fatal weakness. Its mental energy was only 500 coins. Qin Wei gritted his teeth and stepped forward, preparing to block this terrifying beast. Qin Haoyan didn't have time to fully dodge as the giant beast charged with destructive force. My expression hardened, and I decisively unleashed Spatial Slash. A purple blade white swept across the steel armor bear's flank, but it only left an almost invisible shallow mark on its metallic fur. 70% physical resistance completely negates our attack. My pupils contracted. The steel iron bear roared furiously, its massive claws striking fiercely toward Qin Haoyan. Qin Wei desperately shielded him, quickly activating the A-rank skill Iron Wall Shield. A giant clock alighted with the shield, sending Qin Wei flying several meters. Although the shield absorbed most of the damage, blood still trickled from a corner of his mouth. The terrifying power of the steel iron bear's 16,000 strength coins was fully displayed. The steel iron bear roared in rage and lunged at Qin Wei. Captain! The other guards cried out, rushing forward to attack, but ordinary weapons were completely ineffective against its thick defense. Qin Haoyan's face turned pale, his energy completely depleted, and for the first time, he truly felt the threat of death. At this critical moment, a cold glint flashed in my eyes, and a faint smirk appeared on my lips. Physical attacks can't break through its defense. I murmured softly, then I'll burn your soul instead. Soul burn. I immediately activated my mental attack skill. The eerie purple flames did not target its body, but directly burned its soul. Roared a steel iron bear let out an earth-shattering scream, its massive body trembling violently. The pain deep within its soul made this seemingly invincible tier 3 beast show fear for the first time. The soul burn skill directly attacks the target's mind and soul, completely ignoring all physical and energy defenses. It's working. Excitement flashed in my eyes as I unleashed soul burn repeatedly. The purple soul flames burned within the steel iron bear, causing it to roll and struggle in agony on the ground. And he involuntarily took half a step back. Qin Wei's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the ground. As an experienced captain of the guard, Gian witnessed countless strange abilities, but the scene before him completely overturned his understanding. What kind of attack is this? Qin Wei stammered, pointing at the steel iron bear with an unsteady voice. All of our attacks couldn't even scratch it, but your purple flames are making it suffer like this, completely ignoring defense. This is beyond my imagination. I sat in my chair, outwardly calm as usual, but inwardly ecstatic, thankfully. I had asked Lei to put me down earlier, but the pain in his soul made its movements slow and erratic. Every time I tried to attack, I unleashed another wave of soul burn, plunging it into instant agony. Mental attacks are indeed the nemesis of high-defense beasts. I thought to myself, delighted but cautious. The soul burn skill was powerful, but it consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, locking onto the mental strength of a Tier 3 beast was no easy task. I glanced at my remaining mental energy, only 20 points left. This won't do. I need to replenish my mental energy. System, spend 1. 0 points to increase mental energy. Ding, 1,000 system points consumed. Mental energy 1,000. In an instant, I felt a refreshing coolness in my mind. My mental energy fully restored, and I was immediately reinvigorated. Keep burning. After unleashing soul burn more than 10 times, the steel iron bear's movements grew slower, and the red glow in its eyes gradually dimmed. Finally, the so-called invincible Tier 3 beasts succumbed to the soul-burning flames, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Its massive body fell into the ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust, and lay there motionless, never to rise again. Then, you have slain the Tier 3 elite steel iron bear, earning 1,500 system points. I let out a long breath, my face slightly pale. The scene was so silent that even the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. Everyone stared blankly at the massive corpse and glanced at me sitting in a wheelchair, their minds unable to process what had just happened. This is unbelievable. Qin Wei struggled to get up, his eyes filled with shock and awe, mixed with a hint of fear. Young master, your mental attack actually bypassed the steel armor bear's defenses. This is practically a miracle. Qin Haoyan was even more stunned, unable to speak. As one of the heirs of the King Group, the top financial conglomerate in Star City, he had encountered countless powerful individuals since childhood. The Qin family employed hundreds of experts above the Tanmai realm, along with several elders in the Juyuan realm. He had personally witnessed the strength of the family's elite. Yet, the ability on display before him completely defied his imagination. Although Qin Haoyan and I hadn't interacted much, given that he was a top senior student, while I had transferred to a regular class 3 years ago due to a leg injury, the gap in our statuses was significant. However, despite his pride, Qin Haoyan never bullied others. On the contrary, he seemed sympathetic to my situation. After all, I was once the legitimate heir of the Lynn family, only to fall to my current state because of my leg injury. Whenever he saw me at school, he would nod in acknowledgement, without a trace of discrimination or disdain. Show kindness to the weak. This was a principle instilled in him since childhood. But honestly, I was far from weak. Lin Mo. Qin Haoyan's voice trembled slightly. What kind of talent do you have? Can it directly attack the soul? I've never heard of such a thing. That's just a special application of B-level flame control, combined with an unknown spatial talent, I replied modestly. So I had the advantage. Holy crap, a guard finally snapped out of it, pointing at the corpse and shouting. None of our attacks could break its defenses, yet young Master Lin here, sitting in a wheelchair, took it down in one move. Lei Yu blinked her big eyes, her face brimming with excitement. That's amazing, that big eye was so fierce just now. But your purple flames turned it into an oversized husky in no time. She bounced around excitedly. Dual talents are the strong. I want a second one too. Preferably one that can unleash ultimate moves. I coughed lightly, tried to stay low-key. There might be a fusion effect under special circumstances between the two talents. I'm not entirely sure myself. Fusion. Qin Haoyan's voice shot up several decibels, his hair practically standing on end. Dude, dual talent fusion? Where did you even hear about that? I've lived for 8 years and never heard of talents being able to fuse. Maybe it's a rare, special case. I feigned uncertainty, though inwardly I was overjoyed. This is my first time encountering it. So it might just be good luck. Kim Wei, listening on the side, felt his scalp tingle. His whole body in easy, dual talent fusion. In his 30-plus years of life, he'd never heard of such a thing. Even among dual talent awakeners, no one had ever mentioned talents being able to fuse. How is this a small probability? This is a miracle. Qin Hao Yan clutched his hair, shouting, dual talent awakeners are already rare elites. And now you're telling me they can fuse? Next time, don't tell me you've awakened 3 talents. Lei Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, 3 talents. Wouldn't that make you invincible, Lin Mo? Do you have a 3rd talent? The corner of my mouth twitched. I'm not collecting talents. A 3rd talent was out of the question for now. If I needed to showcase greater strength in the future, I'd just claim it was a talent mutation. By then, I would likely be so powerful that no one would need an explanation. Young master, should we retreat for now? A guard suggested quietly. The situation outside the hotel is unclear. And with your extraordinary strength, Lin sir, we should head to the shelter immediately. At that moment, Qin Wei's communicator suddenly rang, the piercing alarm breaking the silence. He answered a call, and his expression instantly turned grave. Young master, there's an emergency at home. The entire Star City has been invaded by a large number of rift beasts. The military has initiated the highest level of combat readiness, and all civilians must immediately relocate to designated underground shelters. What? The entire Star City? This scale is too massive. Lin Mo frowned deeply, feeling a wave of unease. It seemed this beast invasion was far more severe than they had anticipated. Not just trouble limited to this hotel. We need to act immediately, Qin Hao Yan said seriously. We must take the other civilians in the hotel with us. We absolutely cannot leave them behind. Lei Yu immediately raised her hand, her eyes flashing with fighting spirit. I'll protect everyone. Anyone who dares bully civilians will taste my wrath, Lin Mo said, somewhat awkwardly. Can we find a wheelchair first? My legs are convenient, and I can't let Lei Yu carry me for several kilometers, right? Lei Yu grinned, mischievously. I don't mind. Carrying you while fighting beasts is pretty handy. Their talent is amazing. I want to study it up close, Lin Mo replied with a darkened face. I mind, and talent is impossible to learn. The guards quickly found a smart service car from a hotel to act as a wheelchair. Lin Mo sat on it, feeling like a product displayed on a shelf. I feel like a discounted item on clearance. Lin Mo couldn't help but complain, but he comforted himself better than being carried by a burro. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Thanks for the reminder, being high-end goods isn't easy either. Let's move out. The target is the thorned shelter in the city center, Qin Hao Yan said while organizing the team. The journey will be smooth. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of beasts roaring and weapons clashing came from outside the hotel, as if mocking their earlier optimism. Setting up a flag so quickly, Lin Mo smiled helplessly. A small team of over 20 people cautiously left the hotel. The streets were in ruins, littered with beast corpses and destroyed vehicles. The air filled with the stench of blood and burnt flesh. Around a corner, intense fighting sounds could be heard. Several third-tier rift beasts were fiercely attacking a group of civilians with children, while a warrior, drenched in blood and sweat, was desperately resisting. The warrior was clearly on the verge of collapse, his body covered in wounds. The protected children were crying their hearts out. Lin Mo quickly gave orders. Lei Yu, charge for it. Qin Hao Yan, provide support. I'll assist from a distance. Got it, watch me. Lei Yu charged forward excitedly, activating her Titan battle form instantly, becoming tall and imposing, swinging her mountain crusher hammer to smash the nearest drift beast. Qin Hao Yan flicked his fingers, and 7 surge energy spread out like a fan, cutting into the battlefield from the flank. Lin Mo controlled the cart to approach, purple flames dancing in his palm. The battle ended surprisingly quickly. The 3 worked together seamlessly. Lei Yu's powerful attacks, Qin Hao Yan's shard surge energy, and Lin Mo's void scorching flame combined perfectly. The rift beasts were swiftly cleared. Thank you so much. The warrior's eyes were wet with emotion. Without you, we would all have died here. We're all human. Helping each other is the right thing to do, Lin Mo nodded in response. The rescued warrior joined a team with over a dozen civilians. Along the way, he saved several more groups of attacked civilians, and the team grew larger. But with the elderly and children, their pace noticeably slowed. Slowing down is fine. We can't just watch people die, Lin Mo said to those complaining. Qin Hao Yan smirked. Lin the hero, I didn't expect you to be so righteous. Cut it out. I'm just afraid of having nightmares about them later. Lin Mo pretended to be casual. Lei Yu, however, saw through his facade and muttered quietly, classic case of a soft heart behind a tough exterior. Just as they were speaking, the sound of orderly military footsteps and commands suddenly came from ahead. Its reinforcements were saved, someone shouted excitedly. A fully armed military unit was escorting a large group of civilians in their direction. Leading the group was a middle-aged officer, tall and imposing, with a stern expression that clearly marked him as a seasoned soldier. "Listen up," the officer shouted loudly. "I am Wang Tai's Han, commander of the 3rd Regiment of the Star City Garrison. All civilians, join us immediately and head to the shelter together." Lei Yu blinked her eyes. "What? Soldiers, so impressive." Qin Hao Yan let out a sigh of relief. "With the army's protection, it's much safer." Wang Tai's Han quickly noticed Lin Mo's group, especially the boys sitting in the cart who could unleash terrifying purple flames. "You all have decent strength," Wang Tai's Han said as he walked over, his gaze landing on Lin Mo. "We saw the earlier battle. Your teamwork was very coordinated." "Thank you for the compliment," Lin Mo replied politely. "We were just lucky." Wang Tai's Han laughed heartily. "Lucky? Young man, I've been a soldier for 20 years. I've seen all kinds of situations. The way those rift beasts died was no coincidence." He stared at Lin Mo. "That purple flame of yours is quite special." Lei Yu excitedly raised her hand. "Uncle, we're really strong. Lin Mo can release purple flames. Qin Hao Yan's sword glows brightly, and my hammer can smash a beast's head flat." Qin Hao Yan frowned. "Lei Yu, can you not exaggerate? My radiant sword technique doesn't glow brightly at all." Lei Yu smiled innocently. "Isn't it just shiny?" Lin Mo pretended not to hear, avoiding a childish argument that would be too embarrassing. Wang Tai's Han was amused by the two. They all are so young yet so strong. Their future is limitless. The group continued moving forward, encountering a few scattered beasts along the way, which were quickly dealt with. The army was well equipped and fought with seamless coordination, earning Lin Mo's silent admiration. 2 hours later, the group finally arrived at the 3rd shelter in the city center. It was a massive underground facility, heavily guarded at the entrance, with advanced defense systems. Inside, tens of thousands of civilians had already gathered, maintaining orderly conduct. Qin Hao Yan exhaled deeply. "Finally here." These past few hours felt more exhausting than a whole month. Lin Mo switched back to his regular wheelchair, which felt terrible to push, as if it might slip at any moment. "Lin Mo, are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat," Lei Yu asked considerately. "Thanks. I am a bit hungry." Lei Yu hopped off to the food distribution area and soon returned with a plate of military rations. "This is a military nutrition meal, but it's highly nutritious," she said, sitting beside Lin Mo. "Try it." Lin Mo took a bite. The taste was bland, but it filled his stomach. "This food can keep you full for an entire day. It's packed with energy, equivalent to 3 regular meals." Qin Hao Yan consoled himself as he slowly began eating with a spoon. As everyone was eating, Wang Tai's Han approached with a serious expression. "Everyone, I have a request," he said directly. "The situation in Star City is dire, with beasts appearing everywhere. We must split our forces to rescue civilians, but we are severely understaffed." Qin Hao Yan raised an eyebrow. "Are you asking us to help?" "Exactly." Wang Tai's Han nodded. "I know this request is a bit much since you're still students, but I saw your earlier battle. Your strength is on par with professional fighters. If you're willing to help, not only can you save more people, but there are also generous rewards." Lei Yu's eyes lit up. "Rewards? What kind of rewards?" "In addition to official certificates of honor and monetary bonuses from the military, you can keep the beast cores for every beast you defeat," Wang Tai's Han explained. "Moreover, this rescue experience will be officially recorded, which will greatly benefit your future applications to the Martial Artists Association of the military." Qin Hao Yan was tempted. The Qin family was wealthy, but their relationship with the military was average. If he could earn merit through this opportunity, it would greatly help him in taking over the family business. "Lin Mo, what do you think?" Qin Hao Yan sought Lin Mo's opinion. Lin Mo thought for a moment. "This is truly a great opportunity to enhance our strength and gain more resources. Although there are risks, the rewards are substantial. I have no problem." Lin Mo nodded. "But I'm not very mobile. I might slow you down." "Don't joke around. You didn't hold us back at all earlier." Lei Yu confidently patted her chest. "With me here, I guarantee I'll get you safely to every battlefield." At this moment, Qin Wei, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. His face still somewhat pale. "Young master, the city is now crawling with beasts, and the situation is far more complicated than we imagined. You are the heir of the Qin family. You absolutely cannot take risks. Lin Mo and Lei Yu are strong, but their experience is still lacking. If something goes wrong, Qin Hao Yun interrupted him. Qin Wei, I know what I'm doing. He turned to Wang Tai's Han. Commander Wang, we agreed to assist with the rescue. Qin Wei still wanted to dissuade him. Enough, Qin Wei. Qin Hao Yun's tone was low. Focus on your recovery. I will bring other guards, and there will be no problem. This is an order. Leaving no room for argument. Qin Wei could only swallow his words, his eyes full of worry. Wang Tai's Han looked at Qin Hao Yun. A hint of admiration in his eyes. This makes things easier. You all rest for an hour. We'll set off in an hour. The target is an elementary school in the Western District, where over 300 teachers and students are trapped. During the rest, Lin Mo checked the system panel. Host Lin Mo cultivation level late body tempering stage at rebuke strength 180, speed 160, defense 1000, spirit 85 1000, energy value 420 10,000, talent ability SS-level void scorching flame characteristics. Space severance precisely cuts through the necks of beasts. Dimensional banishment absorbs beasts into a spatial vortex. Extinction flame burns the flesh of beasts. Soul burn directly attacks the target's spirit and soul. Ignoring all defenses, passive effects of the talent recovers to 100 energy coins per second. Combat power increases 5-fold. Universal perception can sense detailed information about nearby creatures. Special status leg injuries, temporarily disabled recoverable. Lifespan 150 years. System points 21,750. Points are sufficient. Commander Wang, Lin Mo called out to Wang Tai's Han, who was about to leave. Can you get me a military-grade wheelchair? This one is too ordinary and easily breaks on the battlefield. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. Wang Tai's Han quickly brought over a full alloy military-grade wheelchair, sturdy and durable, with simple protective features. This is really nice. Lei Yu excitedly circled the wheelchair. It looks so imposing. All wiping his sword, Qin Hao Yun said. To be honest, I'm quite looking forward to the upcoming battle. This time the scale of the beast invasion is large, and we're bound to encounter strong enemies. You're just a pure battle maniac, aren't you? Normal people would hope for a peaceful resolution. If you don't personally fight, how will you know how strong you are? Lei Yu nodded in agreement. Exactly. I also want to see how many beasts I can take down. Lin Mo thought to himself, beasts who are definitely the most impulsive in the team, while he has become a rational one. An hour later, Wang Tai's Han returned with an elite squad. Move out, targeted. King Miao Elementary School in the Western District. The Western District was more chaotic than the city center. Being far from the military base, the beast clearing was clearly lagging behind. Damaged buildings were everywhere, and traces of beasts were evident. Looking through binoculars, his face tense. The situation is dire. There are at least 20 beasts around the school, including a peak 3rd tier Rift Sky Demon Wolf. Peak 3rd tier and about to evolve. That's right, the sky-splitting demon wolf is originally a speed-type monster. The entire West District will become its hunting ground. Wei Tai's Han clenched his fist. We must deal with it before it evolves. A peak 3rd tier beast was already extremely dangerous, especially the rapidly evolving sky-splitting demon wolf. Then let's give it a try. Lin Mo nodded. Lei Yu was both excited and nervous. A peak 3rd tier beast, it sounds powerful. Wang Tai's Han's expression was serious. I will personally lead the team. I have late-stage Zhiyu on realm strength and can temporarily hold off the demon wolf. The task is to assist me and ensure the safe evacuation of the teachers and students. This mission is high risk. If anyone wants to back out, now is the time to speak up. No one back down. After the tactical assignments were completed, the group began approaching King My Elementary School. The school walls had several large holes smashed in by the beasts, and the playground was covered in claw marks and signs of destruction. From inside the teaching building came intermittent cries of children and the comforting voices of teachers, indicating that people were still alive, but the situation was dire. Prepare for action. Split into 3 groups. The first team clears the surrounding beasts, the second team covers the evacuation of the teachers and students, and I will lead the third team to focus on the demon wolf. Wei Tai's Han commanded. A fierce battle broke out immediately. Lin Mo and the others followed Wei Tai's Han into the campus. As soon as they entered the playground, they saw the fearsome sky-splitting demon wolf. It was a massive wolf over 4 meters long, with deep blue fur radiating intense energy waves. Its eyes gleamed with intelligence, clearly showing it had developed significant sentience. Peak 3rd tier sky splitting demon, wolf evolving straight fate 1000. 500 speed, 12,000 defense, 7,000 mental power. 650. This speed is truly terrifying. Lin Mo's heart tightened. The demon wolf noticed the intruders and let out a long howl before its figure vanished in an instant. Its speed is unimaginably fast. Wang Tai's Han roared sharply, unleashing a powerful Jiu on Realm Mora as a golden fist shadow struck toward where the demon wolf had disappeared. Its claws tearing through the air as it lunged at a soldier. Not good. The soldier couldn't react in time and was about to have his chest torn open. At the critical moment, Wang Tai's Han intervened, landing a punch on the demon wolf's side and knocking it back several meters. Everyone, be alert. This demon wolf is too fast for ordinary soldiers to keep up with. This time targeting the soldiers escorting the teachers and students to safety. Radiance or defense. Qin Haoyan acted in time, his sword light flashing to block the demon wolf's attack path. However, the demon wolf was incredibly fast, changing direction sharply in mid-air to evade the sword light, while its claws struck fiercely toward Qin Haoyan. Boom! Lei swung her mountain-crushing hammer, clashing with the demon wolf's claws. The immense force pushed her back several steps. This strength is insane, Lei exclaimed in shock. It's even stronger than that steel-armored bear we fought before. The battle quickly escalated into a heated struggle. Wang Tai's Han relied on his Jiu on realm cultivation to confront the demon wolf head-on. Every punch landed solidly, but the demon wolf's speed made it difficult for him to keep up. Lin Mo searched for an opportunity to strike, but the demon wolf's movements were so fast that it was nearly impossible to lock onto a target. At that moment, terrified screams erupted from the teaching building. Not good, more beasts have entered the building. A soldier urgently reported. It turned out that while everyone was focused on the demon wolf, several second-tier beasts had taken the opportunity to sneak into the teaching building. Lei shouted, preparing to rush over. No, Wang Tai's Han stopped her. If you leave, our formation will fall apart. As everyone hesitated, more heart-wrenching screams came from the teaching building. A young female teacher fell from a 3rd-floor window, covered in blood. It was clear she had been attacked by the beasts while protecting the children. Teacher Xiao Li. The children's heart-wrenching cries echoed from upstairs. She struggled to get up, but her leg was clearly broken, the bone exposed. At that moment, a pitch-black second-tier rift beast slipped down from upstairs, its eyes glowing red, sharp claws glinting coldly in the sunlight, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Beast. A soldier tried to rush over to rescue her but was tightly entangled by a demon wolf. At the critical moment, another soldier risked his life and dashed forward, using his own body to shield the female teacher. Thud! The sharp claws pierced through the soldier's chest, his heart instantly impaled, blood gushing out like a fountain. Xiao Yu! His comrade shouted in fury. With his last ounce of strength, the fallen soldier pushed the female teacher to safety, but he himself collapsed to the ground, his blood staining half the playground. Protect the children. These were his final words. We kept resolute. Bastard. I'll take your life. Wang Tai's Han erupted in fury, unleashing the terrifying aura of a late-stage Yuan gathering realm. His punch is ferocious and powerful, yet the demon wolf's speed of 12,000 still allowed it to dodge with ease. Wen Mo's eyes narrowed sharply as he witnessed the carnage before him. Damn it. He cursed under his breath, his voice trembling. Growing up in modern society, he had seen all kinds of bloody movies. But those were special effects, fake. What lay before him now was real death, real despair. A soldier's dying words echoed in his ears. Protect the children. Lin Mo's hands gripped the wheelchair armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white. An unprecedented anger burned within him, not because he was threatened, but because innocent lives were being taken. This world is too cruel. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. For the first time, he truly understood what it meant to live in a world where the strong prey on the weak, where life and death are unpredictable. The sacrifice of the teachers and soldiers who died protecting the students deeply touched the softest part of his heart. Since I've come to this world, I will change everything. Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. His gaze firm and cold. More anguished screams came from upstairs. An elderly teacher, fighting alone against a second-tier beast to buy time for the children. was ultimately torn to shreds. Teacher, the children cry heartbreaking, watching through the cracks in the door as their teacher was ripped apart alive. We can't wait any longer. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Lei Yu, throw me upstairs. Qin Hao Yan. Hold off the demon wolf with Captain Wang. Lin Mo, are you crazy? You're going upstairs in a wheelchair? Qin Hao Yan was shocked. If we don't act, more people will die. I can't just watch these children get eaten. Lin Mo's gaze was resolute, unwavering. Without hesitation, Lei Yu unleashed incredible strength, grabbing Lin Mo in his wheelchair and hurling them upstairs. While flying feels exhilarating, Lin Mo adjusted his posture mid-air, crashing accurately through the third floor window with his wheelchair. The situation inside was worse than expected. In the hallway, for second tier, beasts were frantically hunting the hiding teachers and students. Several classroom doors had already been broken down, and terrified cries of children echoed from within. Spatial slash. Lin Ko unleashed his skills without reservation, instantly taking down the beasts. The remains of beasts became alert, abandoning their pursuit of the teachers and students to attack Lin Mo instead. The wheelchair severely limited Lin Mo's movements in the narrow hallway, making the fight against the two second-tier beasts extremely dangerous. Come at me, you beasts. Lin Mo showed no fear, his killing intent surging as he sat in the wheelchair. Lin Mo, watch out. A young male teacher hiding in a classroom tried to come out to help. Don't come out. Protect the children. Lin Mo shouted, simultaneously activating Soul Bird. Purple flames instantly engulfed one of the beasts, but the other beast had already lunged forward, its claws aiming straight for Lin Mo's chest. At the critical moment, the young teacher rushed out, using a chair to block the first strike. Crack, the chair shattered, and the young teacher's arm was torn with 3 bloody gashes, blood gushing out. The blood kept flowing. Why did you still come out? Lin Mo asked in shock. The young teacher gritted her teeth, sweat rolling down her forehead, while the 3 wounds on her arm continued to bleed. Because you were saving my students. How could I hide behind? Even if it costs my life, I will fight alongside you, she said firmly. Lin Mo's pupils slightly contracted. It was the first time he truly felt what genuine kindness was. In his previous life, in a world filled with selfishness, it was rare for anyone to risk their life for a stranger. But here, this young teacher stepped forward without hesitation. Let's go together. Release Soul Burn. Lin Mo shouted. Purple flames erupted, engulfing the remaining beasts entirely, their shrill screams echoing through the corridor. Thank you, teacher, Lin Mo said sincerely. Now quickly organize the children to evacuate. The teacher endured the intense pain in her arm, a smile of relief appearing on her face. All right, okay, children, follow the teacher. Don't be afraid. Big Brother is protecting us. Big Brother is amazing, a timid little girl said, her eyes full of admiration. Big Brother's flames are purple, so beautiful, another little boy exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Lin Mo. These innocent words made Lin Mo feel a bit shy, and he coughed lightly. The danger isn't over yet. The children slowly emerged from various corners, still carrying fear in their eyes, but when they looked at Lin Mo, there was admiration and gratitude. A few brave children even wanted to touch Lin Mo's wheelchair. Wheelchair Big Brother is so awesome. When I grow up, I want to protect others like Big Brother. Evacuate quickly. Soldiers, cover them. A commanding voice came from downstairs. Soldiers were clearing out the lower-level beasts, buying time for the evacuation. The battle below had reached a fever pitch. Wang Tai's Han was severely injured, struggling to cope with the demon wolf's astonishing speed of 12,000 yards per hour. Their attacks were barely effective. Damn it, his speed is ridiculous. Qin Hao Yan panted heavily, his sword like flashing but failing to land a hit. Sweat blurred his vision, but his gaze grew more determined. Lei Yu swung her massive mountain-crushing hammer, battle patterns swirling around her, her small face flushed. This will phase as slippery as a ghost. I have to smash it to pieces. Suddenly, the energy fluctuations within the demon wolf surged, and the elemental energy in the air trembled. Not good. It's about to break through. Wang Tai's Han's face changed drastically. If it evolves to the 4th tier, we're all dead. The demon wolf howled at the sky, its body rapidly enlarging, its fur changing from deep blue to pitch black. Evolve? Did you ask for my permission? Lin Mo, controlling his wheelchair, charged down the stairs, his battle-spirited igniting. Soul Burn, attack. The demon wolf fled out in an enraged roar, its evolution interrupted, causing it immense pain. Now's the time. Wang Tai's Han seized the opportunity, unleashing all his weight stage gathering energy realm power. His fist ignited with golden light, resembling a small sun, gathering energy fist. Mountain crushing strike. The golden fist light smashed into the demon wolf's chest like a meteor. The air was torn apart, and the impact sent the demon wolf flying dozens of meters, carving a deep trench into the ground. The demon wolf landed heavily, severely injured, with a fist-sized bloody hole in its chest. But its fury only intensified. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Mo, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Be careful. It's gone berserk. Wang Tai's Han warned, his strength waning after expending his vital energy. Let's see if your claws are sharper or my flames are fiercer. Lin Mo showed no fear, his wheelchair charging forward as he unleashed Soul Burn again. The continuous soul attacks made the demon wolf howl in agony. And knew this wheelchair-bound human was the greatest threat and desperately lunged at Lin Mo. Don't even think about getting close. Wang Tai's Han burned his vital essence, his speed surging as he delivered a fierce punch to the side of the demon wolf's head, forcibly altering its charge direction. The demon wolf adjusted its posture mid-air and pounced toward Lin Mo again. Radiant sword technique consecutive strikes. Can Hao Yan attack from the other side, unleashing 7 consecutive sword strikes, each radiating dazzling light, attempting to disrupt the demon wolf. Skybreaker hammer. Wei Yu's sharp shout accompanied her massive hammer as it descended with a whistling momentum. However, the demon wolf, now completely berserk, ignored their attacks and continued charging at Lin Mo. Its target was clear: eliminate the human capable of attacking its soul first. Get out of the way. Wang Tai's Han roared, unleashing a burst of golden fist energy as he confronted the demon wolf head-on. After the clash of fist and claw, both were forced back. Wang Tai's Han's hand split open at the tiger's mouth, blood streaming down. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo unleashed Soul Burn again, the purple flames intensifying the demon wolf's sanguine shells. I can't hold on. Keep going. Despite his numb arm, Wang Tai's Han held his ground. The host's energy has recovered to 5,000 points. Combat can continue. The system's notification bolstered Lin Mo's confidence. This was the power of an S-raid talent sustained combat capability far surpassing opponents of the same level. The demon wolf pounced at Lin Mo again, faster than before, clearly making a desperate final attack. Wang Tai's Han gritted his teeth and charged forward, colliding with the demon wolf. The two rolled on the ground, locked in a life-and-death struggle. Now, the final strike. Wang Tai's Han clung tightly to the demon wolf's hind leg, preventing its escape. Lin Mo poured all his remaining energy in his soul burn, unleashing a fourth burst of purple flames. Die for me. As if it could incinerate the entire world. The heavily wounded third-tier peak, void-splitting demon wolf could no longer resist, and let out a despairing howl before collapsing completely. Defeated third-tier peak, void-splitting demon wolf, earned 600 system points. Dane, current system points. 26,000. The battle was over, but the cost was immense. When Mo gazed at the blood-soaked ground and the fallen comrades, his heart a mix of emotions. Since his transmigration, he had witnessed many scenes of death. But back then, he was merely a saddened observer. Now as his eyes fell on these cold corpses and once familiar faces, anger and a heavy sense of responsibility filled his heart. This world was truly cruel. Since he was here, he would use his strength to protect those worth protecting. Report to the commander. 312 students and teachers have been safely evacuated to the temporary shelter. A soldier ran over, his voice stained with relief after the escape. Then, his voice choked with emotion on our side. 5 brothers sacrificed themselves. 3 teachers didn't make it. In the sunset, Wang Tai's Han's burly figure cast a long shadow. Blood still flowed from the wound on his right arm. He said hoarsely, "When this is over, I will personally visit their families to apologize and express my condolences." Coughed. Wang Tai's Han suddenly coughed violently, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Commander Wang. Can Hao Yan quickly stepped forward to support him. I'm fine, not dying yet. Wang Tai's Han waved his hand, his gaze shifting to Lin Mo and the other two, his tone carrying genuine admiration. You 3 are even better than I imagined. The future of Star City depends on you. Lei Yu puffed out her chest and slammed her mountain-crushing hammer heavily onto the ground, producing a dull thud. Of course. We students of Ten High School are pushovers. Wang Tai's Han laughed, his spirits lifting. His gaze rested on Lin Mo, filled with curiosity. Lin Mo, or is your purple flame talent? It can bypass physical defenses and directly attack the soul. I've never seen such an ability before. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. He had anticipated this question. My talent is rather unique. It's the result of the fusion of level flame control and spatial abilities, he said, following the script he had prepared in advance. As for the exact level, to be honest, I haven't fully figured it out myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Wang Tai's Han's expression suddenly turned grave. His breathing noticeably quickened, clearly shocked by the news. Talent fusion. His voice trembled slightly. The shock was not fake. The soldiers around him exchanged glances, never having seen their commander react this way before. Trying to suppress the turmoil in his heart. Talent fusion. How is that possible in human history? There has only been one talent fusioner, and that was 300 years ago. That person became humanity's strongest through their fused talent. Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. The students and teachers were equally stunned. They had thought they were merely saved by a powerful student, but it turned out he was a legendary existence. Lin Mo observed Wang Tai's Han's reaction and thought to himself, it seems I underestimated how rare talent fusion is. However, he maintained a calm expression, only furrowing his brows slightly. Only one in 300 years, that rare. Wang Tai's Han slowly shook his head, his voice trembling. Young man, this isn't rare, it's a miracle. Everyone present was stunned by Wang Tai's Han's reaction. Commander Wang, what do you mean by that? A soldier cautiously asked. Wang Tai's Han tried to calm himself, but his voice still quivered. You know what talent fusion is? It's the complete integration of two entirely different talents, achieving a qualitative leap. Over the past 300 years, countless geniuses have tried, even the three world-renowned dual talent users. But they all failed. The room fell silent, with only the sound of breathing remaining. Now, Wang Tai's Han's gaze locked onto Lin Mo, his voice almost shaking. Then you are the second fusioner in human history. Hearing this, a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer appeared in Lin Mo's eyes. A complex mix of emotions surged within him. He had always known he was different, but he hadn't expected to be this extraordinary. It seems I've truly become an anomaly, he thought with a bitter smile, mocking himself internally. The identity of a talent fusioner was like a double-edged sword. While it could bring immense resources, it would also make him a target for many. For now, the most important thing was to have the strength to back it up, and keeping a low profile was essential. As the news spread, the scene erupted into chaos. The second fusioner in 300 years. My God, we're witnessing history with our own eyes. No wonder he could kill a peak tier 3 beast in a second. It turns out he has a legendary fused talent. The soldiers' voices trembled, their eyes filled with reverence. Even the teachers and students widened their eyes in disbelief. They thought they were saved by an ordinary powerful student, but it turned out their savior might become a legend recorded in history. If this is true, his future is limitless. A teacher whispered. Lin Mo felt the weight of everyone's gazes, his emotions a mix of bitterness and complexity. Being treated like a treasure made him uncomfortable. What a hassle, he sighed inwardly. It seems staying low-key is no longer an option. However, seeing everyone so shocked they could barely contain themselves, he couldn't help but feel a bit mud successfully showing off did feel satisfying. At this moment, Qin Hao Yan's heart was in turmoil. Too overwhelmed to speak. He had always known Lin Mo was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. Talent fusion? That was something out of Legends. Lin Mo, just how many secrets do you have? Qin Hao Yan looked at the young man sitting in the wheelchair, still with a calm expression, both surprised and curious. Wait a moment. Lei Yu raised her hand, her face full of confusion. What exactly is this fusion talent you're talking about? Is it even more powerful than dual talents? Wang Tai's Han took a deep breath, tried to calm himself. Young lady, if dual talents are considered powerful genius-level abilities, then fusion talent is a miracle. Curious analogy, Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. Fireflies encountering the sun vivid and accurate. In human history, there had only been 3 individuals with dual talents, and they all became legends of their era, worrying about fundamental leaks and changes. 300 years ago, the fusion talent bearer single-handedly suppressed the beast tide of that era. One sword, slave 13 7th-tier beast kings. It was because of him that human civilization could be established today. 13 7th-tier beast kings. The crowd gasped, as several teachers and students even collapsed to the ground in shock. After all, just one 7th-tier Beast King to destroy a city. Yet that guardian had slain 13 of them. That's why he is called the guardian god of humanity. Wang Tai's Han's tone shifted, filled with reverence. And now, his gaze returned to Lin Mo, filled with shock, expectation, and an almost unbelievable fervor. Lin Mo felt the weight of this gaze. A complex emotion surged in his heart. Guardian god? If he truly had to bear such a responsibility, he must first become strong enough. At that moment, Wang Tai's Han straightened his posture and saluted Lin Mo with a standard military gesture. Captain Wang, what are you doing? Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. If you truly are the second fusion talent bearer, then you are humanity's hope, someone we must all protect. Wang Tai's Han's voice was firm and powerful. Please allow me, on behalf of the Star City Defense Forces, to extend the highest respect to you. The other soldiers followed suit, standing at attention and saluting Lin Mo, their eyes filled with admiration. This moment deeply moved Lin Mo. He expected his identity to cause such a stir to be regarded as hope and faith, making him feel both pressure and an unprecedented sense of responsibility. Since he had to act the part, he might as well go all the way. Everyone, stand up, Lin Mo said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. I am just a student. Nothing more. Wang Tai's Han stood up, his expression turning serious. Lin Mo, do you understand what fusion talent means? It means you could very well become humanity's strongest, even surpassing the guardian god of that era. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Becoming humanity's strongest, that goal suited him perfectly. Interested in joining the military? Wang Tai's Han's tone was sincere, but he quickly shook his head with a bitter smile. No. This isn't something I can decide. Someone like you must be recorded immediately to the Federation headquarters, where the Supreme Council will make the decision. Brigadier General. Major General. Wang Tai's Han muttered to himself, his eyes tinged with bitterness. I am afraid I don't even have the qualifications to be involved in this decision. Lin Mo observed Wang Tai's Han's complex expression and thought to himself that his values seemed even higher than he had anticipated. However, for now, it was fortunate that the higher-ups hadn't been informed yet. I appreciate Captain Wang's kindness, Lin Mo said with a faint smile, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. But for now, I just want to deal with some personal matters first. Personal matters? Wang Tai's Han smiled bitterly. Lin Mo, once your identity is exposed, the entire Federation will be shaken. By then, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, his voice turning icy. What exactly does Captain Wang mean by that? Lin Mo's tone was cold, carrying a hint of killing intent, making Wang Tai's Han shiver involuntarily. He knew this young man was no ordinary person and would never be easily controlled. Wang Tai's Han was silent for a moment, his inner struggle intense. He sighed helplessly. This information is too important. By protocol, I should report it immediately. But he stared into Lin Mo's deep eyes and gritted his teeth. I can obscure some details in the report by you sometime. How long? Lin Mo asked decisively. At most, 1 week, Wang Tai's Han replied solemnly. In a week, the Federation headquarters envoy will arrive in Star City. By then, you won't be able to hide. 1 week was enough time for Lin Mo to resolve the Lin family's troubles, significantly enhance his strength, and prepare for an even greater storm. Wang Tai's Han glanced around, his tone as stern as a military order. What happened today is of the highest confidentiality. No one is to leak it. Violators will be treated as traitors. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison, their voices thunderous. Although the teachers and students remained silent, they all nodded solemnly, fully aware of the gravity of the secret. They understood that today marked a historic moment, and they bore the responsibility of safeguarding this secret. Suddenly, Wang Tai's Han's military communicator rang urgently. West District 3rd Elementary School is under attack by a large number of mutant beasts, requesting immediate assistance. Repeat, immediate assistance. Damn it. When did these beasts become so frenzied? Wang Tai's Han cursed under his breath, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lin Mo and the others. Are you all ready? Lin Mo silently sensed the energy of burning soul within him. A system's passive recovery had nearly replenished him. Ready, he replied immediately. No problem. Lei Yu's battle spirit surged, her face flushed with excitement. That big wolf earlier didn't even let me warm up. Ken Hao Yan lightly gripped his sword hilt. Though slightly fatigued, his pride wouldn't allow him to show weakness. Just the right chance to test my strength. Dude, Wang Tai's Han's eyes gleamed. You're the tough ones I had my eye on. Target West District 3rd Elementary School. As the team began to move, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Lin Mo's chest tightened, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. He abruptly looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. In the sky, a massive shadow covered a large portion of the heavens, blocking out the sun, a terrifying giant beast with a wingspan of at least 50 meters. Each scale resembling a meticulously crafted shield, gleaming with a cold metallic luster amid the sunlight, radiated an aura of destruction and savagery. That's a fifth-tier mutant beast, the violet-winged demon and Dragon King. Wang Tai's Han's voice trembled, his face pale, filled with fear and helplessness. A beast king of this level, how could appear in Star City? Our intelligence network had no warning at all. Fifth tier? Did Hao Yan gasp, his hand gripping his sword trembling. A fifth-tier mutant beast was a being comparable to the legendary top-tier powerhouses. This is terrifying. Lei Yu swallowed hard, for the first time truly feeling how insignificant she was. As a king of the flying type, Lin Mo's expression was extremely grave. Such an enemy was already beyond what they could handle. It suddenly flapped its wings, descending like a massive purple cloud, diving straight toward the retreating teachers and students. No, it's targeting the civilians. Wang Tai's Han roared, disregarding his injuries as he charged forward desperately. At this critical moment, whoosh! A dazzling golden sword light streaked across the sky, as if tearing the heavens apart. Roar the demon and Dragon King let out an enraged roar. Its diving momentum immediately halted, its massive head turned toward the direction of the attack. Its blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. Everyone looked in that direction. In the distant horizon, a golden light suddenly lit up. In a space faintly distorted, an aged and authoritative voice rang out, "Tafe, if tier mongrel bears to act presumptuously before me." A middle-aged man, dressed in the uniform of the Star City Martial Artists Association arrived, stepping through the air. And his aura was as deep and steady as a mountain, instilling a sense of security. "Sword Elder," Wang Tai's Han exclaimed in shock and joy. Sword Elder's gaze was cold, unsharp, as he swept his eyes toward the purple-winged demon and Dragon King in the sky. His expression particularly grave. If tier peak purple-winged demon and Dragon King, stronger by several levels than an ordinary fifth tier. "Captain Wang, retreat immediately, leave this to me." "But Sir Elder, you're still recovering from your injuries. And that's a fifth-tier peak." Wang Tai's Han was deeply worried. "Follow orders," Sword Elder barked sharply, his gaze falling on Lin Mo and the other two. Nodding lightly, "You three are the surprise troops Wang Tai's Han mentioned. Your talent is decent, and you have courage. However, don't interfere in the upcoming battle. Stay back." Without waiting for further discussion, Sword Elder had already ascended into the air, transforming into a streak of sword light that charged straight at the purple-winged demon and Dragon King. A blade across eras, Sword Elder unsheathed his sword, and heavens and earth instantly changed color. 100-meter-long sword streaked across the sky, carrying the momentum to annihilate everything, slashing fiercely at the demon and Dragon King. Roar! Opening its mouth to unleash a destructive dark purple dragon breath. The sword aura and dragon breath collided violently, erupting in a lightened shockwave akin to a nuclear explosion. The ground trembled intensely, and the buildings below collapsed one after another. Lin Mo watched with his heart trembling, involuntarily sucking in a cold breath. Is this the power of a peak trance from Makespert? It's like a god descending. Almost even more shocking was that the purple-winged demon and Dragon King have forcibly withstood the heavy blow. Although this is trouble. This creature is several degrees stronger than an ordinary fifth-tier peak. Sir Elder's voice carried a tone of seriousness. The battle in the sky grew increasingly fierce. Sword Elder's figure moved like the wind, his sword light crisscrossing, and each swing of his sword caused spatial tremors. Meanwhile, the purple-winged beam and Dragon King relied on its tough body and destructive dragon breath to engage a relentless fight, evenly matched. The energy fluctuations spilling out from the battle made those on the ground feel as though they couldn't breathe. Silently thinking system, scan that purple-winged demon and Dragon King. Multiverse perception activated. Scanning target. Target purple-winged demon and Dragon King level. Fifth-tier Pete, beast that rebukes strength, 1 million speed. 1 million. 200,000 flight speed, 30%, defense 950. Hero Dragon Scale, trait extremely high physical and energy resistant spirit, 50,000 yuan power. 6 million talent skill, Zess rank demon Dragon bloodline. greatly enhances all it rebutes, possesses strong recovery ability, and an intimidating aura. Dark Annihilation Dragon Breath in its destructive energy, karamming everything. Spatial Rend Claw capable of slicing through space, bypassing certain defenses. Dragon Scale Protection passive skill significantly reduces damage taken. Estimated kill reward. Fiston points 50,000 points. Looking at the screen fill with despair-inducing numbers and powerful skills. Lynn Mo's mouth twitched. This was practically a walking disaster. His auto rebutes were not even a fraction of its power. But when he saw the kill reward at the end, his eyes immediately lit up. 50,000 system points. Currently, he only had just over 40,000 points, and this one 5th-tier beast could give him 50,000. Moreover, the system indicated that as long as he attacked the beast, regardless of whether he killed it himself, he could still earn the reward. This thought quickly grew in his mind, spreading like wild grass. His breathing began to quicken. Calm down, calm down. He forced himself to analyze rationally. The risk was extremely high. 5th-tier beasts had keen senses, and any carelessness could result in being crushed by their power, but the reward was equally immense. 50,000 system points could elevate his strength to a whole new level. A crazed glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Let's do this. Who doesn't want some excitement? This journey through worlds is all for this feeling. He began carefully observing the battlefield, looking for an opportunity. The purple-winged demon Raiden King was fully focused on their battle reaching a fever pitch. Every move from Sword Elder was filled with killing intent, while the Demon Dragon King fought back desperately, leaving no room for reservation. Lin Mo, you don't actually intend to. Ken Haoyan noticed his unusual behavior, his expression changing slightly. Relax, I'm not that reckless. Lin Mo appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was frantically calculating the best timing. Suddenly, Sword Elder withdrew his sword, and his sword energy surged. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Countless sword shadows appeared out of thin air, densely surrounding the purple-winged demon Raiden King, each carrying a deadly intent. The demon Raiden King roared, dragon breath shooting out in all directions as it tried to break through the sword formation. Just as it focused its attention on dealing with the sword shadows, a slight gap appeared in its defense. Now's the time. Lin Mo's eyes brightened sharply, his mental energy concentrated, and Soul Burn was quietly activated. He didn't choose to attack the massive physical body that would be courting death. His target was the soul within the demon Raiden King's vast mouth, a nearly imperceptible purple flame. Under the cover of sword-lightened dragon breath, bypassed layer upon layer of defenses, it struck precisely at the depths of the purple-winged beam and Raiden King's soul. At that moment, a demon Dragon King's massive body trembled slightly. A trace of inexplicable fear surged from the depths of its soul, as if something had torn a small opening in it. This instinctively unsettled the beam in Raiden King, but in the midst of a life-and-death battle, it could only suppress the unending resisting. After launching the attack, Lin Mo immediately restrained his aura, cold sweats streaming down his forehead. That strike had nearly drained all his mental and elemental energy, leaving him unable to move. It worked. It should have worked. It should have worked. His heart raced as he desperately prayed for the system to deliver. Please, don't let this risk be for nothing. The battle in the sky reached its most intense stage. Damn creature, Doc. Sword Elder roared, his hair and beard standing on end. His aura surging as he unleashed his ultimate technique. Man and sword as one. Dragon slaying technique. Sword Elder at his long's worst seemed to merge into one. A dazzling sword light tearing through the heavens and fiercely piercing the purple-winged demon and Raiden King's heart. The demon Raiden King let out a heart-wrenching scream, its massive body pierced by the sword light. Dark purple dragon blood raining down from the sky. It struggled desperately to fight back. But faced with rapidly draining life force, it was powerless to turn the tide. In the end, this mighty 5th-tier top-level exotic beast, filled with endless unwillingness, lowered its heavy head, its massive body collapsing from the sky like a mountain. The ground shook violently once again, dust flying everywhere. The system notification sounded ding. Host detected participating in the kill of 5th-tier top-level exotic beast purple-winged beam and Raiden King. 50,000 system points. Ding. Host participated in high-intensity battle beyond current level. Mental will tempered, mental energy 200. Lin Mo listened to the system notifications, his heart filled with excitement and relief. His back drenched in cold sweat. Holy crap, it actually worked. 50,000 points secured. He was ecstatic inside but maintained a calm exterior. But now it seemed this gamble had paid off big time. Indeed, rewards come with risks. Immediately after, another system notification sounded ding. Detected Court Allen of 5th tier top-level exotic beast. Purple-winged demon Dragon King dissipating. Beginning absorption. Lin Mo's heart tightened, disbelief washing over him. He could clearly feel an invisible suction disseminating from within him, directly pulling toward the lifeless corpse of the demon Dragon King on the brow. Imperceptible to the naked eye, suddenly shot out from a forehead of the demon Dragon King. Accompanied by a loud ragged roar, it instantly merged into Lin Mo's forehead, like a wearied bird returning to its nest. Lin Mo felt a burning sensation on his forehead as a powerful stream of information surged into his mind: pride, ferocity, and an intense craving for power from a dragon. Successfully devoured target talent test level beam and dragon bloodline talent has been automatically converted to storage status and saved in the system talent library. Reuse it to enhance other talents. Damn, I really hit the jackpot. System, you're amazing. Lin Mo gave a mental thumbs up. His excitement gradually calmed, and a question popped into his mind. He immediately asked the system, why need the exotic beasts I killed before drop any talents? The exotic beasts previously killed by the host did drop talents, but their levels were all below S level, so the system did not notify. Low-level talents have been automatically synthesized. Details can be viewed on a personal panel. Lin Mo quickly opened the attribute panel and found a section he had never noticed. At the bottom, talent synthesis progress S-level talent synthesis of progress hero. 7%. So the system has been silently helping me synthesize and upgrade talents all along. This dragon blood smells so fragrant. Could it have special effects? Hao Yan's eyes lit up and he hurried over, pulling out a pile of bottles and jars from his storage space. Donnie touched it recklessly. Lin Mo. This is the essence blood of a 5th tier exotic beast. Extremely valuable. Every drop contains immense energy. Is it really that precious? Lei excitedly grabbed an empty bottle. Then we V-struck gold. She moved quickly and began collecting dragon blood. Meanwhile, Wang Tai's Han also reacted. The essence blood of a top-tier 5th tier exotic beast is premium material for crafting advanced elixirs. Despite his injuries, he trembled as he pulled out a military-grade collector from his waist. Hurry, collect as much as possible. Although Sir Delder had an aloof demeanor, he did not stop them. With a wave of his sleeve, several jade bottles flew out, precisely catching the dragon blood scattered in the air. The teachers and students who had just retreated saw this scene and snapped out of their daze. My heavens, that has dragon blood. It has really dragon blood. 8 teacher S voice trembled with excitement. Quick, grab containers. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have a thermal box. I've got test tubes. Fight. There's enough for everyone. The scene instantly turned into a heated treasure hunt. Lin Mo watched this unfold and cowed, and he helped but laugh. Just moments ago, they were fighting for their lives, and now it had turned into a frenzy of treasure collection. The contrast was truly striking. He chuckled to himself, but didn't he slow down, collecting a considerable amount of dragon blood himself. Everyone was sweating profusely, and the dragon blood on the ground was almost completely collected. Lei Yu excitedly held up a bottle full of dragon blood, the essence blood of a 5th tier exotic beast. Selling it to the Martial Artists Association will definitely exchange for a huge amount of cultivation resources. Hao Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smile on his face. This adventure finally yielded some real rewards. Although Wang Tai's Han was severely injured, he cowed and hid his relief as he looked at the collector in his hand. These materials are enough for the military to craft a batch of advanced healing potions. Even Sword Elder rarely showed a satisfied expression. Not bad. The quality of this dragon blood is extremely high, even better than I expected. He glanced at the Dean and Dragon King's corpse, and then cast a meaningful look at Lin Mo, a trace of complex emotion flashing in his eyes, though he said nothing more. His place isn't safe to stay for long. It might attract other high-tier exotic beasts. Captain Wang, organize an immediate retreat. Yes, Sword Elder. Wang Tai's Han's voice was loud and full of respect. Elder Jian nodded, about to leave, but then stopped and said to Lin Mo, "Kid, your talent is truly exceptional. Live well, this world needs young people like you." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Phew. Lin Mo let out a long breath, feeling a cold sweat on his back. Lin Mo, just now. Ken Hao Yan and Lei Yu came over. Although they hadn't clearly seen Lin Mo's subtle actions, they could tell he had done something extraordinary. It's nothing, just a bit thrilling, Lin Mo said with a white smile. Once Elder Jian was completely out of sight, Lin Mo asked, Captain Wang, who was that senior? Wei Tai's Han's expression turned unusually respectful. A top-tier expert in the late Huagang realm. Late Huagang realm? Ken Hao Yan couldn't help but gasp. That's right. Wang Tai's Han nodded. Elder Jian was a genius sword cultivator in his youth, breaking through to the Huagang realm 50 years ago. At 83 years old, there are fewer than 3 people in all of Star City who can single-handedly take on a 5th-tier exotic beast, and he is one of them. Lei Yu's eyes widened. That move just now, Heavenly Sword from Beyond, was incredible. That was just one of Elder Jian's ordinary techniques. Wang Tai's Han said with a wise smile. Legend has it that his strongest ultimate skill, 10,000 swords returned to the sect, and summoned thousands of swords at once, and once killed a 6th-tier beast Ting in a single strike. Lin Mo was deeply shocked. A strength of a 6th-tier beast king was equivalent to a top-tier expert in the King Marquis realm. However, Elder Jian was severely injured 3 years ago during an exploration of a secret realm, and his strength has declined significantly, Wang Tai's Han sighed. Otherwise, the purple-winged demon and Ratting King wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly in Star City. Secret realm exploration. Lin Mo keenly caught the term. Yes, 3 years ago, an ancient sword cultivator's secret realm was discovered. Elder Jian forcibly entered it to obtain a stronger swordsmanship inheritance. Although he gained many benefits, he was severely injured by the realm's guardian. Wang Tai's Han said, shaking his head. The path of the strong is fraught with danger. Lin Mo fell into deep thought. It seemed this world had many secret realms, filled with great opportunities, but also immense dangers. Enough talking, let's move quickly, Wang Tai's Han said, pulling himself together. The 3rd elementary school in the Western District is waiting for us. Let's go. At that moment, a young teacher, Zhang Hui, ran over, holding a small wooden carving in his hand. Lin Mo, this is for you. Lin Mo took it. It was a slightly rough but endearingly crafted wooden horse. This was handmade by Xiao Ya from our class. She insisted on giving it to the wheelchair-bound big brother who saved everyone, Zhang Hui explained shyly. It may not be worth much, but it represents the children's gratitude. Holding the wooden horse, Lin Mo felt a surge of pure warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, please thank Xiao Ya for me. I really like this gift. All right. No time for sentimentality. Wang Tai's Han waved his hand. The 3rd elementary school is still waiting for us to put out the fire. Got it. Lei Yu's spirits lifted at the thought of another battle. Ken Hao Yan, still shaken, muttered, I hope we don't run into another 5th-tier monster. I almost lost my life just now. Lin Mo gently rubbed the wooden horse in his hand, his gaze resolute as he looked into the distance. This world was both cruel and royal, and he was destined to live his life in his own way brilliantly. On the way to the 3rd elementary school, Lin Mo closed his eyes to rest, recovering his overexerted mental energy for earlier. A commotion came from ahead. Stop, there's a group up ahead. Wang Tai's Han raised his hand, signaling the vehicle to halt. Lin Mo opened his eyes and looked out the window. His pupils contracted sharply, not far away. Another rescue team organized by the military was approaching. Among them, two familiar figures made Lin Mo's expression instantly turn cold. Lin's and Bang Elite Yanyu. Lin Mo thought, his eyes flashing with coldness. However, he maintained a calm demeanor, only narrowing his eyes slightly. Ken Hao Yan and Lei Yu also saw the two clearly, their expressions turning unpleasant. As students of King Tang High School, they had heard some rumors about the Lin family's past. Lin Mo, Lei Yu lowered her voice, anger evident in her tone. Her fist clenched tightly. It's fine. Lin Mo waved his hand, his expression calm. Zhen Bang immediately put on a polite smile upon seeing Wei Tai's Han. Captain Wang, I didn't expect to run into you here. Wang Tai's Han asked politely. Patriarch Lin, what brings you here? Lin Zhen Bang replied infuriately. The military has issued a mandatory conscription. All martial artists above the Juyu on level must participate in the search and rescue. A complex emotion flashed in Lin Zhen Bang's eyes, both surprise and disdain. But he quickly regained his composure, as if Lin Mo were just a stranger. However, made no effort to hide his emotions. Seeing Lin Mo, he smirked smugly. Oh, isn't this my outstanding little brother? Even in a wheelchair, you still want to play the hero? He deliberately emphasized the word outstanding, making an exaggerated gesture, his eyes full of mockery. Captain Wang, are you really taking this cripple on a mission? Don't let him drag you down. I'm an S-level talent genius. How about we switch? Wang Tai's face immediately darkened. Those who had witnessed Lin Mo's true strength knew that Late Yan Yu was overestimating himself. Lin Yu, shut up. Qin Hao Yan's face turned grim. Lin Yu sneered sarcastically. Oh, young Master Qin is here too. Now you're hanging out with a cripple? Birds of a feather flock together, huh? Lei Yu finally couldn't hold back anymore. She stepped forward. Her petite figure suddenly exuding an astonishing aura. Say that again, who's the cripple? Golden battle patterns faintly shimmered on her body, her powerful presence forcing Lin Yanyu to take half a step back. Cold sweat forming on his forehead, but Lin Mo paid no attention to these provocations, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. He leisurely observed the roadside scenery, occasionally cornering at distant buildings and chatting with the soldiers beside him, completely treating Lin Yanyu as if he were invisible. This indifference was more devastating than any retort. Lin Yanyu's face turned red with anger, his fists clenching audibly. You cripple, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Lin Mo finally turned his head, glancing at him with a look reserved for idiots. Then he addressed Wang Tai's Han, Captain Wang. Thomas Tithe, we should get going. The children at 3rd Elementary School are still waiting for us to rescue them. Ark, you cripple, he roared, flames of orange red igniting in his palm. I'll burn you to ashes. Lin Mo is not a cripple. Lei Yu's eyes blazed with anger, her golden battle patterns glowing brightly. And you? What can you do besides shout? You're nothing but a mad dog, Qin Hao Yan said coldly. Some people flaunt stolen talents and still act so arrogant. It's truly laughable. Stolen? Lin Yanyu's expression darkened further. Qin Hao Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense, Qin Hao Yan sneered. Wang Tai's Han couldn't help but interject. Lin Yanyu, stop being ignorant. Lin Mo's strength is beyond your imagination. Min Zhen Bang frowned deeply, surprised by Wei Tai's Han's attitude. Even a military captain held Lin Mo in such high regard. What kind of power was this so-called cripple hiding? Patriarch Lin, we have severed our familial ties. From now on, you can treat me as a stranger when we meet. Captain Wang, the mission is urgent. Let's move out. Enough. Wang Tai's Han waved his hand. Time is precious. Everyone, proceed with your tasks. Before leaving, Lin Zhenbang cast a cold glance at Lin Mo, his eyes seemingly saying, a cripple is still a cripple. Don't disgrace the family. Aunt Yanyu was even more unwilling, glaring fiercely at Lin Mo. When I return from completing the mission, I'll show you what true S-level talent looks like. Lin Mo still ignored him, even yawning, his demeanor utterly relaxed. What a master of showing off. Lin Yan, he was so angry, he almost spat blood. Let's go. Wang Tai's Han waved his hand. And the team continued forward, watching Lin Zhenbang and his group gradually disappear into the distance. Wang Tai's Han turned to look at Lin Mo with a complex expression. Was that your father and brother just now? He asked cautiously. We've already severed ties, Lin Mo replied calmly, as if it were an insignificant matter. While Tai's Han was silent for a moment, as someone with experience, he could see the complexity of the situation. I know a bit about the Lin family, he said slowly, but blood relations aren't the deciding factor for everything. True strength is the foundation for standing firm. Lei Yu was fuming all the way. I'm so angry. Lin Yanyu is simply too much. He's just a clown. Qin Hao Yan commented inferently. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Well said. Lei Yu clapped her hands in approval. That's exactly the point. Wang Tai's Han nodded, greatly admiring Lin Mo's mindset. Being able to remain calm and composed in such circumstances was truly not something the average young person could achieve. After a half-hour drive, the group remained silent and finally arrived at 3rd Elementary School. Compared to King Mana Elementary, the situation here was clearly worse. At the school gate, buzzes of rift beasts were gathered together, along with several larger exotic beasts. Their bodies emitted acid and were known as acid sprayers. There were also a few shadow blade mantises with arms as sharp as blades. These are all 3rd-tier exotic beasts. And not just one. Wang Tai's Han's face turned serious. Inside the teaching building, a violent aura was rampaging uncontrollably. It was a peak 3rd tier for armed berserk ape, nearly 3 meters tall, with 4 thick, powerful arms bulging with muscles. It wasn't stupid either, leading the exotic beasts in a fierce assault on the defensive positions. Wang Tai's Han immediately began deploying tactics, Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan. Attack head-on to create chaos. Third squad, clear the small monsters on the perimeter. Second squad, follow me inside the building. He turned to Lin Mo, his tone particularly serious. Lin Mo, you're responsible for long-range support. Report any situation to me immediately. Lin Mo nodded, secretly amused. Another chance to grind monsters and level up. The battle erupted instantly. Lei Yu let out an angry shout, activating Titan Battle 4. Her body instantly enlarged, golden patterns shining, and a mountain-crushing hammer in her hand radiated dazzling light. Take this. She swung her hammer, smashing an acid sprayer into pulp with immense force. Green acid splattered everywhere, corralling a deep pit. Qin Hao Yan was not to be outdone, activating Radiant's sword mastery. The longsword in his hand emitted brilliant golden light, and the sword beams danced among the exotic beasts, felling them one by one. The two worked together seamlessly, like a sharp blade tearing through the enemy's defenses. Lin Mo sat in his wheelchair, appearing relaxed on the surface but with focused eyes, ready to snipe any enemy attempting to ambush his teammates. Whenever an exotic beast tried to approach, a subtle spatial blade would strike precisely, with deadly results. Wang Tai's Han grew increasingly convinced that Lin Mo's strength far exceeded appearances. Roar thunder's roar erupted from a teaching building as a massive figure suddenly burst through the wall. It was a four-armed berserk cape, immensely muscular. It grabbed a chunk of concrete and hurled it fiercely at Lei Yu. But the heavy impact still forced her back a few steps. Her arm no. This strength is incredible. Lei Yu licked her lips excitedly. Finally, a tough opponent. Wang Tai's Han urgently adjusted the tactics. Everyone, focus on surrounding it. He shouted to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, can you use fire to attack its eyes? I need an opening. Lin Mo was about to respond when suddenly universal perception issued a strong danger warning. Deep within the teaching building, a dangerous aura was rapidly approaching. Completely different from ordinary exotic beasts. The eerie sensation made hearts race. Captain Wang, watch out. Lin Mo shouted. Wang Tai's Han instantly became alert, his agile figure dodging to the side. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the ceiling silently shattered, and a pitch-black figure darted like lightning toward the spot where he had just been. This was a never-before-seen, exotic beast, entirely shrouded in darkness. With an eerie form and astonishing speed, the black shadow darted toward Wang Tai's Han like a ghost. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, and he decisively activated dimensional banishment. Space twisted, forcibly altering the trajectory of the shadow's attack, which grazed Wang Tai's Han's shoulder and slammed heavily into the wall. Wang Tai's Han reacted swiftly, rolling to create distance, gripping a military dagger in his hand. He stared at the black liquid slowly dripping down the wall, his expression grave. Shadow Stalker, a third lead exotic beast. The shadow quickly reassembled, revealing its true form, a black panther-like exotic beast with 6 slender tendrils extending from its body. It had no fur, its skin was covered in flowing black liquid, and its crimson eyes locked on a Wang Tai's Han. This is an exotic beast specialized in assassination. Be careful, its claws are venomous. Outside the building, Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan were locked in fierce combat with a 4-armed berserk ape. Each punch from the ape carried immense force, as if it could tear the heavens and earth apart. Lei Yu activated Titan Battle form, barely managing to withstand the attacks. This guy is so tough. Lei Yu gritted her teeth, swinging her hammer, which collided with the ape's arm in a deafening clash. Qin Hao Yan moved nimbly, his radiant swordplate racing golden arcs around a berserk ape, but only managed to cut through its thick skin with limited damage. Strong power. Thick defense. This thing is ridiculously tough. Qin Hao Yan muttered, sweating profusely. If this keeps up, we'll be exhausted. Inside the building, the Shadow Stalker had broken free from its restraints and was moving like a ghost through the complex terrain, constantly seeking openings in Wang Tai's Han's defenses. Spread out. Don't cluster together. Wang Tai's Han ordered decisively, his gaze fixed on Lin Mo. Lin Mo, this thing is too fast, only you can handle it. Lin Mo nodded, his sharp eyes locking onto the shadow. The Shadow Stalker moved at extreme speed, appearing as nothing more than a blur to ordinary people. Lin Mo unleashed 3 consecutive spatial cuts, but the beast evaded them all. Too fast. Lin Mo frowned, quickly adjusting his strategy. Against such an agile enemy, Wide-range attacks were ineffective. He needed to seize the right moment for a decisive strike. Lin Mo focused intently, analyzing the beast's movements after evasion to discern its patterns. He knew he would soon find an opening. Lin Mo seized the opportunity without hesitation. As the Shadow Stalker lunged at Wang Tai's Han again, Lin Mo swiftly unleashed the invisible soul burn, targeting the beast's soul core directly. Shrieky shard, piercing cry echoed through the classroom as the Shadow Stalker's movements instantly slowed, the flowing black liquid on its body seemingly frozen. Now's the time. Lin Mo clenched his right hand, releasing a spatial blade that instantly condensed into a sharp edge, silently slicing through the Shadow Stalker's neck. Its head fell to the ground, black blood splattering everywhere. Wang Tai's Han's eyes flashed with shock. In his mind, the system notification sounded killed third-tier lead exotic beast Shadow Stalker. Earn 1,000 system points. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the window. The four-armed berserk ape, sensing its companion's death, entered a state of berserk rage. Its muscles swelled rapidly, its body growing by a third, with veins bulging on its forearms, and its eyes turning blood red. Damn it! Chen Haoyan barely dodged an attack, but his shoulder was grazed, staining his sleeve with blood. Chen Haoyan, swinging her mountain-crushing hammer with all her might, trying to draw the frenzied ape's attention. Wang Tai's Han approached the window, his brows furrowed tightly. This is bad. A berserk four-armed ape's attack power doubles, nearly reaching the level of a fourth-tier beginner. Lin Mo pondered briefly. Its attack power has increased, but its defense has weakened, especially at the joints. Lei Yu used powerful bursts to hold it off head-on. Chen Haoyan maneuver from the sides and target its elbow and knee joints. Wang Tai's Han wasted no time, quickly issuing orders through the earpiece. Lei Yu, Chen Haoyan, follow Lin Mo's strategy. Sweat dripped from Lin Mo's forehead, the toll of his mental exertion becoming evident. Outside the building, the battle raged on. Lei Yu's mountain-crushing hammer danced like the wind, each strike forcing the ancient ferocious attacks to retreat. Chen Haoyan followed closely, his sword light flashing countless times at the joints of the ape beast. A great opportunity. Lin Mo noticed the severe flaw exposed after the ape beast's powerful strike, and immediately concentrated his mental energy. A compressed flame of extinction flame, reduced to the size of a needle tip, shot through the air and precisely pierced its left eye. Its massive body collapsing to the ground, twitching only a few times before falling silent. Killed a third-tier level exotic beast for armed ape. Gained 1,200 system points. It's over. Lei Yu, wielding her heavily damaged mountain-crushing hammer, shouted excitedly. Chen Haoyan breathed a sigh of relief, holding the crying girl in his arms, her face streaming with tears. Thank you so much. Wang Tai's Han directed the soldiers to search the battlefield and finally discovered a smooth, crystalline beast core within the four-armed ape corpse. Third-tier quality. Wang Tai's Han's eyes lit up, then he looked at Lin Mo. The spoils will be divided equally among the participants. Lin Mo took the beast core, feeling the powerful energy within. Then prepare to return, Wang Tai's Han ordered. Lin Mo closed his eyes to recuperate, sensing the bottleneck within his body. At the late stage of the body-tempering realm, he was just one step away from the pulse-opening realm. Beep beep beep, the high-pitched alarm echoed throughout Star City, and all communication devices simultaneously receive an encrypted emergency notification warning. Warning, a supermassive spatial rift has been detected above the center of Star City with abnormally high energy levels, breaking historical records. Suspected precursor to a city-destroying beast tie. All warriors are to gather at the city center immediately, and civilians are to evacuate along designated routes. Wang Tai's Han's face turned ashen. A city-destroying beast tie? That's impossible. What is a city-destroying beast tie? Lei Yu asked nervously. Wang Tai's Han's voice was hoarse. It means an army of exotic beasts above Tier 5, possibly even Tier 6. Lin Mo's brows furrowed deeply. What did Tier 6 exotic beasts signify? They were equivalent to martial arts grandmasters. The strongest in Star City was only at the peak of Tier 5. If there were truly Tier 6 enemies, this city was doomed. Everyone, return to the assembly point immediately. Wang Tai's Han made a decisive call. Prepare for battle. Wang Tai's Han led the team, escorting the terrified teachers and students through the gymnasium. The streets were in chaos, with exotic beasts rampaging everywhere. Maintain formation. gripping his firearm tightly and scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Lei activated Titan battle form, her petite frame erupting with astonishing power. Our mountain-crushing hammer swung like a whirlwind, smashing low-tier exotic beasts blocking the way. Blood mist scattering. Bring as many as you want. I'll smash them all. She laughed excitedly. Ken Hao Yan unleashed radiant swordplay, his sword light flickering like stars, striking down enemies attempting to ambush from the flanks, killing them instantly. Arrogance only leads to self-destruction, he sneered coldly. Sitting in his wheelchair, seemed relaxed, but spatial severance silently eliminated hidden threats. Occasionally, extinction flame would fall, throwing charging exotic beasts into chaos. The purple fire enveloping the battlefield like a reaper's scythe killed a second-tier exotic beast. Steel-clawed wolf gained 200 system points. Killed a second-tier exotic beast. Venomous fang snake gained 200 system points. System notifications kept ringing, and Lin Mo responded calmly, feeling rather pleased. The gymnasium is just ahead. Hang in there, everyone, a soldier shouted, pointing to the distant building. After hours of intense combat, we finally reached Star City Gymnasium. The military had long since transformed it into a large underground shelter. The entrance was heavily guarded, and soldiers efficiently guided countless civilians inside. The shelter was brightly lit, but the space was packed. The air filled with the mixed smells of sweat, fear, and helplessness. After settling the surviving teachers and students, I finally learned the reason behind the massive appearance of exotic beasts through internal military channels. There was a violent spatial energy fluctuation deep in the wilderness outside the city. At the time, we thought it was a high-level beast advancing, but now it seems that the fluctuation is far more complex than we anticipated, and it is highly likely that an unknown enemy has torn through the spatial barrier. My knuckles turning white from the pressure. If Star City falls, millions of lives will be lost to the claws of these beasts. The team found a quiet corner to rest briefly. Ken Hao Yan took out the jade bottles from his equipment and handed them to Lei Yu and Lin Mo. These are meridian pills. His tone was indifferent, as if he were handing out roadside stones rather than precious pills. Meridian pills are extremely rare breakthrough auxiliary medicines for martial artists. Each pill is crafted with the core of a third-tier beast, combined with rare materials like century-old Ling Zi, HR, and millennia-old ginseng, meticulously refined by top alchemists. Their value is incredibly high, worth 50,000 star coins of a black market. Even wealthy families are reluctant to use them, casually due to their limited quantity and high demand. Meridian pills can forcibly open the meridians of a body refining realm martial artist, allowing them to reach the meridian realm. Simply put, taking a meridian pill for a breakthrough is like driving a sports car. While not taking one is like driving a regular car. These pills mean nothing to me. Lei Yu, you should have broken through long ago. As for Lin Mo, his tone shifted, revealing his sharp-tongued nature. Although you have good talent, your strength is too weak and might slow us down. Lei Yu took the jade bottle, her eyes lighting up immediately. Well, Hao Yuan, you're such a tycoon. I'm about to break through, just one step away. She excitedly looked at Lin Mo. Let's break through together and then go take down those beasts. Lin Mo wasn't intimidated by Ken Hao Yan's teasing and couldn't help but smile. Thank you. With his current SS-level talent and system foundation, he could break through even without the pill. But Ken Hao Yan's gesture of giving such a rare medicine at this critical moment truly meant a meridian pill worth 50,000 star coins is something even the wealthy wouldn't casually give away. You guys protect me. Lin Mo swallowed the meridian pill. The medicinal power dissolved instantly upon entering his body, and a torrent of energy surged through his meridians. Unlike ordinary people who struggle painfully, Lin Mo's SS-level talent, Void Scorching Flame, awakened instantly. The purple flames, as if conscious, precisely guided the medicinal power to impact the nodes of his meridians. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from Lin Mo's body, and purple flame patterns danced across his skin, resembling a god or demon descending. Host successfully advanced to the early stage of the Meridian Realm. The system panel automatically popped up. Host Lin Mo Realm. Early Meridian Realm attributes: Strength 600, Speed 600, Defense 600, Spirit 150, 1200 energy value 1000, 10,000 talent ability, SS-level Void Scorching Flame characteristics. Spatial severance precisely cuts through beast, necks, Dimensional banishment absorbs beasts into spatial vortexes. Extinction flame burns beasts' bodies. Soul burn directly targets the spirit and soul of the target, ignoring any physical or energy defenses. Passive effect recovers 200 energy per second, increases combat power by 500%. Universal perception detects detailed information about nearby creatures. Special status lends disabled recoverable lifespan to 120 system points. 100 to 1000. I opened my eyes, feeling the surging power within me, and nodded in satisfaction. My turn. Lei eagerly swallowed the meridian pill. She was exceptionally gifted, and with the enhancement of the Titan battle physique, her breakthrough process was smoother than mine. A violent and heavy wave of earthy yellow energy erupted from her body, faintly accompanied by the roar of a Titan. She suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and spirited, clenching her fists in excitement. Her Meridian connection realm. I feel several times stronger. Ken Hao Yan watched our breakthroughs, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Though his words remained sharp, at least they're not dragging us down anymore. Now all three of us are in the Meridian connection realm, Lei Yu said with a farty laugh. Punching the air. No matter what kind of exotic beast comes, we won't be afraid. Don't get too cocky, I calmly reminded, shaking his head. Wartai's Han said gravely, this city-destroying beast tide is no joke. Just as he finished speaking, the broadcast system in the shelter suddenly came on attention all refugees. A strong spatial energy fluctuation has been detected in the central area of Star City, suspected to indicate the imminent appearance of high-level exotic beasts. Please remain calm. The military is urgently formulating a response plan. The shelter trembled slightly, as if some massive creature had landed heavily on the ground. His tremor. Wang Tai's Han's expression changed. At least a fourth-tier exotic beast. Immediately after, a deafening roar erupted from underground, its overwhelming presence making everyone's hearts tighten. Wang Tai's Han's communicator suddenly rang. After answering, his expression grew even more severe. Understood. We're heading over immediately. Handing up, he looked at everyone. The command center has ordered all warriors at the Meridian Connection realm and above to assemble immediately and prepare for battle. We're going to. Lei Yu's eyes widened, more with excitement than fear. According to energy detection, among the exotic beasts descending this time, there are at least 3 fourth-tier ones, and one that might be 5th tier, Wang Tai's Han said solemnly. Star City doesn't have many high-tier warriors to begin with now. Everyone must take the field. Ken Hao Yan narrowed his eyes, his fighting spirit ignited. The 5th-tier exotic beast, perfect to test my strength. Lin Mo pushed his wheelchair forward. Let's go. Time to witness a real spectacle. As soon as they stepped out of the shelter, the scene before them left everyone stunned. A massive purple rift had appeared in the sky, with the surrounding space distorted. Countless exotic beasts were emerging from within, each step causing the ground to quake, while nearby buildings crumbled like paper. Shadow Titan, a peak 15 exotic beast. Wang Tai's Han's eyes narrowed to slits. Then the piercing sound of alarms blared again. Emergency notice. A 6th-tier exotic beast has been confirmed. All warriors at the Meridian Connection realm and above, assemble immediately. A 6th-tier exotic beast has appeared. Assemble immediately. A 6th-tier exotic beast. These four words weighed heavily, like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Such a creature was equivalent to a human martial arts grandmaster, and sometimes even more formidable than a human warrior of the same level. Muttering under his breath, Star City is in extreme danger. Even Ken Hao Yan, usually brimming with confidence, lost the color in his face. His hand gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles turning white. Lei Yu, who was usually eager for battle, now wore a serious, unworried expression, instinctively tightening her grip on the handle of her mountain-crushing hammer. What exactly does 60-tier mean? Lei Yu swallowed hard, her voice dry. Wang Tai's Han gave a bitter smile. You all know that the 5th-tier Shadow Titan has already left the military helpless, right? A 60 exotic beast is 10 times stronger than a 5th-tier one. Not only is it immensely powerful, but it also possesses higher intelligence and strange abilities. And Hao Yan's hand trembled slightly as he held his sword. If we go now, how is that any different from throwing our lives away? Lin Mo's eyes sharpened, countless thoughts racing through his mind. The power of a 6th-tier exotic beast was far beyond that of a 5th-tier. A direct confrontation would be hopeless, but escaping was simply unrealistic. Star City was so vast that if the beast completely lost control, no one could remain unscathed. Martial arts training followed a very strict hierarchical system. The Yuan Gathering realm, it was still possible for a martial artist to defeat an opponent of a higher level. It was not an insurmountable chasm. However, once one entered the crystal condensation realm, the situation changed entirely. An elder from the Star City Martial Artists Association once warned young martial artists starting from the crystal condensation realm. The gap between each and each minor stage is as wide as a chasm. And even then, it comes at a heavy price. This was no exaggeration. Take the key transformation realm as an example. A gap between the early and mid stages was utterly despairing. Early stage key transformation martial artists typically had strength, speed, and defense stats ranging from 250. 0 to 350,000, mental power between 40,000 and 60. 0, and yuan energy reserves of 1 to 1.8 million. By the mid-stage, these stats skyrocketed to strength, speed, and defense of 350. 0 to 500,000, mental power of 60,000 to 85. 0, and yuan energy reserves of 1.82 to 0.8 million. Such a massive disparity could not be easily bridged by technique or talent alone. What made things even more troubling was that beasts were naturally stronger than humans in terms of physicality. Beasts of the same level typically outperformed human martial artists in strength and defense, making human-beast battles even more challenging. A human martial artist at the early stage of the key transformation realm often found themselves at a disadvantage against a beast of the same level. However, humans had their own advantages, advanced techniques, the comprehensive training system, and various innate abilities. These were crucial assets in humanity's fight against beasts. A martial artist with an S-grade talent, even a slightly lower in realm, could leverage their powerful innate abilities to gain an edge in battle. For this reason, talent became increasingly important in high-level combat. Martial artists with top-tier talents often managed to turn the tide in seemingly hopeless situations, creating miracles. System-enhanced attributes. Lynn most silently commanded in his mind. At a life-on-death moment, even the slightest increase in strength could determine survival. Consume 20. 0 system points. Defense attribute 20,000. Consume 10,000 system points. Mental attribute 10,000. Consumed 30,000 system points. Yuan energy 30. 0 remaining system points 50 to 1,000. A warm surge of power coursed D through his body, and the yuan energy lake in his D untiringly grew larger. Lin Mo felt his physical defense, mental perception, and yuan energy reserves all rise to a new level. He opened the system panel attribute strength 600 speed, 600 defense. 20,000, 600 mental 12,000, 150 yuan energy. 31,000 Lin Mo felt reassured. These attributes were now comparable to those of a top-tier yuan gathering realm martial artist. More importantly, the surge in mental power significantly amplified the power of his mental attack skill, Soulbro. Lin Mo, why has your aura suddenly grown stronger? Lei keenly noticed the change in him. Just had a breakthrough. Feels like my strength has improved, Lin Mo replied casually. Ken Hao Yan squinted at him. What secret are you hiding? Every time at a critical moment, you inexplicably grow stronger. Maybe I'm just a great potential, Lin Mo said with a smile, pushing his wheelchair. Let's go check out the legendary 6th-tier beast. Who knows? We might get lucky and score big. Score big? Wang Tai's Han said with a wry smile. That's a 6th-tier beast, not some stray animal on the street. By the way, how many system points is a 6th-tier beast worth? Lin Mo glanced at the panel. A 5th-tier beast was worth 50,000 points. But a 6th-tier beast, 300,000, a number made his eyes light up. Although the danger was immense, the rewards from participating in the battle would undoubtedly be astonishing. Let's go to the central square. Wang Tai's Han lead the charge out of the sheltered command post. Lin Mo pushed the wheelchair, with Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu following closely behind. The atmosphere on the streets was unbearably heavy. A low-level mutant beasts that had been scurrying around earlier seemed to sense the oppression and had all hidden away. The entire city was engulfed in an eerie silence. Occasionally, groups of martial artists hurried past, their faces solemn and eyes filled with a determination to fight to the death. This feels just like an apocalypse movie, Lin Mo muttered to himself. But on second thought, it made sense. 6th-tier mutant beasts were indeed like the end of the world for ordinary people. The closer they got to the central square, the stronger the tremor that resonated from the depths of their souls, as if an ancient, slumbering giant beast was awakening. It's suffocating. Hundreds of martial artists had already gathered in the square, the weakest among them at the early Tongmei realm, with many in the Juyuan realm. The city lord's guards, the elite of the martial artists association, and warriors from various prominent families had nearly assembled all of Star City's top forces here. A middle-aged man in a dark green military uniform with a general's insignia on his shoulder was shouting angrily into a communicator, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly under immense pressure. The commander-in-chief of Star City's garrison forces and an early-stage Huagame realm expert reports, sir, a black abyss demon spider has appeared near the city center hospital. Preliminary assessment places it at late 6th tier. Where's Sword Elder? Zhu Zhenjiang roared. Send him to suppress it immediately, at all costs. As his words fell, an aged yet powerful voice echoed from the sky. I'm here. Landing on the rooftop of a building at the edge of the square. His face was even paler than before, clearly showing that his battle with the demon Dragon King had aggravated old injuries. Zhuboing, what's the situation? Sword Elder's voice was not loud, but it carried clearly. Zhu Zhenjiang's expression was grave. Sword Elder. The situation is extremely dangerous. Besides the black abyss demon spider near the city center hospital, a 9-nether bone bird has appeared in the West District's Commercial Street. Judging by the energy fluctuations, both are at late 6th tier. His collective gasp swept through the square. To 6th tier beasts, Leiyu's eyes widened. This is really bad. Qin Hao Yan's face turned ashen. Among Star City's top combat forces, aside from Sword Elder, who else can deal with 6th tier mutant beasts? To 6th tier mutant beasts, it was as if they intended to wipe Star City off the map. Sword Elder's expression grew exceptionally heavy. He took a deep breath. I'll handle the black abyss demon spider. As for the other one, you'll have to hold it off until the Federation's reinforcements arrive. As soon as he said this, despair appeared on the faces of many martial artists. Federation reinforcements, a distant solution for an immediate crisis. Was Star City truly doomed? Lin Mo quickly calculated in his mind to 6th tier mutant beasts, worth a total of 600 Geros system points. Although with his current strength, facing a 6th tier mutant beast head-on was tantamount to suicide, hitting an assist wouldn't be a bad idea. Everyone, Zhu Zhenjiang suddenly raised his voice, his yuan power surging. His voice boomed like thunder. I know you're all afraid, I'm afraid too. But behind me are millions of Star City residents counting on us. We are martial artists, the protectors of Star City. Today is the day we fight to the last drop of blood to defend our home. Leiyu gripped her mountain-crushing hammer tightly, her eyes burning with battle intent. That's right, at worst we die once. What's there to fear? Qin Hao Yan sneered. General Zhu's speech is quite stirring, but the reality is, with so few of us against 6th tier mutant beasts, it's basically a suicide mission. Then are you going to run? Leiyu glared at him. Qin Hao Yan snorted. Run? When did I ever say I was going to run? I'm just stating the truth. Zhu Zhenjiang's gaze shifted, locking onto Wang Taizhan, who was dressed in military attire. Wang Taizhan, present. Wang Taizhan stepped forward. You lead the 3rd Regiment, join forces with the Qin family and other martial artists, and hold the central square to the first evacuation passage. Assure the safety of the passage. Understood. Lin Mo pushed his wheelchair and whispered to his companion beside him. Looks like we'll have to split up. Wang Taizhan, that old guy, is still sensible, putting us in a relatively safe rear position. Rear? Leiyu was puzzled. Aren't we supposed to guard the passage? Qin Hao Yan explained. The passage is indeed important, but compared to directly facing 6th tier beasts, this is considered safe. 6th tier beasts generally don't leave their hunting grounds easily. Other martial artists at the Gathering Yuan realm, follow me to the Eastern District to intercept the crimson-scaled Earth Dragon. Zhu Zhenjiang drew his waist knife, the tip pointing eastward. Martial artists of Star City, fight to the death, fight to the death, fight to the death. Zhu Zhenjiang's determination greatly boosted the morale of the martial artists in the square, their shouts growing louder and louder. Sword Elder nodded, his figure flashing like lightning as he sped toward the city center hospital. Lin Mo, Qin Hao Yan, and Leiyu were assigned to Wang Taizhan's team. Wang Taizhan walked up to the three, his expression solemn as he glanced at Lin Mo. This passage is extremely critical. It's up to you. He knew Lin Mo's strength was formidable, and now he could only hope these young people would create a miracle. Lin Mo nodded. But Uncle Wang, with just the three of us guarding such a long road, won't we be short on manpower? Wei Tai's Han smiled bitterly. Where would I find extra people? You three are already the strongest combat force I can muster, leaving only some novice body-tempering realm fighters. And Hao Yan snorted coldly. Sure, we can't beat 60 beasts, but if it's just small fry, killing them is as easy as cutting vegetables. Lei Yu, both eager and slightly worried, said, to 60 beasts, can we really hold out, even if we can't? We must. Lin Mo's expression was calm, but his gaze was exceptionally resolute. There's no retreat behind us. They quickly set up defenses at key positions along the main road. Lin Mo and the other were stationed at a crossroads, one of the weakest points where beasts were most likely to break through. And ground began to tremble slightly, and a deafening sound of collapsing buildings echoed from afar, accompanied by the roars of beasts rising and falling. The air was thick with the smell of burning and blood. In the distance, the sounds of sword elder battling the black beast demon spider could be heard. They're coming, a scout soldier shouted sharply. Dust billowed at the far end of the street as dozens of beasts of various shapes surged forward. Leading them were two massive fourth-tier beasts, the hellhounds with own spikes covering their backs, and an iron-clad burrowing beast covered in heavy scales like a pangolin. Behind them were numerous second- and third-tier beasts. Lin Mo's universal perception immediately displayed detailed information: 3 fourth-tier beasts, plus over 20 second- and third-tier small fry. According to the system's standards, defeating this wave of beasts would yield over 7,000 reward points. This is the vanguard of the beast tide. Wang Tai's Han's face changed drastically. Everyone, prepare for battle. Cold light flashed in Ken Hao Yan's eyes as his S-grade talent radiant sword control ignited instantly. Dozens of light swords hovered around him, exuding a chilling sword aura. Lei Yu shouted loudly, activating her S-grade talent Titan battle form. Golden battle patterns flowing across her skin, and her mountain-breaking hammer radiated earthy yellow yuan energy. As universal perception had already analyzed all the beast information. Qin Hao Yan, take care of the hellhound on the left, finish it quickly. Lin Mo commanded decisively. Lei Yu, go to the front and hold off the ironclad burrowing beast. Watch out for its charges and claw attacks. The rest of the small fry will be handled by me and the soldiers. Understood. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu responded in unison, already accustomed to following Lin Mo's orders. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Hao Yan's figure blurred, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward the hellhound on the left, accompanied by a rain of swords. Lei Yu charged at the largest ironclad burrowing beast, unstoppable like a small tank. The battle erupted instantly. Qin Hao Yan's sword light slashed through like lightning. Dozens of light swords intertwined into an impenetrable web, firmly trapping the tier for hellhound. Squelch, squelch. The sword light continuously pierced into its flesh, and the hellhound let out heart-wrenching roars, desperately fighting back. However, Qin Hao Yan's offensive was like a torrential storm, flawless. Every strike precisely hit its vital point's eyes. Neck joints, not bad, but still not fast enough. Lin Mo's voice suddenly came, calm yet resolute. Qin Hao Yan's heart tightened. He knew this wasn't criticism but a reminder. In a beast tide of the scale, every second was extremely precious. Understood. Qin Hao Yan's eyes flashed coldly, and his energy erupted. Radiant sword technique Folly Star. The light swords floating around him instantly merged into a giant sword, streaking across the sky like a meteor, piercing the hellhound's head with pinpoint accuracy. With the hellhound let out a miserable cry as its massive body collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Lei Yu's battle with the ironclad burrowing beast was intense and fierce. Lei Yu was forced back to steps, but her eyes burned with fighting spirit. Good strength. I like opponents like this. She shouted boldly and charged forward without hesitation. The ironclad burrowing beast let out a low growl, its body suddenly contracting before launching itself like a cannonball at Lei Yu. Lei Yu stood firm, her feet planted solidly, and swung her mountain-breaking hammer to meet the attack head-on. The earth-shaking impact made the air tremble. Although Lei Yu's blood surged from the collision, she endured the blow with determination. This guy's defense is too tough. She gritted her teeth, feeling her arms go numb. Attack its abdomen. That's the weak spot. Lin Mo's voice came again. Lei Yu's eyes lit up, and she immediately adjusted her strategy. She stopped clashing head-on, and instead used her agility to maneuver, seeking the best opportunity to strike. Elsewhere, one remaining hellhound and over 20 low-tier beasts were being systematically eliminated under Lin Mo's precise command. Sitting in his wheelchair, Lin Mo appeared motionless, was the true master of the battlefield. His universal perception covered the entire battleground, every beast's position, every soldier's movement, all under his control. Third squad, retreat 3 steps and focus fire on the tier to Venom Fade Snake ahead on the left. Fifth squad, watch the right side 3 Steel Claw Wolves are preparing to ambush. Medics, quickly treat that injured soldier. Lin Mo's orders were concise and precise, perfectly timed. The previously panicked body tempering realm soldiers, under his command, unleashed combat power beyond expectations, standing at the rear. Wei Tai's Han watched this scene in shock. He had thought Lin Mo's prowess relied solely on his talent. Only now did he realize how gravely mistaken he was. What truly made Lin Mo terrifying wasn't his talent but his extraordinary calmness and outstanding battlefield command. This kid, just who is he? He had seen countless excellent commanders, but someone like Lin Mo, who could orchestrate a chaotic battlefield and turn a group of mediocre soldiers into a seamless fighting force, was a first. This wasn't just command, it was art. Under Lin Mo's leadership, the battle proceeded in an orderly manner. After defeating the first hellhound, Chen Haoyan quickly joined the assault on the second one. Lei Yu, guided by Lin Mo, targeted the ironclad burrowing beast's sweet spot, repeatedly striking its abdomen. No matter how sturdy the beast was, it couldn't withstand such relentless attacks. Soon, it let out a tragic howl and collapsed. The remaining low-tier beasts were no match at all. In less than 10 minutes, the vanguard of the beast tide was completely wiped out. Across the battlefield, not a single beast remained standing except for them. Ding, killed tier for beast. Hellhound, earned 2,000 system points. Ding, killed a tier for exotic beast. Iron armored burrowing beast. Gained 2,500 system points. Ding, killed a tier 3 exotic beast. 8 series of notification sounds echoed in Lin Mo's mind. His mood was excellent. Huff, huff. Lei Yu leaned on her mountain-crushing hammer, panting heavily, her face flushed with excitement. So satisfying, absolutely thrilling. Chen Haoyan sheathed his lightsaber. Although his energy was greatly depleted, his eyes burned with excitement. The soldiers were even more exhilarated. They looked at the ground littered with exotic beast corpses, and then at Lin Mo in his wheelchair. Their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. We actually held the line? Amazing. We killed so many exotic beasts, all thanks to Lin Mo's outstanding command. Wang Tai's Han walked up to Lin Mo. His expression complicated. Lin Mo, he wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Uncle Wang, now's not the time for this. Lin Mo interrupted him. This was just the first wave. The real battle is yet to come. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently again. The tremors were stronger than any before. A deafening, terrifying roar came from a distance. Roar. A suffocating sense of oppression swept in from afar, and everyone's hearts swept into their throats. This is bad. Wang Tai's Han's face turned pale. It's a tier 5 exotic beast. At the end of the street, a massive beast several times larger than the iron armor burrowing beast was slowly approaching. It was a giant ape-like creature covered in black armor like shells. With 4 arms, tier 5 initial stage exotic beast, black praise and demon egg, strength 300,000 speed. 150,000 defense, 350,000 spirit. 10,000 talent, skill, say rank, berserk, bloodline, gravity domain, demonic wardan. A tier 5. Lei Yu's face turned pale. This is the end for us. Chen Haoyan gripped his longsword tightly, his palms drenched in cold sweat. A tier 5 exotic beast was equivalent to the top tier powerhouses among humans, with their small group. There were no match at all. Just as despair began to set in among the group, Lin Mo's voice rang out again. Retreat immediately. Uncle Wang, contact headquarters for reinforcements. Chen Haoyan. Lei Yu, prepare for battle. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge on the 3rd underground level of Star City's primary shelter, the lights were bright, and the environment was comfortable, a stark contrast to the bloody battle outside. Lin Zhenbang held a glass of red wine, chatting and laughing with several family heads who had also taken refuge there. This beast tie came so suddenly it's truly frightening, said the head of the Zhang family, rubbing his large belly. We reacted quickly and entered this safe estates on immediately. Indeed, we must thank Master Lynn for his foresight. The head of the Lee family nodded in agreement. I heard its chaos outside, with even to tier 6 and exotic beasts appearing. Lin Bang took a sip of red wine, a trace of pride flashing across his face. A mere beast died as nothing. With Elder Ji unguarding Star City and General Zhu leading the army, we will surely get through this safely. Though he spoke confidently, he was actually uncertain inside. But in front of his smaller family heads, he had maintained the demeanor of a top-tier family leader. Liu Yuru softly asked, "Husband, how is Tianyu? I'm a bit worried about him." At the mention of Lin Tianyu, Lin's Bang's face immediately lit up with pride. "Don't worry, Tianyu now possesses an S-rank talent. I've already arranged for him to train with the Martial Artists Association in a relatively safe area. If Tianyu can make a contribution in battle, he will surely attract the attention of the Federation's higher-ups, and his future will be limitless. That child might even be earning merits in battle as we speak," Liu Yuru said with a soft laugh, her eyes full of anticipation. Clearing low tea with exotic beasts in a backup passage near the shelter, a so-called cleanup operation with essentially finishing off the remnants. The truly dangerous beasts had already been intercepted by the military's main forces, leaving mostly first and second tier small fry here. Yet Lin Tianyu struggled with his task. The pseudo-S-level power he had acquired only had the energy fluctuations of a shell, with actual power not even comparable to a true A level. And the energy consumption was immense. Sky splits lash. Lin Tianyu shouted, his long blade igniting with her in dread flames, as he swung it at a half-meter, all first-tier split to threat. The blade carried a spatial rift edge, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. However, the split to threat merely squeaked, rolled over, and easily dodged the flashy but ineffective strike. Damn it, can't even hit it? Lin Tianyu's face stiffened, feeling a bit humiliated. Young Master Tianyu, don't worry. These split-to-frats are particularly fast and hard to deal with. A nearby association steward quickly tried to smooth things over. With this level of skill, S-level, even my C-level talent is more accurate than yours. Fruit. I just hadn't adapted to this power yet. Lin Tianyu gritted his teeth and swung his blade again. This time he wised up and avoided using the energy-draining Sky Split's lash, opting for the most basic blade techniques instead. After slashing 7 or 8 times in succession, he finally managed to turn the helpless split to threat into minced meat. Huff. Lin Tianyu leaned on his blade, panting heavily, as if he had just fought a grueling battle. See that? This is the power of an S-level talent. He didn't forget to show off to those around him. The surrounding warriors exchanged glances, their expressions complicated, but still cooperated by shouting, "Young Master Tianyu is mighty. S-level talent is truly impressive. Extraordinary." That split to threat died a meaningful death. Listening to the praise around him, Lin Tianyu's embarrassment finally dissipated. He straightened his chest, full of confidence. Just then, the warrior responsible for communications suddenly cried out, "Look, the military's internal battle reports as the fight at Central Square is intense." Everyone immediately gathered around. A communicator projected a blurry, yet shocking battle video. In the footage, a petite figure wielding a giant hammer, like a war goddess, smashed a fourth-tier ironclad burrowing beast to pieces. Sword light rained down, swiftly killing a fourth-tier hellhound. Even more astonishing was the appearance of a wheelchair-bound boy in one corner. Another ferocious hellhound let out a miserable cry, instantly reduced to ashes by a strange purple flame. My God, who is that? They're terrifyingly strong. That girl with the hammer looks like Clay Yu from King Tang High School. She's an S-level Titan battle physique. Truly remarkable. The one with the sword, judging by his appearance and swordsmanship, should be Qin Hao Yan, the Qin family's prodigy. But who is that wheelchair-bound boy? His attack is so mysterious, and that purple flame is simply terrifying. Yeah, we couldn't even see how he attacked. And a fourth-tier beast was instantly killed. This is beyond death level. Lin Tianyu stared at the wheelchair-bound boy on the screen, his eyes narrowing sharply. It's him, that useless Lin Mo. He couldn't help but shout. What? Lin Mo? The surrounding warriors froze. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Tianyu's face turned red as he pointed it at the screen, roaring, his S-level talent was already given to me. He doesn't even have a B-level talent now. How could he be this strong? This must be fake. The military fabricated this to boost morale. He grew increasingly agitated. As if only by saying this could he convince himself. The steward from the Warrior Association frowned slightly and said softly, "The military's battle reports are unlikely to be fake. This video was uploaded from a helmet recorder of a soldier in the 3rd Regiment. There's no way it could be falsified." "What did you say?" Lin Yanyu glared at him. "And nothing." The steward quickly shut his mouth. Lin Yanyu's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his heart filled with jealousy and resentment. Why could that useless person be so strong? He should have been hiding in a corner, torn apart by beasts. Why is he still able to sit in a wheelchair? Being respected and admired, that position should be mine. I am the true owner of the S-level talent. I am the #1 genius of Star City. It must be a mistake. Yes, it must be someone with the same name and appearance. Lin Yanyu frantically consoled himself. A useless person, how could he possibly be better than me? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, his eyes flashing with venomous light. "Lin Mo, after the beast tide ends, I will definitely find you and take everything from you." The main road of the central square, the air was stagnant. The mid 5th-tier Crin's unscaled earth dragon coiled in the center of the street, its massive body with hundreds of limbs tearing the ground apart, producing a piercing sound. Its 8 scarlet compound eyes stared at the group of humans in front of it like searchlights. Its oppressive aura made all the soldiers tremble, even their breathing cautious. Lei Yu swallowed hard, showing a nervous expression for the first time. "Lin Mo, this guy is even scarier than the previous 5th-tier purple-winged demon Dragon King." Obviously, Qin Hao Yan gripped his sword hilt tightly, his palms full of sweat. "No one could fly and stayed far from us. This was right in front of us, so the pressure is naturally different." His words were still sharp, but his voice trembled uncontrollably, clearly betraying his fear. A 5th-tier beast had combat power equivalent to a Hua Gang realm expert. The 3 of them were at the Tonmai realm, along with Wang Tai's Fawn at the Juyuan realm, Toritonmai realm soldiers, and a group of ZUIT realm fighters. This lineup was far from enough to deal with it. "Uncle Wang, let's retreat." Qin Hao Yan looked at Wang Tai's Han, his voice dry. "We can't hold it. Let the soldiers retreat first. The 3 of us can still buy some time." It was the first time he had actively suggested retreating, not because he was afraid of death, but because he didn't want ordinary soldiers to die in vain. Wang Tai's Han's face was pale, what he couldn't refute. As a soldier, his duty was to hold the line. But the enemy before them had exceeded their limits. Retreating meant abandoning the only passage to the shelter. Not retreating meant total annihilation. In the midst of despair, Lin Mo's voice rang out again, still eerily calm. "Who said we were retreating?" Everyone turned to look at him. They saw him pushing his wheelchair forward slowly, positioning himself at the very front of the group. His frail figure stood alone, facing the terrifying giant beast like a mountain. Lin Mo's silhouette formed a stark contrast with the massive crimson-scaled earth dragon before him, but his gaze was so resolute that it was impossible to ignore. "Are you crazy? Come back now," Lei Yu shouted anxiously. Qin Hao Yan also yelled in panic. "Don't act recklessly. This is not the time to show off." Wang Tai's Han was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, preparing to order someone to pull Lin Mo back. Lin Mo said calmly, "Uncle Wang, have your men get ready and wait for my signal." Wang Tai's Han asked instinctively. After speaking, he ignored everyone's attempts to dissuade him and faced the crimson-scaled earth dragon alone. It suddenly opened its massive mouth, letting out a deafening roar. A sound wave mixed with the stench of sulfur and burning swept forward like a tsunami. Lin Mo sat as steady as a mountain, not even furrowing his brow. The sound wave passed over him, crashing into the buildings behind, instantly riddling the reinforced concrete walls with countless cracks. "Holy crap!" Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were dumbfounded. How is he completely unharmed?" Lei Yu stammered. Qin Hao Yan squinted his eyes, staring intently at Lin Mo's back. "It's his mental power." Qin Hao Yan was shocked. He's using powerful mental energy to form an invisible barrier, blocking the sound wave attack. How could Lin Mo so effortlessly block the sound wave attack of a 5th-tier beast? Just how powerful is his mental strength? Is this far surpassed the level of ordinary cultivators? Generally speaking, the mental strength of someone at the peak of the Gathering Yua realm is around 2,800 to 4,000. Lin Mo's mental strength is 150, with an additional 24,000 from the system, totaling 24. 150 14,150 points higher than the crimson-scaled earth dragon. Roar! Its massive body suddenly arched like a drawn bow and shot forward. Its 30-meter-long frame exploded with astonishing speed, charging at Lin Mo with overwhelming force. "Watch out!" The crowd couldn't help but shout. But Lin Mo remained motionless, slowly raising his right hand and his palm. A mysterious purple flame burned quietly, with countless black cracks weeding through it, as if connecting to a terrifying other world. This was Void Annihilation Flame. Just as the crimson-scaled Earth Dragon was about to collide with him, Lin Mo clenched his 5 fingers tightly. Dimensional Banishment. A pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared in front of the crimson-scaled Earth Dragon. The vortex was only the size of a millstone, yet it swallowed the charging beast. There was no earth-shattering collision, no explosion of power, only the silent disappearance of the terrified beast, furred half into another dimensional space. The remaining massive body slid dozens of meters due to inertia, destroying several buildings before coming to a stop. Dark red blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing half the street bright red. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone stared blankly at this surreal scene, their minds completely blank. A terrifying mid-fifth-tier beast was killed in an instant. It was done by a boy in a wheelchair, using a power they had never seen before. Am I dreaming? A soldier pinched himself, wincing in pain, confirming it was real. Wang Tai's Han stood frozen, mouth agape, completely petrified. He had fought countless battles and seen all kinds of powerful individuals in life and death struggles. But this scene completely overturned his understanding. Can Hao Yan and Lei, you looked at Lin Mo as if he were a deity. Monster. This guy's an absolute monster. Can Hao Yan muttered under his breath. He now felt utterly powerless. Lei Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration. So cool. Killed mid-5th-tier beast crimson-scaled Earth Dragon. Gained 50,000 system points. But host defeated a powerful enemy beyond their level, significantly enhancing mental willpower. Mental strength 500. Detected core element of mid-5th-tier beast. Beginning absorption. Ding. Successfully absorbed target talent. Grade A molten body. Listening to the system notifications, Lin Mo was so overjoyed he could hardly contain himself. 50,000 points. Plus an A grade talent. This was a huge gain. The reason Lin Mo could defeat an enemy beyond his level was due to the generally low mental strength of beasts. The crimson-scaled Earth Dragon's mental strength was 20. 0, while his was 24,150, allowing his attacks to roll ineffectively. The crimson-scaled Earth Dragon's defense was 400,000, but with its A grade talent molten body, its defense doubled to 800. Zerith. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had an SS grade talent Void Annihilation Flame, whose passive effect increased his combat power 5-fold. His final combat power was approximately 1,100,000. Defeating the crimson-scaled Earth Dragon was a breeze. Though it had nearly drained his yuan energy, Lin Mo slowly turned his wheelchair, looking at his dumbfounded teammates behind him, and said calmly, "Don't just stand there. Clean up the battlefield." Someone responded, "Clean up the battlefield." Wang Tai's Han snapped out in his shock, his lips moving slightly, but no words came out. What did he want to ask? Did he want to ask why Lin Mo was so strong? Did he want to ask where his talent was? Or did he want to ask if Lin Mo was a hidden expert? But that single strike had rendered all questions meaningless. "Uncle Wang," I interrupted his thoughts. "The latter half of the Crimson Earth Dragon's corpse is a treasure. Its flesh and blood can be refined into medicine, and especially its kind as a crucial material for crafting advanced weapons. Leaving it untouched would be such a waste." Only then did Wang Tai's Han snap out of it. "Right, that is the corpse of a 5th-tier exotic beast. Every part of it is a treasure. If someone got their hands on materials from a 5th-tier exotic beast, which faction wouldn't he fight over it? Now with half a corpse right in front of us, how could we let it go? Quick, everyone, start collecting the materials. And move fast." Wang Tai's Han gave the order excitably, his voice trembling. As if waking from a dream, rushed forward and carefully began cutting up the crimson Earth Dragon's corpse. And Hao Yan and Lei Yu also walked over. They had previously been filled with admiration and surprise. Now they were filled with genuine awe. Lin Mo. Qin Hao Yan took a deep breath, as if he wanted to say something. "I'm just a support." I cut him off. Qin Hao Yan froze, and Lei Yu fell silent. Everyone who heard this paused for a moment. "Support? You took down a 5th-tier exotic beast in one move, and you call that support? Then what are we, who can't even cut through its hide?" The atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. I joked the joke had gone a bit too far, so I coughed lightly and explained, "What I mean is, My ability is rather unique. I am good at dealing with single-strong enemies, but when it comes to hordes of beasts, I still need everyone's cooperation. What I said didn't really make much of a difference. Instead, the way everyone looked at me became even more reverent. Lin Mo, you raised such a jerk. Lei Yu stomped over angrily, hands on her hips, hiding your strength so deeply. You had us worried to death earlier. Though she was complaining, her eyes were full of admiration. Exactly. Qin Haoyan chimed in, you raised so strong, yet you Ray hanging out with us. I S&T that just bullying. We're right teammates. I emphasized again. I need your help. This wasn't just polite talk. My dimensional banishment was indeed powerful, but its energy consumption was staggering. That one strike earlier had used up nearly 2/3 of my energy. I really have no choice but to run. Fortunately, the passive effect of my SSS-level talent allowed me to recover 200 energy points per second, giving me far better endurance than most people. By the time I finished speaking, I had already recovered more than half of my energy. By the way, Lin Mo. Wang Tai's Han walked over, his expression serious. That move you used earlier, Uncle Wang. It escalated to my trump card, so I can't say much. I interrupted him directly. Wang Tai's Han was momentarily stunned, then gave a wry smile and nodded. My apologies. Not worry, I'll keep today's events confidential and issue a gag order to the soldiers. He understood very well that with an ability as heaven defying his mind, if it got out, it would shake the entire Federation. Whether it would bring fortune or disaster, no one could say for sure at this point. Until I had enough power to protect myself, hiding my strength was the wisest choice. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I nodded in gratitude. At that moment, a guard suddenly shouted, something is happening. There are people coming from the west. Everyone tensed up and immediately went on alert. At the end of the western street, a group of people appeared, leading Immortal and Bang and his son Lin Tianyu, followed by over a dozen family warriors. It looked disheveled and battered, clearly having been through a tough fight. Captain Wang. Lin and Bang spotted Wang Tai's Han, paused for a moment, then smiled and greeted him. Captain Wayne, our thing's on your side. We just dealt with a wave of beasts, and we're about to come over to support you. He spoke with such self-importance, as if he had accomplished something monumental. Wang Tai's Han looked at him with a complicated expression. Lin Qianyu caught a glimpse of Lin Marl, surrounded by the crowd, and the massive half-corpse of the Crimson Earth Dragon. His pupils shrank sharply. A fifth-tier beast, Storks? He exclaimed, his eyes filled with greed and jealousy. You actually hunted a fifth-tier beast. Lin Zhenbang also noticed the enormous corpse. Utterly shocked, his gaze swept over Wang Tai's Han, Qin Haoyan, and Lei Yu before finally landing on Lin Mo. His brows furrowing. Captain Wayne, what is going on here? He demanded, pointing at the corpse. A fifth-tier beast isn't something a team like yours could easily handle, is it? His tone carried undisguised suspicion and bitterness. In his view, the strongest in Wang Tai's Han's team was only at the Gathering Yuan realm, making it impossible for them to kill a fifth-tier beast. There had to be some trickery involved. Perhaps the beast had been severely injured by another powerful individual, and they merely picked up the spoils. Yes, that must be it. Before Wang Tai's Han could speak, Qin Haoyan sneered. What? Does the Lin family head think we don't have the capability? Boy from the Qin family, that's not what I meant, Lin Zhenbang said darkly. I'm just curious. After all, a fifth-tier beast is no trivial matter. Such spoils should be handed over to the command center for federal distribution, not handled privately by you. To put it bluntly, he was jealous and wanted a share. Lei Yu, with her fiery temper, immediately retorted, this is a trophy we risked our lives for. Why should we give it to anyone else? Exactly, Qin Haoyan echoed. If the Lin family head is envious, you can go hunt one yourself. Oh, by the way, didn't you just go to provide support? How did that turn out? He deliberately emphasized support, dripping with sarcasm. Lin Zhenbang's face instantly turned ashen, and everyone knew Lin Tian, he was arrogant and incompetent. During team-ups in the shelter, his stubbornness had caused harm to several groups, leaving no one willing to work with him. Lin Zhenbang had no choice but to personally lead the family warriors to secure some credit for his son. Lin Yanyu trembled with rage, his fury boiling over. It was flanked protectively by Qin Haoyan and Lei Yu, and the flames of jealousy nearly consumed him. Why were these the S-class talents revolving around Lin Mo? This useless nobody. What was he worth? Lin Mo, he pointed a finger at Lin Mo, shouting angrily, you worthless trash. How are you even here? Shouldn't you have died long ago? The atmosphere instantly froze. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's expressions darkened immediately. Wang Tai's Han, as surrounding soldiers stared at Lin Yu as if he were an idiot. Lin Mo raised his head, looking at him calmly, as if watching a clown. Do I need to report to you why I'm here? Lin Yu was rendered speechless. He took a deep breath, pointed at the crimson earth dragon's corpse, and sneered. Don't think I don't know. This beast wasn't killed by you. You just got lucky and picked up the spoils. Trash like you doesn't deserve the trophy of a 5th-tier beast. I'm telling you, this belongs to the Lin family. He spoke as if it were a matter of course, as though the spoils were rightfully his. After speaking, he glanced smugly at his father, in his mind with his father, who was at the late stage of the gathering Yuan realm, backing him. Along with the Lin family's reputation, Wang Tai's Han and his group wouldn't dare refuse. But he failed to notice the fine beads of cold sweat forming on Lin's and Bang's forehead. He wasn't a fool. He had already sensed that something was off. His abandoned son seemed different before he could react. Lin Chen had already stepped toward the corpse. Get lost. A cold voice rang out. It was Lin Mo, still seated in his wheelchair. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Lin Yu froze mid-step, turned to glare at him viciously. Trash, you dare tell me to get lost. Not just telling you to get lost. A cold glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. I want you to kneel. As soon as the words fell, an invisible mental pressure, like a towering mountain, suddenly pressed down on Lin Yu. Lin Yu's legs buckled sharply, and he fell heavily to his knees. The hard alloy floor was dented with the shallow pits from his knees, the sound dull and heavy. He screamed miserably, feeling as if an invisible mountain was crushing him, making it hard to breathe, his soul trembling violently. The pressure was vast, icy, and filled with an irresistible destructive force. He desperately tried to stand up, but it felt as though every bone in his body had lost control. He couldn't even move a single finger. He could only kneel before Lin Mo like a wifeless dog, humiliated and submissive. What's going on? Why did young Master Bianyu suddenly kneel? The dozen martial artists of the Lin family were all stunned, completely unable to comprehend the situation. Can you? Yu Ru screamed, tried to rush forward to help her precious son, but as soon as she took a step, the invisible aura forced her to retreat repeatedly, her face turning pale. She was merely at the top of my realm and was utterly unqualified to approach. Bastard. What did you do to him? Lin Bang was furious. As a master at the late-stage Juyuan realm, he could feel the intense mental pressure. This power was absolutely not something Lin Mo, a cripple, could possess. He immediately suspected that Wang Tai's Han were Qin Hao Yan and were behind this. Daring to insult my son, you're courting death. Lin Bang roared in rage, unleashing his Yuan power and throwing a punch directly at Lin Mo. He didn't hold back with this punch if it landed. Not just Lin Mo, even an ordinary Tom My Realm martial artist would die on the spot. Stop! Wang Tai's Han shouted angrily, his figure flashing as he stepped in front of Lin Mo. He also threw a punch, his soldier's hardened fist clashing fiercely with Lin Bang's. Get out of the way. Lin Bang roared. He dared to harm my son, I want him dead. He cared nothing for the consequences. Only knowing that his son kneeling publicly was an unbearable humiliation. If he didn't regain face today, how could the Lin family continue in Star City? The currents surged, and the ground instantly cracked. Wang Tai's Han retreated a few steps, while Lin Bang was forced back 3 steps. His face filled with shock. He hadn't expected Wang Tai's Han, a mid-stage Tom My Realm martial artist, to be so strong, capable of resisting his punch head-on. What he didn't know was that although Wang Tai's Han was at the mid-stage Tom My Realm, as a military commander, he practiced top-tier martial arts, had a solid foundation, and his combat experience far exceeded that of a family clan disciple like Lin Bang. Wang Tai's Han, what do you mean by this? Are you opposing my Lin family for the sake of a cripple? Lin Bang roared, his tone elf but his heart panicked. Cripple? Wang Tai's Han sneered, treating him like a fool. Master Lin, I advise you to watch your words. The couple in your eyes just now easily dealt with a mid-stage 5th-tier Scarlet Flame Earth Dragon. You tell me, is that still a cripple? Lin Bang was so shocked, it was as if he'd been struck by lightning, his entire body frozen in place. The martial artists behind him were even more stunned, their mouths agape and eyes wide as if they'd seen a ghost, staring at Lin Mo, defeating a 5th-tier beast in one move. What kind of joke was this? That was a 5th-tier beast. Its strength was equivalent to a Huadang Realm Master. In Star City, there were fewer than 5 people who could easily defeat a 5th-tier beast. Even the old swordsman Hanji and Qia had to fight bitterly to slay the cripple Wind Demon Raiden King. And this Lin Mo, who may have looked down upon as a cripple, had actually killed one in a single move. This was absolutely impossible. Lin Zhenbang's mind was in chaos, unable to believe it. He would rather believe that Wang Tai's Han was lied to him, deliberately exaggerating the truth to keep the 5th-tier beast's corpse for himself. Yes, that must be it. Impossible, Lin Zhenbang roared. And? A cripple who can't even walk properly. Don't think I don't know that Scarlet Flame Mirth Dragon must have been stolen from some strong expert. Master Lin, you need to get your facts straight. Wang Tai's Han's face darkened, his voice cold as frost. This is a battlefield. The front line against the beast tide. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. He pointed at Lin Yinyu, who was kneeling on the ground. He sternly questioned, your son ignored military orders, trespassed into the war zone without authorization, and attempted to seize our army's spoils of war. Now he even dares to speak arrogantly and insult the brave soldiers who fought valiantly. According to federal wartime laws, I can deal with him on the spot right now. Lin Zhenbang trembled with anger. Charmy, Wang Tai's Han stood his ground, exuding an unyielding military aura. On the side, Qin Hao Yan sneered, fanning the flames. Master Lin, your official airs are quite something, hiding in the back like a coward. And now you come out to claim credit? You even want to lay hands on those of us who fought with our lives on the line. Truly eye-opening. Lei Yu swung her mountain-crushing hammer, glaring fiercely at Lin Zhenbang. Try making a move again, and I'll smash your head with one blow. Lin Zhenbang's expression shifted unpredictably, looking extremely grim. He hadn't expected Wang Tai's Han, a Qin family heir, to show no respect for him at all for the sake of Lin Mo, a so-called waste. Suppressing his anger, he stared at his kneeling son and asked in a low voice, Qin Yu, what exactly happened? Who used mental power to suppress you? I can't really say. Lin Qianyu's voice trembled. It was just, suddenly, I felt an inexplicable, terrifying pressure, and then I knelt down. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he was scared into kneeling by Lin Mo. That would be too humiliating. Lin Zhenbang cursed inwardly but maintained a calm facade. Pointing at the half-corpse of the crimson-scaled earth dragon, he loudly declared to the crowd, look at this. This is the corpse of a 5th-tier exotic beast. A residual pressure. My son Yanyu, though exceptionally talented, is still young and not mentally strong enough. Being frightened by such a fierce sword is understandable. His words not only explained while Lin Tian in doubt but also subtly praised his son. The Lin family warriors around him immediately understood and nodded in agreement. So that's it. The pressure of a 5th-tier exotic beast is indeed terrifying. Young Master Yanyu is still young and needs more training. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu almost burst out laughing. The pressure of a 5th-tier exotic beast. That pressure had completely dissipated when Lin Mo killed the creature in one strike. Now, this corpse was worth money, but it was no different from a big rock. The Lin family head really knew how to come up with flattering excuses. Wang Tai's Han looked speechless but was happy to go along with it, avoiding exposing Lin Mo's secret. He snorted coldly, since you know this is a battlefield, take your people and leave immediately. You're not welcome here. You. Lin Zhenbang was so angry he couldn't speak. At this moment, Lin Mo withdrew his mental pressure. Lin Yanyu immediately felt relieved, quickly scrambling to his feet. His face burned as if he'd been slapped dozens of times. He glared at Lin Mo with resentment, then glared at Wang Tai's Han, Qin Hao Yan, and Lei Yu, who were all mocking him. He etched this humiliation deeply into his memory. Let's go. Lin Zhenbang knew there was no way to gain any advantage today. Staying any longer would only bring more disgrace. He shot a venomous glare at Lin Mo, his eyes saying, just you wait, before leading his group away in defeat. Wait. Lin Mo's voice was calm yet firm. Lin Zhenbang stopped in his tracks and turned back coldly. What do you want now? Lin Mo maneuvered his wheelchair, slowly approaching Lin Yinyu. Looking at his face, twisted with shame and anger, Lin Mo said infinitely, it seems you've forgotten something. What? Lin Yinyu gritted his teeth and asked. Kneel. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it was clear to everyone present. Kneel and apologize to me. The crowd was instantly stunned. What did you say? Lin Yanyu's eyes turned red instantly, pointing at Lin Mo. He trembled with rage. You useless cripple. You want me to kneel to you? Are you dreaming? He was utterly furious. Kneeling inexplicably earlier had already been humiliating enough. Now this waste he trampled on since childhood dared to push his luck and demand he kneel and apologize. This was the ultimate insult. Smack. A crisp slap rang out. Everyone froze. It was Lin's and Bang who had struck. He slapped Lin Yan hard across the face, the force so great and it sent him spinning halfway around, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Father? You hit me? Lin Yan covered his face, unable to believe his own father. Even Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were stunned. This old man's change of heart was too fast. You unfilial son. Apologize to Lin Mo right now. Lin Zhenbang shouted sternly. He was cursing his son to death in his heart. This idiot. Can't he see the situation clearly? Wang Tai's Han was obviously helping that good-for-nothing. Their strength was weakened, and a direct confrontation would definitely be a disadvantage. More importantly, that good-for-nothing exuded a strange aura. He wouldn't admit it, but he knew in his heart that the mental pressure just now was definitely not the residue of a fifth-tier alien beast. It was a purer, more terrifying mental power. He couldn't act trashly without understanding the situation. They trim and tolerate it, and settle the score later. Lin Yan was both angry and aggrieved, tears welling in his eyes. Apologize to Lin Mo? He couldn't do it. Apologize now. Lin Zhenbang kicked him in the back of the knee. Lin Yan knelt down again. He knelt at the feet of his own father. Lin Zhenbang didn't even glance at him, turning to Lin Mo with an ugly smile. Lin Mo. My son was impetuous and offended you. As his father, I apologize on his behalf. But his back remained ramrod straight, his eyes full of warning. I've given you face, don't push your luck. Lin Mo watched this farce between father and son, a cold smile playing on his lips. He didn't want this fake apology. Didn't you hear what I just said? Lin Mo's gaze passed over Lin Zhenbang, fixed on Lin Yu. I want you to kneel down and apologize to me. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable force. Lin Zhenbang's expression completely changed. He hadn't expected Lin Mo to be so disrespectful. This was clearly a complete breakdown of relations. Lin Mo, don't go too far. Too far? Lin Mo sneered. Back at the hotel, it was your son who kicked my wheelchair and left me alone to die with the monsters. Didn't you say that was too far when you all ganged up on me? I was kicked out of my home, cut off from all ties, and left with nothing. Wasn't that too far? Now I'm just making him pay a small price for his actions. Is that too far? Lin Mo's words were forceful and resounding, like a heavy hammer blow to Lin's and Bang's heart. The surrounding soldiers looked at the Lin father and son with contempt and disdain in their eyes. So that's what happened, stealing someone else's talent, throwing them to the alien beast, and now trying to steal credit. It's utterly shameful. Lin Zhenbang was speechless with anger, his face turning bright red, like a cooked pig's liver. He never expected Lin Mo to expose his family's shameful secrets in front of so many people. Framing me, Lin Yan hurriedly retorted, but his voice sounded weak and powerless. Whether I'm telling the truth or not, you know it in your heart. Lin Mo stared at him coldly. You have to accept the facts of today, whether you want to or not. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying mental pressure descended once more. On Lin Yan let out a scream, feeling as if an invisible hand was pressing down on his head. He struggled desperately, the veins on his neck bulging, his face turning red and then purple. But his pitiful mental strength was like a weak firefly in the bright moonlight before Lin Mo, utterly ineffective. Lin Yan's forehead slammed heavily onto the cold ground. It was a real kowtow. The entire arena suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. The #1 genius of Star City, Lin Tianyu, who possessed an S-level talent, actually kowtowed into the brother he had always looked down upon. This scene was even more shocking than instantly killing a fifth-tier exotic beast. You, Lin Tianyu raised his head, his face sullen, his eyes filled with hatred and humiliation. I will definitely kill you, he went berserk, trying to stand up and fight. Enough, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Lin Zhenbang yanked him up, his voice laced with intense anger. Today, the Lin family and Lin Yan had completely lost face. Staying here any longer would only make them the laughingstock of everyone. He stared at Lin Mo with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Fine, very fine. Lin Mo, I'll remember you. Let's go. Fleeing the scene in disgrace. As they left, his voice full of resentment. Echo from afar, the Lin family will never let this humiliation slide. Lin Mo smiled faintly, unconcerned. Not let me go? You should be the ones worried about that. Watching the Lin family father and son flee in disgrace, Lei Yu excitedly pumped her fist. That was amazing. Lin Mo, you were absolutely incredible just now. Even Qin Hao Yan rarely showed a smile. Well done. Against people like them, you can't show any mercy. Wang Tai's Han shook his head with a bitter smile. His respect for Lin Mo deepening further. This young man was not only astonishingly powerful, but also ruthless and clear about grudges and gratitude. Such a person could only be a friend, never an enemy. Suddenly, a piercing, shrill scream came from a distant sky. The entire city seemed to freeze under the sound. A chilling, deathly roar surged like a tide from a western sky. Wang Tai's Han's face changed drastically. "This is bad," he exclaimed. "It's the nine-nether bone bird, a 60 exotic beast from the West District's commercial street. It's flying in our direction." Everyone, who had just recovered from the shadow of the 5th-tier Scarlet Flame Earth Dragon, instantly fell into even deeper despair. Then a 6-tier exotic beast was the Apocalypse. That was a being on par with humanity's top experts. A single 6-tier exotic beast could easily destroy a medium-sized city without top-tier experts to defend it. This terrifying monster was heading straight for the main avenue of the Central Square, where they were. After this, gonna be happening. It's over. We're all going to die here. The soldiers' faces were filled with despair and fear, and some with weaker constitutions had already collapsed to the ground. A fighting spirit and hope then mustered against the 5th-tier Scarlet Flame Earth Dragon, completely crumbled under the pressure of the 6th-tier exotic beast. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's expressions turned more serious than ever. 6th-tier, there's no way to handle this now. Qin Hao Yan said with a bitter smile, gripping his sword tightly, veins bulging. So be it. Lei Yu gritted her teeth, but the mountain-crushing hammer in her hand trembled slightly, betraying her inner unease. Lin Zhenbang no longer dared to dwell on his grudge with Lin Mo, his face full of terror. It was an existence he could only look up to and could not resist. "Quick, retreat to the shelter immediately." He picked up the unconscious Lin Yu, roaring, no longer resembling the wise family leader he once was. Unfortunately, it was already too late. In the western sky, a massive black shadow was rapidly enlarging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Composed entirely of snow-white bones, the bones were engulfed in ghostly blue flames, the 9-nether ghost fire, capable of directly burning souls. In its eye sockets were the swirling abyssal vortices, devouring even light and plunging the surroundings into a deathly, silent darkness. The air temperature plummeted by dozens of degrees in an instant, and everyone felt a chill that seemed to pierce their very souls. "Quick, everyone, retreat to the first shelter immediately." Wang Tai's Han gritted his teeth and roared, shouting frantically into the communicator as fast as possible. He knew clearly that in the face of a beast of his level, any resistance was a waste of life. Every person who could escape was one more life saved. The soldiers seemed to wake from a dream, scrambling in chaos as they fled toward the shelter. Lin Zhenbang led his group, running faster than anyone else. On the scene, only Lin Mo, Qin Hao Yan, Lei Yu, and Wang Tai's Han, who refused to retreat, remained. "Uncle Wang, you should leave too," Qin Hao Yan said in a deep voice. "The three of us have S-level talents. We can run fast and delay the formation. You'll just be throwing your life away." "I'm not leaving." Wang Tai's Han's eyes widened, burning with determination. "I'm responsible for holding this position. Even if I die, I'll die on the battlefield. Fight to the death." Lei Yu roared, activating Titan Battle Form instantly, radiating dazzling light. Lin Mo watched this scene and sighed inwardly. This was what it meant to be a soldier, a warrior. They still gave their last drop of blood to protect their homeland. He turned his gaze toward the approaching 9-nether bone bird, his eyes devoid of fear, but instead gleaming with a peculiar light. "System. Scan the 9-nether bone bird." Ding. Universal perception activated. Scanning target. Target 9-nether bone bird level late stage tier. 6B stat rebuke, strength 760. Gyro speed 1,000,000 in flight defense. 800,000 bone trait, high physical and energy resistance, effective against soul attacks, mental power. 100,000 vitality for 1,500. Gyro talent skills, SSS-level 9 Nether Ghost Fire Core skill, capable of burning souls. Summoning and deed minions, creating a death domain. All level bone regeneration passive skill. Rapid bone regeneration, extremely high defense. A level death stare mental attack. Induces fear and confusion in targets. S-level soul scream, large-scale sonic soul attack with astonishing power. 300,000 system points. Lin Mo drew in a sharp breath. 300,000 system points. The number almost made his heart skip a beat. Jackpot. This time he was bound to make a huge profit. And at SSS-level 9 Nether Ghost Fire skill was even more tempting. The risk was high, but the reward was even greater. Let us do it. A trace of madness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He was never one to shy away from challenges. In his previous life, struggling in an orphanage had forged his bold yet meticulous, daring personality. Now, having crossed into this world with the system's support, wouldn't it be a waste not to go all out, Uncle Wayne? Kin Hao Ye, Lin Mo's voice rang out among the group. The three turned to look at him simultaneously. Want to pull off something big? Lin Mo's lips curled into a crazed smile. Something big? Lei was stunned, her eyes lighting up. You mean, we're going to fight it? Are you insane? Kin Hao Yan couldn't help but retort. That's a tier 6 beast. Are you gambling with your life? Wang Tai's Han was even more shocked, staring at Lin Mo with disbelief. I know you're strong, but against a tier 6 beast, we're completely outmatched. Who said we raid going head to head? Lin Mo sneered, his smile full of cunning. Only fools fight head on. What we raid going to do is hunt a divine beast. Hunt a divine beast. These words made Kin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's heart skip a beat. Wei Tai's Han thought Lin Mo had lost his mind. Lin Mo, what exactly are you planning? Kin Hao Yan frowned and asked. I have a plan. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the surrounding skyscrapers, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. A crazy but possibly successful hunted plan, but I need your full cooperation. Even if it means risking your lives, are you willing? A deathly silence. Kin Hao Yan and Lei Yu exchanged a glance, seeing shock and hesitation in each other's eyes. Hunting a 6th-tier beast. This wasn't just madness, it was challenging the gods. Yet strangely, as they looked into Lin Mo's confident gaze, a long extinguished fire and their hearts reignited. Could they really create a miracle? I'm in. Lei Yu was the first to break the silence, letting out a battle cry. Lin Mo remained silent for a moment before slamming his fist into the ground with a thunderous sound. No matter what, dying once is no big deal. I can fight my way back into the world. To face a 6th-tier beast head on this life is worth it. Kin Hao Yan took a deep breath and nodded firmly. I've never been a coward who runs from a fight, but if you dare to play tricks, even in death, I won't let you off. Wang Tai's Han looked at these three fearless young people, feeling a surge of passion and admiration. He recalled the fiery days of his youth, and its same courage surged back into his heart. All right, he laughed heartily. My life is in your hands today. Lin Mo, tell us what to do. Lin Mo nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. The plan is simple. He pointed to the towering twin towers, over 300 meters high, not far away. That will be our hunting ground. The Twin Towers? Wang Tai's Han followed his gaze. It was one of Star City's iconic buildings. What do you plan to do with those two buildings? Kin Hao Yan immediately caught on to Lin Mo's intent. It was to use the terrain to their advantage. Exactly. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed. A 9-nether-bone bird is a flying beast. In open spaces, we can't possibly fight it, we'd only be sitting ducks. But if we can lure it between the Twin Towers and restrict its movement, we'll have a chance. Wang Tai's Han frowned. It's a good idea, but how do we lure it there? 6th-tier beasts are intelligent, they won't fall for tricks easily. And even if we manage to lure it there, how do we attack it? Our attacks can't even scratch its bones. Kin Hao Yan asked the most critical question. It was indeed despairing 6th-tier beasts had incredibly tough defenses, and their attacks are almost ineffective. Who said we need to attack? Lin Mo smiled mysteriously. The real killing blow is the buildings themselves. What do you mean? Lei looked puzzled. Lin Mo didn't answer directly but instead asked Wei Tai's Han. Do you know how deep the foundation of the Star Chariot Wind Towers is? How sturdy is its structure? Wang Tai's Han knew. As a landmark of Star City, its earthquake and explosion resistance were up-notch. The foundation goes nearly 100 meters underground, and the structure is made of special alloys and high-strength concrete. Even a full-force collision from an ordinary or 5th-tier beast wouldn't shake it. Good. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. The plan is to split into teams. Lei Yu and Kin Hao Yan, you will act as bait and do everything. You can allure the 9-nether-bone birds in the central passage of the Twin Towers. This task is extremely dangerous, a near-death mission. You have the confidence? No problem. Lei Yu was brimming with confidence. Kinson, just luring it. Easy. Kin Hao Yan's words were light, but his expression was deadly serious. Good. Lin Mo turned to Wei Tai's Han. Your task is the most critical. Head to the Twin Towers underground power room immediately and locate the emergency self-destruct program. Self-destruct program. Wang Tai's Han was stunned. You mean, exactly. Lin Mo's eyes were fierce. Once the 9-nether-bone bird enters the passage, trigger the self-destruct sequence and bring the Twin Towers down on it. Use these to skyscrapers, weighing over 1,000,000 tons, to crush it to death. With a thunderous roar, the plan exploded in the minds of the three like a bomb. Using the skyscrapers to crush a 6th-tier beast. It was both insane and exhilarating a plan that made their blood boil. Are you? Wang Tai's Han's voice trembled, a mix of excitement and disbelief. This is our only chance, Lin Mo calmly said. Exchanging the power of to collapsing buildings to take down a 6th-tier exotic beast, while also clearing out thousands of low-tier exotic beasts nearby, is absolutely worth it. But activating the self-destruct program requires authorization from the highest command. I don't have the clearance. Wang Tai's Han raised the issue. Then contact General Zhu's and Zhang directly, Lin Mo said. Tell him this is my plan. If he agrees, approve it immediately. If he disagrees, Kalon Star City can't be defended anymore, and to prepare the citizens to face death together. Lin Mo's words were resolute and left no room for refusal. Wang Tai's Han, intimidated by his aura, nodded. All right, I'll handle it right away. Time is tight. Act immediately. Understood. Wang Tai's Han, Ken Hao Yuan, and Lei Yu quickly split up to take action. The street was left with only Lin Mo, facing the apocalyptic behemoth descending from the sky, the 9-nether-bone bird. Come on, big guy. Lin Mo looked up at the increasingly close massive figure and muttered, let me see which is tougher, your bones or reinforced concrete. At that moment, his communicator suddenly rang. It was a secure call from General Zhu's and Zhang. Lin Mo answered, ready to face the final decision. Zhu's and Zhang's face appeared both exhausted and anxious. The command center was in chaos, with alarms blaring incessantly. Lin Mo. Zhu's and Zhang's voice was urgent and heavy. I just received Wang Tai's Han's report. Your plan is insane. Lin Mo calmly retorted, General. Are you trying to stop me? No. Zhu's and Zhang's answer shocked Lin Mo. I'm not stopping you. I'm telling you that your plan must succeed. Because we have no other way out. Zhu and Zhang took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. 5 minutes ago, the defense line at the city center hospital was completely breached by the Abyss Demon Spider. Elder Jian. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. Elder Jian, Han Jing Qiu, a peak expert of the Huadang realm, a last pillar of Star City, was critically injured and unconscious. What about the Abyss Demon Spider? Lin Mo asked in a deep voice. It is heavily injured as well and has temporarily retreated. But Zhu's and Zhang's face showed despair. According to energy detection, the Abyss Demon Spider is moving toward the 9-nether-bone bird. They seem to be trying to join forces. 2 late-stage 6th-tier exotic beasts were about to team up. This news sank Lin Mo's heart to the bottom. If they truly joined forces, Star City would be doomed, and no plan would work. So, Lin Mo. Zhu's and Zhang's gaze locked onto him, filled with pleading, expectation, and trust. No matter what means you use, whether it's destroying the Twin Towers or detonating a nuclear bomb, I have only one request at all costs. You must eliminate the 9-nether-bone bird before the Abyss Demon Spider arrives. I'll immediately grant you the self-destruct authorization for the Twin Towers, the fate of Star City, the lives of millions. All rest on you. After speaking, Zhu and Zhang solemnly saluted Lin Mo. The communication ended, and Lin Mo fell silent. The pressure was heavier than ever before. This was no longer his personal battle. Behind him was the entire Star City. Millions of living souls. He exhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. Rest assured, General, Lin Mo, always keep my word. He looked up at the 9-nether-bone bird, now almost within reach, his killing intent surging. It's here. Ken Hao Yuan growled softly, looking up at the sky. The massive 9-nether-bone bird hovered less than 500 meters above them, its enormous body almost blocking out the waning moon. Ghostly blue flames seeped from its bone crevices, turning into specks of phosphorescence that fell, dyeing the streets with an eerie and terrifying hue. Buildings and vehicles touched by the phosphorescence corroded rapidly, as if weathered by centuries of wind and frost. This thing's ghost fires to corrosive. Lei Yu's scalp tingled, and this is just the residual energy of the ghost fire. Ken Hao Yan gripped his longsword tightly, his palms soaked with sweat. Facing the oppressive aura of a 6th-tier beast, the terror was so overwhelming that it drained all strength to resist. It was an absolute sense of suppression from a higher life form, almost crushing there with a fight. Stop standing there. Stick to the plan. Lei Yu shouted to rally them. How do we lure it away? We can't fly, and we're not at started. Ken Hao Yan analyzed calmly. They were like tiny ants on the ground, completely ignored by the 9 netherbone bird. Its target was the city center, where life energy was more abundant. Then we'll make it notice us. Determination flashed in Lei Yu's eyes. She took a deep breath and activated her S-rank talent. Titan battle form. Boom! Golden battle patterns swirled wildly across her body, radiating dazzling light. Her height instantly grew to nearly 3 meters, and the mountain-crushing hammer in her hand expanded into a towering pillar. A powerful, imposing aura erupted from her, like a bonfire in the night, immediately drawing the attention of a 9 netherbone bird. Its hollow eye sockets slowly turned toward Lei Yu on the ground. Bastard! Look over here, Lei Yu shouted, hurling the mountain-crushing hammer into the air with all her might. The hammer tore through the air with a piercing whistle, like a gold-un meteor shooting straight at the 9 netherbone bird. This was Lei Yu's full-force attack, a testament to her role as bait. A trace of disdain seemed to flicker in the 9 netherbone bird's eyes. It didn't even bother to dodge, casually flapping its wings. A gust of invisible wind surged forth, lightly pushing the hammer back, as if swatted by an invisible hand. The hammer reversed course at an even faster speed, hurtling back toward the ground. Not good. Ken Hao Yan's expression changed drastically as he quickly acted. Dozens of light swords instantly formed a shield in front of him, desperately trying to block the terrifying blow. Under the impact, I was violently flung backward, blood spraying from my mouth. The mountain-crushing hammer slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter. This was just the aftermath of its wing flap. How terrifying. I struggled to get up from the ground, my internal organs feeling displaced, my entire body on the verge of falling apart. This thing is too terrifying. The 9 netherbone birds seemed completely enraged by our provocation. Invisible sound waves swept down like a tsunami. Lei Yu and I felt as if our heads were about to explode, our souls trembling. Darkness clouded our vision, and we nearly passed out on the spot. Damn it, it's a soul attack, under my tongue. Forcing myself to stay conscious, Lei Yu shook her head, her face pale, but the fighting spirit in her eyes remained undiminished. It's working. We finally got its attention, she shouted excitedly. You call this working? I said, half laughing, half crying. We were almost killed instantly. Stop whining. Keep going. Lei Yu charged toward the giant crater, tried to retrieve her mountain-crushing hammer. A 9 netherbone bird clearly wasn't planning to give us another chance. With a flap of its wings, its entire body shot toward us like black lightning, aiming straight for the two of us. The shadow of death loomed instantly. It's over. A trace of despair flickered in my eyes. At the critical moment, dimensional banishment. A calm voice rang out. Several black vortices, each the size of a millstone, suddenly appear along the 9 netherbone bird's dive path. Despite its power, it had to veer off course to avoid these strange spatial traps. Its momentum was abruptly interrupted. It was Lin Mo who had intervened, sitting atop a distant high-rise. He looked composed, as if he were merely playing a game. Nice work, the aggro is stable. His voice came through the communicator, clear and steady. Next, follow the plan and lure it to the Twin Towers. Roger that. Lei Yu and I pulled ourselves together. An unprecedented strength was born from our will to survive. Inuring to pain, I activated the S-rate Alan Tradiant's ore control once again. Hundreds of light swords turned into streaks of light, constantly harassing the 9 netherbone bird. Although it couldn't be harmed, the interference was immediately effective. Lei Yu successfully pulled out the mountain breaker hammer. Instead of confronting it head-on, she used her immense strength to destroy buildings, creating noise and vibrations to continuously draw the bone bird's attention. You dumb bird. Chase me. Flying so slow, didn't you eat? We chased and taunted each other, working together with an unexpectedly perfect synergy. The 9 netherbone bird was completely enraged, abandoning its path to the city center and determined to take us down. Its massive body circled above the city, releasing 9 nether ghost fire and soul screeches as it pursued us, turning a large area into ruins in a short time. Lei Yu and I were on the brink of death, narrowly escaping fatal blows multiple times. Fortunately, Lin Mo was supporting us from the shadows. At critical moments, he would always unleash spatial slash or dimensional banishment, helping us avert disaster. Finally, we successfully lured the bone bird toward the direction of the Starlight Twin Towers. Hang in there. Lin Mo's voice rang out again. Easy for you to say. Why don't you try it? I dodged a ghost fire awkwardly while complaining. This guy was unbelievably composed, even in a life-and-death situation like this, as if everything was under his control. What kind of confidence was this? At that moment, Lei stared at the massive bone bird in the sky and suddenly said something through the team channel to Lin Mo that almost left everyone stunned. I just had a bold idea. What idea? What if I let it grab me and take me into the sky? Then jump down from hundreds of meters high and smash it with all my strength. Could I break a big hole in it? Were you crazy? That's a death wish. Lin Mo was silent for a moment before replying seriously. Not a bad idea. It has potential, but it could be optimized. When you jump, you could shout for the Alliance. For more impact. Me, what the are you to insane? I felt that teaming up with these two was even more nerve-wracking than fighting a sixth-tier beast. Ken Hao Yan was genuinely frightened by these two lunatics and quickly reminded everyone to be cautious. Ahead, the two towering starlight twin towers, reaching into the clouds like giants, were now within sight. Between the twin towers was a massive passage about 100 meters wide, the trap they had prepared specifically for the 9-Netherbone bird. Charge in. Lin Mo gave the final command. Ken Hao Yan and Lei Yu exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, used the last of their strength to transform into two streaks of light, dashing into the shadowy passage beneath the twin towers. Scree, CH, the 9-Netherbone bird let out an enraged screech. Its patience completely exhausted, it suddenly folded its wings, its massive body carrying a destructive momentum as it charged at the narrow passage. The bait was set, and the prey had taken a hook. Uncle Wang, do it now. Lin Mo roared through the communicator. Meanwhile, on the third underground level of the Starlight Wind Towers inside the central power room, Wang Tai's Han and his dozen elite soldiers had been waiting for some time. At the center of the power room was a massive energy reactor. Countless complex circuits and pipelines were tightly connected, continuously supplying energy to the entire building. Beside the reactor, on an independent control console, a red button protected by 3 layers of password locks sat quietly, waiting. That was the emergency self-destruct button for the Twin Towers. Report to the commander. General Zhu's highest authorization has been received. The self-destruct program is unlocked. A technical soldier reported loudly. Everyone, prepare to evacuate. Wang Tai's Han stared at the surveillance footage with a determined gaze. On a screen, the massive 9-Netherbone bird had fully entered the passage between the Twin Towers. Lin Mo and the others had succeeded. It's up to us. Wang Tai's Han's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. He knew that once he pressed this button, the landmarks of these star cities would turn to dust. The efforts of countless people would also go up in flames. But for the Star City, for the millions of residents behind him, he had no choice. Everyone, follow orders. Wang Tai's Han's voice echoed powerfully in the empty power room. Initiate countdown. 10, 9, 9. The 9-Netherbone bird rushed into the narrow corridor and immediately realized it had fallen into a trap. The confined space completely restricted its crowd-flying abilities. Meanwhile, those two ignoring individuals used the complex structure of the building to keep it at bay. Boom! Ken Hao Yan's lights slashed fiercely into one side of the wall, sending debris flying and temporarily blocking the 9-Netherbone bird's line of sight. Take this hammer. Lei Yu leapt out from another ventilation duct, swinging a massive hammer heavily onto the wing bones of the 9-Netherbone bird. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. Although it was just a small fracture, it was the first time it had truly injured the 9-Netherbone bird. It worked, Lei Yu shouted excitedly. Screeched the 9-Netherbone bird, let out an even more furious shriek of pain. It completely lost control. Azure flames erupted from its body like a volcanic explosion, instantly turning the entire passageway into a sea of fire. Watch out! Ken Hao Yan pulled Lei Yu over, hiding behind a giant load-bearing pillar. The flames swept past them, scorching the alloy walls behind them with a burning sound. Damn it, this thing is going to blow. Ken Hao Yan's heart pounded with fear. It can't escape now, Lei Yu said, staring at the entrance and exit of a passageway, which had been temporarily sealed by Lin Mo's spatial severance. The 9-Netherbone bird was now like a caged bird. 2-1. Detonate. Wang Tai's Han's bloodshot eyes widened as he slammed the red button. Boom boom. There was no deafening explosion, only a deep rumble emanating from the depths beneath the Twin Towers. Countless micro-explosive devices simultaneously and precisely destroyed the core support structures of the buildings. And ground shook violently. The entire Star City seemed to experience a massive earthquake. Inside the tower, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu suddenly felt the ground beneath them give way, losing their balance entirely. "What's happening?" Lei Yu screamed. "The plan worked," Qin Hao Yan murmured, looking at the cracked walls and the ceiling that was continuously collapsing. He looked up through the fissures and saw the sky. The two skyscrapers, once symbols of the Star City's glory, were slowly leaning toward each other. Like the giants preparing to embrace, they tilted inward, ready to crush everything in their path. "Damn it. Run!" Qin Hao Yan snapped back to reality, grabbing Lei Yu and rushing toward the only safe exit Lynn might have left for them. Tried to escape this death trap, but there was nowhere left to run. It was already late. Tons of steel and concrete, like a collapsing sky, came crashing down with earth-shattering force. Boom! At that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze, and even sound disappeared. A massive cloud of dust, like a black mushroom cloud, rose into the sky, obscuring all vision. A violent shockwave swept in all directions, uprooting nearby buildings and reducing them to rubble. The Central Plaza instantly turned into a hell's cape. I stood on a distant rooftop, silently watching this catastrophe. A fierce wind blew, tugging at the hem of my clothes, my face covered in dust, but my eyes were exceptionally bright. Host detected to have participated in the slaying of a late-stage Tier 6 exotic Beast 9 Netherbone bird. Target confirmed dead. 300,000 system points. Ding. Host participated in a high-difficulty cross-tier battle. Mental strength increased by 2,000. Ding. Detected the dispersal of the Court Allen of a late-stage Tier 6 exotic beast. Initiating absorption. It's here. An SS-grade talent. My heartbeat instantly quickened. But in the next second, a bright red warning popped up, like a bucket of cold water poured over me, making me tremble. Warning, devouring failed. Detected a stubborn soul link with the talent origin. Target not completely destroyed. Devouring failed. A joy on my face instantly turned into shock and disbelief. How could this be? The system actually failed to devour. My brain worked at high speed, repeatedly analyzing the warning stubborn soul lake. Core not completely destroyed. A terrifying guess flashed through my mind like lightning that 9 Netherbone bird wasn't completely dead. It used a secret technique at the last moment, sacrificing its massive skeleton to withstand the Twin Towers' devastating strike, just to preserve its core soul. The talent cannot be taken. It might even use this talent to absorb resentment and negative energy from the world, reconstruct its skeletal body, and make a comeback. By then, a late-stage sick-fear beast, severely injured and desperate to tear me to pieces, would be unimaginably terrifying. Damn it. I stared at the still settling center of the ruins and coldly spat out two words. My voice chilling to the bone, the soul remains. It must be completely eradicated. My gaze instantly filled with killing intent. I could not give this beast any chance to turn the tables. Qin Hao Yan. Lei Yu, how are you? I immediately contacted them via communicator. Still alive. Qin Hao Yan's voice was weak but filled with the exhaustion of survival. Almost died. Lin Mo. Next time you fight such a big battle, can you give us a heads up? I nearly had a heart attack. I'm fine too. Lei Yu responded excitedly, though her voice carried fatigue. That was thrilling, even more exciting than a roller coaster. Stop chatting. I interrupted them, my tone serious. That thing am he completely dead yet? Its soul core is beneath the ruins. What? Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu exclaimed in shock simultaneously. To skyscrapers cowled in Tikai. Is this even a beast? Get out of here immediately as far as you can. I ordered. Leave the rest to me. What about you? Lei Yu asked anxiously. Don't worry. I have a plan. I cut off the communication. Taking a deep breath, I looked at the system panel showing the newly credited 300 coins. My gaze resolute. To use the power of soul burn to penetrate 100 meters of ruins and actively destroy the remnant soul of the late-stage 6-tier beast would require an enormous amount of energy, barely manageable with my current mental and elemental strength. The only way was to use the newly earned rewards to strengthen myself. System, allocate all points. I gave the command without hesitation. Consume 200,000 points to enhance mental attributes. Consume 20,000 points to enhance elemental energy. 100,000 points consumed. Mental attribute 20,000. 20,000 points consumed. Elemental energy 20,000. Boom! An indescribable surge of immense power erupted from within me, splitting into the streams and pouring into my body simultaneously. One stream transformed into a cool spring, rushing into the depths of my mental sea, instantly exploding and expanding. My mental world grew from a small lake into an endless ocean. The other stream surged like a torrent through my winds and bowers, instantly filling my depleted elemental energy pool, expanding its capacity more than tenfold. Even near the terrified breathing of people in the shelter, I could also feel the intertwined despair and hope throughout the entire Star City. Lynn Mo slowly opened in the system interface. Lynn Mo cultivation, early stage of Tom My realm attributes, strength 600, speed 600, defense 600 extra 20,000, spirit 150 extra 46,000 yuan, power 1,000 extra 40,000, innate ability SS level, void annihilation, flame trait, spatial severance, dimensional banishment, flame of oblivion, soul burn, system points for over 1,000, 46,000 spirit power, and 40,000 yuan power. These numbers were enough to support an unprecedented soul attack. Found you. Lin Mo slowly raised his right hand, palm facing downward, locking his target within the vast ruins. He sensed the weak remnant soul of the nine nether bone bird curled up 100 meters underground, trembling in fear. It tried to escape, but found its soul firmly locked by an invisible force. I told you, you must die. Lin Mo's voice was calm and indifferent, yet as cold and merciless as the final judgment of hell. He frantically channeled the surging spirit power and yuan power, pouring all his strength into the soul-burn trait of his SS-level innate ability, void annihilation flame. No earth-shaking shockwave, only an extremely condensed purple flame appeared in his palm, quickly extending and compressing into a thread-thin, light-devouring miniature spear. Whoosh! The soul spear shot out instantly, silently piercing through the air, cutting through 100 meters of rock and ruins, and precisely impaling the faint blue remnant's soul as if passing through a famine. A shrill scream exploded in Lin Mo's mind, as if the very space was being torn apart. It was the nine nether bone bird's final cry of despair, and traces of existence, reducing it to nothingness. The world seemed to forget its existence in an instant. Ding! Detected that the remnant soul of the nine nether bone bird has been completely obliterated. Detected that the SS-level innate ability, 9 nether ghost flame, has become RLS. System initiating devour process. Dark blue tin with black surged from the depths of the ruins, traversing 100 meters to enter Lin Mo's brow. Lin Mo felt a cold, venomous, yet immortal dark blue flame appear in his spiritual sea. It contrasted sharply with the purple void annihilation flame, representing annihilation in space, yet faintly resonated in a peculiar harmony. Devour successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS-level innate ability, 9 nether ghost flame. Innate traits: ghost flame, shadeshift, endless resentment, soul scorching, bone rebirth. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded again, its tone filled with temptation. Dame detected that the host simultaneously possesses their SS-level innate abilities, void annihilation flame and 9 nether ghost flame. Both are fire and soul-based variants, with a root similarity and a compatibility rate of 97.8%. Fusion evolution conditions met. Would you like to attempt fusion to achieve the legendary SSS-level innate ability? SSS level, Lin Mo's heart tight and sharply. That level was the pinnacle no one on Blue Star had ever reached. Every S-level ability could create a powerhouse, and SS-level abilities were as rare as phoenix feathers, serving as ultimate trump cards. What SSS level? It was practically a mythical existence. His breathing grew rapid. However, in the next second, blood-red warning text poured over him like a bucket of cold warning. Fusion carries a risk of failure. If it fails, both innate abilities will vanish simultaneously. The host spiritual sea will suffer irreversible damage. Please choose carefully. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. The cost of failure was terrifying. Losing to S-level abilities would cause his strength to plummet, far worse than before he had them. Even worse, damage to his spiritual sea meant he would be completely crippled, with no chance of recovery. Just as Lin Mo hesitated, the system popped up. Another prompt detected host hesitation. System provides an auxiliary plan. Consume 2 million system points to construct an absolutely stable law furnace, ensuring a 100% success rate for fusion. 2 million. Lin Mo almost spat blood when he saw the number. Why don't you just rob the points yourself? He glanced at his own balance of only 400,000 points, not even close to the required amount. It felt like the temptation in games where a pop-up says, recharge 648 to get a top-tier artifact, clearly telling you, but you can become stronger by spending money, but you only have a few bucks in your pocket. I'll temporarily give up on the fusion, he decided decisively. The risk was too high, despite the temptation. He couldn't afford to gamble. Without absolute certainty, he would rather steadily hold on to his powerful SSS-level talents and slowly accumulate strength. That SSS-level forbidden talent was like a carrot dangling above his head, visible but untouchable. But it gave him a clear goal to earn 2,000,000 points. 2,000,000 points. Looks like I'll have to find a way to grind more monsters. I muttered to myself, suppressing the aura of my two great talents. In the distance, the piercing sound of alarms and the roar of vehicles grew closer. Clearly, Chen Yan and Lei Yu had already contacted the support troops. I immediately suppressed my surging aura, forcing my face to turn pale. My breathing rapid and weak, pretending to be completely drained of energy and mentally exhausted. If you're going to act, you have to do it convincingly. The secret of the SSS-level talents and my true current strength must not be exposed now. Leaning back in a wheelchair, I quietly watched the lights of the approaching rescue convoy in the distance. The crisis on the ruins was temporarily resolved, but the storm that belonged to me had just begun. In the Star City Command Center, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Zhu Zhenjiang's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the central screen. On the screen, the massive red dot representing the 9-Netherbone bird appeared at the location of the Starlight Twin Towers. After erupting in a blinding light, it quickly dimmed. But it hadn't completely disappeared. The red dot, representing a terrifying late-stage sixth-tier existence, still faintly lingered. Like a poisonous thorn stabbing into everyone's hearts. Did it fail? A staff officer murmured in despair. Making cracking sounds. Blowing up the Twin Towers was their last hope. If even that couldn't kill the sixth-tier beast, Star City would truly be doomed. Suddenly, a technician monitoring energy fluctuations shouted, "General." Everyone hurriedly turned to the screen. The red dot, after dimming to the extreme, suddenly vanished completely without a sound. It wasn't just faint, it was as if it had been erased out of thin air. Disappeared? Someone couldn't believe it. Is there a problem with the instruments? Another asked. Impossible. All backup instruments show the same thing. The 9-Netherbone bird's life energy has completely disappeared. The technician confirmed. Could it have been destroyed? The command center was silent for a moment, and erupted into thunderous cheers. We won. We actually won. My God, we really defeated a sixth-tier beast. Who did it? Was it Sir Delder who woke up? Tears filled everyone's eyes as they hugged each other, celebrating the hard-won victory. Zhu Zhenjiang trembled with excitement, slamming the table and shouting. Quick, connect to Lynn Mo. Hurry. But the communicator only returned a busy signal. Can't get through. Lin Mo's communicator isn't responding. Zhu Zhenjiang ordered anxiously. Where's Wei Tai's Han? Can Yan, Lei Yu? Contact them immediately. Find out what happened. Before long, Wei Tai's Han's communication was connected. On the screen, Wei Tai's Han, Can Yan, and Lei Yu appeared, their faces ashen and covered in dirt, looking as if they just survived a life and death ordeal. Reporting, General. Wei Tai's Han's voice was both excited and shocked. The 9-Netherbone bird has been destroyed. I saw that. Zhu Zhenjiang asked targently what exactly happened. Who did it? Was it Lin Mo? The three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reverence and a hint of lingering fear. Wei Tai's Han took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and said, Report to me, General. The collapse of the Twin Towers severely injured the 9-Netherbone bird. But it didn't completely kill it. Just when we thought the plan had failed and were preparing to retreat, Lin Mo told us to retreat first and stay behind alone. Zhu Zhenjiang pressed. Then, we felt the terrifying aura that made our souls tremble erupt from the center of the ruins. Chen Yan continued, his voice still trembling. That aura flashed by, and when we looked back, the presence of the 9-Netherbone bird had completely disappeared. We don't know what method he used, Lei Yu added. In any case, it was incredibly powerful. Incredibly abnormal, really. She paused for a long time, unable to find the right words to describe it. Listening to the three of them report, Zhu Zhenjiang remained silent for a long time. He looked at the three outstanding young people on the screen, their eyes filled with awe when mentioning Lin Mo. and his emotions became complicated. One person stayed behind to cover the retreat and took down the remnant soul of a late-stage 6th-tier beast in a single strike. It's Lin Mo. And what does his limit lie? Where's Lin Mo now? Zhu Xinzhang asked. We don't know either. Wang Tai's always shook his head. We tried to find him earlier, but he told us not to approach, saying he needed to rest. Now we can't contact him anymore. Zhu Xinzhang understood very well. Such an earth-shattering strike must have consumed an enormous amount of energy. Lin Mo is likely at his weakest moment now. I understand, Zhu Xinzhang said solemnly. Wei Tai's Han, immediately take people to seal off the ruins of the Twin Towers. No one is allowed within a 5-kilometer radius, without my orders. No one is to approach. Violators will be dealt with severely. Yes. Also, classify the news of Lin Mo single-handedly killing a 6th-tier beast as top secret. All those in the know must sign a confidentiality agreement. Anyone who leaks the information will be treated as committing treason. Zhu Xinzhang was very clear. A mysterious powerhouse capable of single-handedly killing a 6th-tier beast was the strongest trump card at Star City. As long as Lin Mo himself did not want to be exposed, his secret must be tightly guarded. This was not only to protect Lin Mo, but also to safeguard the security of Star City. Meanwhile, in Star City's first shelter, Lin Zhenbang, Liu Yuru, and others also heard the good news through internal channels that the 9-nether-bone bird had been eliminated. That's great, we're finally safe. I told you, with Sword Elder here, Star City would be fine. I heard Sword Elder used a move called 10,000 Swords Return to the sect to blast the bone bird into pieces. Sword Elder is amazing, the guardian of Star City. Various rumors spread wildly in the shelter. A relaxed smile on his face. He had long since put the humiliation he suffered in the square behind him. It was impossible for him to defeat a 6th-tier beast. A 9-nether-bone bird must have been dealt with by some hidden expertors or Delder at the cost of severe injuries. As for Wang Tai's Han's claims about Lin Mo's prowess, he dismissed them as a joke. Honey, we're safe now, Liu Yuru said softly, leaning against him. Of course, Lin Zhenbang said smugly, taking a sip of wine. Once the beast tide is over, Yun, Yu's talent stabilizes. The good days for our Lin family are just beginning. It's such a pity that the 5th-tier beast corpse is gone, wasted by Wang Tai's Han and the others, Liu Yuru said resentfully. It's just a corpse, nothing significant, Lin Zhenbang sneered. When Yu grows up, forget 5th-tier, even 6th-tier beast corpses will be ours for the taking. His smile almost splitting his face. At this moment, a family informant rushed in, panting heavily. Patriarch, big news, huge news. What is it? Don't panic. Lin Zhenbang frowned. The messenger caught his breath and said excitedly, Master, there's a rumor spreading like wildfire outside. They say the one who killed the 9-nether-bone bird was a Sword Elder, but a mysterious hero. Mysterious hero? Lin Zhenbang was stunned. Yes, the man was animated. They say he's a young hero in a wheelchair. He used himself as bait to lure the 9-nether-bone bird to the Twin Towers, and detonated the building, perishing alongside the 6th-tier beast. Fefa wine Lin's Zhenbang had just drunk sprayed out on the spot. Wheelchair bound, young hero? Lin Mo's calm face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He immediately dismissed the absurd thought. Nonsense. How can you believe such ridiculous rumors? A cripple in a wheelchair killing a 6th-tier beast. Would he head-butt it to death? Exactly. Liu Yurun chimed in sharply. I think someone just went crazy trying to get famous and made up this story. A cripple not being a burden is already good enough, let alone being a hero. What a joke. The messenger scolded. Dare not say more. But Lin Zhenbang felt inexplicably restless. Why couldn't he shake off that image? Could it be? Was it really him? No, absolutely not. A waste he had personally abandoned and could never be the hero of the entire city. Lin Zhenbang grabbed his wine glass and downed it in one gulp, using the alcohol to numb himself, tried to suppress the turmoil in his heart. 3 days later, the beast-tide in Star City finally receded under the desperate resistance of human warriors. Although the city was left in ruins, with many buildings reduced to rubble and over 100,000 military and civilian lives lost in the catastrophe, Star City ultimately held its ground. Sunlight once again pierced through the thick smoke and dust, bathing the city that had endured a life and death trial. Survivors emerged from shelters, looking at the familiar ruins before them with mixed emotions. They had lost their homes, their loved ones, but they were still alive. As long as they lived, there was hope. During this brutal battle to defend the city, tales of heroism spread far and wide. A restored Elder Han Jian, Qiu, has single-handedly held the rear, injuring the 6th-tier Black Abyss Demon Spider, but suffering severe injuries himself, and fallen into a coma. There was the garrison army, led by Commander Zhu Zhenxiang, who held their ground and charged at the forefront. There was the Qin family's prodigy, Qin Hao Yan, and the civilian genius, Lei Yu. However, the most legendary and mysterious figure was the war god in a wheelchair. Rumors claimed that, despite his disabled body, he effortlessly killed a 5th-tier Scarlet Flame-Worth dragon and single-handedly set a trap to kill the powerful 6th-tier Nine Netherbone bird, single-handedly turning the tide of battle and saving the entire Star City. Although the authorities kept all details classified as top secret, there are no walls without cracks. Some soldiers who had returned from the front lines secretly leaked bits and pieces of information, and these stories, embellished over time, became increasingly fantastical. Some said he was the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, living a carefree life among mortals. Some said he possessed a legendary top to SSS-level talent, chosen by destiny. Others claimed he was a secret ultimate weapon cultivated by the Federation. In just 3 days, the name Wheelchair War God resounded throughout Star City, becoming an idol in faith for countless people. In a military VIP-warded Star City, Lynn Mo lay on a hospital bed, leisurely scrolling through my phone, looking at the exaggerated rumors about me online. I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. Wheelchair War God, God's wit. These people's imaginations are way too wild. I couldn't help but complain, I'm clearly just a sneaky support player. After 3 days of rest, coupled with the terrifying recovery ability of my SS-level talent, my injuries had already healed, and my mental state was back to its peak. Now, I was pondering a bid issue how to spend this huge fortune. Looking at the system panel showing over 400,000 points, I finally understood what it meant to have a trouble of being rich. Should I spend some points to enhance my body and forge an iron-like physique? Will use 1,000 points to heal my crippled legs? Forget it, the legs can wait. I quickly made my decision. My disabled legs have become my best cover. Before mastering absolute self-preservation, the identity of the Wheelchair War God can still be used for a while. The most important thing is to spend the points wisely. Just as I was hesitating, the door to the ward was pushed open. Wang Tai's Han and Zhu Zhenxiang walked in. Lin Mo, how is your recovery? Zhu Zhenxiang's face carried a gentle smile, his tone full of concern and respect. It's nothing serious anymore. I sat up from the bed and smiled, asking General Zhu, Captain Wang, what brings you here? We came specifically to thank you, Zhu Zhenxiang said solemnly. On behalf of the millions of citizens of Star City, I thank you for saving their lives. As he spoke, he even took a step back and bowed deeply to me. General, you mustn't. I hurriedly tried to stand up, but forgot that I was still weak in bed and almost fell. Fortunately, Wang Tai's Han reacted quickly and supported me. I just did what I was supposed to do, I replied with a bitter smile. No, you've done far more than you realize. Zhu Zhenxiang straightened up, his gaze sharp. You not only saved Star City, but also brought hope to everyone. After speaking, he took out a medal shining with golden light from his pocket. This is the Federation's highest honor, the Bohemia Star Medal, awarded to heroes who have made great contributions to humanity. I have already submitted a request to the Federation headquarters. This is the honor you deserve. When I sang Star City, my initial goal was just to earn points for self-preservation. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, I have become a true hero. Thank you, General. I did not decline and accepted the medal. There is one more thing I need to tell you. Zhu Zhenxiang's expression suddenly turned serious. The Federation headquarters is paying close attention to the Star City Beast-Tide incident, especially since the 6th-tier mutant beasts appeared in the same city within a short time, and both were slain. This has already caught the attention of the Supreme Council. Just this morning, the Federation sent a special envoy who has already arrived in Star City to investigate the matter. A special envoy? I raised an eyebrow. That's right, Zhu Zhenxiang nodded. This special envoy is an extraordinary individual, the youngest female major general in the Federation, deputy commander of the Judy Cat or Corps, codenamed Ice Phoenix. Oluo Ningxuan. Her strength is mysterious and unfathomable, and she possesses an extremely rare SS-level mental talent, absolute as well, which can freeze everything and even manipulate thoughts. On the surface, our mission is to offer condolences and investigate, but in reality, She is very likely targeting you. My heart tightened. I had owned the Judicator Corps. It was the Federation's most secretive and powerful special forces unit, responsible for handling supernatural events and eliminating key threats to the Federation. While Wu Wang, this special envoy, must have an extraordinary background. When will she arrive? I asked. She is already at the command center, Zhu Zhenjiang said with a wise smile. She has requested to meet all the key contributors to this incident. Since Elder Jian is still unconscious, you are undoubtedly the first person she wants to see. General? I asked. My meaning is, you need to be prepared. Zhu Zhenjiang gave Lin Mo a deep look. Wu Huang is ruthless and cold-blooded. In front of her, any lies or concealment could lead to fatal consequences. I suggest you appropriately display your strength and let her understand your value. This way, the Federation will not only refrain from making things difficult for you, but will also fully support and nurture you. How to handle this is ultimately up to you. Lin Mo remained silent. He knew that Zhu Zhenjiang's suggestion was the safest approach, but his secrets were to great possessing the myriad worlds devouring system and SS-level talent. If exposed, it would undoubtedly cause a massive storm across Blue Star. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, General, Lin Mo replied softly. At that moment, Zhu Zhenjiang's communicator rang. He answered the call, his expression slightly changing. I understand. I'll bring him over right away. After hanging up, he said to Lin Mo, the special envoy has arrived at the command center and demands to meet with you immediately. The temporary command center of Star City was set up in a well-preserved government building in the city center. Their faces showing the exhaustion of narrowly escaping disaster and the worry for the future. Lin Mo sat in a military wheelchair pushed by Zhu Zhenjiang, with Wang Taizhan following closely behind. The three remained silent along the way. Lin Mo muttered to himself, damn, this treatment is practically like being in National Treasure. To have a general at the Huadane level personally push a wheelchair, there's probably no second person in Star City who could get this. But he understood that this display wasn't without reason. While Wu Ninghui was definitely not someone to be trifled with. We're here. This is the place. Zhu Zhenjiang stopped in front of a heavy iron door. Outside the door stood two guards in black combat uniforms, their shoulders embroidered with a winged, fiend emblem. The two had stern expressions, unrestrained gazes. But when Lin Mo used his universal perception to probe, he discovered they were actually peak-level Juyuan experts, using such top-tier masters as guards. And Judicat or really spared no expense. Lin Mo's heart tightened, and he felt a deeper sense of awe for his eyes. Phoenix envoy yet to meet. The two guards only nodded slightly in greeting, and one of them pressed a hand that's the door's recognition device. Major General Wo's orders only Lin Mo is allowed to enter. Devoid of emotion. What? Wang Taizhan was furious. What do you mean by this? Lin Mo is the greatest hero of this city defense battle. He's still physically weak. Can't we accompany him inside to see what's going on? Orders are orders, the guard expressionless. Zhu Zhenjiang's face darkened as well. As the highest military commander of Star City and a Huadane level expert, being blocked by two guards was a blow to his dignity. It's fine, General Zhu, Commander Wang. Lin Mo patted Zhu's and Zhang's arm, signaling them not to worry. I'll go in alone. Forcing him to face her alone, but Zhu Zhenjiang hesitated. Don't worry. Lin Mo smiled. I'm tough enough to handle this. With that, he turned the wheelchair himself and slowly entered the alloy door, which closed silently behind him. The room was spacious and empty, with a minimalist design dominated by cold tones. Inside, there was only a desk and a chair. A woman stood with her back to him, gazing out of the large floor-to-ceiling window of the devastated Star City below. She wore a tailored white military uniform, her shoulders adorned with shining stars, her posture as upright as a pine tree. Her silver hair cascaded down her waist like moonlight. Just her silhouette exuded an aura of unattainable majesty and chilling intensity. Lin Mo did not speak first, quietly waiting. He knew that speaking first would easily reveal weaknesses. The air seemed to freeze. The room so cold it felt like it could cause frostbite. Even his breath turned into white mist. SS-level psychic ability, absolute zero. Lin Mo thought to himself. It truly lives up to its reputation. The aura she unconsciously emits is already altering the physical laws of reality. Just as his thoughts were on the verge of freezing, the woman slowly turned around. Lin Mo's breath stopped instantly. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her face was flawless, as if sculpted by a god. Her skin is white as snow, and her blue eyes resemble glaciers that had remained frozen formal, cold, distant, and devoid of any emotion. She was like a masterpiece of ice sculpture, so beautiful it was almost unapproachable. She was the ice phoenix, Li Wen Ing's Huang. While Ming's Huang only stared at Lin Mo, her gaze not like that of someone looking at a person, but more like assessing a potential threat and opportunity. Her sharp and icy eyes locked onto him, silently judging all his secrets. That gaze left him nowhere to hide, making him feel as though all his secrets were laid bare. Lin Mo was shocked internally. I originally thought that possessing 46,000 points of mental power made me strong, but in front of her, I actually felt pressure. This woman's mental power is absolutely far superior to mine. You are Lin Mo? Her voice is cold as an icy spring, devoid of any fluctuation. Yes, that's me. I nodded. They say you killed the 9 netherbone bird. Her words carried no question, as if stating a fact. "'Tis lucky, that is all," I replied humbly. "Luck?" The corners of her mouth lifted slightly into an almost imperceptible smile, tamed with mockery. "You used the skyscrapers as a trap, to top-tier geniuses as bait. If finally a secret trump card to completely annihilate the remnant soul of a 6th-tier beast. Such a meticulous, ruthless, and cruel plan. And you call it luck?" She knew the details so clearly. My heart sank. It seemed Zhu Zhenjiang and the others had reported everything truthfully. Understandable facing a federal envoy. It wouldn't dare to hide anything. It seems General Zhu and the others were very honest with you. I stopped pretending. "Honesty is the only wise choice for the weak when facing the strong," she said inferently, her tone filled with confidence and dominance. She took long strides, slowly walking toward me. Each step felt like it was treading on my heart. The icy pressure grew increasingly intense. I felt as if my soul was freezing, stiff and immobile. "You're quite interesting." She stopped in front of me, looking down at me from above. A boy with crippled legs awakens a top-tier talent, only to be forced by his family to transfer it to his illegitimate brother. After severing ties in despair, you erupted with strength far beyond ordinary geniuses during the beat. First, you instantly killed a 5th-tier Scarlet Flame Earth Dragon, and you schemed to trap the 6th-tier 9 Netherbone Bird. You were hiding too many secrets. Her voice carried a strange power, each word and sentence seemingly interrogating my very soul. I remained silent, knowing that saying more would only bring trouble. "You don't need to answer me," she seemed to see through my thoughts, "because I will personally uncover all your secrets." She extended her slender, jade-like finger, slowly pointing toward the center of my forehead. A wisp of icy blue chill swirled around her fingertip, freezing the surrounding space wherever it touched. My eyes narrowed sharply. I felt a deadly threat. She intended to use her top-tier talent to invade my mental world. If she succeeded, my prized world-devouring system into top-tier talents would be completely exposed. At that point, I wouldn't even know how I'd die. "Stop," I growled lowly. Void annihilation flame activated instinctively. Soul-devouring flames erupted from within me, attempting to block her approaching finger. But it was useless. Under her icy power, my proudest top-tier talent was utterly suppressed, unable to exert itself. This was the realm of absolute suppression. "Your talent is indeed special," a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "It seems to possess spatial and soul attributes as well. This is getting more and more interesting." Her finger didn't stop, continuing to press toward my forehead. Cold sweat covered my brow. I'll risk it all. My gaze turned resolute and fierce. If resistance was futile, I'd gamble on her not having true intent to kill me. I ceased resisting, allowing her icy finger to touch my forehead. A trace of surprise flickered in her eyes. She had expected me to give up resisting, just as she was about to reach the core of my mental world, an icy, vast, and otherworldly will awaken from the depths of my soul. Alerts. Unknown mental force detected. Activating highest level defense protocol. Counter-invasion initiated. Low-level countermeasure beginning. Her expression changed dramatically. Boom. And mental worlds of both of us erupted in a silent shockwave. She felt her mental power collide with an indestructible wall constructed by laws. A terrifying force beyond comprehension surged back among her mental tendrils in a frenzied counterattack. This force was neither ordinary energy nor spiritual power. It was a higher-level existence laws, the rules of the universe. She staggered back as if struck by a heavy blow. Lin Ma retreated 3 steps, the blood drained instantly from her stunningly beautiful face, leaving it as pale as paper. A trace of bright red blood slowly trickled from the corner of her smooth lips. As the youngest female Major General of the Federation, Deputy Commander of the Judicature Corps, and top-tier powerhouse with SSS-level spiritual talent, was actually injured in a spiritual confrontation. Her gaze toward Lin Mo was no longer cold and scrutinizing as before, but filled with unprecedented shock and fear. Even carrying a slight tremor, Lin Mo also felt unbearable pain. Although the system's counterattack had blocked Fu Wanming's Huang's spiritual invasion, his spiritual scene was violently shaken and already severely overdrawn. He felt dizzy, his vision blurred, and everything went black, unable to catch his breath. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face even paler than Wanming's Huang's. He coughed violently, slumping in his wheelchair, looking as if he might die at any moment. I don't know either. Lin Mo's voice was so weak it sounded like a mosquito buzzing. I only know that every time I use power beyond my limits, or when someone tries to probe my soul. This happens. As he spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood, embodying the word weakness to the fullest. This performance had to be convincing. However, not everything he said was false. He had indeed almost fainted just now. Wanming's Huang looked at his half-dead state and once again felt the stabbing pain from the depths of her spiritual realm. This Lin Mo indeed harbored a great secret. His soul seemed to be protected by an ancient and incredibly powerful restriction. Normally, this restriction remained dormant and unabateable, but once forcibly probed or, when he unleashed power beyond his limits, it would automatically activate, releasing a terrifying counterforce. It was precisely because she had triggered this restriction earlier that she was injured. And Lin Mo himself, as the owner of the restriction, also suffered from the backlash, which was why he was vomiting blood and appeared on the verge of death. This also explained why someone at his level, merely in the Talmai realm, could unleash the astonishing power to kill a 6th-tier exotic beast. That power wasn't his own but the energy released by the protective restriction deep within his soul. The cost was his life force. Understanding this, Li Wanming's Huang's gaze toward Lin Mo was filled with complex emotions: sympathy, regret, and a faint sense of respect. This was somewhat severely tested by fate, yet still fighting desperately. Every time he unleashed great power, he paid with his own life. He had used his life to save the entire Star City. He was a true hero. I understand now. Wanming's Huang took a deep breath, forcibly calming the turbulence in her spiritual sea and regaining her composed demeanor. She retrieved a transparent, crystalline pill emitting a soft glow from her storage space and handed it to Lin Mo. A top-tier, human elixir exclusively supplied by the Federation, specifically for treating spiritual injuries. Take it will help you. Lin Mo stared at the pill, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had heard of the 9-turn soul consolidating pill. It was said that one could sell for tens of millions of star coins on the black market, and even then, it was in short supply. This woman was quite generous. He didn't stand on ceremony, taking the pill and putting it into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, transforming into a cool, warm current that flowed into his spiritual sea, quickly repairing the earlier spiritual turbulence. It was indeed a remarkable item. Lin Mo felt much better. Thank you, Special Envoy, he said weakly. No need to thank me, Wanming's Huang replied inferently. This is what you deserve. She withdrew her icy aura, and the room's temperature gradually returned to normal, resuming her businesslike demeanor. The restriction on your soul is very unique. Until we find a way to break it, I don't recommend you recklessly using that power. It can very well cost you your life. I understand, Lin Mo nodded weakly. The Federation needs geniuses like you. But it needs a living genius even more. Wanming's Huang looked at him. It continued. So have you decided to recruit you specially? Special recruitment. That's right, Wanming's Huang said. Considering your unique situation and immense potential, I am recruiting you into the Federation's first military academy under my authority as the Deputy Commander of the Judicature Corps. These 8 words made Lin Mo's heart race. That was the holy land every young martial artist in the Federation dreamed of. Only the rarest top-tier geniuses could enter that place, and a genius training camp was a place reserved for the best of the best. Graduates from there were at least future military generals, or even national-level powerhouses. In other words, entering a genius training camp was equivalent to stepping into the core of the Federation's power. What price do I have to pay? I knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. And to become stronger, The Federation will invest all its resources to study the restriction in your soul and help you find a way to control that power without suffering backlash. At the same time, you must undergo the most rigorous training to enhance your strength to its limits. Your goal is not to become a small hero of Star City, but the guardian of all humanity. I fell silent. This enticing promise was so alluring, it was hard to resist. I have one more question. I looked up at Won In's Huang. Go ahead. Can Hao Yan and Lei Yu, can they come with me? A trace of surprise flashed into Won In's Huang's eyes, clearly not expecting me to ask this. The heir of the Qin family and an S-class genius for an ordinary family. She thought for a moment and said, their talents are decent, but not enough to directly enter the genius training camp. However, for your sake, I can give them a chance. They can accompany you as her study companions and first enter the Federation's first military academy. If they perform well within one semester and prove their value, I can consider letting them join the training camp as well. Thank you, Special Envoy. I breathe a sigh of relief. Don't thank me. I'm just making an investment, Won In's Huang said inferiorly. I am betting that your future returns will far exceed this investment. She stood up and walked to the window. A special aircraft will come to pick you up. By the way, your talent is indeed very special. Honey told others that you have a rare to a less class talent fusion potential. But due to attribute conflicts, your power is very unstable. This explanation not only accounts for your strength, but also conceals the secret of your soul and ensures the Federation's high-level attention on you. From today onwards, you are a strategically protected genius of a Federation. I hope you won't disappoint me. After she finished speaking, she didn't even turn her head, as if I had already disappeared for her world. I knew this was her way of dismissing me. I turned my wheelchair and silently left the room. The door closed soundlessly. Outside the door, Zhu Zhenjiang and Wang Tai's Han were waiting anxiously for me. As soon as they saw me, they immediately surrounded me. Lin Mo, how are you? That special envoy didn't give you a hard time, did she? Zhu Zhenjiang's voice was filled with concern. Wang Tai's Han was even more direct, his eyes constantly glancing toward the door. I cooperated by coughing violently, my face pale as paper, as if I could collapse with a gust of wind. Weakly, I waved my hand. I am fine, just a bit exhausted. Let me push you. Zhu Zhenjiang, without hesitation, carefully pushed my wheelchair. A general at the Hua gang level, at this moment, acted like a caregiver, his movements gentle. Afraid of jostling me, Wang Tai's Han, standing nearby, wanted to ask something, but was afraid of disturbing me. His face turning red from holding back. General Zhu, Captain Wang, don't worry. I said weakly. Special Envoy Wo didn't make things difficult for me. And what did she want from you? Zhu Zhenjiang couldn't help but ask. She recruited me. I dropped this bombshell. The two were stunned. Recruited. Logically, with the strength I had displayed, it was normal for the military to want to recruit me, but for her to personally step in was unprecedented. Yes, I nodded and batted to the Federation's first military academy, directly into the genius training camp. What? The two shouted in unison. The genius training camp was the pinnacle of the Federation, a sacred place for cultivating prodigies and eccentrics. Graduates from there could at least directly ascend to the rank of Major General, and some could even become key figures influencing the entire Federation structure. In the 100-year history of Star City, no one had ever qualified to enter there. Why? Zhu Zhenjiang stammered, unable to fathom what extraordinary talent I possessed to deserve such treatment. I smiled bitterly and slowly recounted the story Won In's Huang had prepared for me. Special Envoy Wo said my talent might not be an ordinary SS level. She said that deep within my soul, there might be the SS level talents hidden through SS levels. Wang Tai's Han was utterly confused. He had lived half his life and had never heard of such a combination. Yes, I nodded with difficulty, playing along, but because the attributes of these two talents conflict, they cannot perfectly merge, causing my power to be extremely unstable. Every time I use that power, it's like the gods fighting inside me, so I end up overexerting my life force, leaving me half dead like this. The power I used to slay the alien beast wasn't even my own. It was the forbidden power that erupted in an instant due to the conflict between the two talents. This explanation was like deafening thunder, stirring up Zhu's and Zhang and Wang Tai's Han's minds. The two stood frozen, their expression shifting from shock to extreme astonishment and deep sympathy. So that's how it was. No wonder. No wonder he could unleash such incredible power on a slay a 60 Raelian beast despite being only at the Tomai level. No wonder he was always so weak. As if on the brink of death, after every battle, dual SS-level talent fusion potential, talent conflict, forbidden power, gambling with life. These keywords perfectly explained all the mysteries and contradictions surrounding Lynn. He was a peerless genius, both blessed and tormented by the heavens. Every time he grew stronger, he was gambling with his own life. Understanding all this, Zhu Zhenjiang and Wang Taizhan looked at Lin Mo with eyes full of admiration, regret, and reverence. He was not just a genius but a hero who used his life to protect Star City. I understand. Zhu Zhenjiang took a deep breath, his hands pushing the wheelchair more steadily. Lin Mo, rest assured. We will keep your situation strictly confidential. From today on, you're Star City's highest level protected individual. Exactly. Wang Taizhan nodded seriously. Anyone who dares to harm you will be making trouble for us and going against the entire Star City Defense Force. Lin Mo chuckled inwardly. It seemed his explanation of conflicting dual SS-level talents worked even better than he had imagined. It not only concealed his secret but also garnered sympathy and allowed him to naturally hide the truth about the system. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were anxiously waiting at the door. Seeing Lin Mo's pale face and his frail state as if he could collapse at any moment, it too immediately exploded. Lin Mo. Lei Yu rushed over, her face unable to hide her anger. Was it that cold-faced woman? Did she bully you? Tell me now. I'm going to smash her cone in center right now. She waved her fist, the powerful aura of the Titan battle form uncontrollably emanating, looking ready to risk everything for her friend. Don't be impulsive, Lei Yu. His expression heavy, he looked at Lin Mo, his eyes full of concern. Lin Mo, what's going on with you? Cough, I'm fine. Lin Mo weakly smiled, signaling everyone to calm down. Envol Wo didn't trouble me instead. She gave me a great gift, he slowly said. I was specially recruited into the Federation's first military academy's genius training camp. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were instantly stunned. Their faces showed identical shock. Chen genius training camp. Lei Yu's big, watery eyes widened. What kind of place is that? It sounds amazing. Can we go there? She was always straightforward, her concerns simple and clear. Qin Hao Yan was even more shocked than Lei Yu. He knew better than anyone the weight of a genius training camp in the Federation. It was the center of power, a holy land where the strong gathered. A place countless geniuses would do anything to enter. He looked at Lin Mo, his gaze indescribably complex shock, envy, jealousy, and genuine admiration. This guy always managed to create unparalleled miracles. What does she specially recruit you? Qin Hao Yan suppressed the waves of his heart and asked calmly. Because of my talent. Lin Mo looked at his two best friends and repeated the official explanation. Dual level talent fusion potential. Talent conflict, burning life. After hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were completely dumbfounded. This explanation was more reasonable than any fortuitous encounter or secret identity. Everything now had an answer. So, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He had always thought Lin Mo's advantages came from luck or some fortuitous encounter, and he had hoped to catch up. But now he understood that Lin Mo was walking a dangerous path, treading his life for progress. Every step was like dancing with death. A reckless lunatic. Qin Hao Yan's eyes reddened slightly, turning his head to cover his inner shock with sharp words. Lei Yu, on the other hand, had no such complicated thoughts. Her eyes were already brimming with tears, blurry and unclear. Min Mo, don't push yourself so hard anymore, she cried, her voice choked. If you die, who will fight with me? Who will be my commander? Seeing the two of them so emotionally sincere, Lin Mo felt a warmth in his heart. To have acted this far, it was worth it. Don't worry. I won't die, he said with a smile. Besides, I got you both a chance. Envol Wo agreed. You can join as accompanying students and enter the Federation's first military academy with me. Although it's just as accompanying students, as long as you perform well, you still have a chance to enter the genius training camp. Accompanying students, Lei Yu's eyes lit up, her sadness instantly forgotten. No problem. As long as I can go with you and fight stronger beasts, I'll do anything. Qin Hao Yan fell silent after hearing this. For the young master of the Qin family, the term accompanying student was hard to swallow. He looked up, his gaze firm as he stared at Lin Mo. A confident smile appeared on his lips. Qin Hao Yan, don't need to rely on anyone. I'll make a name for myself in the genius training camp. Lin Mo smiled. This was the Qin Hao Yan he knew, proud, confident, and never one to admit defeat. All right. He extended his fist. Yin Hao Yan and Lei Yu exchanged a glance and also extended their fists. The three fists collided heavily. 1 week from now, the special aircraft will come to pick us up, just as the three were excitedly anticipating the moon journey. A young communications soldier burst in, so thrilled that he didn't even knock. General Zhu. What's the matter, rushing him like this? Wang Tai's Han frowned and barked. A soldier quickly stood at attention and saluted. Unable to hide his excitement, reporting, General, the announcement from Envoy Wo has been released. He handed over a military data pad. Zhu Zhenjiang took it, his gaze falling on the screen. The bold red headline was striking Federation hero decreased, our city defense battle highest commendation announcement. Beneath the headline, the first name listed was Lynn Mo. The announcement was brief, yet shocking, awarding Star City citizen Lynn Mo the Federation's highest honor, the Purple Bohemia Star Medal. In recognition of his significant contributions during the Star City defense battle, he single-handedly designed traps, killed the 6th-tier Beast 9 Netherbone Bird, instantly defeated the 5th-tier Beast Crimson Earth Dragon, and saved millions of city residents. Approved by the Federation's Supreme Council, and personally assessed and confirmed by Major General Won In-Huam, Deputy Commander of the Judicature Corps. Lin Mo possesses the rare potential for a less-level talent fusion. His power is immense yet unstable, with each outburst coming at the cost in his life. His self-sacrificing righteousness and courage to protect Lynn's make him a role model for all of us and a true human hero. To safeguard such an important strategic-level talent, the Federation has decided to immediately classify Lin Mo as a top-level protected individual, and especially admitted him into the Federation's first military academy's genius training camp, dedicating all resources to help him master his talents and become humanity's future guardian. The military provided blurry combat footage. In the footage, a boy in a wheelchair faced the raging beast tide with a calm expression. With a wave of his hand, purple flames incinerated everything. With another gesture, a black vortex devoured the enemies, despite his broken body. He faced a mountain-sized 5th-tier giant beast alone and killed it in one strike. He orchestrated the detonation of the skyscrapers, burying the 6th-tier Doomsday Bone Bird or the rubble. VIP Lounge of Star City's first refuge. Lin Zhenbang held a glass of fine red wine, listening to the flattery of several small family heads, his face beaming with joy. With the beast tide over, good days for the Lin family were just around the corner. Patriarch, young Master Yan Yu, is now at S-level talent. The Lin family is bound to become Star City's top family in the future. Yes, please take care of us when the time comes, Patriarch Lin. Lin Zhenbang basked in the compliments, feeling elated. He took a sip of red wine, as if already envisioning Lin Yan Yu leading the Lin family to glory. At that moment, the massive public screen in the lounge was suddenly taken over by the Federation's official channel. It has a Federation announcement, the wheelchair war god, officially recognized. Oh my god. To a less-level talent fusion potential. I've never even heard of that. What does it mean? Killing a 6th-tier beast, instantly defeating a 5th-tier one. Is he even human? Amazing. He is the guardian god of our Star City. The entire lounge erupted in excitement. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and admiration. Lin Zhenbang's smile froze completely the moment he saw the name Lin Mo on the screen. The wine glass in his hand silently slipped and shattered on the ground with a crash, the red wine spilling like blood across the floor. No, impossible. His lips trembled uncontrollably, his eyes full of disbelief. The son he had always regarded as useless, the one he had forced to give up his talent and actually become the hero, or save all of Star City. A strategic-level genius with the legendary less-level talent fusion potential, had actually been directly recruited by the Federation's Supreme Council and sent to the genius training camp, the theft, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. His entire body spun, as if the world was collapsing around him. Endless regret gnawed at his heart like venomous insects. What had he lost? He had lost a future guardian god that should have belonged to the Lin family. He personally pushed the genius son who could have led the Lin family to dominate the Federation to the opposing side. Husband, what's wrong? Liu Yuru was stunned by the sudden turn of events and quickly supported the staggering Lin Zhenbang. This is absolutely fake. A sharp roar came from the corner. He's a cripple, a useless cripple with disabled legs. I clearly took his S-level talent. How could he possibly be in his drawer? He couldn't accept any of it. The person he had always trampled on, bullied, and looked down upon had suddenly become the center of attention. A hero valued by the Federation's high command. Meanwhile, he, with the halo of an SS-level talent, had only known to run away in the face of real danger, like a coward. The enormous gap and endless jealousy drove him completely insane. This is fake. The military must have fabricated this to boost morale. He shouted like a madman in the lounge, tried to convince others and force himself to believe it was an illusion. The people around him looked at his outburst with changed expressions. Those who had been flattering him now distanced themselves as if avoiding a plague. Their gazes were filled with ridicule and pity. Young Master Yan, he must have been, deep was shaken. Heh, what is young Master Yan you anyway? Just a fake genius living off stolen talent, compared to a real hero. He's worlds apart. What a pity. We thought the Lynn family had hope, but they ended up throwing away their greatest treasure with their own hands. Not just throwing it away, I think they've made a mortal enemy. Didn't you see the announcement online? Lin Mo has already severed ties with the Lin family. TSKSK. The Lin family head's move was a colossal loss. Lin Zhenbang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face dark and stormy, as if it could drip water. He stared intently at the heroic sun on the screen, his emotions a tangled mess. He thought back to 10 years ago, to that deceased woman. Lin Mo's mother, Su Wan, who had held his hand with her last ounce of strength, and said her final words, Zhenbang. Take good care of Moer. He will be your greatest pride in this lifetime. He had dismissed it as the ramblings of a dying woman, but now, it seemed that she had seen through everything long ago. He had personally turned that pride into his greatest regret. No, it's not over yet. A flicker of desperate struggle appeared in Lin Zhenbang's eyes. His blood flows in my veins. He's my son, Lin Zhenbang's son. If I go and beg him, admit my mistakes, he will surely forgive me. He clung to this last shred of hope. That's right. Blood is thicker than water. He can't be that heartless. As long as we lower our stance, he will definitely come around. Liu Yuru also latched onto this hope, quickly chiming in. She knew very well that if Lin Mo rose to power, the first person he would settle accounts with would be her. The cruel stepmother. That absolutely could not happen. We'll go find him right now. Lin Zhenbang didn't hesitate, dragging the still frenzied Lin Yanyu as he prepared to leave. But after just a steps, they were blocked by several soldiers in black combat uniforms, exuding an intimidating aura. Leading him was none other than Wei Dai's Han. He looked coldly at Lin Zhenbang, his face devoid of any emotion. Where are you planning to go? Wei Dai's Han's voice was full of mockery. Commander Wang. Lin Zhenbang froze, quickly forcing a smile. I'm going to find my son, Lin Mo. There are some misunderstandings between us that need to be cleared up. Your son? Wang Dai's Han sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Family head Lin, have you forgotten? Just a few hours ago, in the citywide announcement, Lin Mo personally declared that he has severed all ties with the Lin family. From now on, he is merely a strategic-level genius of a federation and has nothing to do with you, Lin Zhenbang. You. Lin Zhenbang was rendered speechless, his face turning bright red. Wang Dai's Han took a step forward, his soldiers unyielding or firmly suppressing Lin Zhenbang. Special Envoy Elwa has already ordered that before Lin Mo departs for the Federation's first military academy, no one is to disturb him for any reason. You, by placing you under house arrest. Lin Zhenbang was both shocked and furious. Wang Dai's Han sneered. House arrest? You're overthinking it. We just don't want those who don't know their place to disturb a hero's recovery. And several soldiers immediately stepped forward, escorting Lin Zhenbang and his family to a corner of the rest area, as if they were prisoners. The surrounding guests, witnessing this scene, all revealed schadenfreude-filled smiles. The once high and mighty head of the Lin family had now become a troublemaker everyone avoided. The wheel of fortune had turned, evoking both envy and amusement. Lin Zhenbang slumped into a chair, his face ashen. He knew it was over. Wang Dai's Han's attitude had made it clear that the military supported Lin Mo. And he, the father who had personally abandoned his own son, had become the laughingstock of Star City. He was finished. The Lin family was finished too. Meanwhile, on the other side of Star City, Qin Hao Yan's father, Qin Group Chairman Qin Gai, stared at Lin Mo's announcement on a screen in silence for a long time, their faces filled with shock. Chairman, is this Lin Mo the legitimate son abandoned by the Lin family? One vice president cautiously asked. Yes, Qin Gai nodded, his gaze profound. Who would have thought that the fool Lin Zhenbang would personally discard True Dragon as if it were a loach. He sighed, his tone carrying both regret and relief. Fortunately, Hao Yan has a much better eye for people. Thinking of how his son had stood up to the Lin family for Lin Mo, he had thought at the time that his son was being impulsive. Now it seemed like the best decision he had ever made in his life. Qin Gai stood up, his voice steady and powerful. First, immediately terminate all cooperation with the Lin family and completely suppress their industries in Star City. I want the Lin family to disappear within 3 days. Second, mobilize all the group's resources and spare no expense to win over Lin Mo. The Qin family will fully support him. Third, inform Hao Yan to put aside his pride and fully assist Lin Mo at the Federation's first military academy. Lin Mo's matters are the most important matters for the Qin family. Understood, Chairman. The executives responded in unison, their hearts surging with emotion. They knew these 3 orders would completely reshape the landscape of Star City. And all of this was because of that boy in the wheelchair. Qin Gai walked to the window, gazing at the scarred, revitalizing Star City, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. A strategic level genius personally recognized by the Ice Phoenix of the Judgment Corps. This era is truly fascinating. Lin Mo, the Qin family will bet on you. And week passed in the blink of an eye. For the entire Star City, it was a week of rising from the brink of despair. Countless citizens, under the organization of the military, cleared the ruins and rebuilt their homes. For Lin Mo, however, it was a rare period of peaceful growth. In the military's special care ward, Lin Mo lay easily on the bed, scrolling through his phone while feeling the rapid growth of power within him. The effects of a 9-turn-9 condensing pill he had received from Wan Ying's Huang exceeded expectations. The system panel underwent a massive change. Host Lin Mo realm early stage of Tom My realm attribute strength. 600 speed, 600 defense, 620,000 mental power, 150-48,000 energy value, 1,000 40,000 talent ability, SS-level void scorching flames system points. 401,500 points, 400,000 points. Lin Mo looked at the number. Daily for the first time the troubles of the wealthy. How should he spend his fortune? Should he continue to enhance his mental power, making his perception and talent power overwhelming? Or strengthen his physical body to make up for the shortcomings in defense, the flaws in energy control? Or simply spend $1 million to directly break through into the legendary SSS-level talent? SSS-level is too far out of reach. Lin Mo quickly dismissed this seemingly wonderful but highly unlikely idea. The most important thing right now is to improve my self-preservation ability. Lin Mo was well aware that his next destination was the Federation's first military academy, a place steaming with experts. Although he bore the title of a strategic-level genius, his foundation was still unstable. Moreover, due to talent conflicts, he was like a glass cannon that could shatter at any moment. In such a situation, the more conspicuous he was, the easier it would be to become a target. He had to find a way to make himself more resilient. System, add points. Lin Mo gave the command without hesitation. Consume 100,000 points to enhance defense attributes. Ding, consumed 100. 0 points, defense 100,000. Boom. A heavy, mountain-like force immediately surged into every inch of his muscles and bones, as if his entire body had been crazily reinforced. His bones became denser than the hardest alloy, his muscles brimmed with explosive power, and even his skin emitted a faint glow. He felt that now, even taking a hit from a 4th T exotic beast would feel like a mere scratch. Host, Lin Mo realm early stage of Tom My realm attributes, strength 600 speed, 600 defense. 120,000 mental power, 150-48,000 energy value, 1,000 40,000 system points, 300 1,000, 500 120,000 defense bonus. Lin Mo clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented sense of security, and nodded in satisfaction. He finally had some confidence in his ability to protect himself. As for the remaining 300,000 points, he decided not to use them for now. He wanted to keep them as a backup for emergencies. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu walked in. After a week of recovery, their complexions had significantly improved, their injuries were almost healed, and their strength was even on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the Tom My realm. Lin Mo, you really just lay here for a whole week without moving. Lei joked as soon as she entered. I thought you might have already snuck out and taken down a few 60 exotic beasts while you were at it. Qin Hao Yan, on the other hand, carefully examined Lin Mo, frowning. Your complexion still doesn't look great. Didn't the 9-turn concentration pill work? It worked, Lin Mo smiled. But my problem is deeply rooted. Pills can only alleviate it, not cure it. He deliberately maintained a weak appearance. After all, the real show was just beginning, and he couldn't reveal his hand too early. I knew it. Qin Hao Yan took out a pile of precious bottles and jars for his storage ring and placed them on Lin Mo's bedside table. These are all top-tier, healing elixirs and energy-replenishing pills from a Qin family's collection. These like a Millennium Blood Ginseng pill and a Purple Gold Life Extended pill. I don't even know what they all are. My dad told me to give them all to you. He turned his head away, looking reluctant. He said you absolutely can't die. If you die, the money he invested will go down the drain. Lin Mo looked at the mountain of treasures, each bottle worth a fortune. It couldn't help but smile. Qin Hao Yan was still as arrogant as ever, storing all the top-tier elixirs into his system space. Even small gains mattered, and such treasures were not to be missed. By the way, Qin Hao Yan suddenly remembered. Have you heard about the Lin family? The Lin family. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, just the day after the announcement, Qin Hao Yan said with a schadenfreude tone. The Qin family announced a complete termination of all cooperation with the Lin family. Immediately after, over a dozen families and businesses in the city with good relations with the Qin family also issued statements cutting ties with the Lin family. The Lin family's stock price plummeted and was suspended that very day, and all their industries faced unprecedented suppression. Lei's eyes lit up as she excitedly added, my dad said that someone on the Star City black market has already offered a sky-high bounty for the laws of Lynn's and lynching you. Apparently, many survivors who lost loved ones in the Beast Tide are blaming the Lin family for everything. They say that if it weren't for that old fool Lynn's bang driving you away and making you lose heart, so many people in Star City wouldn't have died. Now the Lin family has become a rat and everyone wants to beat. It was said that Lynn's bang, the old man, had turned white hair overnight and now stayed cooped up at home, not daring to step outside. Qin Hao Yan shrugged, his voice cold. My dad said, within 3 days, we must make the Lin family completely disappear from Star City. At this rate, it seems it can be done within 3 days. Listening to their plans, Lin Mo's face remained expressionless. He had long foreseen the Lin family's downfall. In this world, the strong survival of the weak are crushed. No one shows mercy. Back then, Lynn's bang had abandoned him without hesitation for profit, and now others would trample the Lin family just as ruthlessly. He felt no sympathy, even thinking it wasn't enough. Physical destruction was nothing. The most brutal punishment was mental torment. And what if Lynn's banning Li Yanyu to spend the rest of their lives in endless regret and despair? That would be the most satisfying revenge. By the way, Lin Mo suddenly remembered something and asked Qin Hao Yan, has Li Yanyu caused any trouble recently? How would he dare? Qin Hao Yan sneered. He doesn't even dare to step outside now. That so-called S-grade talent has long become the laughingstock of all Star City. Oh, Lin Mo's interest was piqued. A few days ago, some small families who didn't believe the rumors tried to recruit him. But when they tested his strength, they found out that his S-grade talent was just for Cheryl. Its power isn't even as good as an ordinary A-grade, and it consumes a huge amount of energy. After using it twice, he collapses. Now everyone knows that so-called S-grade talent is just an empty shell, with most of the S-grade essence disappearing, leaving only a trace for him to inherit. So he carries the title of S-grade. His actual combat power is only B-grade. He's become a complete waste. He thought he could gain a huge advantage, but instead, he lost everything. Leiyu laughed so hard she was doubled over, tears streaming down her face. Lin Mo's lips curved slightly upward. It seemed the pseudo-S-grade talent provided by the system was working perfectly. Not only had it fooled everyone, but it had also nailed Li Tianyu to the pillar of shame, ensuring he could never recover. Lin Mo was very satisfied with this outcome. Enough of this depressing talk. Lin Mo waved his hand. We're setting off tomorrow. Are you all ready? Of course. Leiyu patted her chest, brimming with confidence. I can't wait. The Federation's first military academy. The Genius training camp. Just hearing the name gets my blood boiling. I'm going to defeat every so-called genius who dares to challenge me. Qin Hao Yana just at his collar, revealing a confident smile. I don't need to prepare anything. Just bringing my sword and myself is enough. He looked firmly at Lin Mo. Don't worry, even though I entered as an accompanying student, I can now yawn. Will never let you lose face. I will use my strength to show everyone that I am who I am, and no one can bind me. Lin Mo nodded with a smile. He was looking forward to seeing how dazzling the talents of these two extraordinary companions would shine on this larger stage. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open again. Zhu Zhenjiang and Wang Tai's Han walked in together, their faces adorned with gentle smiles. It seems everything is almost ready, Zhu Zhenjiang said with satisfaction as he looked at the three energetic individuals in the room. General Zhu, Commander Wang. The three immediately stood up and saluted, no need for formalities. Zhu Zhenjiang waved his hand, walked to Lin Mo's bedside, and handed him a delicate black box. This is a gift specially prepared for you at the federal headquarters. Lin Mo took the box with a puzzled expression. When he opened it, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Inside the box lay a pitch-black ring engraved with intricate spatial rare. This is a spatial ring? That's right, Zhu Zhenjiang nodded with a smile. It's the highest grade Void Walker ring. The entire space is as large as a football field and comes with space stabilization and shielding functions. This is the standard equipment for strategic level geniuses of a federation. Carrying items will be much more convenient for you in the future. Lin Mo was delighted. This was a treasure. He would have the perfect cover when retrieving items from the system space in the future. Thank you, General. Without hesitation, he put on the ring. Additionally, Zhu Zhenjiang took out the slightly smaller boxes and handed them to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. These are for you. Although not as advanced as Lin Mo's, they are also premium items provided by the military, with an internal space of 10 cubic meters enough for your needs. I have a spatial ring too, Lei Yu exclaimed in surprise, eagerly taking the box and holding it as if she couldn't bear to let go. But the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. All right, everything is in place. Zhu Zhenjiang clapped his hands. Rest well today and recharge your energy. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the Federation's special aircraft will be waiting for you at the military airport in the eastern part of the city. You are the pride of Star City. He looked at the three of them with anticipation. Don't let us down. General. The three responded in unison, their voices firm and powerful. The sunlight outside the window was just right. A new journey was about to begin. The storm that belonged to them was already brewing, and it would face it head-on, navigating through the waves and shaking the entire Federation structure. The morning sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, shining down on the city, and newer hardships had risen again. At the military airport in the eastern part of the city, a sleek, silver-white aircraft with futuristic lines quietly rested beside the tarmac. On its body, the Federation's star emblem, the Ice Phoenix totem of the Judicat or Corps gleamed in the morning light, exuding an extraordinary presence. The highest-level security perimeter had been set up around the airport. Squads of fully armed elite soldiers stood guard solemnly, ensuring men no unauthorized personnel could approach. Today marked the critical moment when the heroes of Star City would set off for the Federation's center of power. I sat in a military wheelchair, pushed by Qin Hao Yan, while Lei Yu, like a curious child, looked around at everything with wide eyes. Behind us, Zhu Zhenjiang and Wang Tai's Han personally came to see us off. Lin Mo, be careful when you get there, Zhu Zhenjiang said, patting my shoulder with heartfelt concern. Although you are gifted, your foundation is still not solid. Don't act impulsively, learn to conceal your strength. I understand. I nodded, knowing full well that keeping a low profile was my forte. Zhu Zhenjiang then turned to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu, speaking in a serious tone. The two of you are accompanying students. Support each other and don't cause trouble for Lin Mo. Lei Yu patted her chest and promised, got it. General, don't worry. But her constantly darting eyes revealed her true intentions. She absolutely wouldn't behave. Qin Hao Yan nodded seriously. Rest assured, General, we will take good care of him. Wang Tai's Han stepped forward and handed me a data disk. Lin Mo, this contains the intelligence I've compiled on the Federation's first military academy, including the distribution of major forces, key instructors and student lists, as well as the rules of the Genius Training Camp. It might be helpful to you. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Warmth filled my heart as I accepted it, silently noting this kindness. Zhu Zhenjiang glanced at the time and said, it's about time to board. A formal captain in a crisp, white uniform, exuding a heroic aura, slowly descended from the private jet and saluted everyone with a standard military gesture. Under the orders of Major General Wen Inshuang, I'm here to escort Lin Mo and his companions to the Federation's first military academy. Her voice was clear and firm. General Zhu returned the salute. The female captain approached me, her gaze carrying a hint of respect and curiosity. Student Lin Mo, please board the plane. The private jet's cabin were slowly opened, and the automatic boarding ladder extended steadily to the front of my wheelchair. General Zhu, Uncle Wayne. I waved to them. Take care. Safe travels. Both of their eyes were moist. They knew that from this moment on, we 3 fledgling eagles were about to soar into a broader sky. Star City would also leave a bold and colorful mark in the Federation because of us. Inside the private jet, it was far more luxurious than I had imagined. Soft carpets, leather sofas, private rest areas, and even a small bar. This is way too luxurious. Lei Yu, like a country girl suddenly stepping into a wealthy mansion, touched everything. Our eyes full of delight. So this is the treatment for the Federation's top geniuses. Amazing. Qin Haoyan appeared calm on the surface, but his eyes couldn't hide his surprise. Even with the Qin family's wealth, flying on a private jet wasn't something they could do at will. I found a seat by the window and quietly gazed outside. The private jet slowly ascended, piercing through the clouds. Star City grew smaller and smaller. The city that had accompanied me for 18 years. Filled with humiliation and hatred, but also moments of passion and protection, gradually faded into the distance. Goodbye, Star City, I silently whispered in my heart. Lei Yu leaned over, smiling brightly, and asked, Lin Mo, what are you thinking about? Thinking about what to eat for the first meal at the academy. I replied casually. What to eat? Lei Yu immediately perked up. I heard the cafeteria at the Federation's first military academy has over 100 food stalls, featuring cuisines from all over the country. Seafood from Al country, barbecue from Beta country. I have to try them all. Qin Haoyan shook his head helplessly from the side. Is there anything in your head besides food and fighting? Of course, Lei Yu said confidently. There's also Lin Mo. Both Qin Haoyan and I were speechless. Just then, while the argument was still ongoing, the female captain approached with 3 drinks in hand. Here are specially formulated nutrient drinks to help alleviate the fatigue of long-distance travel, she said, placing the drinks on the table. She then looked at Lin Mo with a smile and said, Lin Mo, I have a message from Major General Wu for you. Lin Mo looked up. What is it? A female captain's voice rang out clearly. The genius training camp only accepts true elites. It does not take in those who rely on pity or sympathy from others. Her gaze was firm. She hopes you won't let her down, and more importantly, don't let yourself down. With that, the female captain turned and left without looking back, leaving behind a decisive figure. The cabin fell silent. The smile on Lei Yu's face disappeared, replaced by a rare seriousness. A thoughtful light flickered in Qin Haoyan's eyes. They both understood the meaning behind Wen Inshuang's words. It was both a reprimand and an encouragement. Lei Yu broke the silence, clenched her fist, and flames ignited in her eyes and ph. Who looks down on him? What's so great about the genius training camp? When I get there, the first thing I'll do is challenge the strongest person and show them that I, Lei Yu, am not to be trifled with. Qin Haoyan sneered coldly, idiot. Lei Yu glared at him. Almost jumping up, I said, you're the idiot. I'm talking about you. Qin Haoyan glanced at her unfairly, wanted to challenge others without understanding the situation. What else could that be but idiocy? Wen Inshuang's meaning is clear. But to truly establish ourselves in a place like that, we ultimately have to rely on our own strength. Right now, we can act on impulse. The real priority is to quickly improve our abilities and stand out within a semester. After more than 10 hours of high-speed flight, the private jet finally began to descend slowly. Towering skyscrapers pierced the sky. Countless floating vehicles zipped through the air, leaving trails of dazzling light on the ground. Silver magnetic levitation trains roared like dragons along crisscrossing tracks. This was the capital of the Federation, the heart of Blue Star Civilization's central holy city. Mei pressed against the window, her mouth slightly open, her eyes filled with awe. This is Central Holy City. It's so much more prosperous than our Star City. Qin Haoyan's heart surged with excitement. Although he came from a wealthy family and was familiar with the Central Holy City from movie footage, the shock of seeing it in person was incomparable to any image. This was a paradise for the strong, the center of power, the stage every martial artist dreamed of. Training here for one day would be equivalent to 10 days of progress in Star City. a vast area surrounded by mountains. This was the Federation's first military academy. The campus resembled an independent military fortress, towering walls, tightly guarded posts, rune cannons, and energy shields everywhere exuded an intimidating aura. As the cabin door opened, a rush of fresh air filled with overwhelming energy greeted them. A burly middle-aged man in a black instructor's uniform was already waiting. His temples bulging, exuding a fear soar like a wild beast. Lin Mo's universal perception scanned him, and his heart tightened. A master of the key transformation realm, using a key transformation realm expert as the instructor for new students. The grandeur of the Federation's first military academy was truly awe-inspiring. It must be the student specially recruited by Major General Lao. A middle-aged instructor's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, piercingly intense. The oppressive feeling as he scanned the three of them made Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan struggle to breathe. I am a chief instructor of the Genius Training Camp. Long's on. You can call me Instructor Long. His voice was like a resounding bell, carrying a metallic weight. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu stood at attention and saluted, reporting to Instructor Long. I am Qin Hao Yan. Reporting to Instructor Long. I am Lei Yu. Longzon nodded, his gaze finally landing on Lin Mo in the wheelchair, his brows furrowing slightly. You must be Lin Mo. Yes, instructor, Lin Mo replied calmly. Longzon stared at him for over 10 seconds before speaking slowly, his voice carrying undisguised skepticism. I don't care if you're a strategic level genius or whoever you are. In my genius training camp, there are no useless people, no connections, and certainly no cripples. If you want to stay here, prove yourself with your strength. If you can't cut it, pack your things and get out. His words were blunt and carry a strong sense of oppression. A mountain-breaking hammer slamming heavily onto the ground. Lin Mo is the hero who saved Star City, personally commended by the Federation. What gives you the right to say that about him? Longzon let out a cold laugh, and a powerful aura erupted instantly, pressing down on Lei Yu like a mountain. Lei Yu growled. Feeling as if her chest had been struck by a hammer, she staggered back 3 steps, her face turning pale. Longzon responded coldly, because I am a master here. On my turf, others must follow my orders. The pride and achievements from your little corner of the world mean nothing here. Lei Yu trembled with anger, preparing to activate Titan Battle for counterattack. Lei Yu. Stand down, Lin Mo's calm voice rang out. He gently patted Lei Yu's arm, signaling her to stay calm. Then, he slowly turned his wheelchair, moving in front of Longzon, and looked up directly into those oppressive eyes. Coach Long, you're right. Lin Mo showed no trace of anger, instead revealing a faint smile. In the world of the strong, strength speaks for itself. We'll show you that we are far from useless. Longzon looked at Lin Mo's calm gaze, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had expected this so-called hero of a boy to react with anger or defiance like the others. Yet, Lin Mo had accepted the challenge so calmly. Not bad, but that's all there is to it. In Longzon's eyes, a disabled person who couldn't even stand. No matter how talented, had limited potential for the future. I hope you don't just talk big without action. Longzon withdrew his aura, snorted coldly, and turned to stride toward the training camp. For today onward, you will undergo the Federation's strictest and most brutal training. Here, identity, background, and past achievements mean nothing. The only things you can rely on are your strength and your points. Points? Hao Yan keenly caught this key term. That's right, points, Longzon said without turning his head. In the Genius Training Camp, points are everything. Food, lodging, training resources, martial arts techniques, everything. Even your freedom must be exchanged for points. No points? Then you won't even have food to eat. You'll live in the worst dorms and use the worst equipment. How we earn points? There's only one way. Complete tasks, or challenges. Challenges. Lei Yu's eyes sparkled. That's right. A cruel smile appeared on Longzon's lips. Every trainee has a ranking. If you want to challenge someone ranked higher than you and win, you can take half of their points in their ranking. If we lose, what happens then? And your points are reset to 0. If for the next week, you must serve as the other person's servant. What? This brutal rule made Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu gasped. This wasn't just training, it was a ruthless jumbo. Longzon stopped in his tracks, turned back, and looked at them coldly, as if staring at 3 lambs awaiting slaughter. You are newcomers. Your initial rankings are the last 3, and your starting points are 0. 0 points. That meant they were at the very bottom of the training camp from the start. No resources, no techniques. Not even basic living necessities, they would have to fight for everything themselves. The only way to survive was to challenge others and seize their points. But there were newcomers completely clueless. Meanwhile, the senior trainees were the top elites selected from military districts and factions across the Federation. Sending inexperienced rookies to challenge these veterans was no different from sending them to their death. "It's too unfair," Lei Yu shouted angrily. "Unfair?" Long Zhan sneered. "This is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. There's no such thing as fairness. This is already the greatest privilege that Wo Shao managed to secure for you. If you can't even face this level of challenge, it only proves that you're useless and unworthy of staying here." Long Zhan's words were cold but left no illusions about reality. I took a deep breath, forcing down the anger and unwillingness in my heart. I knew Long Zhan was right. The fact that we can stand here was a privilege in itself. Now it is time to prove the value of this privilege through our actions. "I understand, instructor," I said firmly and steadily. "We will survive here in our own way." "Good," Long Zhan nodded in approval. "I like that you have backbone." He led us through a futuristic area of buildings to a dormitory that looked ordinary, even a bit run now. "This is your dormitory," Long Zhan pointed at the building. His tone indifferent. "Your points are 0, so you can only stay here. Dormitory F zone, the worst area in the training camp. When you've accumulated enough points, you can apply to move to a better dormitory zone." With that, he tossed us 3 electronic room cards. "The room numbers are on the cards. Settle in first, and head to the mission hall. Maybe you can earn your first points from those trash missions no one else wants to take." A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "Good luck, you 3 0-point newcomers." After speaking, he walked away without looking back, leaving us standing there, exchanging glances. "This guy really looks down on us." Lei Yu stomped her foot in anger. "No, he doesn't look down on us," I said. Watching Long Zhan leave, my gaze heavy. "He looks down on everyone who got in through connections. He's using this method to force us to prove ourselves." Lin Mo said nothing, quietly turning his wheelchair toward the run-down dormitory. His face was calm, but there was an excitement in his eyes that no one else could see. A points system? Challenges? His place was even more intriguing than he had imagined. Just as Long Zhan had said, the conditions here were unbelievably poor. The rooms were small, the facilities were basic, and there was a faint musty smell in the air. The stark contrast to the luxurious private jet we had just taken was glaring. "Can people even live here?" Lei Yu angrily kicked open the door, complaining as she looked at the pitifully small single bed and the scratched-up desk. "This is worse than the basement back home." I didn't need to say anything, and I felt uncomfortable inside. As the young master of the Qin family, what had I ever lived in such a place? Lin Mo, however, was unfazed. For him, having a place to shield him from the wind and rain was enough. His days in the orphanage in his previous life had been far worse than this. "Since we're right here, we need to settle in," he said lightly. "Complaining won't help. We need to figure out how to earn points." He took out the dated ISK given by Wei Tai's Han and inserted it into the room's old personal terminal. Soon, detailed information about the training camp appeared on his screen. Lin Mo quickly skimmed through it. The training camp maintained a total of 100 students at all times. These 100 were the most elite of the younger generation across the entire Federation. SSS-level, or even SS-level talents. Even the weakest among them was at the peak of the Tongmai realm. A strong individual like Long Zhan, at the Hua Gang realm, could only serve as an instructor here. The competition here was brutally intense. Every month, there was a mandatory elimination competition for the lowest-ranked students. The bottom 10 in the points ranking, if they failed to demonstrate their value, would be mercilessly eliminated. Replacements came from new talents across the Federation's major military districts and academies. This place was a ruthless battlefield, constantly meeting out the weak and selecting the strong. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement. He liked this kind of environment. Only the most brutal places could forge the strongest warriors. "Let us go check out the mission hall," he called out. Lei Yu and I immediately came out. The 3 of us headed toward the center of the training camp together. In the center of the hall stood a massive electronic screen, displaying a dense array of mission information. The missions were diverse and varied. Some involved venturing into forbidden zones to hunt high-level exotic beasts. Some required exploring secret realms to find treasures. Some were about assisting instructors in testing weapons. There were even tasks like cleaning the training grounds and feeding experimental exotic beasts. Each task has different difficulty levels and point rewards. ranging from the simplest F-level tasks with only 10 points to the most challenging SS-level tasks, offering rewards of up to millions of points with a wide variety of options. The hall was already filled with many trainees. They gathered in small groups, discussing tasks, or stood in front of the light screen, selecting tasks they could complete. When Lynn Mo and his two companions appeared, especially Lynn Mo pushing a wheelchair, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Aren't those the 3 new freshmen? Hey, what is at the early stage of the Talmai realm, and the other 2 are at the mid-stage of the Talmai realm. They actually dare to come to the genius training camp. Truly fearless rookies. I heard they were specially recruited by Major General Woming Huang. That guy in the wheelchair is the so-called wheelchair war god who's been making waves in Star City recently. Wheelchair war god, that's hilarious. He's just a cripple. I really don't understand what Major General Wo sees in him. Who cares? They're just a few 0-point newbies. I bet they won't last a month before they leave in disgrace. He's scrutinizing. Curious, disdainful, and gloating gazes were openly fixed on them. Hao Yan and Lei Yu felt extremely uncomfortable, as if sharp needles were pricking their backs. Only Lin Mo remained calm and composed, ignoring the surrounding ridicule. He walked straight to the task light screen and began carefully selecting tasks suitable for them. His composure only fueled more dissatisfaction among the crowd. Well, isn't this the strategic level genius personally recruited by Major General Wao? A sarcastic voice came from the side. Lin Mo and his companions turned their heads to see a tall, thin young man with cold eyes, accompanied by several followers, walking toward them with a playful smile. The young man wore a well-tailored black combat suit, with a silver badge on his chest representing the top 50 rankings in the training camp. A trace of contempt curling at the corner of his mouth. A cripple into tagalongs. Major General Wona's taste is getting stranger and stranger. His followers burst into laughter. Yeah, Brother Xiao, I heard that wheelchair war god is hyped up like a legend in their small town. It's really laughable. A guy who can't even walk dares to call himself a war god. What are we, who've been grinding him at training camp for over a year? Probably Major General Wo felt sorry for him and wanted to show some kindness by letting him broaden his horizons. These malicious and provocative words immediately dart in Lei Yu's expression. Her mountain-breaking hammer faintly glowing with golden light. You want to fight, little girl? Xiao Wu Ji glanced at her daffodilly. Full of contempt. I advise you to behave. Challenging senior trainees in the training camp is not something you can afford. A powerful aura of a condensed crystal realm emanated from him, making Lei Yu's breathing momentarily stifled. Condensed crystal realm. This guy was actually a condensed crystal realm expert. Hao Yan's expression also turned extremely serious. He knew that the opponent's strength far exceeded theirs. Although the Tongmai realm and condensed crystal realm were only one major realm apart, the gap was like a chasm. The elemental energy reduced of the two were fundamentally different. The elemental energy of the Tongmai realm was gaseous, while the condensed crystal realm's energy was highly compressed, forming solid energy crystals, with power and purity far surpassing gaseous energy. It could be said that a condensed crystal realm beginner could easily defeat 10 peak Tongmai realm warriors. Xiao Wu Ji, are you bullying freshman here again? A cold voice came from afar. Everyone turned toward the sound. A tall, short-haired, cold and stunning woman in a fiery red combat suit leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, coldly watching the scene. A golden badge representing the top 10 rankings in the training camp was pinned to her chest. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's our flame, which Sumu King. Xiao Wu Ji's eyes narrowed, but his face still carried a playful smile. What are you? Interested in these little white rabbits? Want to be their guardian? I just can't stand people bullying newcomers who haven't figured out the rules yet, relying on the strength. Sumu King spoke coldly, her gaze sweeping over Lin Mo and the other two, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Xiao Wu Ji, I advise you not to provoke them. What? Just because they're under Major General Wo? Xiao Wu Ji sneered provocatively. No. Sumu King shook her head, her gaze locking on Lin Mo in the wheelchair. That person in the wheelchair, a sense. A dangerous sora from him. Dangerous? Xiao Wu Ji burst into laughter, as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Sumu King, you must be mistaken, right? Sensing a dangerous aura from a cripple, is your sense of smell broken? The subordinates behind Xiao Wu Ji roared with laughter. The entire mission hall's trainees watched the scene with a sense of amusement. Facing Xiao Wu Ji's mockery, Sumu King remained expressionless and said inferiorly, my intuition has never been wrong. Xiao Wu Ji stopped laughing, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Since he thinks so highly of them, I'll give them a chance to prove themselves. He turned around, looking down at Lin Mo and the other two. Newbies, I'll give you the choices. First, kneel immediately, count out 3 times, and crawl under my legs. I might consider letting you off this time for not knowing the rules. Second, he said with a cruel smile, fight my subordinate. He pointed to a skinny subordinate beside him. His name is Li Hu, peaked on my stage. The 3 of you can go at him together. As long as you last 3 minutes, you win. How about it? My welcome ceremony. Pretty generous, right? The surrounding trainees immediately booed, shameless. Using a battle-hardened veteran to beat up 3 rookie newcomers. Insane, 3 against 1. What nonsense. But Li Hu may be the weakest among them. But he's been through countless life and death missions. Far more experienced than these greenhouse rookies. These 3 kids are doomed. Chen Hao yawned, then Lei Yu's faces turned ashen. Xiao Wu Ji was clearly trying to humiliate them publicly. No doubt about it. They couldn't win. The killing intent emanating from Li, who was far stronger than any stage martial artist they'd ever encountered. Clearly a ruthless character. With their immense stage my levels, plus Lin Mo's limited mobility, their chances of victory were almost 0. But if they didn't fight, would they kneel, kowtow, and crawl under his legs in front of a room full of people? That would be worse than death. The 2 were caught in a dilemma. All eyes were on them, waiting for their decision. At this moment, Lin Mo, who had been silent, slowly raised his head. Looking at Xiao Wu Ji, his expression remained unchanged. Your meaning is, as long as we last 3 minutes against him, we win? His voice wasn't loud, and it was clear throughout the hall. That's right. Xiao Wu Ji nodded mockingly. Then what if we don't just last 3 minutes, but defeat? Lin Mo's lips curled into a meaningful smile. What would the stakes be then? The hall instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the boy in a wheelchair with incredulous eyes. Defeat Li Hu, a cripple at the only my stage, with immense stage my rookies. Actually wanted to defeat a C's and peak my expert. Was this a joke? The silence was followed by explosive laughter. Did I hear wrong? That cripple actually said he wants to defeat Li Hu? Is he scared silly? Does he really think this is their playground? Overestimating himself. If he doesn't get taught a harsh lesson, he won't know what failure means. Xiao Wu Ji was momentarily stunned. Then his mocking smile quickly turned into a cruel grin. Interesting, very interesting. Staring at Lin Mo with great interest. Since you like playing so much, I'll play along. He extended a finger. The stakes are simple if you win. I, Xiao Wu Ji, will apologize publicly and hand over 10,000 points with both hands. 10,000 points. The hall erupted in an uproar. 10,000 points was a fortune enough to exchange for a B-level technique or train in the gravity chamber for 3 months. For a newcomer, it was practically a chance to ascend to the heavens. Xiao Wu Ji's eyes were icy cold. If you lose. He paused, his tone turning ruthless. Not only will you kowtow to me 3 times and crawl under my legs, but I will also, he pointed at Lin Mo, break his remaining leg. Make him crawl like a worm for the rest of his life. Vicious. Everyone gasped. This wasn't just simple humiliation, it was an attempt to utterly destroy Lin Mo. Xiao Wu Ji, don't go too far. That's too much. Sumu King's expression instantly turned cold. Rules are rules. You can bet, but you can't go this far, Xiao Wu Ji sneered. Too much? Sumu King, he proposed it himself. If he dares to bet, he must be prepared to face the consequences of losing. I'm just teaching them the most important lesson in the genius training camp. Arrogance comes with a price. He had no intention of arguing with Sumu King. His gaze shifted to Lin Mo, full of disdain. Well, cripple, do you dare to take this bet? All eyes turned to Lin Mo. Chen Hao yawned, and Lei Yu Xen were on edge, their palms sweating. This bet was too big. So overwhelming it was suffocating. Lin Mo, don't act impulsively, Chen Hao Yan whispered urgently. This is obviously a trap. He's trying to provoke you. Exactly, we don't have to bet with him. At worst, we won't do the mission. We can always find another way to earn points, Lei Yu also said anxiously. But Lin Mo seemed not to hear them. He stared at Xiao Wu Ji quietly, his gaze resolute. All right. He slowly uttered a single word. I accept. Lin Mo, Chen Hao Yuan and Lei Yu exclaimed in shock. He's crazy. This guy's completely crazy. The surrounding trainees all looked on with mocking expressions, convinced that Lin Mo was bound to lose this bet. Very good. Xiao Wu Ji's face lit up with a smug smile. Li Hu, come out and play with these 3 rookies. Remember, be ruthless. Yes, but The scrawny Li Hu stepped forward with a sinister grin, his wrists cracking as his triangular eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. 3 rookies, don't blame me for bullying you. He crooked his finger arrogantly. Come at me together. If you can last a minute, I'll admit you're good. Lin spoke calmly. To deal with you, 3 people aren't necessary. He turned his gaze to Lei Yu. Lei Yu, you're up. Me? Mei Yu froze. Yes, remember what I taught you. Against an opponent with high speed but average strength and defense, how do you strike? Lin nodded. Use your strongest and most direct attack. Crush him with the fastest speed. Don't give him any chance to dodge or catch his breath. 1 minute. Lin held up a finger. Finish him within 1 minute. If you can't, the 3 of us will crawl under his feet together. The crowd erupted again, letting Lei Yu face Li Hu alone. And within a minute, was this cripple truly confident or completely insane? Li Hu couldn't help but laugh. You want me to duel this little girl and finish me in a minute? Kid, are you insulting me or yourself? Xiao Wu Ji's face darkened. Lin Mo's actions were a blatant provocation. Good. He laughed in anger. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish, Li Hu. Go, show this little girl what cruelty means. Yes. Li Hu's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce glare. His figure blurred as he charged at Lei Yu like a ghost, moving so fast he left only a shadow behind. Little girl, lie down. His claws whistled through the air, aiming straight for Lei Yu's throat. However, not only was there no fear on Lei Yu's face, but she even showed an excited smile. Perfect timing, she shouted, not retreating but advancing. Her S-level talent, Titan battle physique, erupted at full force. Boom! Golden battle patterns instantly covered her entire body. Her height instantly shot up to the meters, and a mountain-crushing hammer in her hand swelled to the size of a door panel, radiating a heavy, earthy yellow glow. A surge of violent energy erupted from her petite frame, shaking the entire scene. What? Li Hu's pupils contracted sharply, feeling as though the figure before him was not a girl, but an awakened ancient beast. The oppressive aura froze his movements in an instant. In that fraction of a second, Lei Yu's massive hammer, carrying the force to destroy heaven on earth, came crashing down with insane momentum. Heaven-shattering strike. An hammer seemed as if it could shatter even space itself. The golden giant hammer streaked like a beam of light, imbued with unparalleled ferocity and decisive power, slamming down toward Li Hu's head. It struck with a deafening crash, so fast that Li Hu had no time to dodge. His once proud speed seemed utterly insignificant and powerless in the face of this earth-shattering force. For the first time, Li Hu's eyes revealed deep fear and despair. He crossed in front of him with all his might, attempting to block the fainter blow. But it was futile, with the S-rank talent Titanic battle physique enhancing all its radiance by 100%. Combined with the reinforcement of the D-raid artifact mountain-crushing hammer, Lei Yu's strike had already surpassed the limits of the Tamai realm. Crack, a crist. Their piercing sound of bones breaking echoed through the mission hall. Li Hu's arms, as fragile as twigs, were instantly shattered by the giant hammer. Immediately after, the massive hammerhead continued its relentless descents, smashing directly on his head. Boom! The dull sound was like a watermelon bursting. Li Hu's head was forcibly driven into his chest. Blood and bone fragments splattered everywhere. Twitched twice, and then fell completely still. One strike, just one strike. A veteran at the peak of the Tamai realm, with extensive experience in the elite training camp, was instantly killed by a freshman who had been enrolled for less than a day. The hall fell so silent that even a sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's faces froze in expressions of disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Their mouths hung open, eyes widened, staring blankly at the hammer-wielding girl. Her petite figure was covered in blood, yet she still looked small and adorable. It's over? One strike? Am I dreaming? Li Hu, just died like that. That girl, what kind of monster is she? After a brief moment of dead silence, an overwhelming wave of exclamations erupted. All gazes were no longer filled with disdain or contempt, but instead with shock, ire, and even a hint of fear. Is she really only at the mid-stage of the Tamai realm? That power is terrifying. What kind of talent is that? To unleash such immense strength in an instant. Too violent, too ferocious. What is the innocent little bunny? She's practically a humanoid T-Rex. Meanwhile, Lei Yu slowly retracted her Titanic battle physique. She returned to her petite height of 1.6 meters, heavily thudding the mountain-crushing hammer onto the ground with a muffled sound. Wiping the blood off her face, she turned to Lin. flashing a bright and proud smile. Lin Mo, how was that? I got it done. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, full of pride. Lin Mo looked at her, a smile of approval appearing on his face. Well done. Even faster than I expected. On the other side, Xiao Wu Ji and his men were already frozen in fear. Xiao Wu Ji's eyes were wide open, staring at the unrecognizable pile of flesh on the ground, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Dead. Li Hu, just dive like that. He couldn't accept it. The rookie he had dismissed as less than an knave, the lackey he had casually sent out to mock the other side, had been instantly killed with a single strike. How was this possible? It was as if someone had slapped Xiao Wu Ji hard across the face. No, it was more like someone had taken a 40-meter-long blade and slashed his face repeatedly. You all. He trembled as he pointed at Lei Yu and Lin Mo, his face flushed red with anger and humiliation. You actually dare to kill my people, Kel? Lin Mo pushed his wheelchair, slowly approaching him, raising his head to stare at him with a look of disdain. Instructor Lon made it very clear before. In a genius training camp, anyone can challenge someone ranked higher than themselves at any time. Betting duels are the most common pastime here. Since it's a duel, fists and feet have no eyes, and life and death are left to fate. So what? Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. Senior Zhao, do you not even understand such basic rules? Or are you saying that in your bets, only you are allowed to kill others, but others aren't allowed to kill you? Every word Lin Mo spoke was like a resounding slap across Xiao Wu Ji's face. The surrounding students began to look at Xiao Wu Ji with amused expressions. While deaths and duels weren't common, they weren't unheard of. If you dared to place a bet, you had to accept the consequences of losing. Losing and then trying to renege? What a joke. You. Xiao Wu Ji was rendered speechless by Lin Mo, trembling with rage. He glared at Lin Mo with hatred, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Fine, very well. He squeezed the words out through gritted teeth. You just wait. With that, he turned to leave with his lackeys and tail between their legs. Wait, Lin Mo's calm and firm voice rang out again. Xiao Wu Ji froze mid-step, turning back to glare at him viciously. What do you want now, Senior Zhao? Have you forgotten something? Lin Mo's face showed an innocent smile as he pointed to the cold corpse on the ground. It seems we won our bet. According to the agreement, you should. He deliberately paused. Fulfill your promise, right? Fulfill his promise. Xiao Wu Ji's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. To kneel and apologize to 3 freshmen in front of so many people, especially when one of them was disabled, and hand over 10,000 points? That was more painful than death. Kid, don't push your luck. Xiao Wu Ji gritted his teeth, his eyes full of menace. Oh, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his smile growing more playful. Is Senior Zhao planning to renege on the bet? His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone in the hall to hear. The surrounding students' gazes became even more disdainful and mocking. TSK, if you can't handle losing, don't play. Exactly. Setting up a bet and then trying to back out after losing, what a disgrace to the senior class. Xiao Wu Ji always acts arrogant and domineering because of his strength. Finally, he hit a wall today. Look, the show is getting good. I want to see how he gets out of this. Hearing the murmurs around him, Xiao Wu Ji's face turned alternately pale and flushed, utterly humiliated. He knew that in a genius training camp, reputation was more important than strength. No one would want to team up or cooperate with someone who didn't keep their word. If he really reneged today, he wouldn't be able to survive here in the future. Fine, you win. He spat out the words through gritted teeth, glaring daggers at Lin Mo. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. His movements were stiff, his face filled with humiliation, but he knelt nonetheless. I'm sorry. He forced out the words through clenched teeth, each syllable like swallowing a bitter pill. And Lin Mo remained calm, his face carrying a faint smile, as if this was a trivial matter. You. Xiao Wu Ji snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with fury. Like Xiao Wu Ji lost. I'll give the 10. 0 points. He opened his personal terminal, transferred 10,000 points, and sent them directly to Lin Mo's account. Ding. Received transfer of 10,000 points from student Xiao Wu Ji. Airing the notification, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Very good. He looked at Xiao Wu Ji. His face was as red as a pig's liver and filled with humiliation, and said imperatively, Senior Zhao, it's a good thing to admit your mistakes and correct them. I hope you remember today's lesson, don't be arrogant. With that, he turned his wheelchair and left without looking back. Let's go, he said to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu behind him. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were still in shock, not fully recovered. They looked at Xiao Wu Ji, who was kneeling on the ground exuding an aura of humiliation and resentment, and at the comment composed Lin Mo, and their respect for Lin Mo deepened even further, casually making a senior top-tier student kneel and lose face in front of everyone sent chills down their spines. Are we leaving? Lei Yu stared blankly at Lin Mo's back and asked in a low voice. Qin Hao Yan took a deep breath, trying to calm his surprise. Stay and wait for him to retaliate? He quickly followed. The three of them gradually disappeared from view, and the students in the mission hall finally snapped out of their shock, instantly erupting into a frenzy. Oh my god, that was incredible. These freshmen are insane. That Lei Yu is a monster. She took down Li Hu with one hammer. With that strength, she could easily rank in the top 30. Qin Hao Yan didn't even make a move, but his aura screams S-class genius. But the scariest one is still the wheelchair-bound Lin Mo. Exactly. He didn't lift a finger from start to finish. Yet everything was under his control. Even Lei Yu was clearly part of his plan. Obviously, she was just following his orders. And his composure facing a provocation for a condensed crystal realm expert, he didn't panic and even managed to counterattack, forcing Xiao Wu Ji to kneel in public. That kind of courage and intelligence is terrifying. These three newcomers are definitely not simple. Looks like this year's genius training camp will be worth watching. Sumu King, who had been leaning against a pillar watching the commotion, slowly straightened up at this moment. She watched the direction Lin Mo had left in, her beautiful fiend, eyes glimmering with an unprecedented interest. Do a less class talent fusion potential, though unstable. She murmured softly, a subtle and intriguing smile appearing on her lips. Looks like the intel from that one Wolwon Ing Swang wasn't entirely false. Lin Mo, you've successfully caught my attention. After leaving the mission hall, the three of them went straight back to the dormitory. Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan were still immersed in excitement, as if they hadn't woken up from a dream. Lin Mo, was it the jackpot? 10,000 points. Lei Yu hugged her worn-out mountain hammer, jumping around the room in excitement. Right? I never want to stay in that dump again. Qin Hao Yan was grinning from ear to ear, genuinely grateful to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, we owe it all to you today. If it weren't for you, the two of us would have been done for against that guy. He was completely convinced. Lin Mo wasn't just a combat freak, he was also a master strategist. Following him would definitely bring benefits. We're teammates, aren't we? Lin Mo smiled, dividing the points into 3 portions. 10,000 ports. Split evenly 3,000 each, with the remaining 1,000 as team funds for future equipment purchases. That's not right. Lei Yu immediately shook her head. I was the one who fought. Neither you nor Qin Hao Yan made a move, so all the points should go to me, she said it jokingly. But there wasn't a trace of greed in her eyes. Idiot, Qin Hao Yan retorted bluntly. If it weren't for Lin Mo's command, do you think you'd still be standing here talking? You'd have been beaten into a pulp by Li Hu long ago. Then he noticed that where he charged at you, his movements slowed for a moment. Lei Yu froze, recalling the moment and realizing it was true. Li, who was incredibly fast, but just as he was about to reach her, his body suddenly paused. It was that pause that gave her the chance to land a decisive blow. She quickly turned to look at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Mo, was it you? Lin Mo looked at Lei Yu, and Qin Hao Yan's shocked expressions, smiled faintly, and neither confirmed nor denied it. My talent is rather unique. Sometimes it can have unexpected effects, he said ambiguously, feeling no need to explain too much. Letting them guess would only help maintain his mysterious and superior image. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu exchanged glances, seeing shock and awe in each other's eyes. They understood that the seemingly harmless boy in a wheelchair was far more powerful and unfathomable than they had imagined. Stop guessing. Lin Mo clapped his hands and transferred the portions of ports to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. Our goal is not just to survive. Ambition burned in his eyes. Our goal is to stand at the pinnacle of the entire training camp. Lin Mo's words ignited the passion in the hearts of the other two. That's right, they were geniuses, true powerhouses. They hadn't come here to be ordinary trainees but to become the strongest. Well said. Lei Yu clenched her fists, her fighting spirit surging. Let's do it. First, crush Xiao Wu Ji, then challenge Sumu King. We'll defeat everyone who looks down on us. One by one. Qin Hao Yan also nodded firmly, his gaze blazing. From today on, the 3 of us are one team. We'll face the world together. Seeing their enthusiasm and determination, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. After all, one person's strength was limited. In this camp of geniuses, a team was indispensable to establish a foothold. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were currently his most trusted partners. Now that we have points, let's see what good stuff we could exchange for. Lin Mo said as he opened his personal terminal and entered the internal exchange system of the Genius training camp. The system was filled with an array of exchangeable items. A list of items suddenly appeared before the three of them. Martial skills, elixirs, weapons, equipment, and even access to training rooms. Everything was available. Even some by-own modification technologies banned outside, such as using exotic beast tissue to modify the human body, were listed with prices. My God, this is too comprehensive. Lei Yu's eyes were dazzled. A-grade cultivation technique, Raging Wave R, 10,000 points. A-grade martial skill, Thunderbolt's sword technique, 50,000 points. Condensation pill, which increases the chance of breaking through to the condensation crystal realm, 100,000 points per pill. And this, the blueprint for the S-grade weapon Star Shatter Blade, costs 1,000,000 points. These astronomical figures made the three of them gasp. The 10,000 points they had just earned couldn't buy much here. This is such a rip-off, Lei Yu complained angrily. Qin Hao Yan, however, remained calm. This is normal. Being able to exchange for them with points is already a great deal. Their goal is to force us to keep taking on missions, fighting, and earning points. Only through this can we rapidly improve our strength. Lin Mo nodded, agreeing that Qin Hao Yan's analysis was reasonable. His gaze fell on the training facilities section. F-grade gravity room, 2x gravity 10 points, RE-grade gravity room 5x gravity 30 points, RD-grade gravity room 10x gravity 60 points, RC-grade gravity room 20x gravity 100 points, RB-grade gravity room 50x gravity 200 points, RA-grade gravity room. Lei Yu's eyes lit up. This is great. Training in a high-gravity environment can significantly enhance our physical strength and defense. Qin Hao Yan nodded in agreement. Yes, a high-gravity environment is excellent for training the operation and control of elemental energy. Although our physical bodies are stronger than ordinary martial artists, there is still a gap compared to those true physical powerhouses. A gravity chamber is the most cost-effective choice. Lin Mo had already made up his mind. Let's pool our points together and head to the gravity chamber to strengthen our physical foundation first. Once our strength has significantly improved, we can take on missions. Alright, Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan agreed without hesitation, both believing this was the best plan. We immediately set off for the training camp's cultivation area. Along the way, it was obvious that the gazes of the surrounding trainees had completely changed. The looks of disdain and contempt had turned into wariness. After all, we had just defeated Li, who in an instant and forced Xiao Wu Ji to apologize publicly. The incident had already caused a stir. Just as we were about to reach the cultivation area, a cold voice sounded behind us. Stop. We turned around to see a cold and stunning woman in a fiery red combat suit, walking toward us, none other than the flame-witch Simu King, who had spoken up for us in the mission all earlier. Simu King was a powerful expert trained in the top 10 of the Genius training camp, her strength unfathomable, assuming defensive stances. Don't be nervous. Simu King stopped 5 meters away from us, her gaze fixed directly on Lin Mo. Bypassing Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just very interested in you. I wonder what senior sister Sue finds interesting about a cripple like me. Simu King's lips curved slightly into a beautiful smile. I never believe in so-called cripples. I only trust my instincts. Her sharp phoenix eyes seemed to see through Lin Mo's soul. And my instincts tell me that you're 100 times more dangerous than Xiao Wu Ji. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said no more. Senior sister Sue flatters me. And just a lucky rookie, right? Simu King snorted coldly. Luck would make someone like Xiao Wu Ji, who is so full of himself, kneel in public. Luck would make someone as proud as Wen Ing's Huang stand up for you personally. She stepped forward. At a faint but overwhelming pressure, unique to her peak, condensed crystal realm expert, began to emanate. Lin Mo, let's not beat around the bush. I'm here to discuss a collaboration. I know what you lack most right now is points. Simu King nodded. And I can help you earn a large amount of points quickly. As soon as she said this, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's eyes lit up. What kind of opportunity? Qin Hao Yan couldn't help but ask. Simu King didn't look at him. Her gaze fixed solely on Lin Mo, as if only Lin Mo was worthy of a conversation. A month from now is the training camp's core of the competition, she said slowly. In a competition, the top 10 teams will earn the qualification to enter an ancient secret realm. An ancient secret realm. These 4 words made Lin Mo's heart skip a beat. He recalled what Wei and Tai's Han had mentioned before. Han Ji, on Q, you had been severely injured while exploring such an ancient soar cultivation secret realm. Those places were fraught with danger, but also held astonishing opportunities. That's right. Sumu King's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. It's an A-level secret realm that the Federation hasn't fully opened yet. And even fragments of laws that can greatly enhance one's talent. Fragments of laws. Lin Mo had seen them in the system's exchange list before. A single fragment was worth 1,000,000 points. However, there are only 10 slots for entry, Sumu King continued. These 10 slots have always been monopolized by the veteran strong teams in the training camp. Senior Sister Su, Lin Mo asked. It's simple, we collaborate. Sumu King's eyes gleamed. I need someone like you, a strategist and commander. That's why you need someone like me. With strong frontal combat abilities, as your spearhead, we'll form a new team to participate in the quarterly competition, guarantee a top 3 finish, earn the secret realm qualification and rewards, and split them equally. It's a partners, she glanced at Qin, Hao Yan, and Lei Yu. Can serve as substitutes and join us. If we gain any benefits in the secret realm, they'll get a share too. Her words were highly enticing. Teaming up with a top 10 contender significantly increased the chances of making it to the top 3. For newcomers, it was an irresistible shortcut. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were both tempted, looking at Lin Mo with expectant eyes. However, Lin Mo merely smiled. Senior Su, your proposal is very tempting. But he changed his tone. Why should I cooperate with you? What do you mean? What I mean is, Lin Mo's gaze met her sharp eyes directly, and he said calmly, what makes you think that without you, we can't make it to the top 3? What makes you think I, Lin Mo, need to rely on others to reach this position? Senior Su, you're mistaken. The corners of his mouth lifted into a confident and domineering smile. I'm not here to play a supporting role for anyone. I'm here to become the strongest. We learned that secret realm qualification on our own. Thank you for your kind offer. But there's no need to worry about us. Lin Mo's words were resolute and powerful. Not only did they leave Sumu King stunned, but they also made Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's blood boil with excitement. So bold, he actually rejected the invitation of a top 10 elite training camp, the flame which Sumu King to her face, and even said such audacious words. This confidence and aura were simply unmatched. Sumu King stared at Lin Mo for a full half-minute. Her icy face revealed a genuine smile. That smile bloomed like a snow lotus, stunningly beautiful. She nodded, her eyes full of admiration. You've got guts. I like that. Lin Mo, I'll remember you. A month from now, I want to see how you'll snatch that qualification from us veteran elites on your own. Don't disappoint me. With that, she turned and walked away decisively, watching her retreating figure. Lei Yu finally snapped out of it. Lin Mo, that was so cool. Her eyes sparkled. That or just now was incredible. Just a few words. You were absolutely dazzling, even the flame which was awed by you. Qin Hao Yan looked at him with admiration. I take back what I said earlier. You're not just crazy, you're a classy kind of crazy. Speaking with concern, but are we really going to fight for that spot on our own? Pressure creates motivation, doesn't it? Qin Hao Yan's words carried an undeniable worry. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Lin Mo, but the kind of formidable opponents Sumu King described felt all too real. For the 3 of them, mere Tom My Realm rookies, to snatch points from these veteran-strong teams within a month was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. It was practically a hell-level challenge. Pressure creates motivation, doesn't it? Lin Mo still smiled lightly. It was as if he hadn't just rejected a top 10 elite's invitation to join forces and declared his intent to carve out his own path. She was right. What we lack most right now is points. But she was wrong about one thing. We lack points, but we can earn them ourselves. Not rely on someone else's charity. Do you really think that teaming up with her would allow us to rest easy? Lin Mo's gaze swept over Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. Working with a strong individual sounds great, but the real question is, who calls the shots in the team? How are the spoils divided? Who charges first in danger? Who gets the first opportunity? These are all issues. We are a team now. Once we join her side, we'll be split up and end up as her lackeys, taking the blame for her. Lin Mo, will never be someone else's underling. Lin Mo's words instantly brought Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu back to their senses. They had overlooked the most important thing. Cooperation must be based on comparable strength. The three of them were at the top of my realm, completely outclassed by a peak condensed crystal realm expert. If they formed a team, they would have no say at all, essentially becoming followers. If they were lucky, they might get some scraps. Understand now. Qin Hao Yan took a deep breath, his expression firm. You've thought this through so thoroughly. I was really blinded by the temptation of that ancient secret realm just now. I didn't think that far. Lei Yu scratched her head and laughed sheepishly. I just thought what you said earlier was so cool. Who cares about Sun Mu King or those veteran strong teams? The three of us together can still take them down. Seeing one of them calm and the other full of fighting spirit, Lin Mo was satisfied as he maneuvered his wheelchair to turn in another direction. All right, enough with the nonsense. Now that the goal is set, it's time to take action. Let's go to the training area. Let's see just how amazing the gravity chamber in this genius training camp really is. The training area was located at the center of the genius training camp, the most heavily guarded and energy-intensive place in the camp. Unique buildings rose from the ground, their surfaces covered with dense energy runes, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. But their eyes remained sharp, clearly having just undergone high-intensity training. Wow, this place is huge. Lei Yu, like a curious girl entering the city for the first time, looked around in wonder. What's that pyramid-like building? That's the mental power training tower, specifically for training mental strength, Qin Hao Yan explained. The one that looks like a bird's nest is the simulated combat hall, where you can fight against the virtual beasts or the images of other students. And the one with 9 large pillars is the Yuan Power Infusion Array, which accelerates the absorption and training of Yuan Power. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Oh my god, this place is like a training paradise. If I stayed here, I could definitely break through to the condensed crystal realm within a year. That is, if you have enough coins. Qin Hao Yan poured cold water on her enthusiasm without hesitation. With our current 10,000 points, we probably can't even get through the door. Lei Yu's smile instantly disappeared. Stop wasting time and gawking, Lin Mo interrupted the two, maneuvering his wheelchair straight toward a black, metallic, square building. Above the door hung 3 imposing characters' gravity hall. Entering the gravity hall, a spacious and bright lobby came into view. On a large screen, the usage status and prices of various levels of gravity training rooms scrolled continuously. 10 points hour E-level gravity room, 5x gravity 30 points RD level gravity room, 10h gravity 60 points RA level gravity room, 100h gravity. 500 points hour around the lobby were rows of tightly closed metal doors, each clearly marked with its level and number. Which one should we choose? Lei Yu stared at the list on the screen, hesitating. How about we go straight for the B level? 50x gravity, sounds intense. Her eyes sparkled. Are you crazy? Qin Hao Yan glared at her. We're only at the top of my realm. Our physical bodies aren't that strong yet. Starting with 50 times gravity on the first try. Do you want to become a meat patty, then? How about sea level? 20 times. Lei Yu cautiously probed. Qin Hao Yan thought for a moment and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what do you think? Lin Mo glanced at the light screen. Among the 3, his physical condition was the weakest, but he had the system. His mental strength and defense far exceeded those of the same level, and he understood that cultivation required a ruthless approach. While steady progress was a method, achieving rapid improvement in a short time required taking bold steps. Sea level it is, Lin Mo decided decisively. 20 times gravity, 100 points per hour. We have 10,000 points. For 3 people, we can rent it for 33 hours. Let's try 3 hours first, he suggested. 3 hours, deal. The 3 quickly reached an agreement and headed to an available self-service terminal. Lin Mo swiped his card. Student Lin Mo ID. 100 points balanced and 1,000. Please select gravity room level and duration without hesitation. He selected sea level for 3 hours. Sea level gravity room, 3 hours, cost 300 points. Confirm payment. Confirm, payment successful, points balance 9. 700 assigned to C7 gravity room. Happy training. With the electronic prompt, a metal card was ejected from the terminal. The 3 took the card and quickly found room C7, swiping the card at the door access. The heavy metal door emitted a dull sound and slowly slid open. Behind the door was a sealed space of about 50 square meters. The walls, floor, and ceiling were made of the same black metal as outside, engraved with intricate runes. The room was empty except for a meditation cushion in the center. That's it. Lei was a bit disappointed. I thought there'd be high-tech equipment. But it's just a black room. The core is of the equipment but the gravity array hidden within these metal panels. Qin Hao Yan explained. It consumes energy to alter the gravity intensity of a space. This technology is far more complex than you think. The three stepped inside, and the door automatically closed behind them, revealing a small control panel on the wall opposite the door. It had a red start button and a screen display. Ji, ready? Lin Mo glanced at the other two. Ready. Lei and Qin Hao Yan took a deep breath, their gazes firm. And let's begin. Lin Mo pressed the red button. Buzz, a faint humming sound came from all directions as the runes on the walls and floor lit up with a red glow. It felt as if a massive mountain had slammed down on them. The overwhelming weight made it hard to breathe. Lei let out a muffled groan as her petite frame was suddenly forced downward. It felt like a mountain was pressing on her shoulders. Her bones creaking under the strain, her muscles on the verge of bursting, and her breathing became extremely labored. She desperately circulated her yuan energy, and her S-level talent, Titan Battle Physique, passively activated. Golden battle patterns flowed across her skin, barely allowing her to withstand the mountain-like pressure without collapsing. However, her legs trembled violently, and sweat poured from her forehead. Qin Hao Yan wasn't faring much better. His face turned red, and although his S-level talent, Radiant Sword Mastery, wasn't known for physical toughness, his solid foundation helped. His muscles were not to the extreme, and sharp sword intents surrounded him, slicing through the invisible pressure to reduce the burn. Yet, his body still bent slightly under the immense weight, as if carrying an invisible tunnel shell. Both of them were already in such dire straits. What about Lin Mao, whose body was the weakest? Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu instinctively looked toward Lin Mao, who was sitting in his wheelchair. The scene before them made their eyes widen in shock. Lin Mao remained seated quietly, his face still calm and composed. He didn't even furrow his brows. It was as if the immense gravity, enough to crush a tall my-realm martial artist into a meat patty, didn't exist for him. His upper body was perfectly straight. His face was only slightly flushed from increased blood flow, showing no signs of strain at all. The only proof that gravity still existed was the specially made wheelchair he was sitting in. The metal frame of a wheelchair creaked under the immense pressure, its four wheels sinking deeply into the hard metal floor, leaving visible indentations. The wheelchair was on the verge of falling apart, yet the person sitting in it looked completely unbothered. What the? Lei Yu's eyes were about to pop out of her head. Her mind went blank. What was going on? Or was there a malfunction in the gravity chamber? Just moments ago, both she and Qin Hao Yan had felt like they were being crushed to death, yet this guy seemed completely unaffected. She blinked furiously, trying to confirm she was indeed mistaken. But no matter how she looked, Lin Mo remained as relaxed as ever, even leisurely raising his hand to examine his fingers, as if studying the subtle effects of gravity on his body. Monster. He's a total monster. Lei Yu's mind was left with only this thought. She had always believed her S-ray talent, Titan Battle Physique, which leaned heavily on physical strength, made her the most resistant to pressure among the three of them. But now it seemed like all her confidence was for nothing. Compared to Lin Mo, her physical strength was a complete joke. On the other side, Qin Hao Yan was no less shocked than Lei Yu. Unlike her impulsiveness, his mind was racing, trying to find a reasonable explanation. Physical constitution. Impossible. Lin Mo had a crippled blade and weak vitality, the weakest of the three. This was a fact. Could it be his talent? Qin Hao Yan's heart skipped a beat. SS-ranked talent Void Scorching Flame. The talent personally certified by Major General Wen Ingzhuang as having limitless potential. Could it be that, in addition to its powerful offensive capabilities, it also provided some kind of resistance to gravity? Or perhaps, a chilling thought emerged in Qin Hao Yan's mind. Could everything Lin Mo had said before about talent conflicts and physical frailty all be a facade? Was he not a glass cannon at all? Was he actually a peerless expert who had been playing the fool all along? Once this idea took root, Qin Hao Yan could no longer suppress it. From their very first meeting, Lin Mo's composure, intelligence, and unfathomable strength were nothing like an 18-year-old kid. Just how many secrets was this guy hiding? As the two of them were lost in their thoughts, Lin Mo's calm voice suddenly broke the silence. Hey, you two, what are you spacing out for? Don't you rely on your energy to resist it? That's the dumbest approach. Try guiding the pressure instead, letting it temper your body, like a blacksmith forging iron. Only through would Pete a hammer and could become steel. His voice was inky loud, but it struck their hearts like a heavy hammer. Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan snapped out of their daze. Listen to him. Does that sound like something a normal person would say? We raced struggling just to stay upright, and here he is, calmly giving training advice. Easy for him to say. This pressure feels like a mountain crushing us if we can even survive. We should count ourselves lucky. Lei was so furious her teeth itched. She wanted nothing more than to rush over and punch Lin Mo. But deep down, she knew he was right. And seeing Lin Mo's effortless demeanor only ignited her competitive spirit even more. Damn it. What? There's no way I can tee. Lei let out a roar, her eyes blazing with determination. She stopped thinking about all the distractions and began following Lin Mo's advice, trying to control her body and adapt to the gravity. Qin Hao Yan also took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. He realized the gap between himself and Lin Mo was even greater than he had imagined. But instead of discouraging him, it only fueled his determination, driving him to push himself even harder. Qin Hao Yan will never lose to you. He gritted his teeth, and the sword intent around him became even more focused. It was no longer just cutting through the gravity. He began trying to integrate the invisible pressure into his sword intent. Nemo looked at the two who had regained their composure and nodded in satisfaction. These two kids really had potential to be nurtured. Everything he had just said was true. The reason he could handle it so easily was partly because the system had added 120,000 defense points to him, making this level of pressure at Ridium matter. But more importantly, it was his control over his strength. In his previous life as an orphan, he had endured countless hardships and suffering just to survive. This had honed his willpower and physical control far beyond that of ordinary people. However, to avoid appearing too exaggerated, he abandoned the idea. Gradual improvement was more convincing. Acting had to be convincing. The calm passed bit by bit. The gravity chamber was so quiet that only the sound of their heavy breathing and the faint creaks of their bones under pressure could be heard. Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan were completely immersed in this extreme training state. Their clothes were already soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to their muscular outlines. Beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads, evaporating instantly upon hitting the ground. They could clearly feel their bodies being compressed and tempered by this terrifying pressure, becoming tougher and more resilient. This sensation of rapid growth was intoxicating, making it impossible to stop. And so, an hour quietly passed. As the runes in the room flickered slightly, it was the 1 hour timer signal. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu almost simultaneously emerged from that peculiar state. Then an overwhelming wave of exhaustion swept through their bodies. I can't go on. Lei Yu's legs gave out as she collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. She felt as if her bones were about to fall apart. Qin Hao Yan was in much better. He leaned on his sword, his body swaying, his face pale as a sheet of paper. At this moment, a yawning sound echoed conspicuously in the quiet room. The two instinctively looked up. They saw Lin most retching lazily, looking bored. And are already, huh? He glanced at the timer on the wall. Then turned his gaze to the two, collapsed on the ground, his eyes carrying a hint of indulgence. How do you feel? Want to rest for a bit? Rest? Upon hearing the word, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu almost coughed up blood. Look at us. Do we even have the strength for rest? T joke around. We don't even have the energy to lift a finger. Breathing steady, even yawning without effort. What kind of training is this? You're clearly on vacation. The gap between people is just too ridiculous. You monster. Lei Yu, still slumped on the ground, trembled as she angrily pointed a finger at Lin Mo. From now on, we're not calling you Lin Mo anymore. You're Lin monster. Exactly. Qin Hao Yan, leaning on his sword, sat down and shook his head with a bitter smile. I've lived for 18 years, always thinking I was a genius. But after meeting you, I've realized I am just an ordinary person. He was now completely convinced, whether it was intelligence, tactics, or freakish strength. Lin Mo had crushed him in every way. He say that. Lin Mo wheeled himself over to the two of them. You both have incredible talent. Lei Yu's Titan battle physique is a top-tier strength-based ability. Once fully developed, it has unmatched in power, unstoppable. Qin Hao Yan's radiant sword mastery is a pure offensive ability, sharp and unparalleled, with extremely high efficiency in killing enemies. You just haven't fully tapped into your potential yet. As for me, Lin Mo smiled as he continued to bluff. My ability is rather unique, excelling in unpredictability. But in terms of raw strength, I am not as good as you two. That is why we raid a team. I handle the strategy, and you handle the combat. Together we complement each other and unleash our full potential. These words were a mix of truth and lies. But to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu, they sounded particularly comforting, especially Qin Hao Yan, who used to be very proud of his S-level talent. Today, he was dealt a heavy blow by Lin Mo. Now, hearing affirmation, his disappointment instantly vanished, his fighting spirit reignited, even stronger than before. I'm Qin Hao Yan, a genius with the S-level talent trading his word mastery. How could I doubt myself over a minor setback? No matter how strong Lin Mo is, he is just a teammate. I shouldn't envy him. I should keep up with his pace and become his most reliable blade. I understand. I took a deep breath, my gaze becoming exceptionally resolute. Rest? I can fight for another 2 hours. I gritted my teeth, stood up, and gripped the sword hilt tightly. What is 20 times gravity? I can endure it. Lei Yu also quickly got up, dusted herself off, and hoisted the massive mountain-crushing hammer. It is just training. Who is afraid of Rule? Lynn the monster. Wait. I'll surpass you soon. Seeing them instantly regain their energy, the corners of my mouth lifted slightly. Young people are indeed full of vitality. A little encouragement is like injecting them with adrenaline. Very good. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Since you're so motivated, let us continue. Then, he took out 2 bottles of pills for his storage ring. These were the top-tier healing and recover pills I had previously brought from home. That is right. Lin Mo tossed the pills to us. 1 for each of you. They'll quickly restore your stamina and energy. I hesitated a bit. These pills were worth a fortune, and my father had specifically entrusted Lin Mo to keep them safe. He was using them to restore our stamina. Was NT that too wasteful? Don't overthink it. Just take them. Lin Mo waved impatiently. What is the point of keeping them? Their true value lies in being converted into combat power. The more points you can help me earn to buy better pills. This is called investment. Lin Mo's words were direct and pragmatic, leaving us speechless. Right, no matter how expensive the pills are, they were meant to be used. Understood. I no longer hesitated, opened the bottle, and poured out a pill the size of a longan. A rich medicinal aroma wafted out, and I swallowed it in one gulp. Lei Yu was even more straightforward, biting into it like candy, crunching as she chewed. The pill melted instantly in our mouths. Moments later, a surge of pure and powerful medicinal energy erupted within our bodies. It was like a drought being quenched by rain, nourishing our parched meridians and exhausted bodies. The energy we had depleted earlier was rapidly restored at an astonishing speed. The fatigue in our bodies vanished instantly. Hold it. Lei Yu's eyes lit up. This pill is insane. I feel full of power now. Forget 2 hours. I could fight for 2 days and nights. She swung her giant hammer, stirring up a gust of wind. I also felt the surging power within me, looking at myself in amazement. Although I came from a wealthy family and had never lacked pills since childhood, this was my first time taking such a top-tier pill that could completely restore my realm state in such a short time. So this is what being a pay-to-win player feels like? For the first time, I had such a clear understanding of the power of money. Stop daydreaming. The pill's effect lasts only half an hour, so hurry up and train. Lin Mo looked at our inexperienced reactions and said inferently, got it. We responded in unison and immediately threw ourselves into high-intensity training. Our bodies recovered at an accelerated pace. We could push our limits and unleash our full potential. Time flew by, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the red lights went out and the heavy gravity disappeared, we both felt utterly exhausted. We collapsed to the ground, completely drained, unable to even move a finger. Yet the smiles on our faces were filled with exhilaration and satisfaction. In just 3 short hours, our bodies had undergone a tremendous transformation. Our physical strength had increased by at least 20%. Our control over energy had become more precise. Even my sword intent and Lei Yu's strength seemed to show signs of a breakthrough. These 3 hours of training surpassed our 3 months of effort before. Truly impressive, so satisfying. Lei Yu lay on the ground. Lynn sprawled out, a look of complete contentment on her face. Totally worth it. Not a single point wasted. Qin Hao Yan nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ingenious training camp really lives up to its name. This place is practically a holy land for cultivation. A specially designed military wheelchair silently slid in front of them. Lin Mo sat in a wheelchair, looking down at the 2 people on the ground who were exhausted like mud. His expression remained relaxed and carefree, as if the 3 hours of training had been as easy as taking a nap for him. He spoke lightly. How does it feel? Right? Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Pretty good. Pretty good. This was like skyrocketing to the heavens. The two of us are exhausted like dead dogs, barely making any progress. Why you didn't even break a sweat? How do you even do it? Lynn monster. Lei said weakly, be honest. Did you even feel the gravity at all? How could that be? Lin Mo replied with a serious face, gravity is fair to everyone. But just have better endurance. Endurance? You call this endurance? You've probably already broken through the limits of the universe. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu exchanged helpless glances, knowing they wouldn't get any real answers. This guy's lips were tighter than a clam's shell. Getting the truth out of him was harder than climbing to the heavens. Fine. Qin Hao Yan struggled to sit up, crossing his legs to start circulating his energy to recover. From now on, I'll just consider you an Iron Man. Iron Man Lin monster. Lei Yu chuckled, although they were deeply shaken. They felt more excitement than frustration. Having such an unfathomable monster as a teammate meant they'd practically be unstoppable in the training camp. Thinking of this, the fatigue on their bodies seemed to dissipate a little. Alright, enough chatter. Lin Mo maneuvered his wheelchair to turn around. Time up. We need to leave. Don T-Ha the good spots, there are others waiting outside. The three of them exited the gravity chamber, the heavy metal door slowly closing behind them. When they returned to the brightly lit hall, they immediately drew a lot of attention. Their eyes were filled with surprise, especially when they saw Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu looking utterly drained, and glanced at Lin Mo's relaxed demeanor. Their expressions became even more colorful. Aren't those the three newcomers from today? They actually dare to challenge the sea-level gravity chamber wide away. That has some guts. Look at those two. They were about to collapse. But doubt they'll last much longer. Hard to say. That guy in the wheelchair looks completely foreign. Did he just stroll around in there? Who knows? For newbies to attempt 20x gravity on their first try, that takes some nerve. Just wondering how long their pitiful periods will last with this kind of splurging. The mummers around them reached the trio's ears. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu felt embarrassed. Their current state was indeed a bit humiliating. As if nothing around him had anything to do with him, he even gave a slight smile to the curious onlookers, his gentle and harmless demeanor leaving many stunned. Was this really the same guy who forced Xiao Wu Ji to kneel in public? He didn't look the part at all. The three didn't linger in the hall and headed straight back to their dormitory, collapsing heavily onto their beds with satisfied groans. The gravity chamber training was incredibly effective, but the after effects were just as brutal. They felt like every muscle and bone in their bodies was aching. The kind of soreness that was beyond words. I can't take it anymore. I'm really going to die. Lei Yu lay sprawled on the bed like a salted fish, unwilling to move. I don't think I ever want to go back to that hellish place again. Don't talk nonsense, Qin Hao Yan retorted softly. Weren't you the one shouting the loudest when we entered the gravity chamber just now? You even said you were going to surpass Lin Mo. Lei Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly retorted confidently. That was inside. Now that we were out, of course, I need to rest properly. Haven't you heard of balancing work and rest? Lin Mo shook his head helplessly, looking at these two clowns. I pushed my wheelchair to the side of their bed, took out 2 bottles of pills from my storage ring, and tossed them over. Wow, Lin monster, you're the best. Lei Yu's eyes lit up the moment she saw the pills. She flipped up from the bed like a carp, catching the bottles steadily. Her earlier near-death demeanor vanished without a trace. Qin Hao Yan's face was also full of delight. Having experienced the effects earlier, he trusted the pills I provided even more. They cool medicinal energy immediately spread throughout their bodies. The muscles and bones that had been sore to the point of agony began to recover instantly. It felt like soaking in the most comfortable hot spring, utterly blissful. Satisfied sigh. Lin Mo, where on earth did you get these pills? They're incredible. Qin Hao Yan couldn't help but ask. Chairman King gave them to me, I replied flatly. Qin Hao Yan froze. Our family actually has such amazing pills. How come I've never heard of them? I don't remember anything with this kind of effect. There are plenty of good things you don't know about, I said, casting him a sidelong glance. In truth, these were just ordinary recovery pills, but I had enhanced them to 1,000 system points, doubling their effectiveness. The higher the level, the more points are required for enhancement. Compared to frequently using pills, it's better to invest in permanent attribute upgrades for myself. I plan to use them sparingly in the future. Qin Hao Yan, although he was annoyed, he couldn't find a reason to argue. Stop wasting time. Lei Yu interrupted the two of us. She leapt off the bed, stretched her limbs, and felt the surging power within her. Excitedly, she exclaimed, I feel like my strength has increased significantly again. Me too. Qin Hao Yan stood up, clenched his fist, and his eyes gleamed sharply. I feel like I'm one step closer to the mid-stage of the Tom My Rail. This gravity chamber is practically a cheat code. If I could stay in there every day, I bet I could break through to the Ningjing realm within a month. Lei Yu said excitedly. That is, if you have enough points. Qin Hao Yan poured cold water on her enthusiasm without hesitation. We only trained for 3 hours today, and it cost us 300 points, plus the pills. He glanced at me. Although he didn't know the exact value of the pills, he was sure they weren't cheap, even 10. 0 points wouldn't be enough to scratch the surface. Lei Yu's face instantly fell. Indeed, training was great. But it was also a money pit. Right now, the 3 of us were as broke as could be. That's why the most important thing is to earn points first. I said at the right moment, my gaze sweeping over the 2 of them. We need a lot of points. During this, Qin Hao Yuan and Lei Yu's eyes lit up. Exactly. Earn points. Lei Yu clenched her fist. As long as we have enough points, we can train in the gravity chamber every day. We can take pills every day. Whether it's Sumu King or the instructors at the training camp, we'll crush them completely. That's a good plan. Qin Hao Yan nodded, his eyes gleaming with ambition. If we want to break into the top 10 within a month, hard work alone won't cut it. We need to turn points into strength as quickly as possible. Seeing their high spirits, I nodded in satisfaction. Good, the fish had taken the bait. Now that we have a clear goal, I said, pushing my wheelchair slowly to the center of the room, we need to carefully plan our next steps. Let's go to the mission hall. Let's see if there's any task that can make us rich overnight. When the 3 of us returned to the mission hall, the sky had already darkened. But the hall was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. The massive electronic screens continuously scrolled through task information. Many students, having completed a day of training or tasks, gathered here to discuss their gains or plan for tomorrow. Our appearance caused a stir. Look, those 3 newcomers are here again. Aren't they the ones who just came out of the gravity chamber? How did they recover so quickly? They probably didn't stay long. Just putting on a show. I heard Xiao Wu Ji has already made it clear he wants to make life difficult for these 3 newcomers in the training camp. There's going to be a good show. But since they've offended Xiao Wu Ji, their days ahead won't be easy. During these malicious comments around us, Lei Yu immediately frowned. These people are so annoying, she muttered under her breath. If it weren't for you, Lynn Mo, folding me back, I wouldn't taught them a lesson already. People can say whatever they want, it's their mouths. I replied calmly. We're not here to. These people just like to talk big, but the best way to shut them up is with strength, Lin Mo interrupted. I nodded in agreement. Lin Mo was right, arguing with these boring people would only waste time. The 3 of us said, ignored the strange looks directed at us, and headed straight for the mission screen. Our eyes quickly scanned the task placed on the screen. F-level task, clean the training grounds, reward 10 points. A-level task, feed experimental beast, reward 30 points. D-level task, assist instructors in testing new weapons, reward 100 points. Looking at these low-level tasks, Lei Yu couldn't help but curl her lip. The points are way too low. Half a day's work for so little, it's not even enough for an hour in the gravity chamber. I explained, these tasks are designed as a safety net for the weakest students who don't dare venture into the wilderness. Our goal isn't here. We skipped over the tasks below D level and focused on the higher level C and B tasks. C level task, hunt the Black Wind Wolf pack description. A large pack of Black Wind wolves has appeared in the Black Wind Valley, 30 miles outside the city. The pack numbers between 50 and 100, including 3 to 5 third-tier alpha wolves. Form a team to eliminate them and collect beast cores. Difficulty C level, recommended 4 teams of 3 or more at the late Tom My Realm, reward 5. 0 points. All beast cores belong to the hunters. B level task, explore the Misty Swamp description. An ancient ruin has been discovered deep within the Misty Swamp to the west of the city, reportedly guarded by a 4th-tier beast. From a team to explore, map the ruins, and bring back valuable items. Difficulty B level, recommended 4 teams of 5 or more. Lead by a strong condensing crystal realm expert. 20,000 points, with 30% of all findings handed over to the Federation in exchange for points. Looking at these tasks, Lei Yu and I both lit up. Oh my god. This B-level task rewards 20,000 points. Lei Yu exclaimed excitedly. If we complete it, we'll be rich. I immediately poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Don't be impulsive. That place is guarded by a 4th-tier beast and requires a condensing crystal realm expert to lead. If the 3 of us at the top of my realm go, it's a death sentence. Now how about this SSS-level task? Lei Yu pointed to the Black Wind wolf hunting task. 5,000 points isn't bad. Plus, we get to keep the beast cores which we can sell for a good price. I fell into thought. This task seemed feasible. Black Wind wolves were 2nd-tier beasts, not particularly strong. The challenge was their numbers and the 3rd-tier alpha wolves. With our current strength, we could handle 3rd-tier beasts, although 50 to 100 Black Wind wolves was a lot, as long as we cooperated well. It shouldn't be a problem. I turned to ask Lynn Mo for his opinion. He didn't look at the C-level or me-level tasks instead. His gaze skipped over those tasks and fixed on the A-level task at the top of the light screen. A level task hunt the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros description a peak, 4th-tier exotic beast, the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. Has appeared deep within a Thunder Mountain range. It is highly aggressive and has already destroyed several federal outposts. From a team to hunt it. Difficulty A. Level extremely dangerous. Recommended for mid-stage or higher. Condensed Crystal Realm experts reward 100,000 points. Thunderhorn Mess level material. Beast Core peak 4th tier. Full corpse. 100. 0 points. S-level material. A peak 4th tier beast core and full corpse. Seeing this reward, even I, someone who usually remains calm, couldn't help but gasp. This reward is way too generous. Just that S-level Thunderhorn alone would fetch millions on the black market. Lynn Mo, my throat felt dry. You're not seriously planning to take on that A-level task, are you? Lei Yu also saw the task and was instantly shocked. Are you kidding me? A peak 4th tier exotic beast. That's equivalent to a terrifying enemy at the peak of the condensed crystal realm. Thinking Lynn Mo must have gone mad. However, Lynn Mo simply smiled. Who said we have to hunt it? He lightly tapped the light screen. A detailed map appeared on the side of the screen, clearly marking the terrain of the Thunder Mountain range and a recent activity area of the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. On the outskirts of the Thunder Mountain range, there was an inconspicuous valley, circled in red by Lynn Mo. Black Wind Valley. Lei Yu and I were stunned. Isn't that the location of a C-level task to hunt the Black Wind wolf pack? Look, Lynn Mo gently traced the map. Black Wind Valley is right at the entrance of the Thunder Mountain range, and the activity area of the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros starts from here and extends inward. What does that mean? Lei Yu was completely puzzled, but a glimmer of clarity flashed in my eyes. It means that when we go to hunt the Black Wind wolves, we won't directly encounter the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. Lynn Mo snapped his fingers lightly, a sly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. However, that doesn't mean there's no connection between them. Listen to me, the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros is a thunder element and exotic beast, while the Black Wind wolves are wind element. Wind can enhance the power of thunder. Stationed at the mountain entrance specifically as its watchdogs, his reasoning left both of us stunned. But if they're watchdogs, what did that have to do with us? Can't we just take them out, earn the points, and leave? Lei Yu still didn't quite understand. Lynn Mo shook his head, a bit exasperated. You need to have a broader perspective. We're not here for those few thousand points. His voice carried a hint of fervor. Our target is the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros, and those 100,000 points. What? Our target is the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. Lei Yu and I almost shouted in unison, staring at Lynn Mo as if he had lost his mind. That's a peak 4th tier exotic beast, equivalent to the existence of a top-tier, condensed crystal realm expert. Even if our current strength doubled, we'd still be throwing our lives away. Lynn Mo, calm down. I took a deep breath and tried to persuade him. I know you want to earn points, but we can't just throw our lives away. Exactly. Lei Yu nodded repeatedly. Although 100 0 points are tempting, it's useless if we lose our lives. Let's focus on taking out the Black Wind wolves for now. Who said we have to face it head-on? Lynn Mo looked at us helplessly. Can't you think of another approach? If we can't beat it, we can still use our brains to outsmart it. We exchanged confused glances, full of doubt. Facing such a powerful enemy, any strategy seemed futile. The 4th tier exotic beast could crush us into pulp with a single strike. How could there be any chance of outsmarting it? Forget it. I won't waste my breath on you. Lynn Mo waved his hand, unwilling to explain further. Anyway, I'm taking this task. If you're scared, you can stay here. I'll go alone. After speaking, he sat in a wheelchair and headed straight to the self-service terminal in the mission hall. Wait, we're not afraid. Lei Yu hurriedly caught up. What's a 4th tier beast? Lei Yu, I've never been scared. Although she said this, her heart was still uneasy. I sighed and followed. Persuading him was useless, so I could only go all out with him. After all, we were a team. Lynn most wiped his student card. Student. Nemo ID 100 points, balance 9,700. Please select a mission. He chose a sea-level mission hunting the Black Wind Wolf Pack. Wait, didn't you say our target was the Thunderhorn Rhino? Why are you taking this one? Lei questioned. I rolled my eyes from the side. An A-level mission requires condensed crystal realm strength. The three of us are only at the Meridian realm. We can't even take it. Lei suddenly understood, shook her head, and gave an awkward laugh. Sea-level mission. Hunt the Black Wind Wolf Pack. Accepted. Mission duration 7 days. Good luck. After accepting the mission, we didn't linger and left the mission hall directly. Outside the training camp was a large tarmac filled with various hover cars and combat aircraft, all with hefty rental fees. But at this moment, we had no use for them. The Black Wind Valley was right there, waiting for our challenge. It was only 30 miles from a training camp, and at their speed, they could reach it in an hour. The three of us left the training camp and sprinted toward the outskirts of a city. Once we left the central holy city, the scenery outside immediately became desolate, replaced by mottled ruins and dense forests. The air was filled with the faint smell of blood and the stench of beasts. This was the wilderness zone, a paradise for beasts, and a forbidden zone for humans. Along the way, we encountered a few scattered beasts, but they were all weaklings of the first or second tier, not even requiring Lynn Moto Act. Qian Yan and Lei easily dealt with them. After the tempering in a gravity chamber, their strength had greatly increased. Dealing with these small fry was as easy as slicing tofu. Before long, a continuous mountain range came into view. That was the Thunderclap mountain range. At the entrance of the mountain range was a wide and deep valley, like the gaping mouth of a demon, stretching before us. The valley was filled with jagged rocks, and the black wind howled, emitting eerie wails. This was the Black Wind Valley. This is it. Qian Yan stopped, his expression serious. He could sense many powerful presences hidden within the valley. Lei excitedly cracked her knuckles and grinned. Finally, I've been itching for a good fight. Don't rush. Lin Mo slowly approached from behind, pushing his wheelchair. Let's discuss tactics before going in. He glanced at the two of them and continued, according to the mission, there are 50 to 100 Black Wind Wolves, along with 3 to 5 third-tier Alpha Wolves. Qian Yan, you're responsible for dealing with the Alpha Wolves. Their swordsmanship has the highest attack power and can quickly injure them. Lei, your job is to disrupt the Wolf Pack's formation. You have the greatest strength and wide-range attacks. Don't give them a chance to surround us. I'll cover you both. He smiled faintly. Finish the fight quickly. Don't get caught up in it. Our goal isn't just this pack of guard dogs. Understood. Qian Yan and Lei nodded firmly. They now fully trusted Lin Mo's command. And let's begin. Lin Mo gave the order. Lei was the first to charge into the Black Wind Valley, shouting, "Come on, little ones. Grandma Lei is here." She activated her S-level talent, Titan Battle Form, instantly growing to a height of the meters. The mountain-crushing hammer in her hand was as large as a door. Dozens of sturdy black wind wolves pounced from all directions. As they ran, the wind howled, and their sharp claws sparked against the ground. Leading them were 3 alpha wolves, each a size larger than the ordinary black wind wolves. Their strength had reached the 3rd tier. Just what I wanted. Lei advanced instead of retreating, swinging her giant hammer down fiercely, heaven-shattering strike. Bang! A effing crash echoed as several black wind wolves in the front row were smashed into bloody pulp before they could even howl. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Appearing like a ghost in front of 3 alpha wolves, his lungs were emitted a crispo. Brilliant sword-like shot out like a meteor. Falling star. The battle erupted in an instant. Lei was like a raging tyrannosaurus, wielding her giant hammer as she weaved through the wolf pack. With every swing, several black wind wolves were left with broken bones and mangled flesh. Despite her petite frame, she unleashed an invincible strength, disrupting the wolves' formation. Though the black wind wolves were numerous, they couldn't form an effective encirclement. Qian Yan, on the other hand, was locked in fierce combat with the 3 third-tier alpha wolves. His movements were graceful and agile. His lungs were transformed into countless sword shadows, encircling the 3 wolves. But the alpha wolves were strong, comparable to martial artists in the Yuan gathering realm. They were no match for Qian Yan's sharp swordsmanship. They were forced to retreat repeatedly, their bodies soon covered in deep wounds. Howl! The black wind wolves roared, baring their bloodthirsty fangs. Sharp wind blades, condensed from wind elements, swept toward Qin Hao Yan like a storm. Such a petty trick, I snorted coldly, not bothering to dodge. The long swerve in my hand instantly shone brilliantly. Sword shield. But countless sword lights quickly converged in front of me, forming a massive, sturdy golden sword shield. Bang, 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 disintegrating into countless sparkling elemental particles. Turn. A cold glint flashed in my eyes as I took a step forward, my figure vanishing in an instant. The next second I appeared like a ghost behind the alpha wolf that had unleashed the wind blades. Slash! A line of blood spurted out rapidly. The alpha wolf's eyes flashed with shock before its massive body collapsed with a thud, instantly killed. Another third-tier alpha wolf was effortlessly dealt with by me. Seeing this showed fear in their eyes. They no longer dared to charge and turned to flee. Trying to run? A cold smile tugged at the corner of my lips as I questioned, "Did you ask my sword for permission?" My figure blurred as I pursued them again. Meanwhile, sat leisurely in his wheelchair, watching the battle with an appreciative smile. Not bad. After training in the gravity chamber, the strength of these two had clearly improved, whether in power, speed, or control over you on energy. They had reached a new level. Especially me, I seemed to have grasped the key to controlling the Long's Wharf with my mind. My achievements would surely be limitless. Lin Mo didn't intervene, there was no need. The two of us were already capable of handling the situation. He only needed to provide support and remain vigilant for any unexpected occurrences, as one could never predict what might happen in the wilderness. The battle didn't last long. With the cooperation between me and Lei Yu, the Black Wind Wolf Pack was soon annihilated. The valley was awash with blood, severed limbs scattered everywhere. A thick stench of blood filled the air, making one nauseous. Huff, huff. Lei Yu leaned on her mountain-crushing hammer, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Victory came at a cost. I sheathed my sword and stood, my breathing slightly uneven but still steady. I glanced at the wolf corpses strewn across the ground, a hint of satisfaction on my face. We hit the jackpot. Lei Yu's spirits lifted at the thought of the beast cores. Ignoring her exhaustion, she immediately began eating for them, her movements as skilled as a seasoned miner. Watching her greedy demeanor, I could only shake my head helplessly and step forward to help collect the spoils. Before long, nearly 100 beast cores were piled into a small mountain. Among them were 3 third-tier cores, brimming with energy and highly valuable. We're rich this time. With these, we can enjoy another round in the gravity chamber. The sound of orderly footsteps came from the entrance of the distant valley. Soon, 5 figures appeared in our line of sight. Meeting them was a burly young man with a cold and arrogant expression. A badge representing the top 30 of the training camp hung on his chest. His strength was at the early stage of the crystal condensation realm. Greed flashed in his eyes. "Oh, aren't you the 3 rookies who don't know their limits?" The leading young man spoke with a mocking tone. His gaze swept over the 3 of us, finally landing on Lin Mo's wheelchair, and a contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect you to have some skills. Actually managing to take down the entire Black Wind Wolf Pack. Looks like we arrived late." Lei Yu and I immediately darkened our expressions. From his tone, we could clearly sense malice. "Who are you?" I stepped forward, asking coldly, shielding Lei Yu and Lin Mo behind me. "Us?" The young man sneered. "We are toll collectors." He pointed at the wolf corpses on the ground. "This Black Wind Valley is the territory of our Mad Battle Squad. You hunted here, so you owe us protection fees, don't you?" "Protection fees?" Lei Yu was almost exploding with anger. "What? This valley isn't yours. We killed these wolves ourselves. Why should we pay you?" "Because our fists are stronger." The young man smilingly turned cold. A powerful oppressive aura of a condensed crystal realm expert erupted from him, pressing down on us fiercely. Lei Yu and I both let out muffled groans, our faces turning frighteningly pale in an instant. The gap between the Tanmai realm and the condensed crystal realm was simply too vast. That oppressive force made even breathing difficult. "How about now?" His eyes full of mockery. "Does anyone still dare to oppose? I suggest you behave and hand over the beast core. I wouldn't mind leaving the 3 of you in this valley forever." They had thought their hard-earned spoils were finally theirs, only to be targeted by others. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's hearts sank to the bottom. It seemed unlikely it would get out of this safely today. At this moment, Lin Mo, who had been silent all along, slowly maneuvered his wheelchair out from behind Hao Yan. He looked up at the arrogant young man, his face carrying an innocent smile. Senior, what you said does make sense. The strongest fist sets the rules. However, his tone shifted as he continued, how can you be so sure that your fists are definitely stronger than ours? Lin Mo's words instantly froze the atmosphere. The burly young man, known as the Mad Battle Squad leader, was momentarily stunned. His four subordinates looked equally baffled, staring at the blend of wheelchair as if he were insane. Was this guy crazy? A cripple at the early stage of the Tong My Realm daring to challenge a condensed crystal realm expert for Tong My Realm peak fighters. Did he not know the meaning of a word death? After a brief silence, a burst of wild laughter erupted. Did I hear that right? This cripple is doubting our captain's strength. Is he scared out of his mind? Has his brain gone bad? Captain, don't waste words on him. Just teach him a lesson. Show him what real strength is. The Mad Battle Squad leader was enraged by Lin Mo's provocation, his eyes flashing with cruelty and disdain. I'll admit you're bold. You're the most arrogant rookie I've ever seen. But arrogance comes at a price. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. With that, he wasted no more words and threw a punch straight at Lin Mo's head. The punch carried the terrifying elemental force of a condensed crystal realm expert, accompanied by a howling gust of wind. He didn't use any martial techniques, relying solely on his overwhelming strength to crush. Dealing with a cripple at the Tong My Realm didn't require any tricks. This clutch was enough to turn Lin Mo and his wheelchair into scrap metal. Lin Mo, Hao Yan, and Lei Yu were shocked. Their faces pale as they tried to rush forward to help, but it was already too late. The fist was about to land on Lin Mo's hand. However, Lin Mo's face still carried a calm smile, not even blinking. Just as the fist was about to touch his hair buzz, an invisible yet immensely powerful energy suddenly erupted from Lin Mo as the center. Dimensional exile, a pitch-black spatial vortex silently appeared in front of Lin Mo. The burly young man's fist plunged into the vortex without suspense. What? The sneer on the young man's face instantly froze. He felt as if his fist had struck an endless black hole, with all his strength instantly devoured. An irresistible and terrifying suction emanated from the vortex, attempting to pull his entire arm inside. Not good. The young man screamed internally in alarm. He desperately activated the energy within his body, trying to pull his arm out, but it was useless. The vortex's suction was too strong. His body began to lose control, being dragged bit by bit toward the black hole. He let out a terrified scream. They hadn't even seen what had happened, only knowing that after their captain threw a punch, he was inexplicably caught by a black hole. Help me, the captain shouted hoarsely. Only then did the four subordinates snap out of it, frantically pulling their captain backward. This bizarre tug of war unfolded in the valley. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, the instigator, watched them leisurely, even clicking his tongue in disdain. Senior, quite strong. Keep it up, I'm rooting for you. Hao Yan and Lei Yu also gradually regained their composure from the initial shock. Still shaken, I finally came to my senses. The people around me stared at the absurd yet eerie scene before them, their awe for me deepening further. This guy's methods are truly bizarre and twisted. He can actually create a black hole out of thin air and traffic and dense crystal realm expert. What kind of astonishing talent is this? Damn it. The captain of the Berserk Squad's face turned bright red, like a ripe pig liver. He felt as if his arm was about to be torn apart. Unable to hold on any longer, he suddenly roared at his subordinates behind him, his eyes filled with determination. Better to lose an arm than my life. He actually severed his own arm. Rip, blood gushed out like a fountain. Trading an arm for freedom, he finally escaped the terrifying spatial vortex. Staggering back a few steps, he looked at his now empty right arm, his eyes filled with hatred and fear. His gaze as if he wanted to devour me. Who are you? He asked hoarsely. This bizarre spatial ability was something he had never seen before. I smiled. I'm just a useless guy who can't even tie up a chicken. As I spoke, I glanced at the four still stunned subordinates. Now, do you still think your fists are hard? The four of them shuddered under my gaze, instinctively taking a step back. Hard? What a joke. Their captain, a condensed crystal realm expert, had just lost an arm to me. A so-called useless guy, in one move. If they mere pulse realm cultivators step forward, wouldn't they be courting death? Let's go. The captain of the Berserk Squad also realized that today they had truly encountered a tough opponent. This wheelchair-bound newcomer was not someone they could afford to provoke. Clutching his severed arm, he glared at me fiercely, leaving behind a harsh threat. "Kid, don't think this is over. The Berserk squad won't let this go." With that, he led his remaining four subordinates away in disgrace. Watching their embarrassed retreating figures, Lei finally snapped out of it. She ran to my side, looking me up and down like I was some kind of monster. "Lynn, monster, you're way too freakish. One move to scare off a condensed crystal realm expert. That black hole of yours. What the heck is it? It's insanely cool." Qin Haoyan also looked at me with admiration. "I take back what I said before. You're not just any support. You're a demon king disguised as a support faced with their craze." I simply waved my hand weakly, a faint trace of exhaustion on my face. "All right, stop talking. That move just now took too much out of me. I feel like I'm completely drained." As I spoke, I even coughed twice for effect, acting as if I might collapse at any moment. Qin Haoyan and Lei, seeing this, believed it completely. Their faces full of concern. "Are you okay? Is it serious? Let's head back quickly." I nodded weakly. "Let's go. First, clean up the battlefield. Then leave this place. This area isn't safe." Looking in the direction where the Berserk squad had fled, a cold glint flashed in my eyes. I knew this wasn't over yet. Under my urging, Qin Haoyan and Lei didn't dare delay and sped up the cleanup of the battlefield. Lei carefully stored all the beast cores in her hearse storage ring, padding it like a treasure. Qin Haoyan, on the other hand, kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings to prevent any sudden incidents. While continuing to feign weakness, I silently calculated the gains from this battle. Ding! Killed Tier to Black Wind Wolf X85. Earned 17,000 system points. Ding! Killed Tier 3 Black Wind Wolf X3. Earned 1,800 system points. Ding! Detected that the host severely injured a condensed crystal realm mortally stage martial artist. Based on damage contribution, rewarded 5,000 system points. 8 series of system notifications echoed in my mind. 17,000 plus 1,800 plus 5,000. A total of 23,800 points. I was overjoyed inside. And I wasn't even counting the beast cores. Nearly 100 tier beast cores and 3 tier 3 beast cores if exchanged back at the training camp. They could fetch another 10,000 points. This was practically overnight wealth. As expected, risk and reward go hand in hand. Looks like I'll need to take on more of these dangerous missions in the future. I thought to myself. Soon, the battlefield was cleaned up. The 3 of us didn't linger and immediately returned to the training camp. The journey back was peaceful, with no further incidents. The lights of the Genius training camp were still bright, and the place was bustling as always. We first went to the mission hall to submit the task. Seeing the additional 5,000 points on her personal terminal, Lei's eyes curved into crescent moons with joy. We're rich. We're officially wealthy now. Next, we headed to the Resource Exchange Center to convert all the beast cores we had obtained into points. Each tier 2 beast core was worth 100 points, and each tier 3 beast core was worth 500 points. We exchanged for 10,000 points. Our total points instantly skyrocketed to 24,700. Seeing this number, Qin Haoyan and Lei could hardly believe it. Just a day ago, they were 3 broke kids struggling even with accommodation. Now they had become wealthy overnight, holding a fortune in their hands. The feeling was exhilarating. "Let's go. We're heading to the gravity chamber right now." Lei could no longer hold back her excitement. "This time, let's rate a Class B1. 50h gravity. I want to go all out." "Don't rush," Lynn stopped her. "We've consumed too much today. Let's rest for the night and just to our best state. Tomorrow." His gaze swept over the 2 of them. "We're earning points not just for training. We also need better equipment, stronger techniques, and more powerful martial skills to improve our strength in all aspects." "Got it." Qin Haoyan and Lei agreed in unison. Now, they followed Lin Mo's words without question. The 3 of them returned to their dormitory. Although it was still the same old, shabby F-zone, their mood was completely different. With points in hand, they felt confident. They believed it wouldn't be long before they could move to a better place. Meanwhile, at the medical center of the Genius training camp, in a luxurious single-patient room, the captain of the Berserk squad lay on the bed, his face pale, wrapped in thick bandages. Although the treatment was excellent, the pain of the lost arm was still unbearable. His subordinates stood by with their heads down, not daring to make a sound. Useless. A bunch of worthless trash. The captain's face was filled with anger and resentment. 5 people, one at the condensed crystal realm, for at the peak of the meridian realm, were actually beaten like this by 3 newcomers. You've completely disgraced our Cirque battle team. He roared angrily, the pain from his wounds making him grit his teeth. Captain, it's not that we're useless. One of the followers said a grieved lie. It's that guy in the wheelchair, he's the strange. We couldn't even see how he made his move. And you were sucked into that black hole. Yeah, Captain, that guy is definitely not an ordinary newcomer. His strength is terrifying. Shut up, the captain shouted angrily. I don't want to hear any excuses. I only remember that he crippled one of my arms. I will definitely avenge this. His eyes burned with a crazed killing intent. Go investigate immediately. Don't let any of them off. Find out everything about those 3 newcomers, especially the one in a wheelchair. I want to know everything about him. Also, quickly report today's incident to Senior Xiao Wu Ji. Tell him it was those 3 newcomers who crippled my arm. Xiao Wu Ji. The followers froze for a moment. Xiao Wu Ji was one of the top 20 powerhouses in the training camp. A mid-stage condensed crystal realm expert, someone they could only look up to. That's right, the captain gritted his teeth. Iron Xiao Wu Ji has already taken a dislike to those 3 newcomers. Now, inform him of this. If he takes action, those 3 newcomers are as good as dead. This way, not only can we get revenge, but we can also earn Xiao Wu Ji's favor. 2 birds with 1 stone, yes. The followers' eyes lit up, and they quickly agreed. They hurriedly left the hospital room, watching their retreating figures. The captain revealed a sinister smile. Lin Mo, no matter where you come from, you've offended me and Xiao Wu Ji. He seemed to already envision Lin Mo kneeling before him, begging for mercy. A greater storm targeting Lin Mo and his 2 companions was quietly brewing. They were completely unaware, happily planning how to spend their first earnings. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the dormitory window. Lin Mo and his 2 companions had already gotten up early. After a good night's rest and the aid of medicinal pills, Qin Hao Yuan and Lei Yu's physical conditions have fully recovered. They were full of energy, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Let's go. Hurry to the training area, Lei Yu urged excitedly early in the morning. I can't wait to try the feeling of 50 times gravity. Don't rush. Lin Mo remained as calm as ever. In train, business. What business? Lei Yu was puzzled. Lin Mo didn't answer. Controlling his wheelchair heading straight out of the dormitory, Qin Hao Yuan and Lei Yu exchanged a glance. Though confused, they followed him. They passed through the live-in area and arrived at the equipment exchange hall of the training camp. Like the mission hall, it was bustling with activity. People coming and going. All around were various weapons and equipment, ranging from ordinary swords to high-tech energy guns, everything imaginable. Each piece of equipment emitted powerful energy fluctuations, clearly not ordinary items. Wow, this place is so cool. Lei Yu's eyes lit up, like a curious child, looking and touching everything. It's so awesome. She pointed to a long sword burning with flames, suspended in a display case, and shouted excitedly. Qin Hao Yuan's eyes also burned with interest. This is a C-grade weapon, the Flame Blade, priced at 30,000 points. There's also B-grade armor here, the Obsidian Armor. It costs 100,000 points, Lei Yu exclaimed. That's so expensive, it's practically daylight robbery. She clicked her thumb at the astronomical prices. They only had over 20,000 points in hand. Far from enough to buy these top-tier pieces of equipment. You get what you pay for, Lin Mo said calmly. The equipment here is all top-grade military supplies. Whether it's the materials or the engraved runes, they're extremely high quality. Being able to exchange them for points is already a great deal. His gaze quickly swept over the equipment, finally stopping at an inconspicuous corner. There, some auxiliary equipment was displayed. Gravity restrained crane grade F, where it generates to its gravity, allowing for weight training anytime, anywhere. 500 ports. For Samplifier grade instantly increases force burst intensity by 20% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Price 1,000 points. Mental Stability Helmet grade D resists mental attacks and maintains clarity. Price 2,000 points. This is today's target. Lin Mo pointed at the gravity restraint ring. Gravity ring? Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yuan were stunned. Only to its gravity. What's the use of this? It's better to just go to the gravity chamber. Of course, we'll go to the gravity chamber, Lin Mo smiled. But we can't stay in there all day. This gravity ring allows us to be in a weighted state while walking, eating, and sleeping, maximizing our time to train our bodies. Qin Hao Yuan and Lei Yu's eyes lit up, thinking this idea was brilliant, while others rested. They could continue training, and over time, the gap would naturally widen. Lin Mo, how does your brain work? You always come up with ideas we can't think of. Qin Hao Yan sincerely praised. I've said it before. He's a monster. Lei Yu nodded in agreement. The three of them didn't hesitate and went to the self-service terminal to each buy a gravity restraint ring, spending a total of 1,500 points. They put the black metal rings on their wrists and immediately felt a heavy force pressing down on them. Mission accomplished, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Now we can focus on training. They went back to the gravity hall and this time chose the Gray B gravity chamber without hesitation 50x gravity. At 1,000 points per hour, they rented it for 5 hours, spending a total of 1,000 points. 5 hours later, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were almost carried out, completely limp, faces pale, and breathing heavily. Looking like a lifeless fish. 50x gravity was truly overwhelming. Although they were mentally prepared, the immense pressure made them feel like they could be crushed into pulp at any moment. Fortunately, Lin Mo had given them to top-tier pills otherwise. They wouldn't have lasted even an hour. Lin Mo himself remained calm and composed. Although his face was slightly paler and his breathing a bit heavier, he was clearly not at his limit. He had accelerated a bit, but to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu, it made no difference, and were already completely numb. Just as the three were about to return to their dormitory, a cold voice came from behind. Looks like you've ain't quite a bit. The three turned around to see a cold and stunning woman in a fiery red battle suit, arms crossed, leaning against a nearby wall. Watching them with interest, it was none other than the Flame Witch, Sumu King. Her appearance immediately made Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu tense up, instinctively adopting defensive stances. Senior Su, Lin Mo, however, calmly nodded in greeting. Is there something you need from us, Senior? Sumu King's gaze swept over the three of them. She had been here the whole time and had personally witnessed these three newcomers enter the Gray B gravity chamber. Yet Lin Mo had just done it with ease. This guy, how did he do it? Waves of shock surged in her heart. She had already thought highly of Lin Mo, but it was clear she had still underestimated him. I'm not here to cause trouble. Sumu King took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her astonishment through regaining her composure. I am just here to give you a heads up. Someone has their eyes on you. Eyes on us. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. That's right, Sumu King nodded. The Berserk Squad has already told Xiao Wu Ji about what you did in Black Wind Valley yesterday. Xiao Wu Ji was now furious. He had already declared that he would kick the three of you out of the training camp if for the quarterly competition, so you do better be careful. After speaking, she said no more and decisively turned to leave. Watching her back, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's faces darkened like lead. Xiao Wu Ji, the mid-stage condensed crystal realm expert they have forced to kneel publicly in the mission hall. They hadn't expected him to retaliate so quickly. What should we do? Lei Yu was a bit flustered. Xiao Wu Ji is mid-stage condensed crystal realm, much stronger than that captain of the Berserk Squad yesterday. We definitely can't beat him. Qin Hao Yan's eyes were filled with anxiety, but Lin Mo's face showed a meaningful smile. What are you afraid of? He wants us to get out, but we want to step on him instead. If he doesn't make a move, I would find it interesting if he dares to cone. A cold glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. I'll make him finish the count I'll ask he didn't complete last time. Lin Mo's words were firm and full of confidence. That aura of disregarding anyone instantly reassured Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. What were they afraid of? With Lin Mo, this unfathomable monster around, he could easily defeat the early-stage condensed crystal realm captain of the Berserk Squad. What was Xiao Wu Ji compared to that? Lei Yu clenched her fists, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Whether he's Xiao Wu Ji or Li Wu Ji, if he dares to cause trouble, we'll make sure he doesn't even recognize his own mother, and take all his points. Her eyes lit up at the thought of points. Qin Hao Yan took a deep breath, his gaze firm. Face any challenge. The most important thing now is to improve our strength. If we're strong enough, no one can intimidate us. Well said. Lin Mo nodded in approval. Starting today, our training will be doubled. Don't skimp on points, and don't skimp on pills either. We need to convert all resources into combat power as quickly as possible. All right. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu responded in unison. In the days that followed, the three of them entered a state of frenzied training. Apart from eating and sleeping, all their time was spent in the training area. In the mornings, they challenged their limits in the gravity chamber. From 50 times gravity to 60 times, 70 times, and even 80 times. They only emerged after exhausting every last ounce of strength. The excruciating pain was enough to make an ordinary person collapse on the spot, but they gritted their teeth and persevered. and went to the simulated combat arena, engaging in life and death battles against powerful simulated beasts to hone their combat skills and teamwork. Even at night, they didn't rest. Chen Haoyan went to the mental strength training tower to refine his sword intent. Lei Yu improved her elemental power in the elemental infusion array. Lin Mo moved between various training facilities. Although he was still in a wheelchair, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. He could chat effortlessly in the 80 times gravity training room. He could instantly kill a powerful 4th-tier simulated beast in the virtual combat arena. Those around him were left speechless in astonishment. Monster, genius, freak. These words became Lin Mo's new titles in the training camp. Meanwhile, Chen Haoyan and Lei Yu were also rapidly improving their strength, their progress visible to all. Chen Haoyan's sword techniques became faster and sharper, and his radiant sword mastery began to show signs of mana, sword becoming one. Lei Yu's power grew stronger as well, and her Titan battle form upgraded, allowing parts of her body to enlarge rapidly, enhancing flexibility and explosive power. This rate of growth was considered top tier in the entire genius training camp. Of course, the cost of improving their strength was the rapid consumption of coins. Their original 20+ points were quickly spent. Fortunately, every few days, they would take on high difficulty missions in the mission hall. With the increasingly seamless teamwork endeavor growing strength of the trio, whether it was C-level or B-level missions, they could complete them with ease. Their points snowballed, growing more and more. Their names began to frequently appear on the training camp's leaderboard, skyrocketing from the very bottom 90th, 80th, 70th, 60th. When they broke into the top 50, the entire training camp was shaken. Everyone understood that these three were no longer pushover rests, but dark horses capable of turning the tide. His gaze remained dark and hateful, but it was clear he was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to strike a fatal blow. And that opportunity came soon. As Lin Mo and his two companions emerged from the gravity chamber, a resounding bell suddenly echoed across the skies of the training camp, reverberating through the clouds. Whether training or on missions, stopped what they were doing, looked up at the sky, and displayed expressions of excitement, seriousness, or anticipation. This is the summons for the quarterly competition. Chen Haoyan's eyes sparkled. It's finally starting. Lei Yu clenched her fists in excitement. A faint smile appeared on Lin Mo's lips. Soon after, a massive virtual screen unfolded in the sky, displaying the stern and authoritative face of Instructor Longzon. His voice boomed like a great bell, reaching every corner of the training camp. Attention, all trainees. The third quarter competition of the Genius Training Camp will officially begin in 3 days. The rules are as follows. All trainees will be randomly teleported toward a level simulated secret realm called the Crimson Jungle. A secret realm is filled with numerous virtual beasts and hidden opportunities. Killing beasts or obtaining opportunities will earn points. Trainees may attack each other with steel points. Those killed will be teleported out of the secret realm and immediately eliminated. The competition lasts for 3 days. At the end of the 3 days, based on the points ranking, the top 10 teams will qualify to enter the Ancient Swords of Secret Realm. And see you on the battlefield in 3 days. As the light screen disappeared, the training camp erupted into chaos. Crimson Jungle. And it's an A-level secret realm. My god, the difficulty is too high. Even the weakest beasts are at tier 3. Not just that, A-level secret realms often have tier 4 peak beasts that's practically routine. What's worse is that we can attack each other as steel points. Isn't this just setting us up to sabotage ourselves? This is the brutal. The bottom 10 ranked people will be directly eliminated. This gives us newcomers no chance at all. Every corner of the training camp echoed with exclamations and complaints. The expressions on everyone's faces were complex. The top-ranked powerhouses had eyes full of excitement. For them, this competition was a feast of points. A perfect opportunity to widen the gap and secure a spot in the Ancient Swords of Secret Realm. Mid-rank trainees were filled with anxiety. They wanted to use the competition to make a name for themselves, but feared the harsh rules and worried about being mercilessly eliminated. As for the bottom-ranked trainees, their faces were filled with despair. Like lambs awaiting slaughter, they shrank back, awaiting their fate. Finally, it's here. Lei Yu's face flushed with excitement as she waved her small fists, eager and impatient. Crimson Jungle. Just the name sounds thrilling. I've been dying to see how powerful an A-level secret realm really is. And we can steal other people's points? I like this rule. When the time comes, anyone I don't like, I'll take them all out in one go. She rubbed her hands together, her greedy nature on full display. Don't get too excited just yet. Although Qin Hao Yan was also a bit excited, he remained mostly calm. He frowned and analyzed. This rule is very disadvantageous for us. Random teleportation means the three of us might be separated. If we encounter hostile veteran teams, we'll be in great danger. Xiao Wu Ji will definitely do everything he can to target us. He's now at the mid stage of the condensed crystal realm and ranks, in the top quarter of the training camp. He must have quite a few followers. If they set their sights on us, we'll become everyone's target. At the mention of Xiao Wu Ji's name, Lei Yu's face darkened, and her excitement immediately faded. And though her words weren't off, she knew in her heart just how terrifying a mid-age, condensed crystal realm expert could be. Don't worry. Lin Mo's voice was calm and steady, carrying a reassuring strength. He maneuvered his wheelchair, slowly moving between the two of them, a playful smile on his face. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Random teleportation for us is both a challenge and an opportunity. Xiao Wu Ji, a cold glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He wants us out of the training camp. Then we'll send him out first. His competition isn't just about making it into the top 10 and earning the secret realm qualification. Lin Mo's words were firm and powerful, brimming with confidence and dominance. The last bit of worry in Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's hearts was completely swept away. A blazing fighting spirit reignited in their eyes. That's right. With this monster Lin Mo backing them, what was there to fear? Lin Mo, what do we do now? We still have 3 days. For the next 3 days, we'll focus on one thing. Lei Yu asked curiously. Spending points. Lin Mo's lips curved into a smile. We'll convert all our points into combat power. Let us go to the equipment exchange hall. We need to arm ourselves to the teeth. Yay, shopping time. Lei Yu cheered, instantly energized. The three of them didn't hesitate and headed straight for the equipment exchange hall. Every student they encountered instinctively made way for them. The respectful gazes they received were a stark contrast to the ridiculing stares they faced when they first arrived. Strength is the only path to earn respect. The equipment exchange hall was packed with people. Almost all the students had come, hoping to enhance their strength as much as possible in the final 3 days. Give me 10 bottles of E-grade energy recover potions. I want this D-grade for Narma. It can reflect physical attacks and will definitely be super useful in the jungle. Is there any equipment that can detect life signals? I want to buy one. The hall was filled with the eager shouts of students. Lin Mo and his team ignored the ordinary equipment section and headed straight to the highest grade B-level equipment area. This area was deserted, but today it was also crowded, clearly filled with top-ranking experts. Lin Mo, how many points do we have now? Qin Hao Yan asked. From the last mission and the points we earned over the past half-month, we have a total of 78,000 points. 78. 0 points. Lei Yu called me help but gasped. This number was enough to drive 90% of the students in the training camp crazy. Look at this. Lin Mo's gaze locked onto a set of jet black combat attire. Shadow stealth suit B-level made of special materials. It can perfectly blend into darkness, masking most auras and energy fluctuations. Comes with the Shadow's alt skill, which instantly boosts burst speed by 50%. Price 50,000 points. This suit is perfect for you, Lin Mo said. Looking at Qin Hao Yan, your radiant swordplay is light and agile, focusing on one-hit kills. With this suit, you'll be the strongest assassin in the jungle. Qin Hao Yan's eyes burned with excitement, the thought of being an assassin stirring his blood. All right. This is it. He nodded without hesitation. And this, Lin Mo pointed to a massive shield glowing with an earthy yellow light. Guardianess bulwark B-level forged from a shell of a peak 4th-tier beast. The mountain ridge giant turtle, and engraved with 36 defensive runes. Extremely strong against both physical and energy attacks. Comes with the immovable mountain skill, which can form an energy barrier to block one fatal attack. 60,000 points. Lei Yu, this is for you. Wow, such a big shield, it's so cool. Lei Yu's eyes instantly lit up. Where she lacked most was a suitable piece of defensive equipment, and his shield seemed tailor-made for her. But, Lin Mo, this costs 60,000 points. We don't have nearly that much, Lei Yu said dejectedly. Who said we can't afford it? Lin Mo smiled, his gaze falling on the worn-out mountain hammer at her waist. Your broken hammer really needs replacing. His eyes swept across the hall and stopped on a massive warhammer engulfed in crimson flames. Each swing unleashes flames that scorch enemies. Comes with the Flame Storm skill. Price 80. 0 points. Wow. Lei drooled. This hammer was her dream weapon. Stop joking. These 3 items together cost nearly 200,000 points. Even if we sold everything, we couldn't afford them. Who said we need to buy them? Lin Mo's face revealed a sly, fox-like grin. We're not buying them. We're stealing them. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were stunned. At that moment, a mocking voice came from behind. I was wondering who was being so arrogant. Turns out it's just 3 clueless rookies. The 3 turned around to see Xiao Wu Ji approaching with a few of the subordinates, his face full of arrogance. His gaze swept over the equipment Lin Mao and the others had chosen, filled with disdain and ridicule. Can't afford it, so you're planning to steal. How shameless. But I advise you to be careful. Xiao Wu Ji's eyes were cold and merciless as he stared at Lin Mao. The competition in 3 days is no joke. I wouldn't want to accidentally send the 3 of you packing. He sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. I'd much rather watch as I slowly strip away all your points, leaving you like helpless stray dogs, kicked out in disgrace. That defeated look would be much more entertaining. His subordinates burst into laughter, and the surrounding students gathered to watch the drama unfold. Everyone knew about the grudge between Xiao Wu Ji and the 3 newcomers. This season's competition was destined to be a fierce battle. Faced with Xiao Wu Ji's blatant threat, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yun's faces turned extremely grim. Just as they were about to retort, Lin Mo calmly pushed his wheelchair forward a step. He looked up, his gaze steady as he stared at Xiao Wu Ji. You're not wrong, he nodded slightly. Taking you out directly would indeed be boring. As if he were looking at a pile of walking points. So I decided. A sinister yet kind smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. In this competition, I won't just strip you of every single point you have. I'll also take all your equipment, especially you. Lin Mo pointed at Xiao Wu Ji. That big gray battle armor of yours looks pretty good. Consider an early gift for me. Everyone around stared at the boy in the wheelchair with a mix of shock and confusion. What did this guy just say? Did he really dare to strip Xiao Wu Ji of his equipment and even take his big gray battle armor? Was he insane? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. This cripple is way too arrogant. Who does he think he is, talking to Xiao Wu Ji like that, stripping Xiao Wu Ji of his equipment? He's not afraid of death. This is going to be a good show. Xiao Wu Ji must be furious. Sure enough, Xiao Wu Ji's face turned bright red upon hearing Lin Mo's words. As if all the blood in his body was rushing to his head. They powerful or suddenly erupted. It was the pressure of a mid-stage, condensed crystal realm cultivator, crashing down on Lin Mo like a tidal wave. You are courting death, Xiao Wu Ji growled, the words squeezed out through gritted teeth. His internal energy surged wildly, clearly ready to strike on the spot. However, when the oppressive force fell upon Lin Mo, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. Senior, don't get so worked up. Fighting is prohibited in the training camp. If you really make a move and get penalized with point deductions or even expelled, it wouldn't be worth it. At that point, I wouldn't even have the chance to strip you of your gear. As soon as he finished speaking, several students around couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy was the sharp-toned. He was a direct blow to Xiao Wu Ji's pride. Xiao Wu Ji trembled with anger, his chest heaving violently, almost spitting blood. He clenched his fist tightly, his rationality telling him not to act trashly. Otherwise, he would fall right into Lin Mo's trap. Taking a few deep breaths, he forcibly suppressed his fury. Fine, very fine. Xiao Wu Ji squeezed out a twisted smile, his gaze so fierce it seemed like it could drip water. Lin Mo, is it? I'll remember you. 3 days from now, in the Blood Forest, we'll meet. By then, I'll make you truly understand the taste of despair. With that, he turned around with a contemptuous expression and left with his equally grim-faced followers. After Xiao Wu Ji left, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu both let out a sigh of relief. Lei Yu was overjoyed. Lin Mo, you were absolutely amazing. Did you see Xiao Wu Ji's face? It turned green, like he just ate something disgusting. I bet he's never been this angry in his entire life. Qin Hao Yan looked at Lin Mo with admiration. Ruthless unsharp. Lin Mo, I am impressed. From now on, if anyone dares to mess with me, I'll send them straight to you. All right, stop flattering me. Lin Mo waved his hand to interrupt them. Lin Mo, are we really going to take them? We don't have enough points. Lin Mo gave a mysterious smile and maneuvered his wheelchair toward the self-service exchange machine. Instead of selecting buy, he opened an option that few people noticed: equipment rental. Equipment can be rented. Can Hao Yan and Lei Yu leaned in curiously. Lin Mo nodded. Of course, the training camp specifically set up this feature for students who don't have many coins but need high-level equipment. The rental fees are steep, and there is a time limit, so not many people use it. The screen displayed the rental rules: equipment rental service 1. Students pay in % of the equipment's price as a rental fee for a 3-day period. Second, if the equipment is damaged during use, compensation is required based on the extent of the damage. Third, if not returned on time, a system will automatically deduct the remaining 90% of the equipment's price. If points are insufficient, the debt will accumulate and must be cleared to unfreeze the account. So, we only need to pay 1/10 of the price to use it for 3 days. Can Hao Yan and Lei Yu's eyes lit up. This was a golden opportunity. The moonlit be great equipment would be more than enough for 3 days. Shadow Stealth Suit 50. 0 points, rental fee 5,000. Guardian's Bulwark 60,000 points, rental fee 6,000. Flame Warhammer 80,000 points, rental fee 8. 0. The 3 calculated the total 19,000 points. It was entirely manageable for them. Awesome, Lin Mo, your brain is a treasure. Lei Yu praised sincerely. No need for compliments. Hold tight, Lin Mo said calmly, preparing for the next step of his plan. Without hesitation, the 3 of them completed the equipment rental process on the terminal. Radiating powerful energy waves materialized before them. Can Hao Yan on a shadow stealth suit, and his presence instantly became mysterious and elusive, as if he could merge into the shadows at any moment, making him hard to detect. Lei Yu excitedly picked up the flame warhammer and hoisted the Guardian's Bulwark, with a sharpened deadly hammer in one hand and an indestructible shield in the other. She looked like a walking fortress of war. The overwhelming and powerful aura made the surrounding classmates involuntarily take a few steps back. Amazing, is this the power of be great equipment? It's terrifying. Who are these 3 newcomers? How do they have so much money? Everyone looked at the newly equipped trio with eyes full of surprise and envy. They knew that these 3 dark horses were bound to make a breakthrough. Equipment is ready, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Let's buy some elixirs and auxiliary tools. Get healing ones, energy recovery ones, antidotes. And also stock up on one-time attack and defense runes. In short, we must use up all the points, not leaving a single one. No problem. Can Hao Yan and Lei Yu responded in unison. Now they fully understood the joy of upgrading by spending money. Over the next 3 days, the trio practically swept through the entire equipment exchange hall. They piled up various elixirs, runes, and tools. The 78,000 points were quickly spent, leaving only a few hundred as spare change. Their overall strengths saw a comprehensive and significant improvement. Can Hao Yan, wielding a sharp sword and clad in a shadow stealth suit, became a top-tier assassin who could appear and disappear unpredictably. Lei Yu, with a shield in her left hand and a warhammer in her right, transformed into a heavy armored warrior excelling in both offense and defense. Still sitting in his wheelchair, appeared outwardly harmless, but no one dared to underestimate him. Everyone knew that this seemingly frail disabled man was the most terrifying member of the team. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The quarterly competition was finally about to begin. At dawn, the crisp and stirring sound of a bell echoed throughout the training camp. In the central square of the training ground, all 100 trainees had gathered. Each face was filled with anticipation, nervousness, or determination. There were various combat suits and held weapons gleaming with cold light, exuding an imposing aura. As stern as ever, stood on the high platform. His gaze swept over the crowd like a hawk. It seems you are all ready, he said coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion. No need for unnecessary words. You all know the rules. I'll emphasize just 3 points. First, there are no teammates in the secret realm, only enemies. Don't trust others easily, only yourself and your trusted teammates are reliable. Second, never underestimate any virtual beasts. They are highly intelligent and may even surpass you in killing techniques. Third, survive. Only those who live to the end can talk about rankings and rewards. Now, I declare, Long Zan's voice suddenly rose. The third quarter competition of the Genius Training Camp officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground of the square suddenly lit up with dazzling rune lights. A massive and intricate teleportation array enveloped everyone. As the space began to vibrate violently, a powerful pulling force gripped each person. Lin Mo's vision blurred. The next second, he had left the training camp square. A flood of weightlessness and dizziness overwhelmed him. When he regained clarity, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. It was a forest shrouded in blood-red hues. The sky was an eerie dark red, as if perpetually covered by ominous clouds. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. The towering, grotesque trees had pitch-black trunks and blood-red leaves, seemingly dripping with blood. The ground was covered with a thick layer of bones, crunching underfoot. The surroundings were eerily silent. Even the sound of wind and birds was absent. Only a chilling, deathly stillness remained. So this is the legendary Blood Forest. Lin Mo sat in his wheelchair, surveying the surroundings with a calm expression. The environment of this A-grade simulated secret realm was indeed realistic. The oppressive and terrifying atmosphere alone was enough to mentally break those who lacked strong resolve before any battle even began. Ding, host detected entering the A-grade simulated secret realm Blood Forest, analyzing secret realm data. Analysis complete. This secret realm's energy field is highly realistic, and the virtual creatures possess independent consciousness. During the system's notification, a satisfied smile appeared on my lips. Not bad. Although I can only earn half the system points compared to real beasts of the same level, it's still better than nothing. It seems that this competition not only allows me to earn training camp points, but also lets me farm some system points along the way. Double the joy. I glanced at my personal terminal. Lin Mo ID 100 current rank 100 personal points 0 team points. 0 remaining time 71:59:58. Everyone starts with 0 points, and the rankings are initially arranged by ID. My ID is 100, so I'm temporarily at the bottom. I need to earn some initial points quickly, I thought to myself. First, I needed to confirm my location and then rendezvous with Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. Before the teleportation began, we had already made a plan. Although this blood reef forest is vast, it has one unchanging landmark: the towering, sort of like blood red mountain at the center of the secret realm, Blood Cry Peak. No matter where we were teleported, as long as we headed toward Blood Cry Peak, we would definitely meet up. I looked up to determine the direction. Blood Cry Peak was directly ahead, although it was far away. The target was clear. For now, there was no rush to move. My omniverse perception had already detected that this seemingly lifeless forest was hiding quite a few surprises. 300 meters to the left, behind a giant tree, crouched a pitch-black beast resembling a panther. Tier for early stage Shadow Panther. Virtual attributes: Strength 3,200, Speed 4,500, Defense 2,800. Spirit 800. Abilities: Shadow Stealth, Lethal Ambush. 50 meters underground to the right, a 20-meter-long giant python was coiled. Name Tier 3 mid-stage Bloodbind Python. Virtual attributes: Strength 5,500, Speed 2,000, Defense 4,800, Spirit 1,000. Abilities: Deathbind, Venomous Fangs. Above, in a dense blood-red canopy, hung at least 100 bat-like creatures. Name Tier to Pete Vampire Bat. Virtual attributes: Strength 1,200, Speed 2,500, Defense 900, Spirit 500. Abilities: Ultrasonic Attack, Blood-Sucking. Heh, it's practically a welcome gift pack for beginners, I said with a twisted smile. Being surrounded by 3 waves of high-tier beasts right at the start would terrify any newcomer. But for me, this wasn't dangerous at all. It was a points bonanza delivered right to my doorstep. I didn't even buy an act personally from my storage ring. I took out a pill emitting a peculiar fragrance. This was a beast lure pill I had specifically purchased from the exchange hall. As the name suggests, it was used to attract beasts. I gently crushed it into powder and casually scattered it. The colorless, odorless powder dispersed with the wind. After finishing, I calmly sat back in my wheelchair and waited. In less than 10 seconds, as SSS, the ground behind me trembled violently, dirt flying everywhere. A blood giant python as thick as a barrel burst out of the ground. Its lantern-like eyes locked onto me, filled with greed and killing intent. It had caught the scent of the irresistible fragrance before it could attack Swish. A black shadow darted out of the forest on the left like lightning. It was the lurking Shadow Panther, also drawn by the beast lure pill. The 2 powerful Tier 4 beasts met in a confined space. They immediately regarded each other as competitors for the prey. Roar, hiss, and began a fight. The panther moved with incredible speed, transforming into streaks of black shadows as it launched continuous attacks around the python. The python was not to be outdone, its massive tail sweeping like a steel whip, instantly toppling towering trees. Dust flew, and the ground shook, just as their battle raged on. Screech, 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 screech from the canopy above. Swarms of vampire bats dove down at the commotion. Their target wasn't the giant beast, but a human sitting in a wheelchair, looking the weakest and easiest to bully me. The overwhelming swarm of bats rapidly approached. As the bats swooped in, Lin Mo's face remained calm and confident. With a faint smile, "Here they come," he snapped his fingers lightly. An invisible yet terrifying wave spread rapidly from his side. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor a destructive aura capable of scorching souls, flickered through the air. Their bodies stiff, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Their glowing green eyes instantly lost all vitality. Their bodies remained in a diving posture, but fell from the sky like stones, crashing to the ground with a series of thuds. The bats' bodies were completely intact, but their souls had already been burned clean by that purple flame. Instant annihilation. Hundreds of peak-level Tier 3 beasts were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Bang! Killed Tier 3 P, Virtual Beast, 6,125. Gained 37,500 system points. Student points 12,500. His system notifications sounded continuously. Lin Mo glanced at his personal terminal, watching his points soar past 10,000, and nodded in satisfaction. Not a bad start. At this moment, the Tier 4 beasts locked in fierce combat noticed the commotion. They looked at the ground littered with bat corpses, and the human who remained composed, even smiling at them, was definitely no ordinary person. The beasts stopped fighting each other and began retreating simultaneously, seemingly trying to escape. But how could Lin Mo let them run? "Since you're here, you might as well stay." His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, yet it carried the cold ruthlessness of a death sentence. He raised his hand and clenched it lightly. Dimensional banishment. The pitch-black spatial vortexes suddenly appeared above the two beasts' heads. The irresistible suction instantly enveloped them. Roar, hiss. The Tier 4 beasts let out roars of extreme terror, struggling desperately to escape the black hole's pull. But it was all in vain. Their bodies were gradually twisted and pulled apart, eventually swallowed without a trace into the endless dimensional rift. Ding. Killed Tier 4 early stage Virtual Beast X1. Gained 1,200 system points. Ding. Killed Tier 4 mid-stage Virtual Beast X1. Gained 1,200 system points. Student points for 800. Student points for 1,800. The points surged again, breaking past the 20,000 mark. Lin Mo's face showed a satisfied smile. He glanced at the rankings. Current trait: 35 in less than 5 minutes. He had leapt from the bottom to the top 35th. Welcome to my hunting ground. Lin Mo maneuvered his wheelchair, rolling onto the scattered bones as he slowly headed toward the direction of Blood Cry Peak. Against the backdrop of the blood-red sky, his silhouette resembled that of an elegant demon lord returning from hell, if not thousands of hunters in his brutal hunting ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the blood-red forest beam, a loud explosion. A massive Tier 4 ironclad bear was sent flying by a flaming warhammer larger than a door. Roar! The ironclad bear roared in fury, struggling to stand. Still trying to move? A sharp voice rang out. Lei leapt like a cannonball. With her left hand, she wielded the guardian bulwark, smashing it against the bear's head, leaving it dazed. Then, raising her flaming warhammer high with her right hand, she brought it down with earth-shattering force. Die! Bang! The ironclad bear's head shattered like a watermelon, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Student points 2,400. Wu Leiyu leaned on her warhammer, panting heavily. A few drops of the bear's hot blood splattered on her face, adding a touch of wild beauty. She glanced at her points, which had already surpassed 5,000. Running into a big guy right at the start, she wiped the blood off her face and confirmed the direction of Crying Blood Peak. I need to hurry and find Lin Mo and Qin Haoyan. Just as she was about to set off, she suddenly heard the sounds of intense fighting not far away. Someone's there? Leiyu's eyes lit up. Where there's fighting, there are points to be earned. Without hesitation, she picked up her hammer and shield and quietly crept toward the source of the commotion. Leiyu crouched on a hillside, poking her head out to look down. One group consisted of 3 warriors in matching uniforms. The armored trainees worked seamlessly together, their attacks and defenses well coordinated, clearly sees in teammates. Leading them was a young man wielding a spear, his strength at the peak of the Tomai realm. His spear techniques were broad and powerful, exuding an imposing aura. His two companions, one wielding a blade and the other a bow, were also experts in the late stage of the Tomai realm. The target was a somewhat frail-looking boy, his strength also at the late stage of the Tomai realm. At the moment, he was being surrounded and attacked by the 3. His body already covered in wounds, barely holding on. Stop struggling. The spear-wielding youth, Wen Ming, laughed wildly as he attacked. Hand over your points obediently, and we might let you die quickly. Otherwise, once we catch you, you'll understand the meaning of being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Though Sun Hao was in a desperate situation, he continued to fight back tenaciously. You despicable scum. Even bullies should have some sense of rules. Rules? Wan Ming sneered disaffectedly. In this blood forest, there are only hunters and prey. Where do you see heroes and gentlemen? If you're unlucky enough to be targeted by our wolf pack, don't blame us. Brothers, hurry up. Don't let him escape. Yes, Captain. His 2 companions responded in unison, their attacks becoming even fiercer. Damn it. Sun Hao gritted his teeth and fought desperately, but his internal energy was nearly depleted, and his movements were growing slower and slower. Wan Ming's spear was about to pierce his heart. Stop suddenly. A crisp shout rang out like a clap of thunder from the hillside. Then, a petite figure carrying a giant shield taller than herself and wielding a flaming hammer descended from the sky. Boom! Lei Yu landed heavily, creating a large crater in the ground. The sheer force of her presence stunned both sides of the battle, causing them to stop in their tracks. When did this little girl come from? How dare she meddle in the affairs of our wolf pack? Wang Ming frowned, staring at the petite girl in front of him, who barely reached his chest and looked delicate and frail. His eyes were full of disdain. Her entrance might have been intimidating, but she was just a little girl, no older than 15 or 16. How strong could she possibly be? Little girl, this isn't a place for you, Wang Ming said mockingly. The brothers and I are handling some business. You better leave quietly. If you get hurt by our blades and spears, that delicate skin of yours will be in trouble. The 2 men behind him also let out cold, sinister laughs. Sun Hao, seeing Lei Yu appear, had a glimmer of hope in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. He was grateful for her help, but she was too young and alone. Could she really handle these 3 ruthless senior trainees? This was clearly a suicide mission. Little girl, leave now. They're not good people. Sun Hao shouted urgently. Lei Yu acted as if she hadn't heard him, her bright eyes scanning the 3 members of the wolf pack. Her gaze was like that of a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. She lightly licked her lips and revealed an innocent smile. You guys are the wolf pack. That's right. Wan Ming replied proudly. We're quite famous in the training camp. Little girl, there's still time to back out. Afraid? Lei Yu blinked, tilting her head curiously. Do you guys have a lot of points? Huh? Wen Ming was momentarily stunned, not understanding what she meant. Our captain is currently weight 58th. His points exceed 13,000. The archer boasted proudly. Wow, over 13,000 points. Lei Yu's eyes instantly lit up, shining like a bright lynx. Drool uncontrollably dripped from the corner of her mouth. She let out a chilling laugh that sent shivers down the spines of the 3 members of the Wolfpack team. This is great, great? Lei Yu's smile suddenly turned maniacal. She raised her blazing giant hammer and pointed it at Wan Ming and his team. I want all your points. The S-rank Allen Titan battle for me erupted in full force. Lei Yu's body rapidly grew to the meters tall, golden battle patterns glowing on her skin. A fierce and violent burst swept across the battlefield, as if the entire world had changed color. What? The faces of the 3 members of the Wolfpack team froze in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They stared at the petite girl who had suddenly transformed, as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of monster is this? This aura is far more terrifying than any condensed crystal realm expert we ever encountered. Run! The only thought left in Wei Ming's mind was to flee. He turned and tried to escape. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Tried to run? Lei Yu's lips curled into a cruel smile. Who gave you permission to run? Did you ask my hammer for its opinion? She took a step forward, and the ground instantly split open with a deep crack. Her figure blurred as she caught up to the swordsman lagging at the back. No, the swordsman cried out in despair. Turning his head, he saw a massive hammer engulfed in flames growing larger and larger, rushing straight toward his face. Bang! A dull thud echoed. His body was struck by the hammer with brutal force, leaving no time for a scream. In an instant, he was reduced to a mangled pile of flesh. Student points 3,500. Third brother, Wang Ming, and the archer's eyes were filled with a mix of rage and terror. You're next. Lei Yu's gaze locked onto the archer, raining him down on Lei Yu. But all the arrows struck Lei Yu's left-hand guardian barrier, leaving not a single scratch. Useless, Lei Yu said coldly, as if delivering a death sentence. She walked step by step through the rain of arrows, effortlessly closing the distance to the archer. With one swing of her hammer, bang, another fresh pile of flesh was created. Student points 3,800 in a blink of an eye. Only Wang Meng was left from the wolf pack team. He collapsed to the ground in fear, a foul smell emanating from his pants. He stared at the blood-soaked, flame-wielding hammer and the female demon walking toward her step by step, his eyes filled with terror. He knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. I'll give you all my points. Please spare my life. You should have said so earlier. Lei Yu stood before him, looking down at him. She reached out with her free hand and lightly patted his face. Remember, stay humble in the future. Don't mess with strangers so casually. With that, she said no more. The giant hammer was raised high. No Wang Ming screamed in despair. Bang! The world fell into a deathly silence. Student points 13,200, seeing her points skyrocket to over 25,000. Lei Yu nodded in satisfaction. She deactivated Titan battle form, reverting to her petite and adorable appearance. She turned to look at the stunned young man. Sun Hao. Hey, are you okay? Huh? I'm fine. Sun Hao finally snapped out of it, quickly standing up and looking at Lei Yu with a face full of awe. Thank you, heroine, for saving my life. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the heroine turn 3 peak meridian opening realm experts into piles of flesh. The bloody and violent scene left an indelible shadow at his heart. No need to thank me. I was just passing by and collecting a little protection fee, Lei Yu said casually, waving her hand. Sun Hao's mouth twitched as he looked at the piles of flesh on the ground. He thought to himself, this protection fee is way too extreme. It's outright robbery, and the most brutal kind of robbery at that. Heroine, I still haven't heard your name, Sun Hao asked cautiously. My name is Lei Yu. Lei Yu. Sun Hao etched the name deeply into his memory. My name is Sun Hao. I will never forget the life-saving grace you showed me today. If I ever get the chance, I will definitely repay you. All right. No need to be so formal. Lei Yu waved her hand impatiently. If you really want to repay me, tell me. Have you seen someone in a wheelchair and a flashy swordsman? A wheelchair, a flashy swordsman. Sun Hao was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. I really have seen them. You really saw them. Lei Yu's eyes immediately brightened. Quick, tell me, where are they? Just now when I was being chased by the wolf gang, I passed by a swamp. Sun Hao recalled with effort. I saw a swordsman in black combat gear fighting fiercely with a 3-headed giant snake, and that's what. The scene was incredibly intense, with sword light flashing everywhere. A swordsman in black combat gear. Lei Yu immediately knew it must be Qin Hao Yan. His begrayed shadow stealth suit was black after all. What about the one in the wheelchair? Did you see him? Lei Yu asked turgently. Well, I didn't see him. Sun Hao shook his head. I was too nervous at the time and only caught a quick glimpse. I took one look and ran away immediately. But that swamp is in that direction, about 10 miles from here. He pointed eastward. Got it. Lei Yu nodded excitedly, a smile appearing on her face. Thank you. I'll have your back someday. With that, she didn't hesitate any longer. She hoisted her hammer and shield and charged off in the direction Sun Hao had pointed. Full of energy, only Sun Hao was left standing alone in the wind, looking a bit desolate. He watched Lei Yu's petite yet fierce figure disappear into the distance, then glanced at the 3 pools of blood and flesh left on the ground, shivering involuntarily. Are all the rookies this fierce this year? Meanwhile, in a blood-soaked swamp, Sun Hao mentioned, an intense battle was unfolding, and Hao Yan gripped his Wandsworth, his figure darting like a ghost through the muddy swamp. His shadow stealth suit allowed him to blend perfectly into the surrounding darkness. Apart from the dazzling and swift flashes of his sword, it was nearly impossible to detect his presence. His opponent was a massive 3-headed giant snake. Each of its heads was ferocious beyond measure, one spewed deadly venom, another released corrosive acid mist, and the last emitted a piercing sonic wave capable of tearing through souls. Name Tier 3, Peak 3-headed demon snake, virtual strength 8,000, speed 6,000, defense 9,000, spirit 5,000, abilities venom spray, acidic mist, soul screech. This monster's power was comparable to that of an early-stage crystal condensation, realm expert, terrifyingly formidable. The 6 eyes of the 3-headed demon snake locked are akin Hao Yan, filled with rage and brutality. For hundreds of years, it had been the overlord of this swamp and had never encountered a human daring enough to challenge it directly. Suddenly, the middle snake head opened its massive mouth wide. Shriek, an invisible yet immensely powerful sound wave spread rapidly. Soul screech. The air rippled. This sound wave was enough to shatter the soul of an ordinary meridian opening realm warrior. But Qin Hao Yan only paused slightly. A D-grade mental stabilizer helmet he wore played a crucial role. His soul remained clear. Perfect opportunity. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Hao Yan's eyes. The brief moment of stiffness after the 3-headed demon snake unleashed its sound wave was his chance. He stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. Shadow assault. The next second, he reappeared like a phantom in front of the venom-spewing snake head. Sword light erupted, and a sharp sword intent shot straight into the sky. Radiant sword technique, unity of man and sword. He became one with his sword, transforming into a dazzling golden light that slashed fiercely at the venomous snakehead. Squelch! Blood splattered as the snakehead was severed cleanly at the base. The 3-headed demon snake let out a cry of extreme pain. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The remaining 2 snakeheads went berserk with pain, watching a frenzied counterattack. Venom and acidic mist blanketed the area, covering dozens of meters. The soilent skeletal remains instantly emitted green smoke, corroded into nothingness. Yet Qin Hao Yan stood firm like a rock, dodging with a dance of his sword. He used the light of his blade to form a shield, blocking all attacks. After half a month of rigorous training, coupled with the enhancement of great equipment, his strength was no longer what it used to be. Facing this 40-year peak beast, even with one head severed, he struggled but still had the power to fight. It's not over yet. A cold glint flashed in Qin Hao Yan's eyes as he charged forward again with his sword shield. He aimed to seize the momentum and deliver a fatal blow. The battle reached a fever pitch. He moved like a top-tier sword dancer, performing a frenzied dance on the edge of death. Each strike targeted vital points. Swift and fierce, the 3-headed demon snake retaliated wildly, but was suppressed by Qin Hao Yan's swordsmanship, retreating step by step, its body covered in wounds. Finally, the remaining 2 heads were severed, and its massive body collapsed to the ground with a mournful cry. Victory was within reach. Hoo-hoo, leaning on my sword, I knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. My face was pale, and the energy within me was nearly depleted. This battle was no easy feat, yet my eyes sparkled with irrepressible excitement and joy. I did it. I single-handedly slew a peak 3rd-tier beast. A sense of accomplishment made every cell in my body cheer. Glancing at my points that had already surpassed the 10,000 mark. What luck! I pulled out a bottle of energy recover potion from my storage ring and drank it without hesitation. I need to find the other too quickly. I straightened up, determined a direction, and was about to leave when I suddenly felt something. I looked up sharply toward the entrance of the swamp. There, a petite figure carrying a giant hammer and shield was staring at me excitedly. Qin Hao Yan. Lei Yu waved and shouted as soon as she saw me. You're amazing. You took down such a huge monster all by yourself. They're not bad either. Seeing Lei Yu, I let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Judging by your state, you must have had quite the haul. Of course, Lei Yu puffed out her chest proudly. I just wiped out the infamous Wolfpack team and snagged over 10,000 points. The Wolfpack team? I raised an eyebrow. The one raped 58th, led by Wangmen. Them. Seeing Lei Yu's expectant look, waiting for my praise, I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. The 3 members of a Wolfpack team, though average in strength, were seasoned players at the peak of the Meridian Connection stage, and she wiped them out single-handedly. This violent little lowly was terrifying. What about Lin Mo? Have you seen him? I asked. Not yet. I came over when I heard the sounds of your fight, but if we head toward Blood Cry Peak, we're bound to run into him. All right, I nodded, and we immediately set off toward the center of the secret realm, Blood Cry Peak. What they didn't know was that Lin Mo had already stirred up a storm in the Scarlet Forest, in the eastern part of the Scarlet Forest, within a canyon formed by massive skeletal remains. Quick, stop him! Don T let him escape. Angry shouts echoed through the canyon. Where it doesn't rain, Ease formed a large circle, frantically attacking a boy in a wheelchair. That boy was Lin Mo at this moment. He looked utterly disheveled. He maneuvered his wheelchair left and right, like prey cornered in a desperate situation. Lin Mo, weren't you so arrogant before? A burly man with a face full of scars laughed wildly, swinging an axe fiercely at Lin Mo's wheelchair. You said you'd rob Senior Xiao Wu Ji of all his equipment. Why are you now like a stray dog, only running away? The burly man was none other than Xiao Wu Ji's trusted enforcer, the so-called SSS-level. He was at the early stage of the crystal condensation realm. Beside him were over a dozen experts at the peak of the meridian connection stage. They had all been sent by Xiao Wu Ji specifically to hunt down Lin Mo. And now, they had him cornered. Brother Li, stop wasting time. Finish him off and avenge Brother Xiao. Yeah, catch him and hand him over to Brother Xiao for punishment, the crowd roared, their attacks growing fiercer. Lin Mo panicked, dodging frantically, his face full of fear and helplessness. You, stay back. So many of you bullying a cripple like me. What's the point? His cries were filled with despair and helplessness. Is seen only Mei Li Ba, and the others even more arrogant. Too late. Li Ba's eyes were cruel. Today is the day you die. He leapt high, his giant axe slashing down with the force to shake mountains. It was as if he could already see Lin Mo being split in two. However, at the moment the giant axe fell, Lin Mo, who had been fleeing in panic, suddenly stopped. Slowly, he raised his head. The fear and helplessness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold and mocking smile. Li Ba had put all his strength into this strike, making it impossible to pull back. Stop playing tricks, Doc. He roared, the speed of his axe's descent increasing. Yet, facing this terrifying blow capable of splitting a small mountain, Lin Mo merely extended a single finger, gently touching the blade of the axe. Ding! A crisp metallic sound echoed through the canyon. The expected scene of blood and gore did not appear. Li Ba's unstoppable giant axe came to an abrupt halt the moment it touched Lin Mo's finger, unable to advance even an inch. Impossible. Li Ba's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at the boy in a wheelchair who had blocked his full-strength attack with just one finger, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost. At this moment, his worldview completely collapsed. A cripple, at the early stage of the Taomai realm, how could he possess such astonishing power? This defied all logic. Is that all the strength you have? Lin Mo raised his head, looking at the dumbfounded Li Ba in midair. A trace of disappointment on his face, not even enough to scratch an itch. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger lightly. Boom! A terrifying force erupted instantly, like a raging flood beast surging from the axe. Li Ba felt a sharp pain in his palm, which split open as blood gushed out. The giant axe flew out of his hand, and he was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the mountain's side dozens of meters away. Boom! The impact created a massive human-shaped crater in a rock. Theft! Li Ba spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His entire body felt as if it had been crushed, unable to even lift a finger. He stared in extreme terror at the boy still calmly seated in the wheelchair. A monster. This was no human. It was a monster in human skin. The dozen or so other arrogant senior students in the canyon were now completely frozen, as if rooted to the spot. Their ferocious smiles were still plastered on their faces, their mouths agape wide enough to fit an egg. They looked at Li Ba, who had been sent flying and whose life or death was uncertain, then back at the composed Lin Mo. Your mind were blank. What was going on? Their captain, a powerful early-stage condensed crystal realm cultivator, had been defeated with a single finger. Was this a dream? Now it's your turn. Lin Mo's voice was soft, yet it sounded like a death sentence in everyone's ears. He maneuvered his wheelchair, slowly turning toward the stunned senior students. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard. The sound unusually clear in the silent canyon. Run! Run! Finally, someone snapped out of it, screaming as they turned to flee. However, as soon as they turned, they discovered that the canyon's entrance and exit had been sealed by the pitch-black spatial rift. Spatial severance. This is spatial abilities. He's a spatial talent. We're doomed. Trapped. Despair spread like a plague. They had become sitting ducks, unable to escape. Now you want to run? Lin Mo's face showed a cold smile. Too late. I've been playing along with you for so long. My leaves are almost broken. Now it's my turn to collect interest. He slowly raised his palm, Clusters of purple flames began to leap and coalesce into masses. The flames did not appear scorching but instead carried a bone-chilling cold. It was none other than a void annihilation flame. Since you enjoyed bullying with numbers, Lin Mo's lips curved into a devilish smirk. And let me show you what it's like to be surrounded. He suddenly hurled the purple fireball into the sky. The purple fireball exploded above the canyon, not with a deafening boom, but with a dazzling display of purple sparks, like fireworks. Then, the sparks began to gather and take shape. 1, 2, 10, 50, hundreds, in an instant. Hundreds of flame beasts, formed purely from the annihilating flames, appeared in the sky above the canyon. They came in various forms, some resembling tigers, others lions, and some wolves, each carrying nor of at least the terrifying peak of the third tier. They had no physical bodies, only illusory figures burning with purple flames. These were the flame minions Lin Mo had created using the flames of annihilation. What? Someone exclaimed in shock. Flame beasts. Another person muttered in confusion. He summoned an entire army by himself. Below the canyon, the dozen or so senior students stared at the hundreds of sinister flame beasts in the sky, utterly breaking down. Their eyes were filled with endless despair and fear. Go, Lin Mo, seated calmly in his wheelchair, gently waved his hand toward the fiery army. Give them a spectacular fireworks show. Roared. The hundreds of flame beasts roared in unison, deafening loud. Like meteors, they plummeted toward the senior students below, who had already given up resisting. All the anguished screams echoed throughout the canyon, but were abruptly cut short. The moment they touched the annihilating flames, the seniors' bodies instantly disintegrated into nothingness, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Killed 15 virtual martial artists at the peak of the Tom My Realm. System points acquired. Student points 52,500. 8 series of notifications ran in Lin Mo's mind. He glanced at his points, easily surpassing the 70,000 mark. His ranking soared, entering the top 10. Current rank is for Libier. Though had been flipped away with a single finger, his life force as a condensed crystal realm cultivator was strong enough to keep him from dying immediately. His spirit completely collapsed, staring at the wheelchair-bound demon slowly approaching him, his bloodshot eyes filled with terror, and he let out incoherent gasps. You're a devil. You're truly a devil. Devil? Lin Mo chuckled faintly. Now I'm just a useless support. With that, he extended a finger and lightly tapped Libier's forehead. Pop! Libier's head exploded like a watermelon. Killed 1 virtual martial artist at the early stage of the condensed crystal realm. System points acquired. Student points 10,000. Having finished, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. He lifted the spatial blockade at both ends of the canyon and controlled his wheelchair to slowly leave the now blood-soaked battlefield. But this magnificent fireworks show was broadcasted through the light screens, seen clearly by all the eliminated students and instructors in the training camp square. As if turned to stone, what had they just witnessed? A single person summoning an army, one move to annihilate over a dozen top-tier seniors, a single finger to flick away a condensed crystal realm expert. Could this really be something a newcomer could achieve? Even the usually cold and ruthless instructor Lanzan, standing on the high platform, couldn't hide his shock. His gaze was fixed on the wheelchair-bound figure on the screen as he muttered to himself, just how many secrets is this little guy hiding? Meanwhile, the slaughter in the blood-colored forest continued. Time passed silently. 2 of the 3 days of the grand competition had already gone by. The number of participants in the secret realm had dwindled from over 100 to less than 30. The vast majority had been ruthlessly eliminated in this brutal contest. Those who remained were all determined and powerful elites. At this moment, in the central square of the training camp, a massive virtual screen was divided into dozens of smaller screens, broadcasting the real-time activities of every survivor in the secret realm. All the eliminated participants had gathered here, their expressions complex as they watched the ongoing battles. Some were envious, some jealous, and others filled with unwillingness. Look, Senior Sumu King's points have increased again, breaking 150. 0. That's terrifying. As expected of the top 10 Flame Witch, she single-handedly took down a 5-person team. That Chen Juan is incredible too. His lightning techniques are practically apocalyptic. And then there's that sword fanatic, Li Bai. His sword is so fast you can't even see it. The students discussed furtively, marveling at the performances of these top-tier powerhouses. However, But one they talked about the most wasn't one of these already famous figures, but rather a newcomer they had never paid attention to before, a disabled person in a wheelchair. Look, Lin Mo's points have changed again. Oh my god, 98,000 now. Whose points did he steal this time? He's ranked 5th now, just slightly behind those top monsters. This is unbelievable. A newcomer. A disabled person, how is he doing this? All eyes naturally focused on Lin Mo's screen. In the footage, Lin Mo still appeared calm and composed, maneuvering his wheelchair across a battlefield littered with corpses, collecting spoils of war. Around him lay 7 or 8 bodies of students wearing the same uniform. It was clear they belonged to one of the top 30 veteran teams in the training camp, the Wind God team. While a collective gasp arose from the crowd, by now, everyone was numb to the shock. Ever since the jaw-dropping fireworks shouted days ago, this disabled man named Lin Mo had been dominating the blood-soaked jungle with an inexplicable and overwhelming presence, staging a one-man hunting spectacle. Whether it was powerful virtual beasts or overconfident hunter squads, anyone who caught his attention met the same fate. Their points were rained, and they were mercilessly ejected from the secret realm. He was like a cold and elegant Grim Reaper, leaving no trace of life in his wake. This guy's a monster. I take back what I said about him being a dark horse. He's more like a prehistoric crocodile, here to feast on the fat fish in the newbie village. Xiao Wu Ji is really done for this time, someone said gleefully. Over the past 2 days, Xiao Wu Ji had been frantically searching for Lin Mo. He had even teamed up with several allied squads to form a temporary beam and slaying alliance, vowing to eliminate the troublemaker Lin Mo. He would vanish without a trace. Instead, Xiao Wu Ji's search teams were repeatedly ambushed and counter-killed by Lin Mo. Not only had his points stagnated, but he had also wasted a significant amount of time due to the continuous losses of his subordinates. His ranking had now fallen out of the top 20. Deep within the secret realm, at the base of the Blood Cry Peak, inside a hidden cave, Xiao Wu Ji, consumed by rage, slammed his fist into the rock wall, leaving a deep crater. His face was twisted with fury and violence. Useless. A bunch of useless fools, he roared at his trembling subordinates. Dozens of teams, nearly 50 people, and you couldn't even catch a glimpse of a disabled man. It's so many of you were counter-killed. You've completely disgraced the Heavenly King Society. The subordinates lowered their heads in silence, not daring to speak. They were helpless too. It wasn't for lack of effort. But Lin Mo was simply too elusive. He moved through the jungle like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. His strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. Almost every team that tried to challenge him was wiped out without even catching a glimpse of him. In short, the ways of death varied, but all were inexplicably horrifying and impossible to defend against. This left the Demon Slayer Alliance in a state of panic. Many teams quietly withdrew from the alliance. "Brother Xiao, what do we do now?" a subordinate cautiously asked. "That Lin Mo is too monstrous. Should we keep pursuing him?" "Pursue? What a pursue?" Xiao Wu Ji's eyes gleamed with a crazed, killing intent. The more arrogant he is, the more it shows he's guilty. He must have used some forbidden technique that gave him this power temporarily. This kind of power won't last long. He's definitely just putting on a strong front now. Once we find him, he's dead for sure. Hatred and jealousy clouded Xiao Wu Ji's judgment. He couldn't accept that someone he looked down on, a cripple, had risen above him. So he attributed everything to Lin Mo using some sinister forbidden technique. Just then, a subordinate responsible for scouting the cave entrance rushed in. Panicked, Brother Xiao, something's wrong." He pointed outside in terror. That Lin Mo, he's here." "What?" Xiao Wu Ji was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with wild joy. What a heaven-sent opportunity. Instead of running, he walked right into the trap. He actually dares to deliver himself to us. "Brothers, grab your weapons. Today marks the end of this cripple." At Xiao Wu Ji's command, he led his remaining 7 or 8 followers out of the cave with great momentum. On the open ground outside the cave, Lin Mo sat calmly in his wheelchair. Behind him stood a people Qin Hao Yan, dressed in black stealth gear and holding a sharp sword exuding a fierce aura, and Lei Yu, carrying a massive hammer and shield, his face brimming with excitement and his body radiating a fiery battle spirit. They had finally regrouped. "Xiao Wu Ji." Lin Mo raised his head, looking at the shocked Xiao Wu Ji with a bright smile. "I'm here to settle the score." "Settle the score?" Xiao Wu Ji froze, and burst into laughter as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. "Lin Mo, oh Lin Mo, have you lost your mind? Just the 3 of you. and you dare to come looking for trouble with me. I admit, you're somewhat capable, but in the face of my absolute strength, all your schemes are useless. He let out a loud shout. Boom! The powerful aura of a minced-age, condensed crystal realm cultivator erupted instantly. Today, I'll make sure the three of you are driven out of here. The followers behind him also drew their weapons, grinning viciously as they surrounded the trio. They were confident that Lin Mo and his companions were as good as dead. However, in the face of Xiao Wu Ji's terrifying aura, neither Qin Hao Yan nor Lei Yu even furrowed their brows. They looked at Xiao Wu Ji as if he were a fool. This guy is so pitiful, Lei Yu whispered to Qin Hao Yan. Qin Hao Yan nodded. He has no idea what he's up against. Although the conversation was quiet, Xiao Wu Ji heard it clearly and felt utterly insulted. Still talking bid when they're about to die. He roared, his figure flashing as he lunged at Lin Mo. He intended to personally strangle this cripple to death. However, just as he moved, a figure moved even faster. Your opponent is me, Lei Yu shouted, charging forward with his blazing warhammer, courting death. Contempt flashed in Xiao Wu Ji's eyes. A mere novice-level girl dared to block his path. Without a second glance, he swung a punch at Lei Yu. He was confident that this punch would turn the overconfident girl into a bloody pulp. Simply raising the Guardian's bulwark shield in her left hand to meet the attack head-on. Bang! A deafening crash. Xiao Wu Ji's fist slammed fiercely into the indestructible giant shield. A violent shockwave erupted from the two at the center, surging outward in all directions. The sinister grin on Xiao Wu Ji's face froze instantly. He felt as if his fist had struck an iron wall. A powerful counterforce reverberating back at him. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. Xiao Wu Ji let out a miserable scream as the recoil sent him flying backward. Crashing heavily to the ground, his once proud right arm was now twisted and defoiled, with stark white bone piercing through the skin, exposed to the air. Just one move. Xiao Wu Ji, a mid-stage condensed crystal realm cultivator, had his right arm destroyed by Lei Yu, who was only at the late-stage pulse-opening realm. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned by the shocking sight before them. Xiao Wu Ji's lackeys stood as if petrified, their faces filled with disbelief. Could this be possible? Brother Xiao was a mid-stage condensed crystal realm expert. How could he be crippled in one move by a mere beginner-level girl? They rubbed their eyes, doubting what they had just witnessed. Xiao Wu Ji himself lay on the ground, clutching his completely ruined arm, letting out cries of pain and despair. And he had lost so decisively, defeated so effortlessly. The strength he had always prided himself on was nothing but a joke in front of Lei Yu's solid and unyielding shield. Absolutely impossible, he roared desperately. What kind of monster are you? Monster? Lei Yu, carrying her shield, walked toward him step by step. She looked out at him from above, her expression innocent and harmless, tilting her head slightly, her eyes blinking. I'm no monster, she said softly. I'm just an ordinary beautiful warrior girl. This adorable to me, in the eyes of Xiao Wu Ji and his lackeys, was more terrifying than the most fearsome demon. The beautiful warrior girl. Who had ever seen such a ruthless, beautiful warrior girl? She had destroyed the arm of a condensed crystal realm expert with just a shield. If she had used her hammer, he would have been reduced to a pile of minced meat in seconds. Now, do you still think your fist is so tough? Lei Yu asked mockingly. Xiao Wu Ji's face alternated between pale and flushed. Tough? What a joke. His hand was nearly shattered. What are you all standing there for? Xiao Wu Ji roared, shouting angrily at his still dazed lackeys. Attack! All of you, attack! Kill them for me. Kill them all. He had completely lost his mind. But his lackeys, faced with the command, only exchanged hesitant glances. No one dared to move. Charged to their deaths, even their mid-stage condensed crystal realm leader had been taken down in seconds. They, mere pulse-opening realm cultivators, would just be cannon fodder. Useless trash. Xiao Wu Ji was furious, spitting out a mouthful of blood and rage. If you won't go, then I will. Qin Hao Yan's figure suddenly appeared behind the lackeys, his longs were emitting a crisp pull. Beams of sword light shot out like meteors, radiant sword technique falling stars. Not good. The lackeys, sensing danger, turned to defend themselves, but it was too late. Qin Hao Yan's speed was so fast that they couldn't react in time. The flash of the blade swept through, accompanied by the sound of flesh being pierced repeatedly. Blood craved like blooming flowers. and the lackeys' faces were filled with terror and unwillingness as their bodies collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Student points 3,000, 200 student points 3,000, 500 in the blink of an eye. Xiao Wu Ji was left all alone. Then at the two figures before him, who seemed like gods and demons, fear finally appeared in his eyes. Truly scared, he finally understood that the people he had provoked were not ordinary newcomers. They were terrifying beings capable of overturning the entire training camp. Now, don't kill me. He abandoned his ridiculous pride, kneeling like a dog and begging for mercy. I was really wrong. I'll give you all my points. Just please spare me this time, he pleaded, using his still functional left hand to slap himself repeatedly, the sound echoing sharply. This was the so-called strong man, the Xiao Wu Ji who once stood high above them. What a joke. It didn't make a move. Knowing this man was no longer worth it, his fate would be decided by someone else. Both of them turned their gaze to Lin Mo, who sat quietly in his wheelchair. Seemingly an outsider, Lin Mo maneuvered his wheelchair, slowly approaching Xiao Wu Ji, simply staring at him. His gaze was as calm as if he were looking at a living corpse. Lin Mo, Jr. Xiao Wu Ji's heart raced in fear under that gaze, his voice trembling. I failed to recognize a hero and offended you. I'll count out to apologize. With that, he bowed his head heavily to the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. The sound of his cow whining echoed harshly in his silent cave, yet Lin Mo remained expressionless. He slowly raised his hand. No, don't. Xiao Wu Ji was so terrified he couldn't even beg for mercy. Lin Mo gently placed his hand on Xiao Wu Ji's head, his voice soft, tinged with a trace of pity. Actually, you don't need to be so afraid of me. After all, I'm just a powerless support. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible yet immense force erupted from his palm. Dimensional banishment. Xiao Wu Ji's body froze, his eyes filled with terror. In his pupils, a rapidly expanding pitch-black vortex appeared. He couldn't even let out a scream for help. In an instant, his entire body was swallowed by the dark vortex, disappearing into the endless dimensional rift without leaving a trace. Ding! Killed him in stage crystal condensation realm virtual martial artist 3 points 25. Lynn Mo watched as his points skyrocketed to nearly 150,000, nodding in satisfaction. His ranking instantly jumped to 2nd place, just behind the ever-dominant Flame Witch, Sumu King. Done. Mission complete. Lin Mo clapped his hands, turning his wheelchair around. The biggest fish in this forest has been dealt with. The rest are just small fry. Not worth the effort. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu nodded in agreement, following closely behind Lin Mo. A terrifying existence who could effortlessly eliminate a combat expert in seconds. Following him, how could they not achieve great things? The 3 of them no longer bothered with other students, as it was unnecessary. Their card points were more than enough to secure his spot in the top 3. From then on, they began leisurely exploring the blood-red forest. When hungry, they casually hunted a 4th-tier beast to fill their stomachs. When thirsty, they used spatial abilities to conjure a pool of pure water. When tired, they found a scenic cave to sleep comfortably. Their leisurely demeanor stood in stark contrast to the other students still desperately fighting for points and survival. The people in the square were utterly dumbfounded watching this scene. Was this a life-and-death competition? It looked more like a vacation. Could the gap between people really be this vast? Even Instructor Longzhan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, seeing their arrogant and carefree behavior. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 3-day quarterly competition reached its final moment. Remaining time 0. 01. M0 as the countdown hit 0. All surviving students were enveloped in a white light. Transported back to the central square of the training camp, the white light dissipated. 27 fortunate individuals who survived the blood-ring forest reappeared in the central square, the lingering scent of blood and killing intent clinging to them, their gazes sharper and more resolute. Clearly, the brutal 3 days of combat had transformed them completely. However, when they saw Lin Mo sitting in a wheelchair, so clean that there wasn't a speck of dust on him, and behind him, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu looking radiant as if they had just returned from a vacation. Everyone displayed complex and incomprehensible expressions. These people, did they really participate in a life-and-death competition? Why did it feel like they went on a shopping vacation instead? And his stern gaze swept over every survivor below, lingering a few extra seconds on Lin Mo and his group of 3. First of all, congratulations to you all. 27 of the era have survived the blood forest. His voice remained calm and authoritative. You are proven with your strength and courage that you are true geniuses and strong warriors. You are qualified to continue staying in the genius training camp. Hearing this, the surviving trainees' faces lit up with genuine pride and satisfaction. They straightened their backs, basking in the admiring gazes of those who had been eliminated. As for those who were eliminated, Long Zan's tone suddenly shifted, becoming extremely stern. Whether it was due to lack of strength or bad luck, a loss is a loss. The genius training camp does not tolerate the weak. Now the last 10 rape trainees stepped forward. The faces of those 10 trainees instantly turned pale. Their bodies trembled slightly, their eyes filled with despair and unwillingness, but they dared not disobey. Under Long Zan's cold gaze, they struggled to step out from a crowd, heads hanging low like defeated roosters. At least you still have some backbone, Long Zan nodded. Remember the taste of failure today. After leaving the training camp, you can choose to return to your original military district or join various federal institutions. The Federation will not abandon any warrior who has fought for it, but the doors of a genius training camp will forever be closed to you. Pack your things and leave. Long Zan's words delivered the final verdict. The 10 trainees bowed deeply to Long Zan and the high platform, and turned and silently left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. They departed this once highly coveted sanctuary for geniuses in desolation. As their figures gradually disappeared into the distance, the square fell silent. 8 cants of indescribable sympathy and regret welled up in everyone's hearts. This was the harsh reality of the genius training camp. Here, survival of the fittest was the rule, and only the strongest could remain. In this place, no one was absolutely safe. All right, stop dwelling in sadness. Long Zan's voice rang out again, pulling everyone back from their complex emotions. Now, I'll announce the final rankings and rewards for this quarter's competition. His words instantly made every survivor's heart leap into their throats. The most exciting moment had finally arrived. A massive virtual light screen slowly unfolded above the square. The golden, shimmering leaderboard appeared before everyone's eyes. Genius Training Camp Third Core Competition Final Points Leaderboard. Everyone instinctively started reading from the bottom up. 27th place. Sun Hao, points 8,500. The young Sun Hao, who had been saved by Lei Yu, let out a sigh of relief when he saw his name. Although he was in last place, at least he was still alive. A look of relief appeared on his face. 26th place. The names on the leaderboard scrolled one by one, and soon it reached the top 10. Everyone's breathing became rapid, because the top 10 would earn the precious qualification to enter the ancient sword to secret realm. 10th place. Chen Juan, points 85,000. Yes, I made it into the top 10. Chen Juan, known for his mastery of lightning techniques, excitedly pumped his fist. 9th place. Sword enthusiast Li Bai, points 89,000. 8th place. One name after another was announced. Each name belonged to a well-known powerhouse in the training camp. It was tied for the top 3. The entire crowd held their breath, their hearts racing. Everyone wanted to know who would claim the top spot this time. Those 3 exceptionally talented freshmen, how high can they soar? 125,000. Qin Haoyan actually got 3rd place. Oh my god, a newcomer taking 3rd place in their first competition. That's incredible. 125,000 points. Just how many beasts did he kill? And how many resources did he seize? Exclamations of shock echoed across the square. When Lei Yu had taken 4th place, the reaction had been similar. Qin Haoyan looked at his ranking, a flash of excitement and pride in his eyes. He knew this achievement was largely thanks to the help of Lynn, Mo, and Lei Yu, but securing 3rd place was enough to curb his strength. Qin Sissy, Lei Yu teased with a playful grin, patting him on the shoulder. Qin Haoyan's face darkened. Call me Sissy one more time, and I'll throw your hammer into the toilet. You're so petty. Lei Yu pouted. As the two bickered, the leaderboard continued to scroll. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the glowing screen. Who would take 2nd place? Would it be the equally monstrous and violent little lowly Lei Yu, or the reigning champion, the flame which Sumu King? The answer was revealed soon enough. 2nd place. Lin Mo, points 148,000. When the name Lin Mo appeared in 2nd place, the entire square fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they stared at the boy still sitting in a wheelchair. 2nd place, a newcomer, a disabled person. He actually took 2nd place in the quarterly competition. This had to be a joke, however. Lin Mo, the focus of everyone's attention, merely frowned slightly. He looked at his ranking. A trace of dissatisfaction on his face. TCH, only second. Looks like I didn't kill enough. Those words weren't loud. Those nearby heard them clearly. Fefte Fure, student standing closest, nearly spat out blood. Dude, are you trying to make us feel worthless? It's your first competition, and you scored nearly 150,000 points. Yet you're still not satisfied? Do you want to ascend to the heavens? Everyone's mouths twitched uncontrollably, feeling as though they'd lived in a completely different world from Lin Mo. At that moment, the leaderboard finally scrolled to the very top. The long-awaited first place. First place. Sumu King, points 148,500 when Sumu King's name and score appeared. The square once again fell into an eerie silence. All eyes darted back and forth between her and Lin Mo's scores 148,500, 148,000. The difference was only 500 points. Just 500 points. That tiny gap. The underestimated, disabled newcomer had almost dethroned the reigning champion, the flame which Sumu King, who had held the title for several consecutive competitions. Oh my god, someone finally broke the silence with an expletive, shattering the stillness. The square erupted like a powder keg. Only 500 points short. What a pity. If Lin Mo had killed just one more Tier 3 beast, could he have overtaken her? Overtake? Don't be naive. Do you think Senior Sumu King is easy to beat? She definitely held back at the end. True, but Lin Mo is already incredible. To push Sumu King this far, he's the first to ever do it. All eyes naturally turned to the cold and stunning woman in the fiery red battle suit. Sumu King leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her face devoid of a joy one might expect from a champion. Instead, her expression was heavy. Her gaze pierced through the crowd, locking out of the boy in the wheelchair. Her eyes seemed to see straight into his soul. Lin Mo seemed to sense her gaze and slowly lifted his head to meet her eyes. Their gazes collided not with sparks or hostility, but with mutual respect and calmness between hearers. "You are impressive," Sumu King said softly, her voice audible only to the two of them. "So are you," Lin Mo replied with a silent smile. This silent duel quietly came to an end. Sumu King withdrew her gaze, the corners of her lips curving upward slightly. Interesting. The training camp was finally getting exciting. All right. The rankings have been announced. From the high platform came Lanzan's voice. Now, the rewards will be distributed. All students who made it into the top 10 will be granted access to the Ancient Sword's secret realm, which will open in 3 days. Additionally, Lanzan's gaze swept over the top 3. Third place, Qin Hao Yan, is awarded 30,000 points. Second place, Lin Mo, is awarded 50,000 points. First place, Sumu King, is awarded 100,000 points. The crowd erupted once again. A reward of 100,000 points was incredibly generous. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu beamed with crescent-shaped smiles as they looked at their increased points. Only Lin Mo, staring at his 50,000 points, pouted and said, "TSK, if I had known, I would be pushed a bit harder to get those extra 500 points." His plain humble after gaining an advantage attitude left those around him speechless. This concludes the quarterly competition. Everyone is dismissed. In 3 days, the top 10 students will gather here to prepare for entry into the Ancient Sword Temple. After Lanzan finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the high platform. Lin Mo, this name, was destined to spread throughout the entire genius training camp from today onward. Lin Mo, Qin Hao Yan, and Lei Yu, 3 new faces, became the talk of everyone during their meals. Especially Lin Mo, the boy in a wheelchair who had claimed second place with an almost overwhelming performance. He completely overturned everyone's perception of disabilities and newcomers. Monster, genius, madman, none of these titles were enough to describe his strength. A saying began circulating in a training camp: there are 2 types of students, ordinary students and Lin Mo, in a shabby dormitory in Zone F. Cheers. Lei Yu raised her cup, her face full of excitement. Qin Hao Yan and Lin Mo also smiled as they clinked their cups together. The light clink of their glasses filled the room with joy. Today was amazing. Lei Yu down heard rink in one go and wiped her mouth boldly. Not only did we all make it into the top 4, but we also stopped a Xiao Wu Ji. Did you see the looks on the faces of those who got eliminated? They looked at us like they'd seen ghosts. No one will dare underestimate us anymore. It feels so good. Qin Hao Yan Calden, he stopped smiling. Student Qin Hao Yan, 99 current rank 3 points balance. 155,155,000 points. Third place. This result was something he had never even dared to dream of before. And all of this was just the beginning. Lin Mo, this time, it is all thanks to you. Hao Yan looked at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with heartfelt gratitude. He knew that without Lin Mo's help, they wouldn't have even made it into the top 50. Let alone the top 3, they would have been eliminated early on. No need to be so polite. Lin Mo waved his hand lightly, his expression calm. Our team. That's right, we raid the Divine Demon Squad. Lei Yu shouted loudly from his side. This team name was something she had just come up with. She said Lin Mo was like a demon, while she and Qin Hao Yan were like gods. They were divine and demonic, perfectly fitting the phrase, if gods block, slay gods, if demons block, slay demons. It sounded incredibly cool. Qin Hao Yan had initially resisted this somewhat juvenile name, but under the threat of Lei Yu's raised hammer, he reluctantly gave in. By the way, Lin Mo, Qin Hao Yan suddenly remembered something and asked, what exactly is the ancient sword to secret realm? Why does everyone want to go there so badly? Lei Yu also leaned in, full of curiosity. Just hearing the name makes it sound amazing. Lin Mo fell into thought. Memories of a dated ISK given to him by Wang Tai's Han and the detailed records from the Federation's first military academy surfacing in his mind. The ancient sword tomb is an A-level advanced secret realm discovered by the Federation 100 years ago. More importantly, he paused, his expression turning serious. Buried there are tens of thousands of ancient divine swords. From ordinary spirit swords to magic swords, and even the legendary celestial swords. Each sword possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu both gasped. Especially Qin Hao Yan, as a swordsman, the word celestial sword made his breathing involuntarily quicken. His eyes burned with intense desire and excitement. If he contained an ancient celestial sword, his strength would undergo a monumental transformation. Lin Mo continued, those ancient divine swords all have their own sword spirits and consciousness. They choose their own masters. Only those they recognize can become their owners. Moreover, the sword tomb is filled with dangers. The intense sword intent within will exert immense pressure on the minds of those who wear. At best, will suffer mental collapse, and at worst, their souls will scatter on the spot. Additionally, there are sword slaves and sword demons formed from sword intent and resentment inside. They are incredibly powerful and are the most dangerous enemies in the secret realm. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's expressions turned exceptionally serious. This ancient sword tomb was both a treasure trove of opportunities and a battlefield of life and death. Afraid? Lin Mo looked at them and smiled. Afraid? Lei Yu puffed out her chest and said loudly, the word fear has never existed in my dictionary. What about sword intent? Watch me smash it all with one hammer. Well said. Qin Hao Yan's eyes reignited with blazing determination. The greater the opportunity, we must conquer this ancient sword tomb. Very good, Lin Mo nodded. And let's make the most of these last 3 days. Prepare with all our might, and just to our best state, all right. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu responded in unison. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, Lin Mo, Qin Hao Yan, Lei Yu, Sumu King, and 6 other students who had secured the top 10 spots in the competition gathered punctually at the Central Plaza. Who looked scholarly? Everyone's here. Wang Zan scanned the 10 of them and nodded. This is Drive. Lei from the Academy's Secret Realm Research Institute. He is responsible for the activation and maintenance of the ancient sword tomb secret realm this time. Lei, everyone greeted in unison. Dr. Li smiled and adjusted his glasses. His gaze curious and scrutinizing, as if looking at 10 lab mice about to be placed on an experiment table. After 12 hours, regardless of whether you obtained anything, you must leave immediately, otherwise. If you are caught in a spatial turbulence, even the strongest experts won't escape death. Do you all understand? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Good, Dr. Lee nodded in satisfaction. He pulled out a silver device resembling a remote control from his pocket and slowly pressed a button. This time it wasn't a teleportation array, but a 10-meter all-spatial gate formed entirely of pure energy. Inside the gate was a darkness as deep as the starry sky, exuding an ancient and sharp aura that seemed capable of tearing through souls. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. Even this faint aura made their skin tingle. It was unimaginable how terrifying the world beyond the gate would be. The ancient sword tomb is now open. Longzhan said steadily. Remember, you only have 12 hours. Now, go in. Good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu King, who was at the front, stepped into the spatial gate without a moment's hesitation. Her figure was instantly swallowed by the darkness. Close behind were Lin Mo, Qin Hao Yan, Lei Yu, 10 genius trainees, one after another, stepping into the ancient sword tomb filled with unknowns and dangers. Time flowed, stars shifted. When their feet once again felt solid ground, they were already in another world. This place was bleak and deathly silent, a sky leaden and dim, devoid of sun or clouds, with only a pale, blood-red crescent moon hanging high above. The ground was dark red, as if soaked in blood, and the cracked turf was littered with countless broken ancient swords. Some blades were rusted, some were chipped and jagged, and some were merely half a hilt standing alone. All of them told of the bloody and brutal history that had unfolded here. Ugh. A trainee ranked lower among them, and just stepped onto the land, where he couldn't help but let out a pained groan, as if countless invisible swords were madly piercing his mental sea. He wasn't the only one. Soon after, 2 or 3 others showed the same pained expressions, staggering as they quickly sat cross-legged, channeling their techniques with all their might to resist the terrifying mental pressure. This was the ancient sword tomb, just standing still required and enduring the frenzied assault of ancient sword intent. A moment of weakness and willpower would lead to lifelong regret. NPH. Sumu King let out a cold snort, and a layer of fiery rain, elemental energy surged around her. The invisible sword intent was instantly burned away. Her face remained solemn, clearly showing that the environment was no small pressure even for her. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were also struggling. Lei Yu gritted her teeth. Her S-ranked Allen Titan battle phase activating automatically, with golden battle patterns emerging on her skin. She widened her eyes, relying on her raw physique and willpower to forcibly resist the erosion of the sword intent. Her head felt like it was being pierced by countless needles, the pain unbearable. Damn it, these old bones still won't rest in peace. She muttered under her breath, her expression growing even more resolute. That was her personality. The greater the pressure, the fiercer her resistance. As a swordsman, Qin Hao Yan's feelings were more complex. A sharp sword intent brought him immense pressure, but it also caused his S-ranked Alan Tradian's sword mastering to resonate in a peculiar way. He seemed to hear countless unyielding sword souls roaring silently between heaven and earth. In that moment, his fighting spirit was completely ignited. Lin Mo, how are you? Qin Hao Yan asked with concern while resisting the sword intent, glancing at Lin Mo beside him. After all, Lin Mo was a support type and physically the most fragile. But what he saw was Lin Mo's calm and composed expression. Lin Mo remained seated in his wheelchair, as if the soul-tearing sword intent around him was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Lin Mo said with a light smile, appearing relaxed. To be honest, he really was fine. With 46,000 points of mental strength and 120,000 points of defense, even the domain pressure of a true powerhouse would feel like a relaxing massage to him. Of course, he would never say that. He maintained the image of being frail and in need of care. He furrowed his brows just enough and showed a hint of pain. The sword intent is strong, my head hurts a bit, but I can manage. Seeing his act of feigned resilience, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu felt both admiration and heartache. Truly, Lin Mo. Even in this hellish place, he could remain so composed. Just then, the situation changed. Roar. Not far away, the broken swords embedded in the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. As if drawn by an invisible force, they broke free from the earth and flew into the air, converging and merging. A massive humanoid monster formed from dozens of broken swords appeared before them. In its hollow eye sockets burned faint green, ghostly flames, staring intently at the nearest trainee. Early stage of gathering essence realm ability resentful sword key. It's a sword slave. Everyone, be careful. Someone exclaimed in alarm. The targeted trainee was terrified, desperately turning to flee. The sword slave was faster. Whoosh! The sword slave transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing in front of the trainee. Its arm, made of broken swords, turned into a sharp blade, slashing fiercely at the trainee's neck with a piercing sound of cutting through the air. It's over. Despair filled the trainee's eyes. At this critical moment, a cold and clear voice rang out. A fiery red figure flashed like lightning, blocking in front of the trainee. It was Sumu King, the crimson whip in her hand, like a spirit snake emerging from its hole, carried blazing flames, and precisely coiled around the sword slave's slashing blade. Break for me, Sumu King flicked her wrist. Boom! Intense flames erupted along the whip, and the arm made of broken swords instantly exploded into fragments, scattering in all directions. With one move, she easily disabled one of the sword slave's arms. No wonder she was the top-ranked flame witch. Her strength was astonishing, but the sword slave seemed to feel no pain. Its other arm transformed into a blade, stabbing at Sumu King's heart from an even trickier angle. Sumu King's eyes turned cold instead of retreating. She advanced, her figure flickering as she closed in on the sword slave. Blazing flames. Consume. Boom! Even more terrifying flames erupted from her body. The sword slave, at the early stage of the gathering essence realm, had no time to resist and was engulfed by the raging fire. A few seconds later, it melted into a pool of molten iron. Trainee Point 600 day notification popped up on Sumu King's terminal. Without sparing a glance at the rescued trainee, she turned and walked deeper into the sword tomb. Her goal was clear: the legendary celestial sword. The other strong contenders also took action, heading in different directions. They were both companions and competitors. Let's move too, Ken Hao Yan said. All right, Lin Mo nodded. The three formed a team and slowly advanced toward the heart of the sword tomb. Lin Mo maneuvered his wheelchair, outwardly scanning the surroundings vigilantly. But in reality, his omniversal perception had already scanned everything within dozens of kilometers like radar. Spirit swords, magic swords. To Ken Hao Yan and Lei Yu, these might be exceptional treasures. But to Lin Mo, they were nothing more than scrap metal. His goal had never been these, he sought something far more valuable. For instance, the core of the sword tomb, the energy source of the secret realm. Every secret realm had an energy core. The benefits far surpassed any celestial sword. At this moment, Lin Mo's brow slightly furrowed. His omniversal perception detected an extremely faint yet immense life force deep within the sword tomb. That force field resembled an ancient beast in slumber, quietly lurking in the darkness. There was no mention of this existence in the Federation's records. Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Lin Mo's lips. It seemed his treasure hunt wouldn't be so dull after all. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding sword ore grew sharper. Along the way, waves of sword slave attacks came one after another, but they were merely low-level enemies, not requiring Lin Mo to act. Ken Hao Yan and Lei Yu worked seamlessly together, one focusing on offense and the other on offense, easily clearing out the sword slaves. Lei Yu exclaimed joyfully after smashing a sword slave into an iron pancake and watching her points soar. Ken Hao Yan said, cutting down a sneaky sword slave with a single strike. The deeper we go, the greater the danger. These sword slaves are just low-level appetizers. What's there to fear? Lei Yu's warned her hammer nonchalantly. Whatever monsters or demons come, I'll smash them to pieces with one strike. Watching Lei Yu's fiery battle spirit, Ken Hao Yan shook his head helplessly. This hot-headed girl only had fighting on her mind. Just then, their leader, Chen suddenly stopped. He stared excitedly at a cyan wandsworth embedded in the ground, not far ahead. A sword. The sword was entirely crafted from cyan crystal, with faint arcs of electricity flickering among its blade. A pure thunder, a synergy emanated from the sword. This is a thunder, a rebuked spirit sword. My breathing instantly quickened, as a lightning element talent. This sword feels like it was tailor-made for me. I quickly stepped forward, reaching out to grab the hilt. Ken Hao Yan warned me, but it was too late. Just as my hand was about to touch the hilt bars, the cyan longsworth suddenly erupted with dazzling lightning. A phantom form of thunder emerged from the sword, wielding an identical cyan longsworth, and thrust directly at my forehead. This was the trial of a sword spirit. Only by passing the trial could I earn its recognition and become its true master. As blinding lightning burst from my body and I charged forward, the clash of thunder erupted instantly. But two figures turned into two bolts of lightning, colliding fiercely on the spot. The surrounding train is all stopped in their tracks, standing aside and watching intently, their eyes filled with envy. Treasures were everywhere in an A-rate secret realm. Lei Yu remarked with great interest from the side. I just wonder if this sword is tougher than my hammer. Ken Hao Yan said nothing, but his gaze kept scanning the surrounding sword mates. He, too, felt a force silently calling to him in this area. His eyes locked onto a low-lying pit not far away. There, an ancient sword was slanted into the ground. It looked utterly unremarkable. Its blade was dull, covered in cracks, and seemed like it would shatter with a light touch. But Ken Hao Yan could clearly feel that the calling was coming from this ancient sword. His heartbeat quickened. and his intuition told him that this sword was anything but ordinary. Without making a sound, he quietly approached the ancient sword, just as he was about to draw at him. The grating voice came from behind. "Isn't this the young master of a Qin family? What taken a liking to this broken sword?" I turned around to see a tall, thin young man with a sinister look in his eyes, smirking mockingly at me. The cousin of Xiao Wu Ji, who had been eliminated earlier. He was also a veteran powerhouse in the training camp, ranked around 20th. I hadn't expected him to make it into the top 10. Zhao Xin was accompanied by two other trainees, clearly following his lead. "What? Interested in it?" I asked coldly, raising an eyebrow. "A nearly broken sword? I'm not interested," Zhao Xin sneered. "I'm just curious how the young master of the Qin family could have such poor taste. But since you like it, I insist on taking it." A glint of greed and resentment flashed in his eyes. His brother Xiao Wu Ji had been humiliated by Lynn, Mo and his group, becoming a laughingstock of the training camp. He had never forgotten this grudge. Now, with a chance to torment me, he certainly wouldn't let it slip by. As he spoke, he stepped toward the ancient sword, reaching out to grab it. Courting death, a cold light flashed in my eyes, and without hesitation, I thrust my longsworth. Radiant sword technique meteor. A blinding sword light shot straight for Zhao Xian's throat. I was expecting that. Zhao Xin sneered, his figure flickering as he easily dodged the attack. The two companions behind him immediately attacked, flanking me from both sides. The chaotic battle was about to erupt. Just then, one of Zhao Xi's companions slipped, losing control and tumbling toward an ear by pile of sword remains. Squelch! Like a skewer, he was impaled by 7 or 8 broken swords, pierced through completely. He didn't even have time to scream before turning into white light and being teleported out of the secret realm. Trainee points for Thals, and the sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Zhao Xian's face changed drastically. Slipped? The other companion was equally dumbfounded. What a ridiculous way to die. But the story wasn't over. While he was still in shock, a massive boulder above him quietly loosened. Boom! The 1,000-pound boulder, accompanied by a howling wind, came crashing down toward his head. His companion was so terrified that he scrambled to escape, but it was too late. Boom! The boulder crushed him into a pulp, and he disappeared in a flash of white light. In an instant, Zhao Xin was left all alone. He froze, feeling a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. What on earth is going on? An accident. What a joke. How could there be such a coincidental accident? Zhao Xin abruptly turned his head, staring at Lin Mo, who had been quietly sitting in a wheelchair the entire time. Lin Mo looked at him innocently, even with a hint of sympathy. His Zhao Xin drew, in a sharp breath, a terrified thought quickly surfacing in his mind. It must be him. It was definitely his doing. This cripple was in help her at all. He was a demon manipulating accidents. Yu Zhaozhen pointed at Lin Mo, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. What about me? Lin Mo looked confused. Zhaozhen tried to argue, but suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet give way. Looking down, he saw a bottomless pit had appeared beneath him, filled with swords gleaming coldly. With a scream, Zhao Xin was instantly swallowed by the pit of swords. A flash of white light, and the surroundings returned to silence. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were stunned, exchanging glances filled with indescribable confusion. Although there was no concrete evidence, they cowed and shake the feeling that Lin Mo was somehow involved in this. We must be careful. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu both rolled their eyes inwardly. You muddle-headed old man, you ray far from innocent. Qin Hao Yan stopped dwelling on it and approached an ancient sword. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the hilt, but instantly, a sword far stronger than Chen Zhuan's spirit sword surged into his mind. As seen before it shifted, and Qin Hao Yan found himself on an ancient battlefield littered with corpses. A general clad in tattered armor, holding an ancient sword, stared coldly at him. Want to become my master? Defeat me first. The general roared, his body transforming into a blood-red shadow that lunged at him. Qin Hao Yan's eyes sharpened, showing no fear. The sword in his hand emitted a clear, resonant hum. Fight! A battle transcending millennia erupted in the spiritual realm. At that moment, the swordton began to tremble violently. A sinister aura, 100 times more terrifying than all the previous sword slaves combined, erupted from deep underground. A monstrous being, over 10 meters tall, engulfed in black flames, and composed of countless cursed swords, slowly rose from the horizon. The sword demon. It had awakened. The sword demon resembled a ghostly fiend from the abyss, its body formed of twisted, broken swords. Black resentment burned like flames, scorching the air with a piercing sound. It had no distinct face, only a grotesque head pieced together from countless sword hilts. In its hollow eye sockets, crimson light flickered, capable of freezing one's soul. Name Tier 3 Sword Demon. Virtual Strength, Peak Crystal Condensation, Realm Abilities, Demon Sword Domain. Resentment Shockwave, myriad swords as one as it stood. The oppressive aura it emitted made everyone present struggle to breathe, as if a massive mountain was crushing their hearts. What is this terrifying thing? Liu gripped her shield tightly, her expression extremely grave. She felt that this creature before her was far stronger than any enemy they had encountered before. Even with her S-rank talent Titan battle physique, she felt shaken at this moment. It's the sword demon. Chen, who had just subdued the Thunder Spirit sword, exclaimed in shock, his face pale with fear. The Federation's records say the sword demon only appears in the core of the sword tomb. Why is it here? Her gaze was fixed on the approaching sword demon, her muscles taut beneath her fiery reed combat suit. Peak Crystal Condensation Realm. This was far beyond the limits of everyone present. Even the strongest among them, Sumu King, had only just stepped into the early stage of the crystal condensation realm. Roar. The sword demon let out an unbearably piercing roar, a sound like countless vengeful spirits wailing in agony, directly striking the soul. The two trained eased closest to it showed no reaction, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed, their figures turning into white light and being teleported out of the secret realm. Their spirits had been crushed on the spot by the resentment impact. Damn it! Sumu King's expression changed as she shouted sharply, "Everyone, gather around me," and from a defensive formation. The remaining 5 or 6 trainees, still shaken, scrambled to gather quickly. Fear and despair were written all over their faces. What do we do? Would Teddy possibly beat it? Should we retreat for now? Retreat? Where to? Panic spread like a virus among the group. Silence. Sumu King shouted sternly, instantly suppressing the chaos. She coldly swept her gaze over everyone. Giving up now is a dead end. We, the 10 of us, are the top geniuses of the entire training camp. If even we lose confidence, who else can defeat it? Follow my command. We absolutely have a chance to fight it. Sumu King's words were like a shot of adrenaline, reigniting the hearts on the verge of collapse. That is right. They were geniuses, the future of the Federation. How could they be scared into retreat by a virtual monster? Chen gritted his teeth, the thunder spirits oared in his hand crackling with electricity. Let us fight. Fight to the end. The fighting spirit reignited in everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, Lin, the weakest of the group, quietly stayed at the back. He maneuvered his wheelchair, his face heavy, but his heart calm, even slightly amused. His omniversal perception had already scanned the sword demon inside and out. Tier 3, Sword Demon. Virtual Power Crystal Condensation. Peak Weakness Core is a shattered ancient celestial sword fragment, overloaded with resentment. Mental essence, extremely chaotic and fragile. The weakness was found, and it was fatal. Fragile mental essence. It was practically calling out to someone with 46,000 mental power like him, a big sign inviting him to strike. To others, the sword demon might seem like a ghostly terror, but to Lin, it was nothing more than a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. This feast could earn him a large amount of system points and training camp credits. But now wasn't the time to act. He had to wait. Wait for the perfect moment. Wait for an opportunity to reverse the situation as a support role. Shock everyone, yet not reveal his true strength. It's coming. The sword demon had already charged at the group. Its massive claws, formed from broken swords, carried an overwhelming force as they slammed down. Scatter. Sumu King shouted, a figure flashing as she took the initiative to meet the attack head-on. Flame Tornado. The crimson whip in her hand transformed into a raging fire dragon, roaring as it coiled around the sword demon's claws. Boom! Flames collided with black energy, and a massive energy shockwave swept wildly across the surroundings. Sumu King was sent flying by the force, tracing a pitiful arc through the air, but she had successfully bought precious evasion time for everyone. Thundertech meet. Divine punishment. Chen seized the opportunity, pushing the thunder power within him to the limit. A thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the sword demon's head fiercely. Crackle. Countless electric snakes danced wildly across the sword demon's body. This strike could have turned a small mountain into charcoal. But the sword demon, composed entirely of resentment energy, had strong resistance to energy attacks, and a move only caused it to pause slightly. Roar! The sword demon roared furiously at the sky. The broken swords began to hum and vibrate. The next second, whoosh! 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 Hundreds and thousands of flying swords, burning with black resentment energy, shot out like a storm, indiscriminately firing in all directions. 1,000 swords unleashed. Not good. Everyone's faces changed instantly. This area attack left no room to dodge. Guardian barrier, unyielding as a mountain. At the critical moment, Lei rushed to the front. She slammed her giant shield into the ground. A golden energy barrier instantly expanded, enveloping everyone. Clang, clang, quit, clang. Countless resentful flying swords struck the barrier like raindrops on banana leaves. The barrier trembled violently, quickly covered in spitter-bear-like cracks. Ha! Lei, who bore the brunt of the impact, spat out a mouthful of blood. Her petite body trembled uncontrollably, her legs sinking half a foot into the ground. Yet her gaze remained resolute. I can still hold on, she roared through gritted teeth. Everyone knew she had reached her limit. The golden barrier could collapse at any moment. If it broke, they would all perish without a trace. Despair once again enveloped everyone. At this critical moment, a calm yet mysterious aura, a light voice slowly came from behind them. Everyone, hold on. I think I've found its weakness. Give me a chance to get close to it. I need to use a skill, one with immense power. It requires a long preparation time and consumes a lot of energy. What? Lin Mo's words left everyone stunned. A weakness? You really found it? At this moment of despair, this disabled boy in a wheelchair dared to claim he had discovered the weakness of this peak, condensed crystal realm Surdimi. Who knew his strafe, couldn't help but frown and turn back, blood still staining the corner of her mouth. Lin Mo, you're not joking, are you? Lei asked with difficulty. This thing is impervious to blades and bullets. Immune to water and fire, what weakness could it possibly have? Trust me, Lin Mo said softly, his voice light yet carrying an undeniable conviction. All right. The first to make the decision for everyone was Sumu King. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then leapt forward without hesitation, her gaze firm. I trust you. Everyone, focus all your firepower not on injuring it, but on restricting its movements. Create an opportunity for Lin Mo to get close. Sumu King knew they were already at a dead end. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to take a gamble. I'll gamble on this mysterious boy who had been creating miracle from the start. All right, let us go all out. The others gritted their teeth and unleashed the last remnants of their energy. The flame which is right if we die. We'll take it down with us. Chen roared, his thunder spirits are crackling with lightning. Thunder technique, Kurth, dragon frenzy. Countless bolts of lightning shot up from the ground like venomous snakes, binding the sword demon nest lives like chains. Though Calvin T caused substantial damage, it successfully slowed its movements. Well done, Sumu King shouted. Her whip transforming into a fiery dragon, it fiercely coiled around the sword demon nest's waist. Now is the time. Lin Mo, all eyes turned to the boy in the wheelchair. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Lin Mo's expression was solemn as he slowly raised his hands, purple flames in his palms leaping and condensing like living creatures. Cryptic incantations, as if summoning some mysterious force. Great Lord of the Void, ultimate form of flame. Master of Dimensions, hear the call of your most devout follower. Grant me the power to tear through everything. Ignite the heavens and earth with my soul. Banish the darkness. Lin Mo was deeply immersed in his performance. His expression pained, his voice hoarse, veins bulging on his forehead, his body trembling as if enduring extreme backlash. Seeing him like this, Lei Yun and Ken Hao Yan called me hell, the best. They even suspected that Lin Mo might collapse before he could unleash the skill. A sword demon seemed to sense the threat, letting out an enraged roar as it broke free from the bindings of the thunder snakes and fiery dragon, striding toward Lin So. Unsettling existence completely. Stop it. Sumu King and the others, filled with fury, charged forward desperately, forming a fragile barrier with their bodies. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, their companions were sent flying by the sword demon nest's violent power. They were like leaves in a raging storm. Weak and helpless, yet not a single one retreated. They used their lives to hold back the sword demon, buying precious time for Lin Mo. Finally, just as the sword demon was about to break through the last line of defense, Lin Mo's chanting came to an end. A trace of purple light suddenly flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Now, he whispered, pouring all his strength into launching the long-accumulated purple fireball from his palm. The fireball appeared small and feeble, utterly insignificant compared to the sword demon's massive body, like a firefly against a full moon. Everyone held their breath, their hearts in their throats. Was this it? Was this the ultimate move they had fought so desperately to unleash? However, just as despair began to set in, the seemingly weak purple fireball quietly merged into the sword demon's body. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar, just like a drop of water falling into the ocean. It caused not even the slightest ripple. The sword demon suddenly froze. Its massive body stood still, motionless. Time seemed to stop. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 3 seconds. A heart-wrenching, piercing scream echoed across the heavens and earth. A harrowing cry of agony and terror erupted from within the sword demon. Immediately after, crack, spitter-bear-like cracks rapidly spread across the sword demon's enormous body. But what gushed out from the cracks was not black resentment, but dazzling, radiant purple light. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The sword demon, so arrogant and at the peak of the crystal condensation realm, exploded with a thunderous roar. Its massive body disintegrated into countless fragments of sword intent, dissipating into the air. All that remained was a fist-sized, irregular shard glowing with a rainbow-like brilliance, quietly floating in midair. That was a fragment of the celestial sword. The entire scene fell silent. So quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. All the survivors stared in shock, their minds blank, unable to believe the reality-defying scene before them. Could they had really won? Had they truly defeated a sword demon at the peak of the crystal condensation realm? All eyes turned to the boy sitting in the wheelchair. Lin Mo was gasping for air, his face pale, his body trembling as if he might collapse from the wheelchair at any moment. Seeing the astonished gazes of the crowd, he gave a weak smile. I told you. I'm just a powerless support. Support? You're a monstrous support, aren't you? A single skill to instantly kill a peak crystal condensation realm boss. And you call that support? How are the main damage dealers supposed to live up to that? Ding, killed virtual sword demon crystal condensation realm peak X1. Gained system points 10,000, student points 10,000. The system notification sounded in Lin Mo's mind, and he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this was a profitable round. At this moment, the strongest person present, Sumu King, walked slowly toward the celestial sword fragment. All eyes were on her. By unspoken agreement, this priceless trophy should naturally be distributed by her, as she had contributed the most. However, Sumu King did not immediately take the fragment. She simply stared at it quietly for a few seconds before turning around and striding toward Lin Mo. Icy eyes, which seemed to see through everything, locked onto Lin Mo. Who are you? Really? She asked softly, her voice gentle yet commanding, leaving no room for denial. Lin Mo's heart tightened. This woman was too perceptive. It seemed as this guy still had flaws, but he maintained his weak expression. I'm just Lin Mo, he replied. Hut. Sumu King let out a cold laugh, clearly unconvinced. She did not press further, but instead did something that shocked everyone. She extended her slender finger and pointed at the celestial sword fragment floating in midair. Go, take it. This is yours. What? Sumu King's words were like a bombshell, exploding in the hearts of the survivors. She was actually giving the priceless celestial sword fragment to Lin Mo. How was that possible? That's a fragment of the immortal sword. Even just a small piece contains ancient sword intent and fragments of laws, enough to significantly enhance any swordsman's strength. Its value is even greater than an erect divine weapon. Even Qin Haoyan's breathing quickened upon hearing this, his eyes burning with desire. But he quickly suppressed the longing in his heart. He understood that without Lin Mo, they would have all perished in this battle. This fragment rightfully belonged to Lin Mo. Although Chen Zhuan and the other students were envious and jealous, they didn't dare voice any objections. After all, Lin Mo's earth-shattering move had left a deep psychological shadow on them. For a moment, everyone's gaze focused on Lin Mo. Lin Mo cursed inwardly. This woman is really something else. She esting me if he directly accepted the fragment. Only tantamount to admitting he was the main force, rendering his earlier act of feigned weakness pointless. A mysterious and powerful support image he had built would completely collapse. No way. He wasn't going to take the blame for this. Thinking of this, Lin Mo put on a flustered and overwhelmed expression, quickly waving his hands. No, Senior Sister Sue. I can't accept this. This victory was all thanks to you and everyone fighting on the front lines. I just happened to discover a weakness and took a shortcut. When it comes to credit, the greatest belongs to you. This fragment should be yours to handle. Lynn Mo spoke with genuine humility, pushing all the credit away cleanly. Sumo King watched his excellent performance, a playful smile tugging at the corner of her lips. How amusing. This guy really knows how to act for a pretender. She didn't intend to expose him, merely saying inferently, I am not a swordsman, this thing is useless to me. Lin Mo didn't hesitate, immediately shifting the responsibility to his teammate. He has S-rank swordsmanship talent. Yes, we're a team, and it must go to the most suitable person. Lin Mo spoke with a righteous air, as if considering the bigger picture. The name Qin Hao Yan was instantly stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Mo to give such an important opportunity to him. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. Lin Mo say no more. Lin Mo interrupted him. We Ray brothers, aren't we? Looking into Lin Mo's sincere eyes, Qin Hao Yan's eyes grew moist. He nodded heavily. That is right. We're our brothers. Beside them, Lei was also moved by this heartfelt brotherhood. She walked over and gave Lin Mo a firm pat on the shoulder. Lin Mo, you're loyal. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, I'll be the first to step up and beat them. Watching the three of them, Sumo King's usually indifferent face showed a rare smile. She shook her head and didn't insist further. In that case, you should absorb it, she said to Qin Hao Yan. Thank you. Senior Sister Sir. Qin Hao Yan expressed his gratitude with a bow. Taking a deep breath, he approached the fragment of the immortal sword and reached out to touch it. Buzz! The moment he touched it, the fragment transformed into a stream of seven-color light, instantly merging into the new sword in his hand. In an instant, the ancient sword emitted a dazzling brilliance. The cracks on the blade began to heal rapidly, visible to the naked eye. A terrifying sword aura, several times stronger than before, erupted from the blade. Qin Hao Yan's aura also surged instantly. His radiant sword mastery talent, nourished by the ancient sword intent, even showed signs of breaking through. What incredible power! He felt the surging sword energy within him, his face full of ecstasy. This time, he had truly struck gold. It was all thanks to Lin Mo. He turned to look at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with gratitude. He would remember forever. At that moment, with the sword demon's demise and the fragment's absorption, the sword began to undergo another transformation. The omnipresent sharp sword intent gradually dissipated. The blood moon in the sky also dimmed significantly. Ahead of them, in the depths of the sword shrouded in thick fog, a towering black stone stele, 100 meters high and resembling a giant sword, slowly rose from the ground, revealing its true form. From the stele emanated an aura, even more ancient and immense than the fragments of the celestial sword. What is that? Everyone was stunned by the magnificent sight before them. It's the core of the sword too. Sumo King's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. The true opportunity lies right there. She was the first to rush toward the giant sword stele. The others quickly reacted and followed closely behind. Lin Mo's eyes burned with determination. He sensed a powerful, slumbering consciousness within the stele. That was the greatest treasure of the sword expedition. The group swiftly arrived at the base of a giant sword stele. Surrounding it was a vast circular plaza, devoid of any broken swords, with only a smooth, mirror-like black surface. The entire area was suffused with an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. However, the moment they stepped onto the plaza, everyone suddenly froze in their tracks, because beneath the imposing giant stele, radiating endless majesty, someone was already seated. The person wore a white martial robe and carried an ancient long's worth on their back, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Their eyes were closed, as if they were one with the heavens and earth. Their aura was ethereal yet sharp, like a divine sword ready to be unsheathed at any moment. It soared maniacally by. Chen couldn't help but exclaim, recognizing the figure. He was none other than the 9th-ranked swordsmanship fanatic in the grand competition. When had this guy arrived here, and what had he attained? As everyone was filled with questions, the young man in white slowly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to contain the collapse of stars, radiating sword energy in all directions. The moment Li Bai opened his eyes, an invisible yet suffocating pressure of sword energy swept across the entire plaza. Except for Sumo King and Lin Mo, the other students turned pale and staggered back several steps before regaining their footing. Just a single glance made them feel as if they were being crushed under Mount Tai. This man's strength was far beyond ordinary. How terrifying was he, truly? "You've come as well," Levi said calmly, as if greeting old friends he hadn't seen in a long time. His gaze slowly swept across the grid. When he saw Sumu King, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. But when his gaze fell on Lin Mo, who was seated in a wheelchair, he paused briefly, his brows furrowing slightly. From Lin Mo, he sensed a strange or one he couldn't decipher at all, as if shrouded in deep, impenetrable mist. "Levi, you arrived here long ago?" Sumu King asked coldly. "Yes." Levi nodded. "As soon as I entered, I felt the call of this place, so I came straight here." His tone was light and casual, but his words struck everyone like a thunderclap. "Came straight here. What about the sword slaves and sword demons along the way? Did he truly cut through them all without hindrance? This sword maniac was indeed a monster. Did you obtain the inheritance here?" Sumu King pressed on. Our concern still focused on this question. "Inheritance?" Levi chuckled softly and shook his head. "I only gained some insights. The true inheritance has yet to begin." He raised his head to look at the towering giant sword still. "The inheritance is waiting for all qualified individuals to arrive." The giant's sword stele, silent for millennia, suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Within the radiance, a semi-transparent phantom slowly appeared, clad in a cyan-alice robe and holding a horsetail whisk. Though its face was indistinct, the transcendent and ancient aura it exuded shook everyone's souls. It felt as though they were not merely facing a phantom but a living, ancient sword immortal. "I am the sword immortal of Shushan, King Leon." An ancient and solemn voice echoed in everyone's minds. "This stele is the embodiment of my life's swordsmanship. Your presence here signifies a fateful connection with thee. My inheritance is not something ordinary people can obtain. Only those with tenacious will, wisdom, and exceptional fortune can endure it. Next, you will face 3 trials of sword intent. Only those who can withstand these 3 trials of sword intent can receive the inheritance." The phantom of the Azure Lotus sword immortal slowly raised. The first trial tempering the body. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly waved his sleeve. Boom! A pressure as heavy as a mountain, imbued with sword intent, descended from the sky. The ground of the plaza cracked under the immense pressure. Faft, a weaker student, unable to react in time, was crushed by the sword pressure, instantly turning into a flash of white light and disappearing. Immediately after, 2 more students screamed as their bones shattered, eliminating them from the trial. Soon, only Sumu King, Li Bai, Qin Hao Yam, Lei Yu, Chen Zhuan, and Lin Mo remained on the plaza. Chen Zhuan's face was pale, his legs trembling violently as he thrust his thunder spirits worded to the ground to barely keep himself from collapsing. Sumu King and Li Bai stood straight, their expressions solemn, clearly enduring immense pressure. Qin Hao Yan and Lei, you were in even worse shape. Lei Yu activated Titan battle form and used Guardian Barrier to shield himself, barely managing to stay upright. Qin Hao Yan merged with a sword intent, struggling to resist the overwhelming sword pressure. The most composed of all was Lin Mo, the sword pressure. Capable of crushing a condensed crystal realm expert at the pulp, felt like nothing more than a tickle to him. To avoid drawing attention, he pretended to be on a verge of collapse, as if he might fall apart at any moment. The phantom of the Azure Lotus sword immortal let out a soft sound of surprise, his gaze lingering on Lin Mo for a moment. Clearly, he had noticed that this seemingly crippled youth was far from ordinary. But he said nothing more. The first trial is past. He slowly raised his second finger. A second trial. Tempoing your skills, the phantom formed his sword with his fingers and pointed at the strongest among them, Sumu King. A streak of azure sword energy tore through the air. Though it appeared ordinary, it carried an ultimate destructive force, causing Sumu King's pupils to contract sharply. Danger, mortal danger. She dared not be careless. Our energy surged instantly. Vermilion bird transformation. A crisp shout pierced the sky. A majestic vermilion bird formed of flames suddenly soared into the air. Sumu King seemed to merge with the vermilion bar entirely. The bird's shadow fused with her own, transforming into a blazing flame that charged toward the Azure Sword energy. However, just as the Azure Sword energy was about to strike, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, something no one noticed. He activated dimensional banishment against the sword energy. Of course, he didn't completely dispel it, only weakening its power by 30%. Boom! The azure sword energy collided with the fiery vermilion board mid-air, erupting in a deafening explosion. A powerful energy storm swept across the entire plaza. I was flung through the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. My face was pale and my breath weak. Clearly, this strike had severely injured me, but I had survived. I struggled to my feet, casting a grateful glance at Lin Mo, who was still holding on. Oh, I didn't know what Lin Mo had done. I had a strong feeling if not for him, I might already be dead. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortal's gaze once again lingered on Lin Mo, this time with a hint of curiosity. The second trial is past. Now prepare for the final trial tempering the heart. His voice became distant and ethereal, as if coming from beyond the heavens. His sword does not test cultivation or martial skills. It only asks what lies within your heart. As his words fell, his phantom dissipated, transforming into countless azure light particles. These particles surged into everyone's foreheads. My vision blurred, and in the next moment, I found myself in an endless, pure white space. No sky, no ground, no sound, no light, only an eternal, deathly silence. This was the final trial set by the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, the realm of heart tempering and desires. Only those who see through falsehoods and stay true to their original intentions can escape from here. At this moment, in different illusions, Qin Hao Yan is facing the most difficult choice of his life. Standing before him are people. One is his father, Qin Gai, chairman of the Qin Group. The other is his idol, the legendary hero of the Federation, sword god Li Xiao. Hao Yan, give up your ridiculous swordsmanship, Qin Gai said sternly. Come home and inherit the family business. This is your only path. Child, don't be misled by external distractions, Li Xiao said with a gentle smile. The sword is your true calling. Follow me, and I will lead you to the true pinnacle of swordsmanship. On one side, power and wealth are within reach. On the other, the long-dreamed pinnacle of swordsmanship. Qin Hao Yan fell into a painful struggle. Lei Yu's illusion was simple and direct. Before her stood a demon god 100 times stronger than any enemy she had ever faced. Kneel and submit to me, or die. The demon god's voice roared like thunder. Lei Yu's face turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably, but there was not a trace of submission in her eyes. She gripped her flaming warhammer tightly and roared, Lei Yu would rather die than submit to anyone. She mustered all her strength and charged at the mountain like demon god. Simu King's illusion was a raging inferno. She returned to that night, the night she would never forget. Her family was annihilated by enemies in a single night. She watched as her parents and loved ones fell one by one into pools of blood. If she could only hide in a corner, trembling. No, it shouldn't be like this. She screamed in agony, her gaze gradually replaced by hatred and coldness. I will kill you all. Make everyone who hurt me pay the price. Her frozen heart was instantly ignited by blazing flames. And me, Lin Mo. At this moment, I sat idly in a wheelchair, yawning. Anyone there? Is this trial broken? Why has nothing happened for so long? I looked speechless. The so-called heart-refining trial was simply a joke to me. The sword intent of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, which he proudly claimed could stir inner demons, was like a pebble thrown into the ocean when it hit my absurdly high 46. Hero mental strength, it didn't even cause a ripple. So while others' illusions were filled with bloodshed, love, and hate, my illusion was nothing but a calm, pure white, a blank space, with nothing at all. Sigh. Being invincible is so lonely, Lin Mo sighed helplessly. To avoid standing out too much, he had no choice but to start acting. Sometimes he furrowed his brows in pain, sometimes he gritted his teeth fiercely, sometimes he wept bitterly, crying out hoarsely. His acting skills were truly worthy of an Oscar for Best Actor. Outside the plaza, beneath the giant sword monument, the phantom of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal appeared once again. Qin Hao Yan, in the face of power and swordsmanship, ultimately followed his heart and chose the path of the Guardian Sword. Confronted with an invincible foe, remained unyielding, her fighting spirits roaring, demonstrating the true spirit of a warrior. Sumo King emerged from her hatred, transforming it into a flame of protection. They all successfully passed the trial. At that moment, Nebai, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly erupted with a powerful sword intent, clearly. He had also emerged from his illusion, and with great gains. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortal nodded approvingly. He was the best candidate to inherit his legacy. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Mo, who was still struggling in agony. his brows furrowed. This young man was strange. He could sense the other's heart as if it were an endless abyss of darkness, completely unfathomable. It held both the innocence of a child and the darkness of a demon god. It had an indomitable will, yet also an ethereal emptiness. What exactly was this being? He had lived for 1,000 years and had never encountered such a contradictory and complex soul. Who exactly are you? Lin Mo, who was in the middle of acting, froze. Damn. He has been found out. This old guy really doesn't play fair, attacking out of nowhere. Lin Mo's eyes darted around, and he immediately put on a look of confusion and helplessness. Who's speaking? Or where am I? The sword immortal of King Leon. He felt like he was being played. Without further ado, he directly pulled everyone out of the illusion. Qin Hao Yan, Lei Yu, and Sumu King woke up, exhausted. Their gazes were now sharper and more resolute. Clearly, the illusion had transformed them. Congratulations. You have successfully passed my test. The voice of the sword immortal of King Leon slowly rang out. Levi, step forward. Levi stood up in response and walked to the stone tablet. Your sword heart is clear, and you are a rare genius in the way of a sword. You shall receive the true inheritance of my Shushan sword manual. The sword immortal of King Leon extended a finger and pointed at the center of Li Bai's forehead. Buzz, the pillared azure light descended from the sky, enveloping Li Bai. A torrent of information and powerful sword intent surged into his mind. Li Bai's body trembled violently, his expression pained yet ecstatic. The others looked on with envy. This was the inheritance of an ancient sword immortal. At this moment, the sword immortal of King Leon turned his gaze to Lin Mo again, his expression complex. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Although your path does not lie in the way of the sword, I see infinite possibilities in you. My Shushan sword manual is not suitable for you. Therefore, I have decided to give you a special gift, a unique inheritance. A unique inheritance? Hearing this, everyone's eyes once again focused on Lin Mo, who was enduring the pain of his inheritance, turned his head curiously to look at him. What kind of inheritance would this mysterious young man, him even the sword immortal of King Leon cowled and he fully understand? Receive? Lin Mo muttered inwardly, what is this old guy up there? My inheritance consists of 2 parts. The voice of the sword immortal of King Leon interrupted his wild thoughts. The first is technique, the Shushan sword manual, which records the 360 sword techniques I created in my lifetime. The second is the Tao, the essence of the sword, which is the foundation of my transcendence and achievement as a sword immortal. The Shushan sword manual emphasizes gradual progress, step by step, but the essence of my sword Tao is extremely domineering, one sword to break all techniques. Levi has received the technique portion of the sword manual. The sword immortal of King Leon's gaze was piercing as he stared intently at Lin Merle. Your path, I cannot see through, but I can sense that it surpasses my own. This path will be broader and more magnificent. Therefore, I have decided to pass on my primordial sword intent to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the phantom of the sword immortal of King Leon began to slowly dissipate. The remaining small portion of light particles condensed in the air into a fist's eyes Dagger light sphere, radiating in extreme brilliance. This light sphere seemed to contain an entire world of swords. That was the primordial sword intent of the sword immortal of King Leon. Something even more precious and core than the Shushan sword manual. Damn. If this thing were devoured by his system, wouldn't he ascend straight to the heavens? Thank you, Senior. Lin Mo suppressed his inner excitement and bowed deeply to the fading phantom with a face full of gratitude. No need to thank me. The phantom of the sword immortal of King Leon let out a satisfied chuckle. Young one, your future is limitless. I hope that one day we can meet again in a higher world with that. His phantom completely disappeared, turning into countless starlight that merged into the heavens and earth. The cyan light sphere, imbued with the primordial sword intent, transformed into a streak of light and shot straight toward Lin Mo's forehead. Lin Mo was ecstatic. It's here, my cheat is finally here. But just as the light sphere was about to merge into his body, a cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding, warning. Warning, detected high-level conceptual energy in the ancient primordial sword, intent attempting to bind with the host soul. This energy entity severely conflicts with the host Tao and void scorching flame. 99% chance of causing talent collapse and soul destruction. Would you like to activate the system defense protocol to expel this energy? Lin Mo's smile froze instantly. Attribute, conflict, soul destruction? Are you kidding me? Didn't he that old guy say this was the greatest gift for me? How did it suddenly turn into a bomb that could kill me? System, quick, devour it. Lin Mo roared in his mind. He didn't want to die here for no reason. Ding. Universal devouring system activated. Target locked tension primordial sword intent. Commencing devour. But a formless yet terrifying devouring force erupted violently from the depths of Lin Mo's soul. After an unwilling hum, it was instantly sucked into Lin Mo's body. Ding. Devour successful. System points 200,000 obtained. Congratulations, Hurst. The SS grade talent Netherworld Ghost Fire obtained from slaying the 6th exotic beast Nigh. Netherbone bird perfectly aligns with the energy of the devoured ancient primordial sword intent. It's a SS grade energy sources meet the conditions for fusion. Will you like to attempt fusion now to break through to the legendary SS grade talent? Fusion carries a risk of failure. Failure will result in the disappearance of both talents and permanent soul damage. System offers an auxiliary solution. Spend 10 million system points to forge an absolutely stable law furnace. Assuring a 100% success rate for the fusion. A series of notifications exploded in Lin Mo's mind, leaving him completely stunned. Netherworld Ghost Fire could actually fuse with the newly acquired primordial sword intent, even break through to the legendary SS grade. SSS grade talent, then as a godlike existence. If he obtained it, wouldn't he become invincible with cheats enabled? Lin Mo's heart pounded wildly with excitement. When he saw the required 2 million system points, his enthusiasm instantly cooled. He only had 570,000 points in total, nowhere near enough. I'll have to put it on hold for now. Lin Mo sighed. He didn't dare to gamble on such a high risk. Just as he was about to close the system panel, he suddenly noticed a new notification he hadn't seen before. Din. Successfully devoured ancient primordial sword intent. Hostess Talon Void Scorching Flame has received partial sword law enhancement. New trait unlocked. Trait 5 Universal Sword Aura. Universal Sword Aura. The host can condense Void Scorching Flame or spatial power into sword energy and sword aura of any form. From now on, using spatial abilities, no one would suspect him, as long as he condensed sword energy with Universal Sword Aura. Others would only think he had mastered ancient sword intent. Perfect. His body suddenly stiffened, his head tilted, and he collapsed unconscious from a wheelchair. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's expressions changed drastically as they watched to support him. What happened to him? Sumu King also walked over, her brows furrowed. Not sure, maybe he cowed and team withstand an immense power, Qin Hao Yan speculated. At this moment, the ancient sword began to tremble violently. The blood moon in the sky dimmed, and the ground started to crack. Not good. Li Bai, who had just completed his inheritance, suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "The inheritance is over. The secret realm is about to collapse. Quickly, head to the exit." Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately sprinted toward the entrance. However, the spatial gate composed of energy at the entrance twisted violently, with black spatial turbulence raging like venomous snakes, resembling a death trap. How is this possible? Didn't Drive Li say the secret realm can't last for 12 hours? It's only been less than 6 hours. Just as panic spread among the group, a frantic and broken voice came from outside the gate. It was Instructor Long's on the energy core. Has been taken. The secret realm is collapsing early. The gate can't hold. Get out now, where you'll never make it out. In the central plaza outside the gate, Long's on and Drive Li watched as the spatial gate flickered and twisted like a star on the verge of exploding. How could this happen? Dr. Li's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his expression filled with disbelief. The energy core of the sword was taken. That core is protected by the will of an ancient or immortal. No one should be able to get near it. Talking about it won't help. Longzon roared in anger. Think of a way to stabilize the spatial gate. My students are still inside. It's impossible. Dart. May shook his head in despair. Without the energy core, the structure of the secret realm has completely collapsed. Inside, it's nothing but a death trap filled with spatial turbulence. At most, we can barely keep the passage open for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if they haven't come out, they'll be swallowed by endless dimensional rifts. Even a sovereign realm expert wouldn't escape. Longzon's heart sank to the bottom. His fists clenched tightly, and the tension in the air reached its peak inside the secret realm. The group listened to Instructor Longzon's fragmented warnings, their faces filled with despair. 3 minutes. They only had 3 minutes. but the death gate before them, filled with spatial turbulence, how could they possibly pass through it? Wasn't it just walking into certain death? What do we do now? A cold glint flashed in Li Bai's eyes as he made his decision without hesitation. Rather than waiting for death, we might as well fight for a slim chance of survival. Sumo King responded firmly. If you want to succeed, you have to take risks. If you're afraid of death, don't be a warrior. With that, the two exchanged a determined glance, their auras surging as they prepared to force their way through the exit. However, just as they were about to act, a roar, 10 times more terrifying than the sword demon from before, erupted from the dark ruins behind them. The ground trembled violently. Everyone whipped around, only to see a massive, horrifying shadow emerging slowly from beneath the ruins. It was a monstrous entity formed from endless resentment, hatred, a pure destructive sword, intent, the ultimate demon. It stood over 100 meters tall, like a moving mountain, its entire body flowing with black sword intent, as molten as lava. Demonic horns jutted from its head. Beneath the twin blood moons hanging high above, its crimson eyes locked onto every life form present. Named Tier 4 Sword Tomb Guardian Virtual Strength Thoroughly, Hua Dang Realm Abilities, when Lin Mo used Omniversal Perception to scan the creature's information. His heart, which had been numb with fear, skipped a beat. Hua Dang Realm. This then was a Hua Dang Realm boss, equivalent to a Tier 5 human powerhouse. How were they supposed to fight this? Forget about their group of whose strongest members were only at the condensed crystal realm. Even if Instructor Longzong himself stepped in, he would likely suffer a crushing defeat. Chen Chuan's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Ahead lay the certain death of spatial turbulence. Behind him loomed the invincible ultimate demon. This was truly a death or tap with no way out. Even Lei Yu, who was usually fearless, now had a pale face, her hand gripping her hammer trembling slightly. Sumo King and Li Bai, on the other hand, wore grim expressions. The atmosphere around them tense, as if they were preparing to face their final enemy. They knew that this time, there was no hope. Roar. The Sword Tomb Guardian let out an earth-shattering roar. Its mountain-like body moved suddenly, charging toward the group. Each step it took caused the ground to quake violently. The oppressive force was so overwhelming that everyone felt as if they were about to be crushed into dust. Fight! Li Bai roared, his eyes flashing with a burst of sword light. He had just inherited the legacy of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, his strength surging and his spirits soaring. I will unleash my strongest sword. Shushan's sword can unmyriad swords return to one. Unadorned sword in his hand corded straight to the heavens. In an instant, countless sword auras surged like a tidal wave, sweeping toward the giant beast. Vermilion bird divine flames scorched the heavens. Sumo King also disregarded everything, burning his essence blood. A flame vermilion bird, more solid than before, let out a piercing cry as it charged forward, carrying a terrifying heat wave that could incinerate everything. Striking directly at the enemy, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu also unleashed their strongest attacks, vowing to protect the dignity of geniuses with their lives. However, in the face of this combined strike meant to destroy everything, the Guardian of the Sword Tomb nonchalantly raised its massive claw, which blotted out the sky, and lightly swiped. Boom! A terrified foresee erupted instantly. Whether it was Li Bai's myriad sword auras or Sumo King's vermilion bird of scorching flames, they were like paper in front of that pitch-black giant claw. Instantly threw into shreds. Thud, thud, thud. Li Bai, Sumo King, Qin Hao Yan, and Lei Yu were all sent flying backwards simultaneously, blood spurting from their mouths. With this one strike, the 4 top geniuses of the training camp were severely injured and could no longer fight. This was the terror of the Hua Dang realm, absolute domination. Crushing without suspense, the Guardian of the Sword Tomb took another step without hesitation, a step that could shatter mountains and rivers, intending to crush these insignificant insects who dared to disturb its slumber into pulp. As the shadow of death loomed larger in their pupils, everyone revealed expressions of utter despair. Who had been unconscious unprotected behind Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the desperate situation before him and sighed. I just wanted to be an ordinary person, to quietly get along with you all. And what happened? Endless overtime. No more pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. He slowly stood up from his wheelchair. That's right. He stood up. Although his legs were still paralyzed and powerless, he floated in mid-air as if defying gravity. When Lin Mo stood up from a wheelchair and hovered in the air, time seemed to stop, and space froze. All eyes were fixed, stunned, on a crippled boy floating in the air. Qin Hao Yan's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. He was incredulous. Streets standing up. Lin Mo, he really stood up? Although his legs still dangled limply, he floated in the air, as if unbound by the rules. What was going on? Lei Yu's wide eyes were round as saucers, her pain forgotten. Her mind blank, with only one thought echoing: flying. He's flying? Lin Mo, the seemingly useless support, was actually flying. Could it be that his wheelchair was the real key? Once he left the wheelchair, he turned into a Super Saiyan. Sumu King and Li Bai, these two proud and worldly individuals, now had faces full of shock and disbelief. They stared at Lin Mo's back as he hovered in the air, feeling as if their decades-long worldview and life philosophy had instantly collapsed. Emin in a wheelchair, labeled as crippled, someone they always thought needed protection as a support, could actually fly and wield the skill of aerial flight that only top-tier powerhouses could master. Even the ferocious guardian of the Sword Tomb, charging forward with overwhelming momentum, froze the moment its all-in Mo take flight. Filled with destructive intent, a trace of doubt flickered, as if to say, bro, your hidden power is way too obvious, isn't it? The teammates behind him were even more shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Mo didn't even turn his head. He simply stretched his neck, stiff from sitting too long, producing a cracking sound. No choice then, he muttered to himself, with a mix of helplessness and laziness. I just wanted to be a low-key handsome guy, relax in the back, and cheer you on with a few 666 seconds to get through. Who knew you protagonists would be so unreliable? In the end, it is still up to me, the support, to carry the whole game. These words clearly reached everyone's ears. Qin Hao Yan immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood, not from injury, but purely from anger. Bro, look at what kind of monster we're facing. That's a top-tier BOSS. Even if we risk our lives, we can't break through its defense. You say we're not strong enough? Also, you claim you're a support carrying the whole team. What kind of insane support is this? They flying support? Are you planning to ascend straight to heaven? Sumu King and Li Bai couldn't help but which they felt an unprecedented blow to their pride. Their once prized talents in strafe had become a joke in front of this unconventional guy. Only Lei Yu, after her initial shock, had an unprecedented light burst in her eyes. It was the fervent admiration of seeing an idol. I knew it. Lin Mo is definitely not an ordinary person. So cool. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. Lin Mo, go for it. Smash it to pieces. She completely ignored her injuries, jumping up and waving her fists to cheer for Lin Mo, looking every bit like a fangler in love. Qin Hao Yan was dumbfounded. Hey, what about your attitude? Weren't you just saying you wanted to take him down? How'd you suddenly become his little fanboy? Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the reactions of the lively group behind him. His calm gaze fell on the Sword Tomb Guardian, which had locked onto him again and was roaring furiously. You're pretty big, he said, seriously nodding. Have you ever seen a black hole? As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand. There were no dazzling special effects, no impressive incantations. Only a terrifying power suddenly erupted from his palm, shaking the entire secret realm. Dimensional banishment. Fully unleashed, but a pitch-black, deep void, as if capable of devouring everything, appeared instantly before him. The moment the black hole emerged, it began to expand wildly. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, in the blink of an eye. The black hole's diameter exceeded 1,000 meters, spanning the heavens and earth. It was like a wound in the depths of a universe, the end of time and space. It exuded a destructive aura that could make gods and demons tremble in fear. It wanted to escape, but it was too late. The black hole unleashed a powerful suction force, sweeping everything away. That mountain-like body was like a leaf in the wind before this force. It couldn't even let out a final cry before being swallowed whole by the black hole, banished to the endless dimensional rift, leaving not even a shadow behind. After devouring the Sword Tomb Guardian, the black hole didn't stop. Instead, it grew even more violent. It began to madly consume everything around it. Everything was collapsing. The ground cracked, the sky shattered, spatial turbulence raged. All of it was mercilessly swallowed by the black hole, disappearing in an instant. Strangely, the space gate that had been on the verge of collapse miraculously stabilized. It was as if all the chaotic energy had been absorbed by the black hole. What kind of power is this? Could it be the power of a god? I looked at the boy floating midair, the one who had created this apocalyptic scene with a single hand. Sumu King, Li Bai, Qin Hao Yan, Chen. All the survivors stared at him in shock. as if they were looking at a deity. In their hearts, there was nothing but astonishment and boundless reverence. "What are you standing around for?" Lin Mo's voice boomed like thunder in their ears. "Waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Move it." The group finally snapped out of it. Without hesitation, they rushed toward the temporarily stabilized space gate like madmen, jumping through one after another. Lin Mo was the last to leave. He turned back to glance at the world about to be consumed and destroyed by the black hole, and looked at his empty points candle killed, a swordtom guardian, as it was the core of the secret realm. No points or system rewards were granted, but the energy of the entire secret realm is devoured, yielding great profits for the system host. Lin Mo ate rays of pain flickered in his eyes. "What a waste of effort," he muttered under his breath. Then, he retracted the world-destroying black hole, turned around, and leapt into the space gate. At the very last moment of passing through the gate, his usually calm face turned pale and weak, showing signs of collapse. With a loud thud, Lin Mo's body crashed heavily onto the ground of the central plaza, and he fainted once again. Previously, his ability to fly relied entirely on his mastery of spatial power after merging with the Myriad Sword Key, which had become a signature move but consumed an immense amount of mental energy. The entire central plaza fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was Sumu, King, and the others who had just narrowly escaped death, or Instructor Long's on a drive, who had been watching everything from a high platform, all stared blankly at the unconscious young man on the ground. Their emotions surged like a stormy sea. The silence and applause left everyone's minds momentarily blank. They were completely unable to recover from the unbelievable, reality-defying scene they had just witnessed. A disabled boy in a wheelchair, someone they had always regarded as support, had, at the critical moment, flown into the air and sunk in a terrifying black hole capable of devouring the heavens and earth, saving everyone. This, if was not something a human could achieve, this was a scene straight out of mythology. On a high platform, Instructor Long's usually rigid face had lost all expression, frozen like a stone. Over the years of teaching at the genius training camp, he had encountered many so-called genius monsters. There were no shortages of prodigies with top-tier talents, even double S-level geniuses, but he swore on his dignity as a key condensation realm expert. He had never seen anyone as absurdly extraordinary as Lin Mo. His performance had completely shattered Long's understanding of the word genius. Dr. Drive. Longzon turned his head with difficulty, looking at the middle-aged man beside him who was equally stunned. His voice was dry and weak. Did you see that just now? I saw it. Dr. Lee adjusted the glasses that had slid down his nose. His lips trembled slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the unconscious Lin Mo on the ground. Instructor Long, Dr. Lee's voice was filled with unconcealed excitement and fervor. I think we discovered an incredible treasure. This might very well be the ultimate discovery that could change the entire Federation's landscape. I must immediately report everything that happened here to the highest levels of the Federation Academy of Sciences," he said, preparing to take out his personal terminal for act. "Stop." Longzon suddenly grabbed his hand. His gaze instantly regained its calm and authority, even carrying an unprecedented chill. "Lee, I warn you." Longzon's voice was icy and piercing. "What happened here today must remain in your heart forever. Without my permission, not a single word is to be leaked. Otherwise," he didn't finish his sentence, but the merciless killing intent in his eyes said it all. Why? Knee trembled all over, frightened by that gaze. "Instructor Long, what are you trying to do? Don't you want the Federation to know that we discovered such an astonishing genius?" "Genius?" Longzon sneered. "You dare call him a genius? What kind of genius can crush an A-level secret realm with one hand? He's beyond what the word genius can describe. He's a variable we can't even begin to understand or control." Longzon's gaze once again fell on Lin Mo, his expression so complex it was impossible to decipher. It could even lead to total disaster. Longzon, the chief instructor of the genius training camp, operates on a level far beyond that of pure researchers like Drive. Lee, he understands well that the Federation is far from being as united as it appears on the surface. The major powers engage in both open and covert struggles, creating a highly complex situation. Someone like Lin Mo, who completely defies convention, would inevitably disrupt the current balance upon his emergence. At that point, Lin Mo would not be greeted with flowers and applause, but rather with covetousness, probing, and constant assassination threats from various factions. Innocent people often invite disaster simply by being near treasures, and Longzhan understands this better than anyone. Therefore, he must protect Lin Mo, at least until he truly matures. After hearing Longzhan's explanation, Dr. Mi calmed down. He wasn't foolish and quickly grasped the stakes involved. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he nodded with lingering fear. I understand. Rest assured, Chief Instructor Long, I won't breathe a word about today's events. Good. Longzhan nodded in satisfaction, released Dr. Wee's hand, and strode down from a high platform. In the square, Sumu King, Li Bai, and the others finally began to recover from the shock they had just experienced. They are still betraying their astonishment. I feel like the past 10+ years of my life have been completely wasted, Chen Zhuan said, looking dejected. He was one of the top 10 geniuses in the training camp, always the center of attention wherever you went. But now, compared to Lin Mo, he felt like a complete failure. You're absolutely right, Qin Haoyan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He had previously thought about surpassing Lin Mo. What a dream! Lin Mo had already soared beyond the atmosphere, while he was still playing in the beginner's village. How could he possibly catch up? So, he was just humoring us all along, Sumu King said with a wry smile, leaning against the wall, always cold and proud. This was the first time she showed genuine defeat. She finally understood why Lin Mo had refused her invitation for a team without hesitation, and why he instead came to the training camp not to rely on anyone. Because he didn't need to. He alone was an army, he alone was a god, a Mitaba. This humble monk has been bewitched, the long silence or fanatically, Bai suddenly said, pressing his palms together and softly chanting a Buddhist prayer, looking at the unconscious Lin Mo lying on the ground. His eyes were filled with unprecedented reverence and fervor. The benefactor is the true master of freedom. From today onward, the benefactor is this humble monk's sole idol. The others muttered to themselves, you're a swordsman, why are you chanting Buddhist prayers now? Aren't you supposed to idolize a sword immortal of Korean lotus? His change is way too abrupt. Just as everyone was puzzled, Longzhan walked up to Lin Mo. Looking at the still unconscious youth, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Pretending? Why are you still lying here pretending? Where's the awe-inspiring presence you had when you crushed the secret realm with your bare hands? Are you acting like a delicate Lin Dayu now? If you don't go to the Federation Drama Academy, your talent will be wasted. Though his mind was full of complaints, Longzhan's face remained stern. He did not wake Lin Mo, but instead turned around, sweeping his gaze over all the train East Crescent. His voice was cold and authoritative. Everything that happened in the Swordston today is classified as the Federation's highest level secret. No one is allowed to disclose a single word to outsiders. This includes your family, friends, and superiors. Do you all understand? Understood? The group responded in unison, and were foolish they naturally understood the weight of his words. Good. Longzhan nodded, and did something that shocked everyone. He slowly bent his straight back and performed his standard military saluting to the unconscious Lin Mo lying on the ground. His gaze was filled with the respect and recognition of a soldier. To this hero who had saved all the soldiers, the highest respect with the least they could offer. At the moment Instructor Longzhan made that gesture, all the surviving train, in the square, Sumu King, Li Bai, Qin Haoyan, Lei Yu, Chen Zhuan, without exception, stood up straight simultaneously. They all bowed in unison to the boy lying on the ground. The scene resembled a congregation worshipping a deity descended to the mortal world, and our protagonist, Lin Mo, was still lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. The corners of his mouth slightly curved upward, revealing an indescribable sense of pride within him. What can I do? Who told me to be this outstanding? Everyone standing up and saluting the big boss. This will probably become the norm from now on. Longzhan looked at the boy still unconscious on the ground, his face expressionless, but his mind was filled with relentless complaints. Pretending. Just stop pretending already. The entire camp has been completely fooled by you, kid. With acting skills like this, not becoming a guest professor at the Federation Rama Academy is a waste of talent. Although he was calculating in his mind, Longzhan did not expose him on the spot. He understood very well that Lin Mo was doing this to protect himself. The support capable of crushing an in-level secret realm with one hand would only invite trouble if he acted lively all the time. And Longzhan understood it even more. Lin Mo, Qin Haoyan, and Lei Yu finally snapped out of their shock and scrambled over. The two carefully helped Lin Mo up, one on each side. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Qin Haoyan's voice carried a tremor of reverence he himself hadn't noticed. Now his view of Lin Mo had completely changed. Before, he had only regarded Lin Mo as a mysterious and powerful teammate. Now when he looked at Lin Mo, it was as if he were gazing at a god walking among mortals, flying through the sky, creating black holes with his hands. This was completely beyond his understanding of martial artists. This wasn't a human, it was a god. Woo, Lin Mo, don't die. The usually violent little girl Lei Yu's eyes turned red, and tears began to fall and rot by drop. If you die, I'll turn your ashes into a necklace, and wear it every day. If anyone dares to bully me in the future, I'll take out your necklace and tell them, this is my big brother's ashes, so think twice before messing with me. Can Hao Yan that imagination, isn't it a bit too wild? The guy's still alive, and you're already thinking about turning him into a necklace. Also, are you worshipping him? Or are you just eager for him to die? Even Lin Mo, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This little girl was truly something else. To stop himself from laughing out loud, Lin Mo let out a weak cough at the right moment. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze filled with just the right amount of confusion and frailty. Where am I? What just happened? This Oscar-worthy performance made Lei Yu cry even harder. Lin Mo, you're awake. That's great. She tearfully lunged toward Lin Mo. Stop. A cold shout halted her in her tracks. At some point, Instructor Larzan had already appeared in front of them. His icy gaze swept over everyone. Without my orders, no one is allowed to take a single step out of their dormitories. As for everything that happened in the secret realm today, let me repeat. It is classified as the Federation's highest level secret. Anyone who dares to leak even a single word will be dealt with under military law. With no mercy, his voice was cold and carried absolute authority. All the trainees immediately felt a chill, and their hearts responded in unison. Yes, instructor. After all, someone capable of single-handedly destroying an A-level secret realm, if word got out, the entire Federation would be shaken. The trouble Lin Mo would face would be endless. Can Hao Yan, Lei Yu. Longzhan's gaze locked onto the two people. Take him back to the dormitory. Yes, the two quickly agreed. As for you. Longzhan's gaze finally fell on Lin Mo, who was leaning weakly against Lei Yu's arms. His lips twitched slightly. Lin Mo, once you've rested, come to my office. With that, he turned and strode away, leaving behind a group of trainees in the square whose emotions were surging and hard to calm. Frustration, and even a trace of fear. Their hearts weren't easy. From today onward, this boy in the wheelchair, Lin Mo, would become someone no one dared to provoke in the entire genius training camp. As for Lin Mo himself, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to get through it. Acting was more exhausting than fighting, and he had to hold back his laughter. Well, what can I do? I'm just that amazing, he thought smugly, though his face still showed a weak and frail expression, as if he might collapse at any moment. Let's go, he said weakly to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. All right, we'll take you back. Qin Hao Yan immediately nodded. Lei Yu was even more cautious as she pushed his wheelchair, afraid of accidentally damaging this porcelain doll. Seeing their nervous behavior, Lin Mo was secretly delighted. This must be the kind of treatment only a master gets. He would have to get used to it. When they arrived at the shabby dormitory in Zone F, the atmosphere was strangely quiet. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu stood like guardians, one on each side of Lin Mo's bed. They stared at him lying there, pale-faced, with eyes full of curiosity, reverence, and analysis, as if he were a rare specimen. Being stared at like this made Lin Mo feel uncomfortable all over. Especially Lei Yu. She had just mentioned wanting to turn him into a necklace. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shiver. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Could you not look at me like that? I'm a little scared. He put on a pitiful expression that would surely soften anyone's heart if they saw it. But Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu, having just witnessed the earth-shattering drama earlier, were already used to his acting. Scared? Qin Hao Yan's lips twitched. Lin Mo, stop pretending. It's just us here, no outsiders. You were just showing off your secret realm prowess earlier, and now you're suddenly acting like a frail Lin Yu. He couldn't help but tease. Exactly. Lei Yu nodded repeatedly. Her big eyes were wide with curiosity and excitement. Come on. Tell us, how did you do it? What was that black hole? Is it your talent? You can even fly. Aren't you supposed to be disabled? What's going on with your legs? As she spoke, she reached out to lift the blanket for a closer look. Stop. Lin Mo was startled and quickly blocked her. As she lifted the blanket and saw that his legs, though unusable, were muscular and far from looking like a cripple's, his carefully crafted, useless persona would be ruined. Men and women shouldn't touch each other, don't you know? Lin Mo put on a serious face. Stingy, Lei Yu pouted but withdrew her hand. Enough fooling around, Lin Mo sighed. Knowing he couldn't get away without explaining today, he organized his thoughts and began to speak slowly, half-truthfully. I don't really know what happened either. This wasn't entirely a lie. After all, he hadn't fully figured out the system in his own body. You don't know either. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were stunned. Lin Mo nodded, showing an appropriate amount of confusion and pain on his face. You know, I awakened an SS-level talent called Void Scorching Flame. This talent is very powerful, but also unstable. Especially since this body of mine is crippled, I can't fully control this power. It's now in the secret realm. I was forced into a desperate situation and had no choice but to recklessly detonate the source of my innate talent. As for that black hole and flying ability, it should be mutations caused by the loss of control over my talent. Surviving this was sheer luck. His words were heartfelt, and paired with his weak and pale appearance, they were flawless. Sure enough, after hearing the explanation, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu both showed expressions of sudden realization, so it was a loss of control over his talent. Reasonable. After all, an SS-level talent is a legendary existence, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth naturally comes with great risk. Especially since Lin Mo is crippled, using a crippled body to bear such a powerful talent, the risk is off the charts if it loses control. The consequences are unimaginable. The more they thought about it, the more reasonable the situation seemed. Lin Mo surviving was simply a miracle. Qin Hao Yan muttered to himself, and his gaze toward Lin Mo carried a hint of guilt. Earlier, he had actually suspected Lin Mo of putting on an act, which was truly inappropriate. Lin Mo had risked his life to save them by detonating the source of his talent. Lei Yu's eyes welled up again as she looked at Lin Mo, full of admiration and pity. Lin Mo, you're amazing. From now on, I won't let anyone bully you. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on you, I'll make sure they regret it. She waved her small fists, vowing earnestly. Looking at these two silly friends, Lin Mo felt relieved. Damn, finally managed to fool them. This SS-level talent is the perfect shield no matter how crazy my actions are in the future. I can use the excuse of talent loss of control to cover it up. Absolutely perfect. By the way, Lin Mo. Qin Hao Yan suddenly remembered something. Didn't Instructor Longzon tell you to go find him after you rested? Do you even go in your current state? Should we talk to the instructor and ask for a few more days of rest for you? No need. Lin Mo shook his head. He knew he had to pass Longzon's test. That man wasn't as easy to fool as Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. He had definitely seen through his act. But Lin Mo wasn't worried at all. After all, he was now the treasure of the training camp, and he didn't believe Longzon would dare to do anything to him. I'll be fine after a bit of rest, he said, closing his eyes and pretending to meditate. In reality, he was secretly contacting the system. System, quickly check what benefits I gained from this secret realm devouring. Request detected from host. This time, by devouring the core energy of the A-level secret realm sword 2. The system has received a massive energy boost and is now upgrading. Upgrade progressed in %, 30%, 70%. Ding. System upgrade complete. New feature unlock multiverse mall. Host can use system points to purchase techniques, bloodlines, pills, divine weapons, etc. from various worlds. Note mall items refresh randomly daily. Please check regularly. A series of notification sounds exploded in Lin Mo's mind, and his heartbeat instantly accelerated. Multiverse mall. Lin Mo suppressed his excitement and opened the Multiverse Mall interface. Before his eyes appeared rows of dazzling, glowing virtual shelves. Item 1. 9 Revolutions Resurrection Pill Immortal World Effect. As long as there's still a breath left, instantly revive to full health and recover all injuries. 1 million system points. Item 2. Sharing a Naruto World Effect Mastery of Insight, Replication, and Illusion Techniques. Price 700,000 system points 3 Tomo version. Item 3. Rumble Fruit One Piece World Effect Transform into Lightning. Control Thunder, and move at lightning speed. Price 800,000 system points. Item 4. Beginner's Gift Pack Fantasy World contains basic breathing technique X1. Body Tempering Pill Ketsim. Steel Lawns Reflexhorn. Price 998 system points limited to 1 purchase. Looking at the dazzling divine equipment, Lin Mo couldn't help but drool. 9 Revolutions Resurrection Pill, Sharing An, Rumble Fruit. These were all legendary artifacts. If he could buy them, wouldn't he be unstoppable? But seeing the price tags in the hundreds of thousands to millions, Lin Mo's heart instantly sank. He glanced at his mere 570,000 system points, clearly not enough to afford those top-tier items. He muttered helplessly, left with no choice but to stare longingly. However, this also motivated him, strengthening his resolve to earn more points. System, close the shop, Lin Mo silently commanded, slowly opening his eyes. Phew. He exhaled deeply, his complexion regaining some color. I'm feeling much better now, he said with a smile to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. I'll go find Instructor Longzon now. Are you really okay? Qin Hao Yan still looked worried. Don't worry, Lin Mo replied, struggling to sit up. Seeing his shaky movements, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu, feeling distressed, quickly helped him back into his wheelchair. I'll go with you, Lei Yu offered. No need, I shook my head. The instructor only called for me. Just wait for me in the dorm, I added before maneuvering the wheelchair out of the room. The chief instructor's office. Longzon sat behind his desk, coldly staring at the large screen, displaying all my information. Where he saw the stunning fireworks display I created during the quarterly competition, a trace of barely concealed excitement flickered in his otherwise calm eyes. This kid was too mysterious, so mysterious that even someone as powerful as him, a Huad Gang realm expert, felt uneasy. Knock, 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 knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Longzon's voice returned to its usual icy tone. The door opened, and I maneuvered my wheelchair inside. Instructor Long, you called for me. I looked up at the man behind the desk, still wearing my harmless, unfrail expression. Longzon didn't answer, simply staring at me in silence. Suddenly, an invisible yet immensely oppressive aura erupted. The pressure was like an ancient divine mountain crushing down on me, trying to gauge the depth of my abilities. However, faced with this terrifying pressure that can make even a peak condensed crystal realm expert meal and beg for mercy, I remained calm and composed, not even furrowing my brow. The only sign of strain was the creaking sound from my wheelchair, made of special alloy, as if it might collapse at any moment. And Longzon frowned slightly, surprised that I could so effortlessly withstand his pressure. He had used 50% of his strength. Even a peak, condensed crystal realm martial artist would be coughing up blood under such force. Yet I acted as if nothing had happened. How was this possible? Could it be that my strength had already reached a level where I could ignore the pressure of a Huad Gang realm expert? No, impossible. Longzon quickly dismissed this absurd notion. He sensed no powerful energy fluctuations from me. My ability to withstand his pressure must be due to some special method or perhaps my innate talent. Longzon slowly withdrew his oppressive aura, his gaze growing more profound. Speak, he said slowly. Who exactly are you? Me? I smiled innocently. I'm just Lin Mo, an ordinary student in the genius training camp. Ordinary student, Longzon sneered. You call someone who can crush an A-rank's secret realm with one hand an ordinary student? You have some misunderstanding about the word ordinary? I chuckled dryly, knowing my excuse wouldn't fool this old fox. I decided to drop the act. I leaned back in the wheelchair, adopting a lazy expression. Instructor Long, stop beating around the bush. What exactly do you want from me today? Just say it directly. Don't bother with those useless tests. I am not interested. I suddenly changed my attitude, straightforward and blunt, which made Longzon's pupils contract sharply. This kid finally dropped the act. Good. Straight to the point. Longzon nodded in approval. I called you here for 3 things. First, who are you? Second, what is your purpose? Third, how strong are you? He stared at me intently, as if trying to uncover some secret from my face. But I remained calm and composed. My background is clearly written in the files. A discarded son of the Lynn family in Star City. My purpose is simple: to become stronger and take revenge on that pair of scoundrels. As for my strength, I paused, a playful smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. Why don't you guess? I saw Longzon's eye which involuntarily. This guy doesn't back down at all. I tested him a little, and he immediately countered with his throne. His stubbornness is truly astonishing. However, instead of getting angry, Longzon admired me even more. In this world of survival of the fittest, only those with an unyielding, vengeful nature can endure. You're not bad. He nodded, but I must warn you, your existence has already exceeded the Federation's control. Without sufficient strength, don't even think about crossing this boundary. It is better to act conservatively and keep a low profile. What awaits you may not be flowers and applause, but enemies from all directions targeting you. His voice grew heavy. This wasn't an exaggeration. Someone like Lin Mo, who completely defies convention, would inevitably attract countless forces if exposed to the public. How the Federation's higher-ups would deal with him remains uncertain. After all, outsiders can never be fully trusted. An uncontrollable variable is often more terrifying to those in power than a direct enemy. Thank you for the reminder, instructor. Lin Mo nodded, understanding Long's point. Innocent people, simply because they possessed treasures, can invite disaster. He understood this better than anyone. That's why he always concealed his strength, maintaining the appearance of being weak and in need of help. Since that's the case, let's move on to serious matters. He took out a document from the drawer and pushed it in front of Lin Mo. This is your reward for your outstanding performance in the Swordom secret realm. Saving all the trainees. Reward? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He had expected tangible rewards for his efforts. He took the document and began reading carefully. Regarding trainee Lin Mo's exceptional performance in the A-level secret round certain trial, saving all trainees at a critical moment. The training camp's senior management has unanimously decided to award the following: first, Federation contribution points 1. 0 points. Second, training camp points. 500,000 points. Third, 1 month free access to the S-level cultivation room Temporal Abyss. Fourth, 1 9-termite focusing pill and 10 bottles of dragon blood body tempering liquid. Fifth, special permission to enter the Federation Academy East Talent Fusion Laboratory. Seeing this extremely generous reward, Lin Mo called me help, but take a sharp breath. 1 million Federation contribution points. These are even more valuable than training camp points. It can be exchanged for various rare resources exclusive to the Federation's internal members. 500,000 training camp points would allow him to dominate within the camp. Accessible only to the top 3 geniuses who pay a hefty price. Rumor has it that the time flow inside is 10 times faster than outside, making 1 day of training their equivalent to 10 days outside. And there's the 9-term mind-focusing pill and dragon blood body tempering liquid. Both extremely rare top-tier elixirs. Each bottle could fetch a high price on the black market. What moved Lin Mo the most was the last item, the opportunity to enter the Talent Fusion Laboratory. This was one of the Federation Academy's top secrets. It was said to house the most advanced talent research technology in the entire Federation. It could even assist talent users in fusing and evolving their abilities. This was practically tailor-made for him. Instantly, the system's previous prompt flashed in his mind: SSS-level energy sources, Nether Ghost Fighter, Unancient Origins. Would intent meet the fusion conditions? Would you like to attempt fusion and aim for the legendary SS-level talent? System assistance plan to million system points can be consumed to establish an absolutely stable offers, increasing the fusion success rate to 100% previously. He didn't have enough system points and had to give up on this tempting option. If he succeeded, he would possess the legendary SS-level talent. By then, the Lynn family. The Federation forces, none of them would matter in front of him. They would be insignificant. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened, and he couldn't calm down. He suppressed his excitement and looked up at Longzon. Instructor, isn't this reward a bit too generous? Generous? Longzon smiled faintly. Considering you're exchanging a complete A-level secret realm for these, who do you think benefits more? Lin Mo, on second thought, it seemed the Federation gained more. The value of a complete A-level secret realm was immeasurable. Forget these rewards, even if they were 10 times greater. The Federation would still profit. You can claim the rewards anytime. Longzon said, but my suggestion is to first train in a void of time and space for a while and elevate your strength to a new level, and go to the Talent Fusion Laboratory. After all, Talent Fusion puts immense physical and psychological pressure on you. The better prepared you are, the higher the success rate. Thank you for the guidance. Instructor. Lin Mo nodded, keeping this favor in mind. Although Longzon appeared cold and unfeeling, he truly had no complaints about him. All right, I've said everything I needed to. Longzon waved his hand. You can leave now. Understood. I nodded, maneuvering the wheelchair to leave. Just as I was about to exit the office, Longzon's voice called out from behind me. Oh, Lin Mo. I turned to look at him. You should replace your wheelchair. He stared at my nearly falling apart wheelchair. A rare smile appeared on his lips. Next time, I'll get you one made of vibranium. I silently complained in my heart. Thanks, but could you let me hope for something better first? Do you have to assume I'll be in a wheelchair for life? On my face, I could only force an awkward smile. Well, thank you, instructor. After saying that, I quickly left the pressure-filled office without looking back. Outside, the sky had already darkened. I didn't rush to claim those ridiculously generous rewards, but instead maneuvered my wheelchair back to the dormitory in Zone F. As soon as I entered, I saw Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu pacing back and forth in a room like the anxious ants. They hurriedly came up to me. Lin Mo, you're back. How was it? An instructor Longzon give you a hard time. Qin Hao Yan looked nervous, afraid that Longzon had made things difficult for me. Did he use his pressure to bully you again? Lei Yu rolled up her sleeves, looking ready to fight Longzon. I'm telling you, if he dares to touch you, I'll tear his office apart. Seeing the genuine concern on their faces, warm feelings surged in my heart, although they were sometimes unreliable. They truly cared about me. Don't worry, I smiled. The instructor didn't make things difficult for me. On the contrary, he gave me a ton of rewards. Rewards? Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were stunned. I nodded and handed them the reward document. The two of them took a clear look at the contents of the document, and their mouths instantly opened wide enough to fit an egg. 1 million contribution points. 500,000 credits. S-class raining room. Abyss of time and space. 9-turn concentration pill. Dragon blood tempering liquid. Talent fusion laboratory. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, staring at me like I was an alien, as if doubting whether I had emptied the federal treasury. I can't believe it. Qin Hao Yan swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Lin Mo, you're about to strike it rich. You're practically soaring to the heavens. Lei Yu was so excited, she was jumping up and down. 500,000 credits. Think of how much top-tier equipment that can exchange for.